You went to the supermarket for the first time and attracted countless people's worship. Even the top-tier heiresses of wealthy families want to have children with you just because you were abandoned by your materialistic girlfriend. In a fit of anger, you awakened the godly system, causing global prices to devalue by 10 billion times, with only your money remaining unaffected. What used to buy a bottle of water can now even buy an island. What used to buy a pineapple or a phone can now buy the entire pineapple company. This transformation turned you from a poor loser into the world's richest person. As you stood in line at the supermarket checkout pushing your shopping cart, suddenly you received a text from your girlfriend breaking up with you for another wealthy man. Just as you were furious, the system awakened, devaluing global prices by 10 billion times, but your savings remained unaffected. As you were still in a daze, the cashier reminded you that it was your turn to pay. She was exquisitely beautiful, like a fairy who had descended to earth, several times more beautiful than your ex-girlfriend, yet willingly working as a cashier at the supermarket. You snapped back to reality, apologized for being absent-minded, and began placing items from your cart onto the checkout counter. The cashier scanned each item, and you paid 86 nano-elements with a $100 bill. The cashier, blushing, thought you were showing off your wealth by using such a large bill. The onlookers were shocked by your actions. The cashier mistakenly thought you were trying to buy the supermarket. She then noticed the strange looks from the customers in line and called for security to escort you out. A wine-red Rolls-Royce Phantom, driving on the way to your home, escorted by 4 bodyguard cars. Sir, how can you casually flaunt a 100 yuan banknote like that? You are a super rich person, you don't understand the dangers of the lower class in society, let alone the hatred of the poor towards the rich, how terrifying it can be when they go crazy. The beautiful cashier softly reminded, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. In her eyes, taking out a 100 yuan banknote in front of everyone is undoubtedly a very courageous confession. Compared to this, what luxury cruise, what rose garden, are all weak. Will she accept it? Or should she be reserved and then accept it? Is 100 yuan very rare? Isn't it quite common? You were full of question marks. To be honest, from preparing to pay the bill to being escorted to the luxury car, his mind was buzzing now. The beautiful cashier widened her eyes, her breathing becoming rapid. For someone as distinguished as you, 100 yuan may indeed be quite common. After all, you have to pay tens of thousands for acquiring the pineapple company of the lighthouse country, but we ordinary people never see that. After all, 1 yuan equals 1,000 milli-yuan, equals 100 million micro-yuan, equals 1 billion nano-yuan. For ordinary people, not to mention 100 yuan in cash, even 1 yuan is worth risking their lives for. Although our Xia country has extremely good public security, and the 100 yuan banknote also has a micro-engraved positioning system, but Sir should also bring some bodyguards with him, after all, carrying such a large sum of money. Ha! Large sum of money? What's going on? You were stunned. Then you remembered the system's words. The prices of the entire world have depreciated by 1 billion times. Buying the pineapple company for a few thousand yuan? Are you sure it's not buying a pineapple phone? You looked at the beautiful service staff with a look of seeing and neurotic. The pineapple company used to have a market value of 2 trillion yuan, equivalent to 13 trillion nano-yuan. You silently calculated. 10,000 yuan equals 10 million milli-yuan, 10 million milli-yuan equals 100 billion micro-yuan, 100 billion micro-yuan equals 100 trillion nano-yuan. Although 10,000 yuan is not comparable to the market value of the pineapple company, market value is inflated, it definitely cannot be directly converted to cash. In reality, 10,000 yuan is completely sufficient in purchasing power. This is too crazy. You, a recent college graduate, who dare not even think about a house or a car, suddenly own the wealth to acquire the pineapple company. Scared, he quickly took out his phone and opened the Xia Bank app. Staring at the mobile banking interface, the balance displayed 13,200 yuan. After confirming multiple times that the unit behind it was indeed yuan, he almost fainted with happiness. Because you did not deliberately cover it up, the beautiful service staff hurriedly glanced at it, revealing a look of shock, and her heartbeat accelerated once again. A millionaire? Is this the richest person in Xia country? How did he earn so much money at such a young age? But for such an outstanding man, she knew that it was definitely impossible for him to pursue her. Talented and handsome, low-key and romantic, she absolutely had to take the initiative. Sometimes, taking the initiative leads to a story. Being reserved will only let other girls steal him away. By then, she would regret it for a lifetime. Let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm Morong Qianyu, the owner of the Morong Group is my father. Just now I was experiencing the life of a cashier. Ah, this is popular among the upper class recently. I didn't expect you were also experiencing life. Morong Qianyu said very familiarly. Although you were dressed in street stall goods, she didn't mind at all, because she was also wearing the uniform of a supermarket cashier. What's so strange about that, when experiencing life, not to mention wearing street stall goods, even rich people wearing beggars' clothes are there? Your mind was still a bit confused, and you responded casually, I called you, just graduated from college, an ordinary worker. When Morong Chinyu heard this, she covered her mouth with her jade hand, her laughing eyes like crescent moons. Mr. Meng, you are really into the role, so serious, no wonder you are so young and already have a wealth of tens of thousands. If you are willing to disclose your wealth, I'm afraid the richest man in Xia country will have nothing on you. She was right. The current richest man in Xia country, Nan Hangma, has a total wealth of only about 4,000 yuan, and his competitor, Shin Changma, is not much different. Recently, the throne of the richest man in Xia country has been taken turns by the two Ma. However, the combined wealth of the two of them is not as much as yours. Even the world's richest man, Amazon boss Jack Bezos, has a wealth of only 7,750 yuan, far less than your bank balance. But Morong Chinyu knows that this is very possible, because like some ancient families, such as the Rothschild family, their wealth may be even greater than the world's richest man on the surface. So Morong Chinyu speculated that you might be the sole heir of an ancient family in Xia country, which completely explains why you have so much money in the bank. After all, the low-key nature of the people of Xia country is praised by people all over the world. You, full of happiness, sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, looked at Morong Chinyu's charming eyes and casually asked, the interior of this Rolls-Royce is very luxurious, how much did it cost? This Rolls-Royce Jasmine Phantom was a graduation gift from my dad, it seems to be 4 cents. Morong Chinyu couldn't help but get closer to you. 4 cents? Your mouth twitched a bit, which means that the small meat bun that used to cost 5 cents can now be exchanged for 10 luxury sports cars. Isn't that too exaggerated? If this is true, you quickly opened the real estate agency app on your phone, which you downloaded when you were looking for a rental house some time ago. In fact, when he was looking for a rental, he also took a look at the second-hand house prices, and was almost suffocated by the prices in the center of Nanhang City. 20,000 per square meter. Even if he doesn't eat or drink for 10 years, he can't afford a 70 square meter small house. The reason why his girlfriend left him actually has some practical reasons. However, you have now come to terms with it. Let the woman who left him regret it for the rest of her life. After all, it's not easy to find a three-legged toad under the sky. There are plenty of two-legged girls. Like the beautiful girl in front of you who is driving a Rolls-Royce, her looks and figure are much better than his ex-girlfriend. The air conditioning in this car seems to be broken, Morong Chinyu complained, biting her lip. As she took off the cashier's coat she was wearing, a fragrant breeze wafted over, making you a little distracted, but when you thought of your ex-girlfriend's heartless words, your face turned a bit cold. But his cold expression made Morong Chinyu a little flustered. Oh no! Oh no! He must think she's frivolous and capricious. If she had known, she should have been more reserved. Mr. Meng, please don't misunderstand, I'm just feeling a bit feverish because I'm so excited to see you. I'm usually very conservative. Morong Chinyu began to feel uncertain. If it were a normal situation, even if she met the campus heartthrob, she wouldn't bother to explain, but you, whose savings surpass the world's richest man, are just too wealthy. Even the most aloof goddess like her can't resist. It's none of your business, I just got dumped. By the way, tell the driver to change course to the Marriott Hotel, I need to reclaim my dignity. You said calmly. He had already seen through Morong Chinyu's little tricks, but he didn't expose it. Because you are single now, and Morong Chinyu is also single, so it's normal for her to pursue you, right? After all, with the help of the system, your current wealth is already amazing. What? Morong Chinyu was stunned to hear this. Which woman dares to dump Mr. Meng? Is she out of her mind? Would a super handsome and wealthy man like the male lead Meng Chen be dumped? That woman must be blind. Morong Chinyu expressed her incomprehension. However, looking at Meng Chen's simple attire, she suddenly understood the key point. Meng Chen must have hidden his wealth, so that woman found him poor and left. But if that woman knew the truth, would she regret it on the spot? Missing out on a young world's richest man would be so desperate for a materialistic woman. Morong Chinyu thought with a bit of schadenfreude. However, she was somewhat glad that the woman gave up her spot. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had this chance to get up close with the top rich second generation of Xia country. Without Morong Chinyu saying a word, the driver had already sensibly changed the route to head to the Marriott restaurant and reminded Meng Chen that they were 5 minutes away. Suddenly, Meng Chen had a good idea, and his lips curled up slightly. Beautiful Miss Morong, could you do me a favor and be a shield for me? Afterwards, I'll give you a penny. This Morong Chinyu had initially intended to refuse, but a penny was just too much, equivalent to 10 million nan yuan, enough to buy a high-end Porsche. And she would also have the chance to interact with Meng Chen. This was a win-win situation, so she had to agree. A penny is too much. How about being friends instead, and you can treat me to a meal next time? Morong Chenyu smiled. After much thought, she still refused the penny. She didn't want her relationship with Meng Chen to be transactional, as it would be too cold and not conducive to future development. Besides, although a penny was a lot, her family didn't lack that amount of money. What she lacked was a young, handsome, and wealthy world's richest man as a boyfriend. Meng Chen nodded slightly, of course, and could you also prepare a mask for me? Since Morong Qianyu had taken the initiative to suggest being friends, Meng Chen naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Setting aside her looks and figure, just her identity as the Morong Group's heiress would greatly help Meng Chen adapt to his new identity as a millionaire. Morong Qianyu smiled brightly. I happen to have a mask here, which I usually use for attending balls. It's a neutral black color. If you don't mind, I can give it to you. With that, she took out a black half-face mask from her Hermes bag. The mask only covered the upper half of the face, leaving the chin and mouth exposed. Meng Chen took a look. Although the mask's contours were somewhat soft, it was clearly not specifically designed for women. Thank you, but could you move over a bit? It's a bit cramped. Meng Chen casually took the mask and put it on his face. As a big man, he didn't have any cleanliness issues, especially since the other party was a beautiful woman. Oh, sorry. Morong Chenyu blushed. Somehow, she found herself leaning against Meng Chen, as he perfectly matched her criteria for a partner, causing her to act a bit involuntarily. Morong Qianyu awkwardly cleared her throat and moved to the other side. This scene reminded her of those boys who had pursued her. They often sat like this to maintain gentlemanly manners, but she hadn't expected the roles to be reversed this time. 5 minutes passed in a flash. With the sound of tires rubbing against the ground, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the Juanhao restaurant. Mr. Meng, please wait in the car. I had someone specially deliver 2 sets of men's clothing, one from Dior and the other from Armani, both the latest styles. Take a look and see if you like them. Morong Qianyu blinked proudly. She opened the car window, took the 3 paper bags handed over by her subordinate, and handed them over to Meng Chen as if presenting treasures. Since he was going to confront his ex-girlfriend, how could he continue wearing ordinary clothes? Meng Chen also realized this and was slightly surprised by her thoughtfulness. Miss Morong, you're considerate. After changing into a black Armani suit, Meng Chen put on a black mask and walked down from the Rolls-Royce Phantom with Morong Qianyu, who was also wearing a new set of Hermes women's clothing, straight into Juanhao restaurant. In this grand setting, Meng Chen believed that even if his ex-girlfriend looked somewhat familiar, she would not recognize him. Meng Chen approached the front desk, disguised as a friend of Chen Xinxiang, and easily found out Chen Xinxiang's table number location, which was table 9 in the Golden Hall on the 5th floor. At table 9 in the Golden Hall, 3 men and 3 women were drinking and eating. Wang Li, now that you are with Brother Chen, you will surely rise to great heights in the future. Rest assured, Brother Chen has already turned over a new leaf. He used to be immature in the academy, but now he will definitely be devoted to you. A flirtatious woman flattered. She was Wang Li's best friend and also the matchmaker between Wang Li and Chen Xinxiang. Amidst the toasts and laughter, Wang Li's expression was complex, already showing signs of intoxication. In a daze, she remembered her ex-boyfriend of 7 years, feeling a hint of nostalgia. But when she looked down at the diamond ring on her hand, that sense of nostalgia completely dissipated. Yes, Chen Xinxiang was not a good person, but he was wealthy. Just by confirming their relationship, he gave her a diamond ring worth hundreds of thousands of nan yuan. It was worth more than all the gifts Meng Chen had given her over the 7 years, and she believed that as men grow older, they will gradually mature. Maybe she could make Chen Xinxiang change his ways? That would definitely be better than being with Meng Chen. Yes, Meng Chen was handsome, worthy of being called the campus heartthrob, but looks couldn't put food on the table, let alone buy luxury bags and cosmetics. Ultimately, being wealthy was the key. Suddenly, a waiter led a man and a woman over to table 8 in the Golden Hall, where they sat down slowly. Inside the Golden Hall, after the 2 guests sat at table 8, they attracted a lot of attention from the neighboring tables. The man was dressed in a black Armani suit, exuding an air of elegance. Although he wore a black mask, the 3 women at table 9 could tell from his chin, mouth, and eyes that he was undoubtedly a handsome man. After all, the woman beside him was a noble lady in the latest luxurious Hermes women's clothing. Although the 3 women couldn't afford Hermes, it didn't stop them from pursuing these world-renowned fashion brands. And this lady had angelic looks and a devilish figure, completely overshadowing them in every aspect, making the 3 women feel somewhat inferior. A man who could have such a woman as his companion must have outstanding looks and an unimaginable background. He was truly a perfect Prince Charming. If possible, the three women wished that they were the ones sitting next to the man, even if it was just for a fleeting romance. It would be a beautiful encounter. Miss in the beige dress, would you do me the honor of having lunch together? Meng Chen smiled slightly. His voice deliberately sounded hoarse, quite different from his usual tone, which was one of his confident disguises for this occasion. After all, he was an amateur voice actor enthusiast. This Wang Li hesitated, but after a moment of contemplation, she politely declined. No, thank you. My boyfriend is here. But sir, have we met somewhere before? You seem familiar. What a coincidence, many girls say that. What about the other two ladies? Would you like to have a meal together? I prefer a lively atmosphere. Meng Chen's lips curled slightly upwards. Clothes make the man, but gold makes the Buddha. With the embellishment of Armani men's clothing, his demeanor was greatly enhanced. Wang Li, I can't stand your hypocritical gold digging and pretending to be high and mighty. Familiar? I know her damn well. After 7 years of being together, you broke up for money, and now you're pretending to be innocent? Bullshit. Handsome guy, if she doesn't go, I will. The third woman at table 9 sneered. After finishing speaking, she sat down decisively at table number 8. As for not having friends in the future? Anyway, a group of drinking and feasting friends, missing 5, finding another 5 for her is also a simple matter. But getting to know people in high society is a matter of luck. She understood this as clearly as looking into a mirror. After a few exchanges, Meng Chen learned that her name was Wu Rui, from a business family, a straightforward materialistic woman. The man at table number 8 looked extremely gloomy because Wu Rui was his companion. Meng Chen's actions were like a slap in his face. However, the other party had a powerful background, so he didn't dare to offend rashly and planned to leave early. At this moment, Chen Xin whispered a few words in his ear. He looked at Meng Chen in surprise, his eyes showing undisguised contempt. Another waiter came to table number 8 with the menu. As one of the top restaurants in the center of Nanhang City, Juanhao Restaurant naturally provided meticulous service. Each table had its own waiter, as well as professionals responsible for ordering and serving dishes. Of course, quality comes with a price, and the prices were naturally high. A plate of organic vegetables cost hundreds of nan yuan, and the minimum consumption for a single table in the Golden Hall was as high as 10,000 nan yuan. Meng Chen signaled the waiter to let Morong Qianyu order. Unexpectedly, Morong Qianyu was not polite. I'm tired of the dishes at Marriott, no need to order. Just serve your signature dishes and bring 2 cups of jade nectar. Alright, but we have a new Sichuan chef in our restaurant, so there is a new dish. This dish is called 9 Fresh Supreme Crab, made with rare emperor crabs weighing over 66 catties, scientific name, giant mitten crab, as the main ingredient, supplemented with 9 kinds of expensive mountain delicacies and seasonings. Would you like to try it? However, the price is a bit high. Even with a discount, it still costs 660,000 nan yuan. The waiter said with a smile. Morong Qianyu hesitated for a moment. Although she was willing to spend 660,000 to try it, after all, this money was a drop in the bucket for her and Meng Chen. But would spending this money leave a bad impression on Meng Chen? Go ahead, money is not a problem. Meng Chen smiled lightly. Although the magic box of the system had made him lose the concept of money, he knew that he was richer than the world's richest man, which was enough. As long as he didn't touch those bottomless pits, and only indulged in eating, drinking, and having fun, the wealth he possessed would not be spent in 10 lifetimes. Alright, sir, please wait a moment, I will inform the chefs to prepare it fresh. The waiter left with the menu. Wu Rui witnessed the scene in front of her and became even more convinced that her choice was correct. If she had insisted on saving face and sat at table number 9, she would definitely not have had the opportunity to enjoy the 9 Fresh Supreme Crab, a precious new dish worth 660,000 nan yuan. Wow, a 66 catty super large emperor crab. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. You too. Ah, it's such a pity, Zhao, why do you have to pretend to be pure like that? Wu Rui provocatively looked at Wang Li. Wang Li glared at Wu Rui, then turned her head and looked at Chen Xian with pleading eyes. Chen Xian frowned. Although Chen Xian was also a second-generation rich, he had just graduated after all, and his family didn't provide much living expenses. The total amount each month was around 100,000 nan yuan, and the Porsche and luxury house were gifts from his parents when he graduated. So, he couldn't afford the 9 Fresh Supreme Crab. Miss Wu is speaking nonsense, but indeed, the 3 of us at our table cannot finish a 66 catty emperor crab. It would be a waste. Why don't you 2 ladies come over and join us? Meng Chen continued to invite. The charming woman Zhao was somewhat tempted. That was a 66 catty giant crab that she had never eaten before. If she missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to have a chance to eat it a second time in her life. Even Wang Li looked conflicted. Morong Qianyu glanced strangely at Meng Chen, knowing that this handsome man was here to cause trouble, but not sure what he was up to now. Is he planning to reconcile with his ex-girlfriend? Impossible. In terms of figure, looks, family background, ability, and virtue, Morong Qianyu outshines Wang Li by a mile. Moreover, she is doing this right in front of his current boyfriend. Suddenly, Chen Xinxiang stood up with a dark expression. Brother, it's fine for us to mind our own business, but you've crossed the line. I've crossed the line? Ha ha. Meng Chen chuckled lightly, secretly wishing he could just push this kid to the ground. The enmity of killing the father and taking the wife is irreconcilable. Although there is a big gap between his girlfriend and wife, this is definitely not something to be taken lightly. He had already made up his mind about this situation today. Chen Xinxiang looked at Meng Chen's faint smile, his expression turning even darker. In that case, don't blame me for not following the rules. Aren't you just a kept man by Miss Morong from the Morong family? Morong Qianyu already has a fiancé, who is the eldest son of the Wang family. How could she be your girlfriend? Besides, your outfit, although indeed a genuine Armani, clearly doesn't fit well. Is it rented temporarily? Hearing this, Meng Chen remained silent, instead looking at Morong Qianyu with a smile that was not quite a smile. Morong Qianyu, who was watching the drama, heard this and her expression changed dramatically. You little rascal with no manners, spouting nonsense in front of my boyfriend, have you grown wings? Do you want me to break them for you? Morong Qianyu was so angry she wanted to kill someone. As the daughter of the Morong family, she had high standards and had finally met a suitable and interesting man. Was it easy for her? Yet someone dared to come and disrupt the situation? Did they really think she was just a kitty when she didn't show her tiger side? Chen Xinxiang's expression became even uglier, but he dared not speak further because the Morong family was much stronger than the Chen family, not even in the same league. If he really provoked the genuine Morong heiress in front of him, he might not get away unscathed. This could be seen from the fact that he knew Morong Qianyu, but she didn't know him. After lecturing Chen Xinxiang, Morong Qianyu turned to see Meng Chen smile and explained with a forced smile, the fiancé matter was decided by my father and the elders of the Wang family. I was just a year old at that time. Those trivial matters of the aristocratic families might amuse you. Anyway, I will never marry that idiot from the Wang family. The heiress of the Morong group in Nanhang City? Zhao Yinger and Wang Li exchanged a glance, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Compared to this level of noble heiress, they were like ugly ducklings in the mud. As for Chen Xinxiang's doubts, the two women didn't believe them either. After all, the way Miss Morong was acting now, it didn't seem like she was a rich and domineering woman who kept a young man, but rather like a woman in love. Zhao Yinger stood up. Sorry, Shinji, I really crave that big crab. I'll come over later to make it up to you. But in reality, her craving for crab was fake. She wanted to make friends with Miss Morong and this noble young man. Wang Li was left alone sitting across from three men, about to get up and follow, but was scared to move by Chen Xinxiang's fierce gaze. Seeing this scene, Meng Chen shook the highball glass in his hand, sipping the champagne as red as blood, and chuckled self-deprecatingly. It wasn't that Wang Li was blind, it was that he was blind back then. Waiter, what's the best wine you have here? Sir, it's the Romani Conti 1990, priced at 600,000 Naya yuan. Our boss personally went to the Romani winery to ensure that there is not a single bottle of counterfeit. The waiter replied respectfully. Morong Qianyu nodded slightly. The Conti here is genuine, and it tastes great. Then bring 5 bottles. Meng Chen said casually. Since it's true, then he shouldn't hesitate. After all, his wealth surpasses that of the world's richest person, so there's no need to be so particular about food and drink. Besides, 3 million nan yuan is only 0.003 yuan when converted to yuan. In the world before the system transformation, what could such a small amount of money buy? Wu Rui and Zhao Yinger exchanged a glance, their faces filled with excitement. If they could drink a bottle of 90-year-old Condi, they might be able to boast for half a lifetime. Wang Li at the neighboring table looked dull. She also had the chance to taste the giant crab and Condi red wine. However, she quickly accepted reality. Ordinary red wine and seafood were still okay, much better than eating at a street stall with her ex-boyfriend. The 3 men at table 9 had gloomy faces, silent and bowed. Whether it was the 9 fresh supreme crab or the 90-year-old Condi, it undoubtedly exceeded their spending limit. These 3 rich second-generation men who usually liked to throw money at workers were now being targeted with money for the first time, and by a young man of the same age. This feeling of humiliation was unbearable. What was even more painful was that, after much thought, they couldn't figure out where they had offended this super-rich second generation. Was it just because they were seated at table 9? The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, they had often intentionally embarrassed ordinary people over such matters of face. Guest, your 9 fresh supreme crab and 5 bottles of Romani Conti, please enjoy. The waiter smiled broadly. 2 servers worked together to lift a covered large plate from the food cart and carefully placed it on the table. Whether it was the 660,000 Nanyuan 9 fresh supreme crab or the esteemed guests eating it, nothing could go wrong, or the consequences would be severe. The waiter breathed a sigh of relief seeing the dish safely delivered and helped the guests uncover the plate. A king crab larger than a wash basin, after being charcoal grilled, appeared on table 8. This attracted the attention of many diners in the Golden Hall. After seeing what was on table 8, they widened their eyes. Who at table 8 is this? Such a huge king crab. They must really know how to eat, right? That's the 9 fresh supreme crab, a plate worth 660,000 Nanyuan. That's not all. There are also 5 bottles of 90-year-old Condi, known as the Emperor of Wines, a rare gem among wines. It's so hard to come by, I really want to go over and have a sip. Shoo, keep your voice down, that lady is from the Morong family, and the man accompanying her has an unimaginable identity. So envious. If only I had such a boyfriend. Yes, even if I had to wash his socks every day, it would still be worth it. I really want to go over and strike up a conversation. What should I do? If you want to die, go by yourself. Miss Morong clearly favors that young man. Do you dare to compete with her for a man? Don't want to continue working in Nanhang City? However, the next words from Meng Chen ignited the gossip fire in everyone's hearts. Send a bottle of Congdi to the lady in the beige long dress at table 8. Meng Chen's lips curled slightly upwards. But in Morong Qianyu's eyes, that smile seemed so cruel. He was out for blood. Knowing Meng Chen's purpose in coming here, she probably guessed part of Meng Chen's plan. However, the more ruthless Meng Chen's revenge, the more she felt sorry for this low-key world's richest man. What a good man he was. Why couldn't some people appreciate him? The waiter hesitated for a moment, but his professional service attitude made him carry out Meng Chen's order without a word. As the wine was placed on the table, the 3 men and 1 woman at table 9 showed 2 completely different expressions on their faces. There was uncontrollable joy in Wang Li's eyes. For a girl who admired vanity, a bottle of 90-year-old Romani Conti and an Hermes bag could make her give up a lot, even if the recipient was a stranger. The 3 men had faces as calm as water. Especially Chen Xinxiang. His face is now extremely pale, his body already depleted by smoking and drinking, coupled with late-night revelry. His body is much worse than an ordinary person. Wang Li lovingly held the bottle of Congdi red wine, looking as if she was holding a lover in her arms. However, she was also quite strange. Because from the moment he entered, the super-rich second generation seemed to pay special attention to her. Holding the wine bottle at this moment, she asked the doubt in her heart, "Sir, may I ask why you want to give me a bottle of 90-year-old Congdi?" "Because you deserve better," Meng Chen poured the Congdi red wine, casually replied. This sentence undoubtedly hit Wan Li's sore spot, because if there were better choices, she would not be with Chen Xinxiang. Although Wang Li hoped for a change in Chen Xinxiang's ways, she was also very clear in her heart how unrealistic it was to reform a playboy. This super-rich second generation was right. A little fairy like her should be matched with a more outstanding rich second generation. Wang Li, holding the red wine, decisively got up from table 9 and sat happily at table 8 without looking at Chen Xinxiang again. Just like the way she smiled coyly in Chen Xinxiang's arms when she suddenly announced her breakup with Meng Chen on WeChat. Bitterness filled his heart as he drank the wine. Chen Xinxiang started coughing violently. However, he was not sad about losing a girlfriend. After all, it was unrealistic for a sea king like him. What made him sad was that someone took his girlfriend away, and it was done face to face, making him lose face as a rich second generation. A person's face is like a tree's bark. Now his face had been torn apart by the super-rich second generation in front of him. "Brother, you're awesome. I, Chen Xinxiang, admit defeat. I lose to you, this super-rich second generation, I admit it wholeheartedly. I have eyes but can't recognize Mount Tai, so I'll punish myself with a drink." Although Chen Xinxiang was a dandy, he actually understood in his heart that those people were not to be messed with. Among them were Morong Qianyu and the mysterious rich second generation in front of him wearing a mask. He forced a smile as he stood up, raised a full glass of wine to Meng Chen, and drank it all in one go. "Waiter, the bill." The other 2 men at table 9 also followed suit, standing up to toast Meng Chen. The diners watched the scene with interest and began to make noise. Drinking red wine as a punishment? Shouldn't it be Mao Tai? Exactly. If you're sincere, bring out a bottle of Mao Tai. That's a real apology. Maybe not. That guy's face is already red from the wine. He's probably not doing well. It's not good if he ends up in the hospital after drinking too much. Really? Can't handle a few glasses of red wine? The discussions of the crowd reached Chen Xinxiang's ears, and his face darkened. He used to enjoy making a scene, easily winning over many girls amidst the cheers of the crowd. But this time, the cheers of the onlookers seemed particularly harsh, as if he was being roasted over a fire. Didn't he know his own physical condition and alcohol tolerance? He had long been drained by alcohol and lust. Another bottle of Mao Tai? He would definitely end up in the hospital. I can't refuse your kindness. How about this, waiter, bring a bottle of Mao Tai for each person in the Golden Hall, put it on my tab, Meng Chen said calmly. The waiter's smile widened. Esteemed guest, would you consider the Feitian Mao Tai worth 1600 nanyuan? He wasn't a fool, after all, it was a drink for strangers, so naturally he wouldn't offer a better-aged Mao Tai to deceive the esteemed guests. Otherwise, if the guests were dissatisfied, he might be dismissed. Meng Chen nodded slightly. A bottle of Feitian Mao Tai worth only 1600 nanyuan was not worth mentioning. The diners in the Golden Hall, totaling no more than 100 people, each having a bottle, still didn't add up to half of the Kandi red wine he had drunk. Meng Chen didn't look at Chen Xinxiang again, but greeted the women. Let's start. Emperor crabs weighing over 66 pounds are rare. Even if you have money, you may not be able to eat them. However, the women did not move their chopsticks, just secretly sizing him up. It is said that beauty is appetizing, and handsome guys are the same for girls. Moreover, Meng Chen, as the host, did not start eating, so the women didn't dare to eat first. In front of a wealthy and handsome man, shouldn't they act like proper ladies? The tableware at the Marriott Hotel is very complete, not only public chopsticks and spoons, but also various silver Western tableware, and even tools to crush the hard crab claws of emperor crabs are ready. Esteemed guests, the crab meat in the claws is the most delicious, shall I take it out for you? The waiter respectfully asked. Meng Chen did not refuse. Please. Serving distinguished guests like you is an honor for our Marriott restaurant. The waiter's skills were very proficient, and quickly used tools to pry open the crab claws of the emperor crab. After putting on transparent gloves, he took out a piece of crab meat larger than an adult man's arm. Placing the crab meat on a pearwood cutting board, the waiter cut a small piece, then cut it into small pieces suitable for picking up with chopsticks, drizzled with freshly squeezed lemon juice, placed it in a silver plate, and carefully handed it to Meng Chen. Could he be careless? This small plate of crab meat is worth several months of his salary. In an instant, the unique aroma of grilled seafood, mixed with the fragrance of 9 precious mountain delicacies, blended with the freshness of lemon, penetrated Meng Chen's nostrils. Meng Chen looked at the crystal-clear crab meat in the plate, couldn't help but salivate. Cut some for the 4 ladies as well. The emperor crab is indeed extraordinary. The waiter respectfully complied, cutting another small plate of crab meat and handing it to Morong Qianyu first. He had witnessed everything before and after, so he naturally knew who among the 4 women was Meng Chen's companion. Morong Qianyu's lips slightly curled up, unceremoniously took the silver plate and started eating, while the remaining 3 women looked a bit disappointed. Even though they knew Morong Qianyu was the swan, they still had Cinderella's fantasy. As for the Porsche-rich second-generation Chen Xinxiang, with such a mysterious and arrogant super-rich second generation like him present, who among the women would pay attention to him? At this moment, bottles of Feitian Mao Tai were successively placed on each table. 3 bottles of 500 milliliters Feitian Mao Tai were also placed on table 9, causing the hands of the 3 men at table 9 to tremble as they picked up their chopsticks, just because they knew deeply. Although the super-rich second generation at the neighboring table would not force them to drink, the 3 of them must drink today, even if it means ending up in the hospital. They were well aware of the consequences of not drinking, because the fate of those young workers who offended them in the past was all arranged by them. However, they were once in control. Now they were like 3 begging dogs. They looked at Morong Qianyu, hoping someone would step forward to mediate, but Morong Qianyu just pursed his lips and continued to eat the emperor crab meat. After Chen Xinxiang introduced himself, Morong Qianyu already knew who he was. The young master of the Chun Group, a notorious playboy in Nanhang City, certainly not with a good reputation. If it weren't for him stealing Mr. Meng's girlfriend, Morong Qianyu, considering the relationship between the Chen and Morong families, would have helped Chen Xinxiang a bit. After all, it wouldn't look good if he ended up in the hospital. But Chen Xinxiang had audaciously offended Mr. Meng, who had a deposit of millions, so he was digging his own grave. Morong Qianyu still wanted to win Meng Chen's favor. How could he speak up for him? Chen Xinxiang's 2 drinking buddies' faces turned cold. Disaster was imminent. The opponent had a strong background. They no longer cared about brotherly feelings. Each picked up a bottle of Feitian Mao Tai and started chugging. Their Adam's apples bobbed up and down as they swallowed heavily. In the transparent body of Feitian Mao Tai, the liquid rapidly decreased at a visible speed. Their bodies and alcohol tolerance were better than Chen Xian's. Forcing down a bottle of Feitian Maotai, although uncomfortable, it wasn't hospital-worthy. Good. Good. Both of you have great alcohol tolerance. I, Meng, have average tolerance. I admire your ability to drink like water. You two are my friends now. Meng Chen laughed heartily. The two blushing men, overjoyed at his words, excused themselves. Meng, you flatter us. In that case, we have some matters to attend to at home, so we'll take our leave and not disturb your enjoyment, big brother. Meng Chen smiled calmly. No problem, after drinking so much, it's time to go back and rest. The two, feeling pardoned, stood up holding their stomachs and left in embarrassment. The four women at Meng Chen's table chuckled at the sight of the two men's awkward departure. At this moment, all eyes unconsciously focused on table 9, where Chen Xian sat alone. Feeling the unusual gazes, Chen Xian, who valued his reputation, suddenly felt uneasy. His hand holding the Feitian Maotai trembled, showing signs of struggle. Although he was ruthless towards others and often resorted to coercion, the more ruthless the person, the more they feared tough situations, lacking the courage to be decisive. Wang Li, seeing Chen Xian's pathetic appearance, sneered slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. She had thought Chen Xian, although a playboy mingling in society, was a prominent figure in high society. She didn't expect him to appear so disgraceful in front of a wealthier second generation. The two women at table 9 also showed disdain in their eyes. Birds of a feather flocked together. Among the wealthy second generation, the person at table 8 was much more formidable than Chen Xian. People whispered quietly, seriously? Just drinking a bottle of Maotai, why hesitate for so long? My wife gave birth naturally. Looks like a rich man, but hesitates over such a small matter. What a disappointment. These three girls have bad luck in choosing partners. Ah, I really want to go to table 8 for food and drinks. My looks and figure can't compare to theirs. Why hasn't a handsome and wealthy man invited me? Who wouldn't want to taste the 9 supreme crab and emperor red wine? Forget it. I heard that the masked young master in table 9 definitely have a grudge. I wonder how they provoked him, or it wouldn't have escalated to this point. Because Meng Chen treated all the diners at Jin Yutang to a bottle of Feitian Maotai, the diners clearly sided with Meng Chen. After all, it's easy to be swayed by kindness. This was also part of Meng Chen's plan. Chen Xian's face twitched, provoked by the cold words of the crowd. He coughed violently, blood streaks appearing on the tissue, a shocking sight. He was so scared that the bottle of Feitian Maotai slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground, spilling the clear Maotai liquor everywhere. Chen Xian lowered his head and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, brother, I wasted your goodwill. I will definitely come to apologize in person in the future. Secretly relieved, he no longer had to face the dilemma. It's okay, just a small amount of money. Waiter, bring another case of Feitian Maotai to table 9. Meng Chen glanced at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. A case? Chen Xian's face changed dramatically, unable to stop himself from shivering. At table 8. Wang Li looked at Meng Chen in disbelief. When Meng Chen referred to himself as Meng, she was shocked, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. However, after a moment's thought, she dismissed her suspicions. After being in a relationship with Meng Chen for 7 years, how could she not know the background of her ex-boyfriend? Moreover, the two men were only similar in appearance, with vastly different voices and tastes in clothing. Meng Chen couldn't possibly be the prestigious wealthy second generation. Morong Group's daughter is even less likely to want to be his companion. Meng Chen calmly spoke, don't you like crab meat? Miss Wang, why are you looking at me like that? After experiencing the initial anger of betrayal, he had calmed down, just as Wang Li had said when they broke up. They were just not suitable for each other. With Morong Qianyu's stunning beauty by his side, how could he be fixated on a materialistic woman who abandoned him? In the past, he couldn't see Wang Li's true colors because love clouded his judgment. Now, looking at it objectively, he realized that Wang Li was not suitable to marry. Of course, he would not easily let go of this pair of despicable lovers. Facing Meng Chen's question, Wang Li waved her hands repeatedly. No, thank you for your hospitality. The crab meat is delicious. I have never eaten such tender and refreshing crab meat before. The Romani Conti wine is also very good. This is the best meal I have ever had in my life. What she said was indeed true. Leaving aside the 5 bottles of Romani Conti wine worth over 3 million, just this 66-pound emperor crab was not something an ordinary family could afford. The reason I was staring at you, and I'm not afraid to say it, is that my ex-boyfriend bears some resemblance to you in appearance. Of course, there is a world of difference between you and him. His voice is not as pleasant as yours, Wang Li answered truthfully. Wu Rui sarcastically interjected, oh, now you're calling him sir. After finishing the meal, are you going to call him husband directly? That unlucky and poor ex-boyfriend of yours, how dare he compare himself to Mr. Meng? You really know how to flatter yourself. Even Wang Li's best friend, Zhao Yinger, couldn't bear to watch. Lily, you've gone too far. Mr. Meng has supported you for 7 years. During these 7 years, from pocket money, living expenses, to salary and bonuses, everything was spent on you. If you meet a better man and leave, that's one thing, but now you're here to take advantage of him? Please, have some dignity. Zhao Yinger sighed softly. Materialistic as she was, Wang Li's behavior was indeed a bit excessive in her eyes. Wasn't this bullying an honest person? Such a heartless best friend was better off without. Who knows, she might turn around and sell her one day. Betrayed by her best friend, Wang Li became anxious. It was all Mr. Meng's choice to spend money. I didn't force him. Pursuing a better quality of life is my personal right. Why should I endure hardships with him? Wang Li looked pitifully at Meng Chen and whispered, Sir, what do you think? Meng Chen and Murong Qianyu exchanged a glance, both with a somewhat strange expression on their faces. You're right. I think you made the right choice. It's not good for both parties to be together if it's not a good fit. Murong Qianyu smiled and surprisingly spoke up. With Murong Qianyu's support, Wu Rui and Zhao Yinger suddenly dared not speak. Meng Chen lowered his head, his eyes under the mask inexplicably filled with sadness, for his past self who was once infatuated. Waiter, how do you do things? Open the wine for Miss Wang, he suddenly spoke. The waiter's face immediately showed fear, quickly picked up the corkscrew, and opened the bottle of Romanée-Conti wine that Meng Chen had given to Wang Li. In fact, this was not a careless mistake by the waiter. He had noticed the only unopened bottle of Romanée-Conti wine on the table. Obviously, Miss Wang did not intend to drink it at the banquet but planned to return it after the banquet. After all, returning excess cigarettes and alcohol was quite common in restaurants, usually done by the host of the party. However, there were also many guests who liked to return the good wine given to them by the host for a refund. Although the waiter despised such behavior, he had long been accustomed to it. Wang Li looked heartbroken at the opened bottle of Romanée-Conti 1990, which cost a whopping 600,000 naya. She had completely forgotten. This wine was meant for her to drink at the banquet, not to keep for money. Is that so, sir? Some people really take advantage of free food and drinks, and even plan to exchange wine for money? Isn't that too shameless? Wu Rui pretended to be shocked. Wang Li's face turned red and she argued, How can you falsely accuse me like that? Am I that kind of person? I just thought 4 bottles of Condi red wine were enough for the 5 of us, and the remaining bottle could be taken back by the young master for personal enjoyment. Isn't that better? As she spoke, she cautiously looked towards Meng Chen, afraid of being disliked by this young master Meng. In her view, as long as she could establish a relationship with this prestigious Meng young master, she might have the opportunity to truly enter high society, maybe even marry into a wealthy family. As for her ex-boyfriend Meng Chen, at this moment in her mind, the two of them were no longer in the same world. I didn't expect Miss Wang to be so considerate, but it's not necessary. Good wine should be enjoyed at banquets to be fully appreciated. Miss Wu must have misunderstood. There are no such despicable people in this world. Meng Chen raised his eyebrows lightly. Wu Rui didn't dare to contradict young Master Meng and could only insincerely apologize to Wang Li. I'm sorry, it seems I misunderstood you, Miss Wang Li. You couldn't possibly be that kind of shameless person. She deliberately emphasized the words shameless person. Wang Li gritted her teeth in anger. The diners in the Jinyutang all sneered at this, but no one exposed the truth. After all, this young Master Meng's status was superior. He might be from a prominent family in the capital, wealthy and well-connected, not familiar with the twists and turns of the common people, so it was normal. At this moment, the waiter brought a box of Feitian Maotai and placed it on table 9. The diner's eyes once again focused on Chen Xinxiang, ready to see the joke of this rich second-generation fool. These days, it was common for rich second generation to use money to bully workers, not much of a spectacle. Some diners even felt a bit sympathetic towards the workers who were being humiliated, but it was rare to see a super-rich second generation being challenged by another super-rich second generation. They also wanted to see the excitement. Chen Xinxiang looked at the box of Maotai on the table, wanting to leave regardless of the consequences. He knew young Master Meng would not stop him from leaving, but doing so would be a blow to young Master Meng's face. Afterwards, he would inevitably be held accountable, and his fate would probably be worse than ending up in the hospital. Morong Qianyu shook the empty wineglass in her hand, with red wine stains on her lips. The Chen family is one of the 8 great families in Nanhang. How did it end up in your hands and ruined? If you get hit, you should stand up straight, not drinking the toast. You should drink the penalty wine. Chen Xinxiang shivered at the words. If this matter was mishandled and reported back to the Chun family, his father, upon knowing about it, would probably directly break one of his legs. This was the cruelty of the aristocratic families. Chen Xinxiang looked at Morong Qinyu with resentment. Trembling, he picked up a bottle of Maotai and opened it, gritting his teeth, and blew into the bottle. People die, birds fly upside down, isn't it just ending up in the hospital? Damn it! Inside the Jinyutang, under the gloating gazes of the diners, the entire 500 milliliters bottle of wine was poured into Chen Xinxiang's mouth, sip by sip. After finishing it, he started coughing violently, propped himself up on the table, and staggered towards the door. In a daze, Chen Xinxiang secretly vowed that if he ever sat at table 9 again, he would be a dog. Wait! Meng Chen suddenly called out to him. Drunk, Chen Xinxiang's psychological defense completely collapsed. He turned around with tears streaming down his face. Young Master Meng, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have sat at table 9 in front of you. 9 is the supreme number. I'm not worthy at all. Please, sir, have mercy. Treat me like a fart and let me go. The three women sitting at table 9 finally showed a look of sudden realization. They had been wondering why Meng Chen had been targeting table 9 since he came in, and now they finally understood. Meng Chen sat at table number 8, while Chen Xinxiang and his group sat at table number 9, which is considered an auspicious number. It is a taboo in many ancient families due to its association with the imperial dynasty. No wonder Chen Xinxiang and his group preferred to sit at table number 9 during meals. If the table was occupied by workers, they would even ask them to give up their seats. If any worker dared to resist, Chen Xinxiang would resort to the methods of a wealthy second generation to show them the harsh realities of society. However, this time the roles were reversed, and the one being oppressed turned out to be Chen Xinxiang, the perpetrator. It can only be said that evildoers will eventually face retribution. People are different, and there are always higher powers. The guests chuckled. They had already vaguely guessed this, otherwise why were tables 8 and 9 empty when these two numbers are considered so auspicious? However, this was only applicable to the Golden Hall of the Marriott restaurant, a place frequented by aristocratic descendants. If it were a street-side restaurant, there would not be so many considerations. Young people nowadays like to act big, not understanding that there are always people better than them. But, I believe this young Master Meng is definitely worthy of table number 9, accompanied by Morong Qianjin. He is probably a scion of a prominent family in the capital, and few in Nanhang City would dare to provoke him. Chen's kid is also unlucky, running into young Master Meng. If he had encountered young Master Morong or young Master Wang, he would have been given some face. As the crowd murmured, Meng Chen's lips curled slightly, and he reached up to remove the mask from his face. Chen Xinxiang, do you know who I am? As soon as he spoke, everyone's gaze focused on his face. It was a handsome face with sharp features, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. Dressed in Armani menswear, he exuded an air of nobility. He was Meng Chen? Chen Xinxiang stood dumbfounded in place, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. Meng Chen is just a poor loser. I took his girlfriend, played around for a while, and he couldn't possibly do anything to me. It must be because I drank too much. At this moment, he felt like he was going crazy because the face behind the mask turned out to be Wang Li's ex-boyfriend. Chen Xinxiang still had some impression of this handsome face because he had once pursued a military school goddess during his university days, who happened to have a crush on Meng Chen. When she rejected him, it caused quite a commotion at the military school and severely damaged his reputation. She boldly declared that if Chen Xinxiang dared to affect Meng Chen's graduation, she would send him to serve the country at the border for 3 years. This terrified Chen Xinxiang. As for a playboy like him who had been emptied by wine and women, serving at the border for 3 years would be a fate worse than death. It was said that the woman had remained chaste and had never been in a relationship. It was out of jealousy that Chen Xinxiang seduced Wang Li. After all, if even the guy that woman desired was taken by Wang Li, wasn't Wang Li superior to her? In a sense, although Meng Chen had no connection with that woman, he could be considered Chen Xinxiang's half-rival in love. Snatching the girlfriend of a rival in love was definitely stimulating. Looking back now, he suddenly felt that everything was unreal. Could Meng Chen really be a hidden wealthy young master? Some legitimate descendants of certain families indeed like to conceal their identities and travel the world. Otherwise, how could one explain the behavior of that woman and Morong Qianyu? One goddess might fall for a poor guy due to emotions, but if two goddesses fell for the same man, there must be some hidden secrets. So, from start to finish, was he just a clown? Like a circus monkey that amused others? Chen Xinxiang looked at the calm expression on Meng Chen's face, let out a bitter smile, and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, collapsing on the ground amidst the gasps of the crowd. He lost. He lost to Meng Chen, completely and utterly. Meng Chen calmly said, "Call an ambulance, put the medical bill on my account." The waiter respectfully agreed and bowed 90 degrees to Meng Chen. The young master Meng at table 8 is too terrifying. With just a few words, he made a rich second-generation spit blood and faint, and even took the initiative to pay for the medical expenses, without any fault in etiquette. Is this the young master of the imperial capital's prestigious family? So terrifying. As for whether the medical bill can be charged to the restaurant's account? Of course, it's not possible for ordinary guests, but for a VIP like young Master Meng, the Grand Marriott restaurant will definitely have someone to handle it separately, providing a one-stop service. Wang Li looked at Meng Chen's handsome face, feeling both familiar and unfamiliar. Seeing him sitting next to Mu Rong Qianyu at this moment, she felt a mix of emotions in her heart. Have you secretly hooked up with Miss Mu Rong a long time ago? Wang Li still held a glimmer of hope. Since all the money for eating and drinking comes from Miss Mu Rong, she has nothing to regret. She can even mock Meng Chen for being a kept man. Before Meng Chen could speak, Mu Rong Qianyu spoke up first. What do you mean by Meng Chen hooking up with her? Does the young Master Meng, who has a deposit of over 10,000, still need a sugar mommy? Even if there is a sugar mommy who wants to support him, which sugar mommy is richer than the world's richest person? Mu Rong Qianyu had every reason to suspect that Meng Chen's foolish ex-girlfriend was insinuating and questioning her private life, implying that she was keeping a kept man. Could she, a young lady, tolerate this? Wang Li, right? Please watch your mouth. This lady has been chaste for 24 years. It's not your place to point fingers here. You don't need to evade reality anymore. Young Master Meng is richer than our Mu Rong group. Regret it as much as you want. Wang Li's face turned pale, as if there were countless mosquitoes flying in front of her. It's impossible. He's just a poor boy, his parents are laborers, he can only be a laborer for his whole life. I don't believe it, you're all lying to me, the whole world is deceiving me. For a materialistic woman, missing the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family is 100 times more painful than being killed. No! The pain of being torn apart by 5 horses is nothing compared to the intense pain in her heart at this moment. Once there was a sincere diamond-like love in front of her, easily within reach, but she kicked it away, and now that she has lost it completely, she regrets it deeply. Finally, in extreme regret and self-blame in her heart, Wang Li's emotions fluctuated too much, her eyes went black, and she fainted on the table. The diners suddenly realized the real reason why Chen Xinxian was being criticized, and began to discuss it quietly. Damn! So young Master Meng and Chen Xinxian do have a history. Unbelievable! That kind of woman like Wang Li actually managed to attract the attention of young Master Meng. God is really unfair. Does that mean I also have a chance with young Master Meng? Humph. Look at the affectionate look in Miss Mu Rong's eyes. Where do you still have a chance with your vulgar appearance? Being a mistress might be more suitable for you. Hey, if it's a high, rich, and handsome guy like young Master Meng, being a mistress is worth considering. Chen Xinxiang is really asking for trouble, daring to snatch young Master Meng's girlfriend. But he inadvertently did a good thing, otherwise a young, wealthy, and handsome man like young Master Meng would have been ruined by a materialistic woman like Wang Li. And these two materialistic women, they don't seem to be good people either. Exactly. In ancient times, they would have been put in a pig cage. Zhao Yinger and Wu Rui exchanged a glance, seeing fear and worry in each other's eyes, afraid of being implicated. But Meng Chen never looked at them again. Just a man drinking alone, he has been in love with Wang Li for 7 years. But one day he woke up to realize it was all an illusion. Heartbreak is inevitable. People are not made of wood, who can be heartless? Morong Qianyu didn't say any comforting words, just held his glass and drank with Meng Chen. Soon, the ambulance arrived. Chen Xinxiang and Wang Li, this pair of lovers, were carried on stretchers and taken out of the Marriott Hotel. Meng Chen leaned in and whispered to Morong Qianyu, "The past is in the past, Morong Beauty, can you please take me home?" By now, he was a bit drunk and his actions were bolder. Morong Qianyu softly agreed, feeling the scent of alcohol on her cheek. She felt a bit unsure as she lowered her head. She was a bit afraid of what might happen when they arrived at Meng Chen's home, but deep down, she was also a bit curious. After all, she had been single for 24 years and finally met a man who made her heart flutter. Plus, after drinking a bit of alcohol, it was hard to control her emotions. However, she was also a bit curious. What kind of low-key luxury would Mr. Meng's home be like? However, just as Meng Chen finished paying the bill and they were about to leave the Marriott Hotel and get into the car, a luxurious convoy approached them. Wow! Quite a grand scene. Meng Chen sighed inwardly. There were more than 30 cars in total, each one a Porsche luxury car. These are the license plates of the Wang Group. It seems that that foolish person from the Wang family has arrived. Could it be for the matter of the Chen family boy? It shouldn't be, he's not that foolish. Morong Chin Yu frowned slightly. She seemed to have a strong dislike for that young master from the Wang family. This puzzled Meng Chen a bit. In their casual conversation, he had somewhat understood the relationship between the Morong group and the Wang group, which could be described as a long-standing friendship. Moreover, the young master Wang was not like Chen Xinxiang, a playboy from an aristocratic family. He even ranked 20th on the Forbes Global Young Billionaires list, definitely qualifying as a promising new generation entrepreneur in the country. How did he become the foolish person in Morong Chin Yu's eyes? To be honest, if he hadn't met Morong Chin Yu, Meng Chen probably would have wanted to make friends with him. After all, when traveling abroad with no shortage of money, making friends with more young wealthy people would definitely help him adapt to the new world. Chin Yu, you're really here. Weren't you supposed to experience the life of a cashier? Follow me to be the vice president of the company for 2 years, and directly take over the existing company of the Morong Group, wouldn't that be great? Before the person arrived, his voice was heard. A hearty Beijing accent made Meng Chen feel very comfortable. The main speaker, the young master Wang, was wearing a sharp brand-name suit and shiny crocodile leather shoes, walking towards them surrounded by a group of bodyguards. The first impression that the young master Wang gave Meng Chen was that of a sunny and handsome successful person, almost like the template of a Prince Charming in the hearts of college girls. However, whether in terms of looks or physique, the young master Wang was slightly inferior to Meng Chen. Most importantly, there was a huge gap between being ranked 20th on the Forbes Young Billionaires list and being the richest person in the world. Meng Chen keenly noticed two familiar faces among the crowd, although the two young men kept their heads down and did not dare to meet Meng Chen's gaze. They were the two drinking buddies of Chen Xinxiang from the Golden Hall. So, were they brought here as reinforcements? Or were they planning to stir up trouble and provoke a war between Meng Chen and the young master Wang? The young master Wang led his subordinates to Morong Chin Yu's side. Morong Chin Yu seemed a bit impatient. Stop calling me Chin Yu? Do we have any relationship at all? Stop talking nonsense, stay away from me if you have nothing to do. Sai, you don't even give me any face in front of outsiders. This time I came with the president of Xiaogua Bank to visit an extremely distinguished guest. If I have the chance to meet him, I estimate he would casually give me some opportunities, and I might have a chance to be the top of the global young rich list. Chin Yu, do you want to come with me to see? Wang Dashao's attitude towards Morong Chin Yu was obviously not surprising. His face still had a bright smile, sincerely inviting. I warn you again, don't be so intimate, don't let Mr. Meng misunderstand. Morong Chin Yu looked somewhat helpless. If it were someone else sticking to her like this, she would have already let the bodyguards catch him and throw him into the Huangpu River for a bath. But the Morong family and the Wang family were old acquaintances. No matter how willful she was, she couldn't go too far. Wang Dashao looked somewhat astonished. Mr. Meng misunderstood? Is it the Mr. Meng who had his girlfriend stolen by the Chun family kid? A man who couldn't even be suppressed by a mere aristocratic playboy, dared to compete with him, Wang Dashao, for a woman? And it seemed that Morong Chin Yu was serious? Is this the extinction of human nature, or the decline of morality? This world is too crazy. In his impression, Morong Chin Yu had always been a very rational woman, and her standards for choosing a partner were almost harsh. She shouldn't be blinded by love at first sight. Wang Dashao turned around, quickly scanned Meng Chen, and took the initiative to extend his right hand, smiling. Hello, brother Meng, nice to meet you, I'm Wang Zhang. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face with your hand. Besides, he and Wang Zhang currently had no substantial conflicts. Meng Chen's lips slightly curled up, and he shook hands tightly with Wang Zhang. Hello, I'm Meng Chen. From Wang Zhang's simple and humble self-introduction, Meng Chen could tell that Wang Zhang was definitely not a playboy second generation, and it was more appropriate to call him a young entrepreneur. Wealthy families advocate elite education. Under a large amount of educational resources, most second-generation wealthy often have excellent abilities in cultivation. Of course, there are playboys, like Chen Xinxiang. And the playboys are often more high-profile, often active in the public eye and artistic works, leaving the public with the stereotype that the second-generation wealthy are playboys. Brother Meng, I didn't expect Xin Yu to agree to be pursued by you. I'm really envious. There are 3,000 weak waters in the world, but I only love this one ladle. I'm afraid I can't let you have it. Wang Zheng shrugged. A smell of gunpowder spread between the two men. Meng Chen raised his eyebrows. I'm afraid you misunderstood me and her. But before he could finish, Morong Chin Yu interrupted. It's not Mr. Meng pursuing me, it's me who wants to pursue him. Wang Zhang, you fool, do you have to anger me to death before you're satisfied? Morong Chin Yu was really angry. Staring with a pair of watery eyes, she stared at Wang Zhang. How could the two of them, who had grown up playing together in the courtyard, have such a big grudge that this fool had to pursue her and even ruin her pursuit of her beloved? As a lady from a prestigious family, couldn't she be a bit reserved? Did she really have to be forced to take the initiative? Is he really a bad teammate? Wang Zhang stared at Morong Qianyu in shock, as if petrified, standing still for tens of seconds. Morong Qianyu chasing after Meng Chen? How is that possible? The people around Wang Zhang were also shocked. The noble miss of the Morong group was actually pursuing a relatively unknown Mr. Meng. If this news spread to the upper-class circles, it would surely drop a lot of jaws. Who exactly is Mr. Meng? It wasn't until Meng Chen and Morong Qianyu both got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the driver ignited the engine, that everyone woke up from the low engine noise. Wang Zhang quickly spoke up, Qianyu, are you really not considering it anymore? The love between children can be put on hold for now, but that person is a mysterious figure that even the president of Xia Country Bank wants to personally meet, with a huge amount of cash deposits, and very low-key. Missing this opportunity may make it difficult to meet such a person in the future. Haven't you always wanted to start a business and are looking for angel investors? This is the best opportunity. I dare say it's hard to find a richer tycoon than him in the whole world. Morong Qianyu looked at Wang Zhang with a strange expression. Low-key? Xia Country Bank? Huge cash deposits? Does that mean that the person Wang Zhang and the president of Xia Country Bank eagerly want to meet is the person sitting next to her, Meng Chen? Morong Qianyu suddenly felt a bit sorry for Wang Zhang. Thinking that he is also the first heir of the Wang Group, he is used to being high and mighty in the company. If he knew that Meng Chen was the mysterious figure he praised to the skies, would he be so angry that he coughed up blood? No need, Wang Zhang. I'm actually not interested in angel investments from mysterious tycoons. I just simply like low-key handsome guys and want to visit his home. Isn't that right, handsome Meng? Morong Qianyu blinked. Meng Chen smiled without commenting. Wang Zhang watched the Rolls-Royce Phantom drive away, feeling a bit stung in his heart. The woman he deeply loved actually went home with another man. And that man was even more handsome than him. Did Morong Qianyu change her mind? Suddenly lost interest in starting a business and just wants to find a tall, rich, and handsome man to spend her life with? This is too painful. However, in his heart, women are ultimately not as important as the world. So he didn't drive to catch up. Still waiting for the arrival of the president of Xia Country Bank. This opportunity to meet is too rare. If they can get to know that distinguished person, the Wang Group is very likely to break out of the Asia-Pacific region and move towards the world. They absolutely cannot miss it because of personal affairs. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove towards Meng Chen's home. Inside the car, Morong Qianyu explained cautiously, well, just now, I was a bit embarrassed. That Wang Zhang is really annoying. It's okay, you acted as a shield for me, and I helped you, so we're even. Meng Chen waved his hand, looking very relaxed. But when Meng Chen thought of the angel investment, he curiously asked, Miss Morong, are you planning to start a business? With the scale of your Morong Group, you shouldn't need to attract investors yourself, right? Meng Chen studied at a university in Nanhang City and worked for half a year after graduation, so he had some understanding of the well-known Morong Group in Nanhang City. He even submitted his resume to a subsidiary of the Morong Group. Morong Qianyu smiled bitterly, no. If a family member wants to start a business, they cannot use any resources from the family, and even companies related to the Morong family will deliberately exclude companies founded by family members. Meng Chen was surprised. Aren't they all family? How come they are fighting internally? Morong Qianyu continued, this can be considered a test. Family members enjoy the best education, so naturally they face higher challenges. And if a family member successfully starts a business against all odds, they are very likely to be the next head of the family, which is a further opportunity for the entire family. Wang Zhang is a prime example, although his company is not yet comparable to the Wang Group. However, he is the highest flyer in the rich second-generation circle of Nanhang. Of course, if that woman is still in Nanhang, it's hard to say. Meng Chen rubbed his chin. I see. He somewhat understood the reason why aristocratic families could last for thousands of years. By the way, Mr. Meng, have you received any strange phone calls? Morong Qianyu asked. Unconsciously, she leaned against Meng Chen again. Meng Chen scratched his head. It seems like a few bank presidents or something. I can't be bothered. Isn't it? What does the bank president have to do with a worker like him? It's definitely a scam call. Even Emperor Qin Shi Huang would make phone calls to raise money, so what's the big deal about receiving calls from a few bank presidents? Morong Qianyu's expression turned strange. The bank president's calls are too lazy to be bothered with? If this were in the Morong family, they would have to treat them like honored guests. Is this the difference between an ordinary family and a hidden family? Morong Qianyu's breathing became somewhat rapid.
No wonder she has been in Nanhang City for so many years and has never heard of Mr. Meng's name. Mr. Meng is really too low-key. Miss Mu Rong, are you drunk? Meng Chen asked with some concern. A hint of cunning flashed in Mu Rong Qianyu's eyes. Brother Meng, we have fought side by side and are friends, just call me Qianyu. I am a bit drunk, is it okay if I lean on your shoulder? Now she is not in a hurry to invest. Anyway, Meng Chen has plenty of money, as long as she finds an opportunity to take him to her team for a tour and introduce the company's project prospects. Meng Chen has so much idle money, there is no reason to refuse the opportunity to invest and make money. However, if the scene where Mu Rong Qianyu actively asks the man to call her Qianyu reaches Wang Zhang's ears, Wang Zhang would probably cry in the toilet. Without waiting for Meng Chen's consent, Mu Rong Qianyu leaned on his shoulder, and half of her body even squeezed into his arms. With the fragrance of jasmine and the softness of jade in his arms, Meng Chen couldn't help but feel a bit restless. Facing Mu Rong Qianyu, this beauty who looks like a celestial being, if he says he is not moved at all, it would definitely be a lie. The Rolls-Royce Phantom Jasmine was speeding, and the man and woman in the back seat were immersed in the elegant aroma of Kandi red wine, embracing each other in silence. Mu Rong Qianyu half squinted her slender phoenix eyes, looking at the handsome face so close. Her heart was pounding like a deer, even her breathing became heavy. Beep beep, the phone suddenly rang, breaking the beautiful silence. Meng Chen picked up the phone and saw that it was their company's WeChat work group. Zhang Rongfan, Ed Meng Chen, what's wrong with you, Meng? Last month's sales didn't meet the target, and you were late for work this afternoon. Hurry up and roll into the company. Liu, Manager Zhang, I don't think this Meng Chen is doing well, he's late just after the probation period. Su Qiner, no, I remember handsome Meng met the target last month. Lu Haifeng, Su girl, you must be mistaken. Meng Chen frowned slightly. His sales performance last month far exceeded the standard, how could it not have met the target? Manager Zhang Rongfang, that fat guy. He must be jealous and withholding his performance again. Is it wrong to be handsome? But Meng Chen didn't care. Working in the real estate sales industry is exhausting, and after a year, he only earns 200,000 Nan Yuan, not even a penny more. Thinking of this, Meng Chen couldn't be bothered to reply, so he directly blocked the messages. Brother Meng, whose message is it? Of course, I'm just asking casually, Mu Rong Qianyu pouted, apparently dissatisfied with this WeChat message. Meng Chen glanced at her casually. It's the company's manager who was criticizing me for being late for work in the work group, but I'm too lazy to deal with them now. Mu Rong Qianyu nodded understandingly. Experiencing the life of the rich doesn't mean really caring about work identity, just like when she was a cashier. When she wanted to be a cashier, she was a responsible and pretty cashier. But when she was busy, the identity of a cashier had nothing to do with her. However, Mu Rong Qianyu was still a bit angry. That company's manager is really rude, isn't it just being late? He specifically sent a WeChat message to criticize, using vulgar language. It's simply toxic. To be honest, it's best not to let her know the name of that small company, otherwise she will definitely make her father require it, then sign a 1-year contract with that manager, and then demote him to be a janitor for a year to reform his attitude. The young lady from a wealthy family can be so willful. Amidst the friction of cars and tires, a shiny Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the gate of an old residential area, attracting a group of passers-by to stop and watch. After all, the Rolls-Royce Lely Phantom, worth 40 million Nan Yuan, has a really cool design. And the pure gold statue of the flying goddess on the front of the car is like a firefly in the dark, standing out among the crowd. What amazed the onlookers even more was the 4 escorting bodyguard cars. Who is this important figure that has arrived? How can there be such a grand display? The driver bowed and opened the rear door, and Mu Rong Qianyu stepped out of the Rolls-Royce with her long legs, looking around with a slight frown. Her black waist-length straight hair, a fitted purple dress, revealed her slender waist. Her exquisite face, lightly powdered, was already enchanting. Her plump and round jade legs were long and straight, paired with coffee-colored patterned stockings, stepping on a pair of crystal high heels with diamonds, making her unforgettable. The onlookers were all stunned, unable to speak in awe of Mu Rong Qianyu's beauty and figure. However, Meng Chen then got out of the car. Mu Rong Qianyu smiled and took Meng Chen's arm, breaking the hearts of the onlookers. Meng Chen looked at Mu Rong Qianyu strangely. Is she drunk? Or not? Women are really strange creatures. It wasn't until the two entered the residential area that people dared to start discussing. Wow! Who is this big star, even more beautiful than on TV? She's not a star, probably a daughter of some wealthy family. Didn't you see all those bodyguards? Besides, when do stars look this beautiful off-screen? Amazing! 3 years of hard work, totally worth it. Go to bed, those 4 bodyguard cars are not just for show, but that young handsome guy looks familiar.
Seems like that Meng surname college student who has been living in the neighborhood for half a year. Didn't expect he's actually a low-key big shot. I should have built a good relationship with him even if it meant bankrupting myself. It's too late. He's not pretending anymore, he's already revealed himself, probably moving back to the mansion soon. I heard that this is popular in high society now, they call it experiencing life. Yeah, I heard that the cashier at the supermarket in Wufu Jing Shopping Plaza today is the daughter of the Morong Group. Don't know if it's true. Anyway, when I went there, she was already gone. Ah, I've heard that Morong's daughter is as beautiful as a goddess, as cold as an iceberg. I wonder how she compares to the one we just saw. They should be equally stunning. Both are beauties, but what does it have to do with us working folks? Even if we were lucky enough to get them, we couldn't afford to keep them. Amidst the stares and the accompanying bodyguards, Meng Chen and Morong Qianyu arrived downstairs. Meng Chen looked down at the crystal high heels on Morong Qianyu's feet. This made Morong Qianyu feel a bit shy, yet happy. She was quite confident in the beauty of her legs and feet, even compared to international supermodels, she was not inferior. Meng Ge, how about we go see your place later? There are too many people here. Morong Qianyu murmured with her head down. Meng Chen's lips slightly curled up. No, you misunderstood. I was just thinking, my home is on the 8th floor and there's no elevator. How will you go up in high heels? Then, how about next time you come again? Meng Chen suggested. Morong Qianyu was dumbfounded. Indeed, fantasies are beautiful, but reality is harsh. However, she is not just an ordinary rich girl. She gave Meng Chen a stern look and said, "This is the last time. Don't think you can shake me off. You haven't even added me on WeChat. How are you going to contact me?" Meng Chen cleared his throat and said, "I forgot. Scan me, and we can stay in touch." He then took out his phone and opened his personal WeChat code. Morong Qianyu quickly scanned it, saw the friend verification passed, and thought to herself happily, her father, the presidents of major banks, Wang Zhang, and others were all looking for a mysterious wealthy man. Who would have thought she had beaten them to it? This is the luck a beautiful girl should have. Wait a minute, when you say stay in touch, doesn't that mean don't bother me if there's nothing important? Are you avoiding me, Meng Chen? Morong Qianyu pouted. Meng Chen shrugged and walked towards the building entrance, starting to climb the stairs. Morong Qianyu stomped her foot, instructed the bodyguard to wait downstairs, and then followed him upstairs. However, by the time she reached the 2nd floor, she was already feeling out of breath and had to beg Meng Chen to wait for her. It was indeed a bit challenging for a young lady to climb stairs in high heels. In the end, Meng Chen, worried she might twist her ankle, ended up carrying her to the 8th floor. For Meng Chen, who had been on the track team, carrying Morong Qianyu up the stairs was relatively easy. There's so much dust here. And snack wrappers. Does the property management not take care of this? This is an old residential area. There's no property management. Meng Chen, am I too heavy? Not too bad, probably around 100 pounds. But considering you're about 5 feet 7 inches tall, that weight is quite slim. Meng Chen, do you want to die? Don't move around. If you fall down the stairs later, I won't take responsibility. Morong Qianyu looked fearfully at the stairs, wisely closed her mouth, leaned her cheek against Meng Chen's sturdy back, feeling safe and secure. They had only known each other for less than a day, yet she was already starting to rely on Meng Chen. Perhaps the initial attraction was due to wealth and looks, but after the incident at the Golden Hall, she had begun to admire Meng Chen's intelligence and loyalty. Sometimes she would even fantasize about holding Meng Chen's hand and being the happiest woman in the world. But Meng Chen's perfection always made her feel it wasn't real. They arrived at the 8th floor. Meng Chen touched the rusty door and said, "Morong Qianyu, we're at my place. You can come down by yourself." Meng Chen took out the key from his pocket and opened the rusty door. He walked into the room and turned on the living room light. It was a small apartment with 1 living room, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom, with a small balcony, rented for $1,500 per month. Morong Qianyu followed behind Meng Chen, curiously observing his usual living environment. At first, she was a bit disappointed. Meng Chen's home, whether in terms of furnishings or quality, was as ordinary as it could be, even somewhat shabby. But when she saw the piggy bank on the desk, she was shocked by the long-lost understated luxury. Inside were coins and bills worth more than $1 Naya dollar. $1 Naya dollar equals 100 million Naya. $1 Naya dollar equals 10 billion Naya dollars. There must have been around 100 Naya dollars in that small piggy bank, casually holding over 1 trillion Naya dollars in cash. Was it really okay to keep so much money like this? Was this not a bank vault? Just stay here and don't move. I'll make you a cup of tea. Meng Chen treated Morong Qianyu like an ordinary friend, without unnecessary formalities. As for the scattered coins and bills, Those were thrown around by Meng Chen before opening the system's magic box, as no one had cared about a penny or a dime before.
Let's be honest. When it rained, who would bend down to pick up a dime that fell into dirty water? Not to mention a penny.
But times have changed. A penny can now buy an entire residential building. Morong Chinyu cleverly agreed, but her wandering eyes revealed her excitement and restless heart. After discovering the treasure trove in the piggy bank, Morong Chinyu seemed greatly inspired. She began to carefully examine the first corner of the room as if participating in a real-life puzzle game. Soon, she found a paper airplane made from several 2-yuan banknotes on the bookshelf. This shocked her greatly.
As far as Morong Chinyu knew, 2-yuan banknotes had ceased circulation long ago due to their limited use.
Those who could collect them were all top figures in Xia country, like her grandfather who had one framed alongside several world-famous paintings. Whenever important guests visited, her grandfather would proudly show it off for a long time. She had always been proud of her grandfather for owning a 2-yuan banknote. That is, until Morong Chinyu saw the paper airplane in front of her. Folding a paper airplane with at least 5 2-yuan banknotes was something she had never imagined anyone could do. Even disregarding its collectible value, that was over 10 yuan. Converted to nano-yuan, it was 100 billion, enough to buy a small publicly traded company. This was no ordinary paper airplane, it was a masterpiece. Even the cost of a spaceship from the lighthouse country probably wouldn't match half of this paper airplane. I'm not very good at hands-on skills, so it doesn't look very nice, Meng Chen said as he walked over with 2 cups of tea, handing one to Morong Chinyu.
Morong Chinyu took the teacup and playfully glared at him.
If she didn't know Meng Chen's low-key nature, she would have thought he was showing off his wealth.
Was the key the hands-on skills? Wasn't the key the quality of the paper for folding the airplane?
The 2-yuan banknotes that others treasured as rare items were only fit to be used as materials for folding paper airplanes in Meng Chen's hands. This was simply extravagant.
Morong Chinyu felt sour.
As the heiress of the Morong group, she had always lived a luxurious life, envied by others for her fancy cars and villas. For the first time, she envied someone else for being wealthier than her.
Sipping her tea, Morong Chinyu shook her head. This tea was too ordinary.
It didn't match up to this paper airplane at all.
It seemed that Meng Chen, this low-key gentleman, wouldn't boast about his wealth, so she needed to continue exploring.
Thinking this, Morong Chinyu looked up at the bookshelf, feeling that it was a treasure trove area with more hidden treasures. Suddenly, she saw a book of poetry, which she also liked, on Meng Chen's bookshelf. It seemed they had many common interests.
Standing on tiptoe, Morong Chinyu's slender, jade-like fingers slid over the books on the shelf and took down the book of poetry.
After flipping through it, she widened her eyes in astonishment.
Goodness! What did she see?
There was a 5-yuan banknote used as a bookmark in the book.
Was this the true meaning of a golden house in the book? Let's be honest. 5 yuan equals 50 billion nano-yuan.
With so much money, if converted to gold, it could indeed build a golden palace.
Morong Chinyu almost cried. Why was there such a big difference between her and someone who also loved reading the book of songs?
She had to rack her brains to figure out how to start a business, while he already had 1 trillion nano-yuan in savings, towering above the sky. Even the bookmark in his book was a 5-yuan banknote.
Low-key billionaires were truly terrifying. Meng Chen noticed this and felt it was inappropriate.
After all, 5 yuan was a huge sum in the New World, and using it as a bookmark seemed a bit too extravagant.
Morong Chinyu, help me take out all the banknotes. I'll deposit them in the bank later. Today's visit has attracted too much attention. This place might be targeted by thieves. I need to move.
Meng Hao smiled faintly.
Morong Chinyu suddenly looked embarrassed and said, You probably haven't bought a villa yet, right? Why don't you come stay at my place for a few days?
It's just me and a few maids there, quite empty. Faced with the invitation to live together with a stunning beauty, Meng Chen hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and refusing.
He didn't like the feeling of depending on others.
In the past, he couldn't afford to buy a house, but now he was the richest man in the world.
How could he possibly stay at someone else's place again?
A hint of disappointment flashed in Morong Chinyu's eyes.
The cohabitation request was rejected? Morong Chinyu quickly recovered from the awkward rejection.
The two of them sorted through the books together.
Meng Chen wasn't worried about Morong Chinyu hiding money.
This girl had high standards and came from a wealthy family. Although she needed investment to start a business, she would never resort to theft. The final paper money bookmarks were sorted out, totaling 180 pieces, equivalent to 180 billion yuan. This was definitely a huge sum of money, and it was real cash.
Morong Chinyu suddenly covered her mouth and laughed uncontrollably.
Seeing Meng Chen looking at her with a strange expression, she quickly explained, I was just thinking, if the residents of this building knew that you had so much cash in your room, would they regret it and cry?
Meng Chen folded the 180 pieces of paper money and put them in his jacket pocket. I think they wouldn't want to know the truth. Living too clearly can be exhausting.
After saying that, he gave Morong Chenyu a meaningful look. Indeed, ignorance is bliss. Morong Chenyu smiled brightly. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Meng Chen raised an eyebrow, walked steadily to the front door, and looked through the peephole to see the visitor outside. It turned out to be a voluptuous figure, dressed in cool attire, with golden wavy curls that caught the eye. She was standing in the dusty stairwell talking on the phone, looking out of place.
Sir, is this for real? He had just become rich from the system not long ago, and now he was being targeted by a bad woman? At this moment, he really wanted to post on Jihu, what to do when a big-wave beauty blocks the door. Waiting online. It's urgent. As Meng Chen was slightly flustered, Morong Chenyu walked over with a pink and white phone.
It's the vice president of Nanhang Bank calling for you, a beautiful woman.
Do you want to answer? Meng Chen's expression was somewhat strange as he reached out to take Morong Chenyu's phone. Was the vice president of Nanhang Bank really looking for him? Meng Chen felt a bit dazed. He, a worker with a savings of less than 100,000, could actually receive a call from the vice president of Nanhang Bank?
But soon he realized that the world had changed.
In the new global currency system, 10,000 yuan was enough to buy the entire Penghua company.
The poverty of not being able to afford a house had become a thing of the past. He was now richer than the world's richest man, and all his money was in current accounts. It seemed quite normal for the vice president of Nanhang Bank to come looking for him. So, does that mean those scam calls he had rejected, like from the president of Shagwa Bank or Gongshang Bank, were all real? Thinking of this, Meng Chen, holding Morong Chenyu's phone, showed a hint of excitement on his face. Morong Chenyu muttered, turned and walked into the bedroom. Hello, is this Mr. Meng? I'm already outside your door. Since I climbed 8 floors, could you please open the door and give me a glass of water? Pretty please. A very sweet and soft female voice came from the phone, like a piece of white chocolate, making his heart feel tingly.
Meng Chen opened the door, and a strong fragrance immediately wafted in. Rich but not cloying, charming but not vulgar, a top-quality fragrance. He nodded slightly. Please come in. The big-wave beauty looked at Meng Chen's young face in surprise.
Although she had seen his information before, seeing Meng Chen in person still shocked her with his youthful handsomeness. A long-dormant heart unexpectedly trembled, and the smile on her face became even more charming and attractive.
Thank you, Mr. Meng, for receiving me. You are truly too low-key and mysterious. It's really difficult to meet you. The big-wave beauty gracefully walked into the hall of the room, and Meng Chen casually closed the door. Meng Chen smiled and went to the kitchen to prepare tea for the guest.
The big-wave beauty quickly scanned the furnishings in the hall, paused at the closed bedroom door for a moment, faintly hearing the rustling sound of dressing inside, her expression slightly changing.
This sound? Could it be that Morong Chenyu and Mr. Meng have already reached that stage? Mr.
Meng, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Lingyue, the deputy head of the main branch of Nanhang Bank, and my surname is Wang, with the character you're representing the Divine Pearl.
Wang Lingyue took the teacup with both hands. Wang's surname? Meng Chen raised an eyebrow. May I ask, what is your relationship with Wang Zhang? Xiao Zhang is my elder brother's son, so he is my nephew.
However, because I was born when my mother was middle-aged, I am only a few years older than Xiao Zhang.
Wang Lingyue explained deliberately in detail.
She did not want to inexplicably become the elder in front of this young handsome guy.
Meng Chen looked somewhat strange. So you are Xiao Zhang's aunt?
At this moment, a bold idea came to his mind.
If Meng Chen and Wang Lingyue were together, wouldn't the talented and wealthy Wang Zhang have to call him uncle?
Just thinking about it made him feel quite interesting.
That's right.
However, I am only 3 years older than him, so you don't need to worry about the generation gap.
Wang Lingyue reminded. In ancient prestigious families, such strange age difference in relatives was quite common.
Wang Lingyue sat on the old sofa, fanning her rosy cheeks with her small hand, sweating profusely. Mr.
Meg, I feel so hot.
As she spoke, she took off her coat and unbuttoned a button on her shirt collar.
Meng Chen smiled slightly.
She climbed 8 floors in one breath and drank hot tea, so not feeling hot would be strange. Suddenly, the bedroom door was violently pushed open. A figure rushed out in a panic.
Wang Lingyue, you fox spirit.
I treated you as my best friend, but you want to steal. However, when Morong Chenyu saw the two people talking more than a meter apart with teacups in hand, she had to swallow back the reproachful words halfway and turned it into an awkward cough. She thought something scandalous was happening in the hall. It turned out to be a false alarm.
But in fact, Morong Chenyu also knew very well that outstanding men like Meng Chen were not something she could control. Because if she interfered too much, not to mention getting together, she might not even have a friend. After all, there were so many beauties in the world, but there was only one richest man in front of her. Moreover, he was so young and handsome. He was simply a perfect and impeccable object of affection. So all she could do was to constantly improve herself, show her beauty and thoughtfulness to keep Meng Chen. "Why are you wearing my clothes?" Meng Chen was full of question marks. At this moment, Morong Chenyu had changed into a men's shirt, which looked particularly loose because it was Meng Chen's size. Her fair and tender shoulders were exposed, as if they would shine. Meng Chen was somewhat amazed. A simple shirt was worn by Morong Chenyu in an international fashion style, proving that beautiful women looked good in anything. Morong Chenyu looked a bit proud, making a cheering gesture with her pink fist. "Your house is so messy, I think it needs a thorough cleaning. However, it is obviously not suitable to hire a housekeeper here, so Miss Ben can only do it herself." "What? Do you have any objections?" Meng Chen looked at Morong Chenyu with some suspicion. "Housework? She is the daughter of the Morong group. A lady who doesn't do any household chores. Can she do housework?" Meng Chen expressed doubts. Although he admitted that Morong Chenyu made sense, in a place like his home, where there are places where one can easily find a penny, it is indeed not suitable to hire a housekeeper. After all, a penny is a billion nanos. Meng Chen wouldn't waste time testing the character of a housekeeper with a huge sum of money. "Don't forget when we met today, I am a competent cashier. If you underestimate me, you will be surprised," Morong Chenyu chuckled. Meng Chen helplessly raised his hands. "Alright, do as you please." Wan Lingyue looked at the two who were getting along well and felt very envious. However, she did not dare to suggest cleaning the room together because she had already seen the outrageously expensive paper airplane. Damn! Folding a paper airplane with a $2 coin, is this the fun of low-key wealthy people? Do they know that the entire Wang family doesn't even have a $2 bill? Last time when Wan Lingyue went to visit the Morong family with Mr. Wang, she watched Mr. Morong show off that rare paper bill, and she couldn't help but feel that compared to the Morong family, their Wang family was indeed lacking in heritage. Mr. Wang was so envious that his eyes almost stuck to the frame. After returning, Mr. Wang was so stimulated that he announced a bid of 3 billion nanos to buy a $2 bill, but because this denomination of bill was too rare, or perhaps the collectors themselves were not short of money, he couldn't buy one at all. Unexpectedly, in Mr. Meng's place, it was only worthy of being used as material for folding paper airplanes. Wan Lingyue really wanted to complain at this moment. Although she was a vice president, she still felt that her imagination was limited by poverty. If she had a $2 bill, she would definitely frame it carefully with sandalwood and build a special safe room. Even if she occasionally wanted to show it to guests, she would wear white gloves and carefully take it out with tweezers. She definitely wouldn't dare to fold it into a paper airplane. It's beyond imagination. Of course, even Mr. Wang couldn't collect a $2 bill, so she definitely wouldn't have one. The extravagance of this room can be seen from this paper airplane. Under the ordinary decorations, there must be a staggering amount of wealth hidden. In this situation, it is absolutely impossible to call a housekeeper to clean. Even Wang Lingyue didn't dare to clean, in case she accidentally dropped the paper airplane into the water. The compensation wouldn't be enough even if she sold herself. Moreover, even if she mustered the courage to offer to help clean, would Mr. Meng allow a stranger to casually touch his room? The answer would definitely be no. So she didn't speak up to find trouble for herself. Sitting and watching the angler, having only the desire to catch fish, perhaps that's her current situation. "Miss Wan, may I ask what brings you here this time?" Meng Chen asked casually. The distance in his words made Wang Lingyue feel a bit wronged. Normally, any man outside would be eager to please her, but why was Mr. Meng so indifferent? Can't he give a little face to a 34F panda? However, she did come this time with a request, so naturally she didn't dare to show anything. "Mr. Meng, it's like this. We at Nanhang Bank hope that you can deposit some money with us. The annual interest rate will be higher than that of Xia Country Bank." Wang Lingyue stated her purpose directly. Meng Chen's lips slightly curved up. "Oh? I do have some spare cash. It depends on whether Nanhang Bank is sincere. After all, it's more secure to keep money in the 4 major banks than in local banks." Since it's a business discussion, Meng Chen wouldn't be overly polite. After all, the market is like a battlefield. He cannot earn billions of naras in interest less just because the other party is a beautiful woman. Besides, for small deposits, interest may be the priority, but for huge deposits in the billions, ensuring the stability of the principal and the strength of the financial institution itself are the top priorities.
This is why the four major banks have the lowest interest rates but are the most capable of attracting deposits, because they are backed by the central bank, and the wealthy are not worried at all about the risk of the four major banks collapsing. However, local banks are different. They need to offer higher interest rates to attract wealthy deposits.
Wang Lingyue smiled bitterly. It seems that you are indeed an expert. How about an 8% annual interest rate for the demand deposit?
When she mentioned the demand deposit, she deliberately emphasized her tone. It is worth noting that the current demand deposit annual interest rate on a certain online platform is less than 3%, and the four major banks generally offer less than 2%, but Wang Lingyue immediately offered 8%.
At first listen, Nanhang Bank did show sincerity. However, Meng Chen was not easily fooled.
An 8% demand deposit interest rate is indeed not low, but if I want to deposit 100, and it's a fixed-term deposit, I believe the banks in the Magic City will offer a higher price. A confident curve appeared at the corner of his mouth.
When are men most confident?
Of course, when they have money in their pockets. Just 100 yuan, he now has 100 yuan bills in the pocket of his jacket and the pocket of his pants, totaling a whopping 2 billion naras. Not to mention the deputy president of Nanhang Bank. Even if the president of Xia Country Bank were here, they would have to treat this large sum of cash with caution.
100 yuan? Fixed-term deposit? This does seem a bit low. However, Mr. Meng, we are alumni of Nanhang University after all. In consideration of our alumni friendship, could you help me out? Wang Lingyue looked pitifully at Meng Chen.
She knew that compared to the big banks in the Magic City, Nanhang Bank could not compete, so she started playing the emotional card. However, Meng Chen remained indifferent. What kind of joke was this? Before he got the system, he was a real estate salesperson.
What sales tactics had he not seen? Moreover, although Meng Chen did graduate from Nanhang University, he was definitely not in the same year as Wang Lingyue. Maybe this enchantress had already graduated when he entered school.
Let me make it clear to you, the bottom line in the industry is 10%, this is already the limit, any higher and the central bank won't be happy.
Wang Lingyue bit her red lips. However, Nanhang Bank is a local giant after all. I can offer you some special services? Special services? Meng Chen's heart stirred.
He looked sharply at Wang Lingyue, especially focusing on those two plump pandas, pausing for a few seconds.
Big. Too big.
If Daji had such a scale, King Zhou wouldn't have died in vain.
TSK. Mr. Meng, where are you thinking?
Wang Lingyue blushed and pouted. What I mean is, if you invest or do business in Nanhang, I can provide you with the most comprehensive services. After all, Nanhang has many local customs, and the Wang family I belong to is a prominent local family in Nanhang, which can help you avoid a lot of trouble.
Meng Chen awkwardly cleared his throat and adjusted his expression.
It is said that it's easy to provoke the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little ghosts. Although he has money now, he still lacks a solid foundation. It's indeed not easy to handle some troubles.
He can't always rely on Morong Chinyu for help, right?
Where would he put the face of the world's richest man?
Wang Lingyue's words hit him right in the heart.
All right, here you go. Meng Chen smiled slightly, took out a wad of bills from his jacket pocket, pulled out the largest denomination 100 yuan bill, and handed it to her. If this had happened before the change in the big world. In the pocket of the top, there was some money, mixed with bills of various denominations, which might seem a bit tacky. But now, after the value has increased by 1 billion times, his behavior seems overly extravagant no matter how you look at it.
Wang Lingyue's heart raced as she watched. Was she concerned about the over 100 yuan?
No. It was about the generous manner in which Meng Chen paid. Speaking of which, 100 yuan is not much, equivalent to 100 billion Nan yuan, less than 1% of his net worth. With a stable income of 10 billion in Nanhang every year, and with the Wang family providing support, he must be making a killing this time.
Of course, Nanhang Bank will not lose out either.
After all, Meng Chen's cash is real money, and Nanhang Bank can easily lend it out or engage in stock financing operations to make more profits.
Thank you for your generosity, I am grateful. Please allow me to add you on WeChat. If you need any services, you can contact me anytime.
Wang Lingyue trembled as she accepted the 100 yuan bill, her chest heaving violently. This was the largest deposit she had brought in since becoming the deputy bank president.
Mr.
Meng is indeed the most prestigious and mysterious individual customer in the Xia Kingdom Bank. His grandeur and mystery exceeded her imagination. No wonder even the president of the Xia Kingdom Bank had missed several opportunities to meet Mr.
Meng. And they couldn't even reach Mr. Meng by phone.
If Wang Lingyue hadn't witnessed the scene at the supermarket at noon and had been close friends with Morong Chinyu for many years, she might have been shut out now.
Wang Lingyue was really curious. How much wealth did he have in his Xia Kingdom bank account? Has it exceeded 1,000 yuan?
Suddenly, a scream came from the bedroom, filled with extreme fear.
Meng Chen raised his eyebrows and quickly walked into the bedroom.
Just then, a dark shadow darted out of the bedroom door, startling Wang Lingyue sitting on the sofa in the living room, who also screamed. Morong Qianyu, with a pale face, threw herself into Meng Chen's arms, trembling lightly.
A mouse. There's a big one.
Meng Chen looked at her tearful appearance in his arms and couldn't be bothered to rebuke her.
He thought to himself, a mouse? What's the big deal? Isn't it normal to have mice in an old neighborhood?
It would be strange if there were no mice.
With this courage, she still dares to say she surprised him? Meng Chen did feel a bit startled.
Morong Qianyu came to her senses and explained, I was helping you sort out the old clothes just now, looking for any overlooked coins, and I really found a lot. As she spoke, she took a small paper box from the bedside table and handed it to Meng Chen. It contained quite a few bills and coins, but the face value was not high, adding up to only a few dozen yuan.
Meng Chen estimated that he had left them in the old clothes before.
Unexpectedly, after the world changed, it turned into a huge fortune.
Don't you need to invest?
Take this money and invest it. Work hard.
Don't let me lose money. Meng Chen waved his hand generously.
He is now the richest man in the world, absolutely financially free. Investments don't necessarily have to be for making money, as long as they bring happiness. From the first meeting with Morong Qianyu to now, Meng Chen still had a good impression of this Morong group heiress. She was beautiful, had a good figure, and they got along well. Although he knew she was approaching him for a purpose, whether for his money or for him, it was human nature, right? If Morong Qianyu was fat, ugly, and had a bad temper, Meng Chen probably wouldn't even be interested in looking at her.
Hey, Meng Chen, what do you mean by not losing money is fine? Don't underestimate me, okay? My company has great prospects. After you have visited in person, then consider whether to invest. Morong Qianyu proudly raised her chin.
As the heiress of the Morong group, she naturally had a pride that ordinary women did not have.
Although she did need investment urgently, she definitely did not need charity. Wang Lingyue walked into the room, shocked to the point of being dazed.
Looking at the tens of dollars in the small box, she recalled the scene where Mr. Meng casually took out over $100 from his jacket pocket.
Are true billionaires really indifferent to money? Coins and banknotes starting at a value of 1 billion nars, not being solemnly stored in a bank vault, but casually kept in pockets of clothes? What if they get lost? That would be heartbreaking. Moreover, money stored in the bank also earns interest. Has Mr. Meng become so wealthy that he doesn't even care about interest anymore? This is too terrifying.
Morong Qianyu explained the matter of the mouse again. I'm not actually that afraid of mice, because I've raised hamsters before. It's just that the mouse suddenly popped out of your coat and was big and black, almost biting my hand, really scary.
Meng Chen chuckled at her words.
Mice do like to burrow into the wardrobe, and they have already chewed up several of his old clothes. And if a big mouse suddenly jumps out of the clothes without any mental preparation, the scene is indeed quite scary, especially for a girl. He walked to the wardrobe, took out those coats, and looked at the bite marks on them with some sadness. This coat was bought by his parents for him 2 winters ago. Although it was not expensive, it was a token of his parents' love, and he had been reluctant to wear it, only to have it ruined by the mouse. He reached into the inner and outer pockets of the coat, skillfully searched around, and found a few coins to put in the small box. Suddenly, he felt a stack of paper. His face lit up. He remembered that he seemed to have lost his New Year's money from 2 years ago, which had caused him much distress at the time. Unexpectedly, it was in this pocket. This was a big win. It had multiplied by 10 billion times directly, thanks to not finding it earlier.
Meng Chen thought happily.
Morong Qianyu and Wang Lingyue, seeing this, gathered around curiously, watching his big hand reaching into the pockets of the coat. In their eyes, Meng Chen was a low-key scion of a hidden family, and whatever could make him show joy must be extraordinary. Then, the 2 women were stunned by the items before them. 100 yuan bills. A crumpled stack of 100 yuan bills, about a dozen of them, some new and some old, shimmering in a captivating light gold color under the lamp.
The 2 women's minds were a bit muddled instantly. How much money was this? Converted at a rate of 100 yuan to 1 billion NAR, wouldn't this stack be over 10 trillion? To leave it forgotten in the wardrobe, was that really appropriate? What if a thief broke in at home?
You should know that so much money is enough to tempt ordinary people to take risks.
And it seems to have been washed?
Although the 100 yuan bills are made of special paper that won't be damaged by water, and there should be no problem washing them in the washing machine along with the coat, there is still a risk of damage, right?
Is Mr. Meng really not concerned at all? The casualness of the top low-key billionaire is truly incomprehensible to them as wealthy and beautiful women. It's just too extravagant. This? Wang Lingyue tugged at the strands of hair in front of her ears, feeling a bit tempted but not knowing how to speak up, because tens of trillions of funds were already beyond the capacity of Nanhang Bank. Unexpectedly, Meng Chen was the first to speak. Vice President Wang, arrange for the cash transport vehicle to come. I'm moving, and all this money will be temporarily stored in the vault of Nanhang Bank. Meng Chen certainly understood the principle of keeping wealth discreet. He did not want to flaunt a huge amount of cash, as that would be asking for trouble. Temporarily stored in the vault. Wang Lingyue was somewhat disappointed, because being temporarily stored in the vault meant that Nanhang Bank could not use this huge sum of money. However, she also knew that this amount of cash deposit was no longer something she could touch. But she was not too disappointed. She believed that as long as she maintained a good relationship with the benefactor Meng Chen, how could the savings fund gap not be filled? In the future, her position as the vice president of Nanhang Bank would be as stable as Mount Tai. It was even possible to further advance with this relationship and become the bank president. I understand, the cash transport vehicle is already on its way, but such a big move will definitely not escape the four major banks. Mr. Meng, your identity may be exposed, Wang Lingyue said with a lowered head. She had made up her mind to hold on tightly to Meng Chen's strong thigh. She would never let go of such a thick thigh. It doesn't matter. I am not planning to hide my identity anymore, Meng Chen said nonchalantly. Hide what? Before getting the system, he was just a laborer with less than 20,000 in savings. What was there to hide? It was just that the system's magic box was too amazing. It had changed the world's prices and currency system, allowing him to soar and become the world's new richest man with 1 trillion nanos. Suddenly, Morong Qianyu widened her eyes, pointing at a torn 100 yuan note, exclaiming, "Oh my god. It looks like a corner of this banknote has been chewed off by a mouse." Yeah, if it's chewed, it's chewed. It's just one note, Meng Chen shrugged. He had seen that torn money long ago. But this stack of 100 yuan red notes was originally a pleasant surprise, all accidentally found in old clothes, and its value had increased by 1,000,000,000 times. Even if one was torn, it didn't matter. He was still making a profit, so there was no pain on his face. But the two women did not know the inside story, so they looked at Meng Chen in shock. Wang Lingyue swallowed a spit, looking at the torn 100 yuan red note in shock. What was Mr. Meng saying? Chewed is chewed? Just one note? According to the bank's damaged currency exchange system, a torn corner of a 100 yuan red note could only be exchanged for 75 yuan, which was 750 billion nanos. Compared to the whole 100 yuan red note, it was 25 yuan less, which was equivalent to a full 250 billion nanos. 250 billion nanos. Was it really chewed off by a stupid mouse like this? Oh my god. Didn't Mr. Meng have even a hint of a pained expression? Wang Lingyue remembered her excitement when she fought for a 100 yuan deposit earlier, contrasting it with Mr. Meng's calmness now. She felt sour, even more sour than a lemon. When would she be able to be as calm as Mr. Meng when losing 250 billion nanos, without any ripples in her heart? Of course, she first had to have 250 billion nanos to be able to afford to lose 250 billion nanos. Thinking of this overly realistic premise, Wang Lingyue's eyes became resentful. Although she was a solid second-generation rich, she couldn't help but feel a lack of confidence in front of Mr. Meng. Why did she feel that the gap between the second-generation rich and the wealthy was even greater than that between laborers and the second-generation rich? Couldn't Mr. Meng at least pretend to look regretful and comfort her poor and helpless wounded soul? Morong Qianyu, on the other hand, remained calm, having been shocked to the point of numbness. Seeing this scene, she had only one thought in her mind. Mr. Meng, you are truly remarkable. Meng Chen, are you ready to go out? I have already sent the family bodyguards over to guard this room for you while you are away, Morong Qianyu said softly. At this moment, she was wearing Meng Chen's white shirt, smiling sweetly. If Wang Lingyue didn't know the truth, she might think she was already Meng Chen's virtuous little wife. Meng Chen nodded slightly. Just clean up and get ready to go out. It was comfortable to be with a smart girl. Many things didn't need him to give orders. Morong Qianyu continued, Sister Lingyue should also arrange for manpower. Mr. Meng's wealth is too astonishing. I am worried that the people below cannot contain their greed. She was deliberately avoiding suspicion with her words. After all, friendship is friendship, but if she lost the money, she really didn't know how to explain it to Meng Chen. Would Meng Chen suspect her of stealing from him? Of course, an extra layer of security is necessary. Mr. Meng is the most esteemed customer of our Nanhang Bank. I will directly arrange for someone from the bank to be on duty for Mr. Meng 24/7 to ensure everything goes smoothly. Wang Lingyue nodded solemnly. Nanhang Bank acted swiftly. In less than 5 minutes, a cash transport vehicle with flashing lights stopped below the unit where Meng Chen lived. 2 fully armed security teams hurriedly carried a specially made safe box to the 8th floor. Wang Lingyue received the safe box from the security personnel. In front of Meng Chen, Wang Lingyue counted the paper money and coins that were to be deposited into the vault 9 times. Only after confirming the amount was correct did she dare to place the paper money and coins into the safe box, seal it tightly, and affix a one-time seal. Finally, Wang Lingyue wrote a receipt for Meng Chen. The amount on the receipt was over 175.23 billion. Even the professionally trained security personnel's arms trembled slightly as they carried the sealed safe box. There was just too much money inside. Any slight mistake would have unimaginable consequences. However, the cold touch of the gun gave him some confidence. This was Xia country with good public order, and the control of firearms was strict. There should be no criminals daring to attack the cash transport vehicle. Wang Lingyue left with the security personnel. With such a large sum of money, she had to personally oversee its transport to the vault to feel at ease. After the bank personnel left, only Meng Chen and Murong Qianyu were left in the room, 2 lonely individuals. Murong Qianyu's heart beat a little faster as she played with the hem of the oversized men's shirt, revealing her fair shoulders like condensed fat, which slightly heated Meng Chen's gaze. "Qianyu, wait for a moment, I'll go change my clothes," Meng Chen suddenly said gently. Murong Qianyu lowered her head, made a soft sound like a mosquito, her pretty face instantly blushing like the fiery clouds at dusk. She was a bit confused at the moment. Rationally, she felt that they had only known each other for less than a day, and things were progressing too quickly. But she didn't know how to refuse Meng Chen. After all, his conditions were just too good: tall, handsome, low-key and devoted, and with a fortune surpassing the world's richest. Perhaps deep down, she didn't want to reject any intimate behavior from Meng Chen. Actually, confirming the relationship first and then developing feelings, although it didn't feel quite right, but if it was him, there should be no problem, right? The sound of changing clothes came from the bedroom. Murong Qianyu's breathing became heavy, panting softly, her eyes soft and watery like autumn water. There was some anticipation and uneasiness. Finally, Meng Chen came out in old clothes. "Qianyu, don't just stand there foolishly. Weren't you going to help me clean the room? Actions speak louder than words." Murong Qianyu was full of question marks. Clean the room? Actions speak louder than words? After thinking for a moment, all the shyness on Murong Qianyu's face turned into anger. She indicated that she didn't want to talk to Meng Chen, and threw a sofa cushion at him before grabbing a bucket and cloth to start cleaning. "Why are you getting angry? Hey, Murong Qianyu, did I offend you? If you don't want to clean, then don't clean. I can handle it myself." Meng Chen caught the cushion casually, looking somewhat helpless. Women and villains are hard to raise, the ancient sages were truly not deceiving me. Meng Chen and Murong Qianyu continued to clean the room until it was completely refreshed. They then took turns showering and changed into new clothes to prepare to go out. During this cleaning process, Meng Chen also discovered the gentle and virtuous side of Murong Qianyu. Originally, the daughter of the Murong group is indeed capable of doing household chores, and she is quite efficient. This surprised Meng Chen greatly, to the point where he became curious about the chairman and his wife who raised her. What kind of educational philosophy do the chairman and his wife uphold? How could they teach their own daughter these things? As he left, closing the rusty gate, Meng Chen's face showed a hint of nostalgia. Although the days of being a laborer were truly mundane and bitter, there was no doubt about that, but when he became the world's richest man through the system, the past became an irretrievable memory, and he inexplicably felt a sense of longing. Perhaps this is what they call nostalgia? Meng Chen reached out and touched the rust marks on the gate, chuckling at himself. This return to clean up was also considered a completion, fulfilling one of his wishes, and he also gained quite a few surprises and treasures. The old life has ultimately come to an end, and he is ready to start enjoying the life of the world's richest man. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his colleague Su Qiner. Meng Chen answered the phone. "Hello, is this Xiao Meng?" Su Qiner sounded a bit anxious. Meng Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Su Qiner was a beautiful colleague in their company, and they had a good relationship usually, often exchanging express deliveries. Although her looks, figure, and temperament were far inferior to Murong Qianyu, she was definitely a head-turner on the street. "What's wrong? Su Beauty? Did you get taken advantage of by an old man again?" Meng Chen joked casually to ease Su Qiner's nervousness, to help her calm down and clearly explain the current situation. "You're the one who got taken advantage of by an old woman." "Humph,
Manager Zhang got angry, saying you were too arrogant, and he's about to throw your things out.
Su Qiner complained indignantly.
Oh, I see. I'll inform Manager Zhang that I'll be there soon.
Meng Chen replied calmly. Too arrogant? Who is really being arrogant?
Originally, Meng Chen couldn't be bothered with his former boss. After all, they had worked together, and now that he had achieved success, there was no need to hold on to old grudges.
But some bosses did like to push their luck.
Meng Chen gave Manager Zhang some face, but if he dared to throw his things, he really wouldn't know who he was dealing with. Besides, he did have something left at the company that he needed to retrieve. Thinking of that item, Meng Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of nostalgia, reminiscing about the beautiful university days and that stunning face. It was 3 months after he rejected Wang Li's confession that he met her at the bookstore in Nan City, and they hit it off, becoming confidants. During a night of drinking under the moon, she poured out her heart and expressed her admiration for him. However, at that time, Meng Chen believed that Wang Li's deep affection for him should not be taken lightly, so he politely declined, even though she was 100 times more beautiful than his girlfriend Wang Li. The woman was proud as well, knowing that Meng Chen and Wang Li were in harmony, and from then on, she never mentioned matters of love between men and women. This relationship was based on emotions and ended with propriety. After they graduated and went their separate ways, they tacitly lost contact. The only thing this old friend left Meng Chen was the bracelet she took off her wrist, as a memento of their acquaintance that was not meant to be. He usually kept this bracelet in his briefcase, close to him. After all, a true confidant is hard to come by in life. It was just that on the day he received the system, during his lunch break, he went to the supermarket at Wufu Jing Shopping Plaza to buy some daily necessities, leaving his briefcase and the bracelet inside at the company. It was only now that he remembered. This was also the real reason why Meng Chen was indifferent to women. There is a saying that goes, once the sea turns into mulberry fields, it can never turn back. In terms of appearance, figure, talent, and temperament, even compared to the daughter of the Morong group, his old friend falls short by half. That was a proud blue enchantress. Who is Su Damei? Meng Chen, do you have any beautiful colleagues in your company? Morong Qianyu's sour words interrupted Meng Chen's reminiscence. Meng Chen replied straightforwardly, yes, she's a nice person. I'm going to the company, do you want to come along? If Morong Qianyu didn't go, he would have to take a taxi. And taking a taxi is definitely not as comfortable as riding in a Rolls-Royce. He needed to find time to buy a good car. Morong Qianyu gave him a glance and smiled charmingly. Of course, I'm still waiting for you, this big boss, to invest some money in me. Besides, I also want to meet that arrogant manager Zhang. Meng Chen smiled indifferently. If it weren't for the commemorative significance of that bracelet, he wouldn't bother going back to the company, as he didn't need any other personal items. Come up, or should I carry you down? Wearing such high heels, aren't you afraid of twisting your foot? Blame me? How would I know your house doesn't have an elevator? Morong Qianyu, don't move around. Hee hee, you actually have muscles. It won't hurt to touch them. Amidst laughter and banter, Meng Chen carried Morong Qianyu downstairs. After experiencing the scenes at the Marriott Hotel in Meng Chen's home, the relationship between the two became much closer. They joked freely and their friendship was no less than that of comrades who had fought back to back. However, the two did not expect that the area downstairs was already crowded with curious residents. Since Meng Chen returned home, with the Rolls-Royce Phantom luxury car, the stunning beauty, and the bank's cash transport vehicle, it was hard not to attract attention. Moreover, enjoying watching the excitement had always been a characteristic of the common people in Xia country. The residents of the community were discussing animatedly. Let me tell you, just now a pair of fairy-like couple arrived in a custom Rolls-Royce, the man handsome and the woman beautiful, like a scene from a movie. They went upstairs together, that guy, that scene, reaching the pinnacle of life. Is it true? The car is here, this Rolls-Royce costs at least 20 million. Can young people afford this car? Could that be the big boss? Did you see those 4 bodyguard cars? With over a dozen bodyguards escorting, how big of a deal is this? I guess the woman must be a big star. Come on. Even stars don't have this kind of presence. I guess it's the son or daughter of a big family. Did you see the cash transport vehicle just now? The security personnel were carrying a safe box, who knows what treasures are inside. So many security personnel were mobilized. Who was that beautiful woman who came down just now? She's too enchanting. At least a 36D. If she could be my girlfriend, I'd be willing to lose 20 years of my life. She's probably a high-ranking official from Nanhang Bank. I saw the logo. Lose 20 years of your life? Dream on. Many more people have come just now. I heard they are the bodyguards of Morong Group and the security personnel of Nanhang Bank. There must be 40 to 50 people in total? What's going on? I don't know. it might be related to the first couple who arrived.
Could it be embezzlement of public funds? Or catching an affair? It doesn't seem like it.
It's more like a forced marriage drama, or a divorce and separation. Stop guessing. I think it might be the appearance of a national treasure. Anyway, with this momentum, there must be something big happening. Why rush?
Maybe it will be in the news tomorrow.
I never thought our community could have such a glorious day. Look, look, it's the first couple who arrived. The man is heroic, and the woman is stunning, amazing.
Meng Chen carried Morong Chinyu to the first floor.
When they saw the scene, Meng Chen and Morong Chinyu exchanged a helpless look, seeing the resignation in each other's eyes.
Fortunately, the bodyguards of Morong Group and the security personnel of Nanhang Bank were already in place. With the cover of the staff, Meng Chen and Morong Chinyu got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom and left in a cloud of dust. However, just a few minutes after the Rolls-Royce Jasmine Phantom left, a luxury car fleet composed of high-level personnel from over a dozen banks rushed over non-stop. Dozens of Porsches, one after another, poured into the old neighborhood where Meng Chen used to live.
Then came several more batches.
Unaware residents of the neighborhood thought that the car exhibition had the wrong address.
In fact, the old neighborhood where Meng Chen rented had a history of over 20 years, evident from the old buildings and dilapidated grounds.
However, since its construction, the neighborhood had never seen such a grand scene.
With hundreds of luxury cars worth millions surrounding the neighborhood, it was completely blocked off. Yang Changbin was a branch manager at Nanhang Bank.
Currently a level 6 employee, he was also the highest-ranking official from Nanhang Bank present here.
When he was young, he had traveled far and wide with his superiors and had seen many grand scenes. However, a grand scene like today's, except for at international banking conferences, was a first for him. It wasn't just the hundreds of luxury cars, which were common at international auto shows. It was the dignitaries sitting in the back seats of those cars. The president of Xiaoguo Bank, the president of Xiaoguo Industrial Bank, the president of Xiaoguo Construction Bank, the president of Xiaoguo Agricultural Bank, and the president of Jiaodong Bank. The presidents of the 5 major banks in Xiaoguo had all personally come. There were also representatives from Jiashan Bank, Xiaxing Bank, Pufa Bank, Xiaoguo Kaifa Bank, Jinliko Bank, Minsheng Bank, and other well-known domestic banks. Even the more than a dozen foreign banks in the country had all come, not missing a single one. Moreover, looking around, the representatives from each bank were at least at the level of deputy general managers, industry giants. Yang Changbin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes widening in shock at the scene before him. However, being able to be a branch manager, he was naturally not a fool. He immediately thought of Vice President Wang's instructions. Without a doubt, the distinguished clients mentioned by Vice President Wang were probably the targets of these bank presidents. After all, the possibility of a small old neighborhood hiding 2 real dragons was almost non-existent. So, who exactly did Vice President Wang visit just now? What made so many bank presidents of such high status come to visit at the same time? Even the wealthy South Hangma of Xiaoguo probably wouldn't receive such treatment, right? These people were truly the big shots in the domestic banking industry. If they stomped their feet, the entire banking industry would tremble. Onlookers began to discuss excitedly. Wow! These people all look very important. What exactly is the identity of the couple who just arrived? I don't know, but it must be terrifying. I know the one who arrived in the extended Bentley. He's the president of the Xiaoguo branch of Rueshi Bank. I used to work as a security guard at Rueshi Bank. I can't be wrong. I've seen a photo of that man too. He's the president of Xiaoguo Bank, a real big shot. Wow, this lineup is too luxurious. I have to admit, I'm jealous. Back then, I even threw out the trash with that guy surnamed Meng. If I had known, I should have gotten closer to him. If I had made a connection, wouldn't I have been successful by now? Me too. Last time, I had dinner with him at a small restaurant, and his girlfriend wasn't the same back then. He's accomplished at a young age. His girlfriend must be quite something. Envious. By the way, why are so many big shots from banks looking for him? I'm really curious. Not to mention the curious residents of the neighborhood, even Yang, the branch manager, felt like he had been caught off guard amidst the shock. However, he also knew that in the special environment of the banking industry, excessive curiosity could kill the cat. Since Vice President Wang hadn't given any instructions, he didn't dare to ask too much. Are you in charge here? Nanhang Bank? The president of Xiaoguo Bank got out of the car and walked over, giving him a stern look. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the guests all fell on Yang Changbin, with a somewhat strange smile. Nanhang Bank? What kind of second-rate small bank is that? Want to get close to that person and get a share of the pie? Beads of sweat instantly appeared on Yang Changbin's forehead. Ignorance is bliss. Since he knew the terrifying identities of these guests, he would bear immense psychological pressure. Frankly speaking, if he accidentally said something provocative now, he would have no place in the entire banking industry in the future. Yes, I am Yang Changbin, the branch manager of Nanhang Bank, here to guard a guest's residence on behalf of Vice President Wang Lingyue. Yang Changbin's clothes behind him were already soaked with sweat. The president of Xia Country Bank frowned slightly.
Wang's surname? That must be the Wang family of Nanhang, right?
He had long noticed that the composition of personnel here was somewhat diverse. Presumably besides bank security personnel, there were also bodyguards from the Wang family of Nanhang.
However, even if it was the entire Wang family of Nanhang, they could not possibly meet Mr. Meng's financial needs.
The guests looked at each other. Ever since news of the low-key and mysterious Mr. Meng appearing in Nanhang spread, the global banking industry's attention had been focused on Nanhang City, and they were just the first group to arrive quickly.
There were also many overseas banks rushing to Nanhang by plane.
After all, Mr. Meng was one of the richest people in the world in terms of cash deposits, if not the only one. With his personal wealth, he was the ultimate hidden giant capable of stirring up global financial storms. Note, in the world currency system after the system change, the money held by the host is recognized by all banks worldwide. In some small rumors, his wealth was enough to turn a small developing country into a developed one overnight. What's even more terrifying is that none of the present bank presidents were qualified to know how he acquired so much wealth.
The central bank had always been tight-lipped about it, not even informing the 4 major banks under its jurisdiction.
Speaking of which, if the Wang family was involved, then one person present should know more about Mr.
Meng's information. The bank president's gazes converged on Wang Zhang, the next head of the Wang family of Nanhang.
Wang Zhang looked bewildered at this moment. Logically speaking, he had come with the president of Xia Country Bank this time to gain experience as a junior in the presence of the big shots. Although he had succeeded in his entrepreneurial endeavors and gained unanimous approval from the older generation of the Wang family, his company's scale was still too small, not even reaching 100 billion nanos before taking over the family business. Naturally, he was not qualified to participate in this competition. Even Wang Zhang did not know the name or age of the mysterious tycoon, only that the tycoon was extremely wealthy.
And Wang Zhang's purpose in coming here was simple.
After the mysterious tycoon divided the big cake among the banks, he could just pick up some scraps to satisfy himself. After all, the mysterious tycoon was a sought-after figure by major banks, and as long as he got acquainted, investing tens of billions with him was like dismissing a beggar.
Begging humbly?
This was a matter of business, nothing to be ashamed of.
Coming out of his bewilderment, Wang Zhang looked incredulous. How did he, who was just accompanying the prince to study, suddenly become the key person? Did the branch manager in front of him make a mistake? He repeatedly confirmed, "Branch manager Yang, are you sure it was my aunt Wan Lingyue who arranged for you to be on duty here?" If there was a mistake, the Wang family of Nanhang would lose face on a global scale.
As the future head of the Wang family, he couldn't be too cautious. Moreover, in the family, although Wang Lingyue was not just a decorative vase, compared to her stunning beauty, her abilities seemed somewhat mediocre, especially lacking in decisiveness.
How could she have contacted that person before the entire Wang family did?
Not to mention so many banking big shots in front of him, none of them have the ability to contact that mysterious tycoon.
Why can his cousin Wang Lingyue, a deputy bank manager, do it? Why can she take the lead? Could it be that the mysterious tycoon has taken a liking to his cousin? Or has his cousin been hiding her strength all along?
Wang Zhang's mind was filled with thoughts for a moment, but his face gradually calmed down. Yang Changbin finally saw Wang Zhang following behind the president of Xiagua Bank, so it's young Master Wang, indeed.
I am here to show the property to the distinguished guest on behalf of Vice President Wang.
After saying that, he glanced strangely at Wang Zhang.
Aren't Vice President Wang and the Wang family related? How come the Wang family in Nanhang doesn't know about this? Does Vice President Wang have other plans?
Originally, Yang Changbin wanted to mention the presence of the Mu Rong Group's daughter, but after some thought, he tactfully concealed it. After all, he was an old employee of Nanhang Bank, a direct subordinate of Wang Lingyue, and had nothing to do with the Wang family's interests.
Are you saying that the mysterious tycoon lives here? Is he still here now? Wang Zhang's eyes lit up.
Yang Changbin shook his head. The guest has just left. I heard he went back to the company. He probably won't be back in the short term. These words reached the ears of the bank presidents, and they looked disappointed.
Because no one present knew where Mr. Meng's company was located.
It seemed like they had once again come up empty-handed. But this was within their expectations. After all, constrained by the ambiguous attitude of the central bank, the bank presidents didn't have the courage to hire private detectives to investigate Mr.
Meng.
It was like blindly bumping around like headless flies. Not coming up empty-handed would be strange. The reason they were still enthusiastic was just to show sincerity, like the 3 visits to the thatched cottage, hoping to gain the world's largest client with sincerity.
Don't underestimate their domestic banks.
As far as they knew, the presidents of those international banks abroad had already rushed to Nanhang City on international flights as soon as they heard the news of Mr.
Meng's arrival.
Those not in the banking industry's top echelons couldn't imagine the kind of significant impact a tycoon like Mr.
Meng would have on the world's banking industry landscape, and even the global business landscape.
If in the Three Kingdoms period, capturing a dragon or a phoenix meant obtaining the world, then a bank that secured Mr.
Meng as a client would basically become the largest private bank in the world, far surpassing the second-place bank.
As for Nanhang Bank being the first to make contact with Mr.
Meng, it was also within the expectations of the bank presidents. After all, Nanhang Bank was a local bank in Nanhang City. Although small in scale and limited in scope, its influence in Nanhang City was profound. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake.
Sometimes, the snake's path is more convenient for finding important figures than the dragon's path.
It seems we need to cooperate with Nanhang Bank. This time, Nanhang Bank has benefited from Mr. Meng. You can't say that. Vice President Wan was able to make contact with Mr. Meng first, no matter what connections she used. That's her ability.
Indeed, being able to get things done is true ability. Anyway, Nanhang Bank is so small, it's insignificant to swallow 1 trillion yuan in savings.
I estimate Mr.
Meng's deposits have already exceeded tens of billions, with a substantial amount of cash in the vault. Ancient noble families are like this, they have a special fondness for cash in the vault. After all, digital currency is a new thing. It's okay to store a little money, but for large transactions, cash is reliable.
That's right. From ancient banknotes to modern cash in the vault, it's always been like this.
I wonder which noble family Mr.
Meng comes from? Let's not pry into that.
It has been warned from above that probing into Mr.
Meng's personal situation is not allowed. Mr.
Meng comes and goes like the wind.
I don't know when I will be able to see him.
I heard he is a young and talented man. Even the Eastern family in the imperial capital wants to marry him.
The arrogant woman from the imperial capital? Wasn't she a graduate of the first military academy in South Hang? Do the two of them already know each other? Who knows?
One is the top family in the imperial capital, and the other is the heir of a millennium-old hidden family.
It feels quite suitable. Suitable? Although I am a banker from the Sakura country, I also know about the struggles between the great families. If Mr.
Meng joins forces with the Eastern family, not to mention the other top families in Xia country, even the Rothschild family and the Masonic Consortium may not be able to sit still.
The bank presidents gathered in groups to discuss. Since Mr. Meng's final clue ended here, they had to go back and rethink their strategy.
After all, they dared not probe into Mr. Meng's privacy, as failing to secure his savings was a small matter. If they angered the low-key Mr. Meng, he might have the terrifying financial power to overturn several banks single-handedly. It is worth noting that in the global banking industry, Mr.
Meng's existence itself is a bug. So Mr. Meng also has a unique nickname, Bug Meng, referring to his preference for a hidden and low-key personality, as well as his immense wealth that can rival a country. Now that Mr.
Meng has finally appeared, although he only spent over 3 million Nan Yuan at the Marriott Hotel, it also sent a subtle signal that Mr.
Meng is likely to make a big move.
After all, a hidden giant like Mr.
Meng's every word and action must have profound meaning. As a result, the business community in Xia country, and even the global business community, will experience an unprecedented earthquake. After all, Mr. Meng's wealth is simply too much, enough to influence the fate of Xia country and the global landscape.
The bank presidents looked regretful, and the luxury cars began to leave one after another. The onlookers gradually dispersed, and the old residential area returned to its former tranquility, with only the security personnel of the South Hang Bank guarding Mr. Meng's old mansion closely. On the other side, in front of the main entrance of the Fengyuan International Trade Building, a stylish Rolls-Royce Phantom Jasmine slowly came to a stop, surrounded by 4 heavily guarded security vehicles, attracting the attention of passers-by who looked on enviously.
A Phantom Series luxury car worth 40 million Nan Yuan? The small business owners renting office space in the Fengyuan International Trade Building couldn't afford it. Is this the client's father from a small company coming to inspect? The company has arrived. Through the car window, Meng Chen looked at the familiar scene outside. It was still some time before the end of the workday.
The entrance of the International Trade Building remained old and clean, the convenience store was deserted, the security guard at the entrance, and the busy delivery personnel were all the same, unloading small packages from the delivery tricycles. Only he, who had received the system, had undergone a complete transformation in his life trajectory. Things have changed. Yesterday, he was busy working from 9 to 5, striving to buy a house and a car. He not only had to deal with difficult clients but also faced the jealousy of colleagues and the exploitation of performance by company supervisors. He even broke up with his materialistic girlfriend. Today, he already had enough wealth to buy Apple Inc., could drink a bottle of Emperor red wine worth 600,000 nan yuan, had a wealthy heiress chasing after him, and made his ex-girlfriend regret to the point of fainting. The days of being a laborer were a thing of the past. With the system he obtained, he had reached the true peak of life.
Meng Chen, you were experiencing life here all alone.
I remember you said you were working in real estate sales at Green Bank Group, one of the Fortune 500 companies.
Your monthly salary should be quite good, right? Morong Chin you curiously approached.
Meng Chen smiled faintly, just a small company under Green Bank, with a base salary of 3,500 plus a 1% commission.
That's not bad either.
I work as a cashier, only 5,000 a month as a fixed salary.
Not even enough for a lipstick. Morong Chin you suddenly had a bright idea. How about we pool our salaries and go eat hot pot? My college roommate said that money earned from work makes instant noodles taste delicious. And, I know a nearby old restaurant that serves really good food, and the best part is, you can't find it online. 2 people's salaries for a hot pot meal? Are they sitting on a gold mine at home? Meng Chen's mouth twitched slightly.
Indeed, a wealthy young lady from a prestigious family is not someone an ordinary person can afford to keep. In the past, he probably would have turned and left.
Okay.
Meng Chen sighed inwardly, but did not refuse. After all, having already eaten the 9 fresh emperor crab at 660,000 naya each, this amount of money is nothing. At this moment, the driver happened to open the rear door of the Rolls-Royce. Morong Qianyu stepped out with her long legs, under the sunlight, her coffee-colored silk stockings embroidered with golden patterns shimmered with a noble and elegant luster.
Oh my god, it's the Gerb Phoenix series collection silk stockings from Fagua. No way? Are you sure? A pair from that series costs tens of thousands.
Unless it's a real rich girl, who else can afford to wear them casually?
They are meant for collecting. There's no mistake.
The Phoenix series uses top-quality gray rock silk, which in ancient times was tribute silk. You can tell the difference at a glance.
Yes,
especially on the stockings, the delicate and intricate golden rust patterns, dignified yet not flashy. I heard it was a collaboration with the chief designer of Hermes, limited to 10,000 sets worldwide each month. It's the favorite of the upper-class society and wealthy young ladies in Xiagua.
I've always wanted to own a pair.
Let's forget it, stockings are consumables. We working girls can't afford them. This lady should be from a wealthy family, probably here to inspect for the first party boss. Who knows which company got lucky to collaborate with this young lady? She's so beautiful and young, like a big star.
Forget it, we can't compare to the rich. Some stockings are born to be unaffordable, and will remain so for a lifetime. Morong Qianyu smiled slightly.
She was already accustomed to these envious looks from childhood.
Then, Meng Chen, dressed in a black Armani suit, also got out of the car.
With his magnificent attire and sharply handsome face, the 4 working girls watching from afar couldn't help but emit heart-eyed emojis and bursts of screams.
So handsome. I'm in love. Is that the latest top luxury Armani? Made of snow wolf skin. A set costs over $1 million. I'm jealous. Why isn't the woman standing next to me? Yes. I'd rather cry to death in a Rolls-Royce Phantom than laugh in a BMW.
Nowadays, to find a boyfriend, you start with a Porsche, and when you meet the Phantom series, just get married.
Sisters, I admit I'm being infatuated. I want to have his babies. Calm down. He probably has a rich young lady girlfriend.
How could he possibly be interested in us working girls?
To marry into the Phantom series, you must at least have a Porsche 911 yourself, right?
My dream guy.
Wait, he looks familiar. Isn't he the sales guy from Nanhang Liddy Real Estate? I even asked for his WeChat last time, but got rejected. No way? Your salesperson wears Armani made of snow wolf skin. Exactly, it's impossible.
Sisters, let's not be afraid. Let's go over and strike up a conversation with this wealthy young man.
If you want wealth and nobility, you can't forget about it.
Right.
Take a chance. What if he takes a liking to us? I'm so scared. Will that young lady scold us?
It's okay. I see that the young lady seems quite afraid of that young man, probably the one pursuing him. She probably wouldn't dare say anything to his face.
As for men, who would complain about having fewer colorful flags? Exactly. Let's go all out.
In the distance, four working girls made up their minds and timidly walked towards Meng Chen and Mu Rongqianyu. Mu Rongqianyu naturally reached out and held Meng Chen's shoulder, intending to assert her dominance over these ambitious working girls. However, she did not expect Meng Chen to casually brush her hand away. Meng Chen looked at her strangely, furrowing his brows, thinking to himself, who is this Mu Rongqianyu? A soft-bodied creature? It was one thing to lean on him in the car, even if he had to carry her upstairs, but now she wanted to cling to him even after getting out of the car. Did she really see him as a human walking stick? Damn! She's seriously sick. The four working girls were delighted to see the situation, thinking that this wealthy couple was having a conflict, presenting them with the perfect opportunity to intervene as the third party. Although they were not as attractive as the young lady, they had no shame and might have a chance to win favor. And if by chance they bore the dragon seed, they could marry into a wealthy family through a shotgun wedding. It would be like a gray sparrow flying up to the phoenix tree and transforming into a phoenix. Not only would they never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives, but they could also show off in front of old classmates and ex-boyfriends, becoming the cream of society. Hey handsome, here's my WeChat, feel free to contact me anytime. The first one was relatively reserved, just handing over a small note discreetly. The next one was more straightforward. Boss, I do amateur cosplay, do you need someone to be your secretary? I'm very capable, and I have all the qualities you desire. After speaking, she handed Meng Chen a pink business card. Meng Chen scratched his head, glanced at the four women blocking the way, and looked at Mu Rongqianyu with a puzzled expression. What's going on? He had been thinking about how to manage his excessive savings and hadn't noticed when these four street beauties appeared in front of him. Humph! Men! They're looking for you. Mu Rongqianyu's tone was clearly a bit displeased. After all, she had lost face in front of the four ordinary women because of Meng Chen. However, she and Meng Chen did not have a confirmed relationship, so even if a woman pursued him in front of her, she couldn't get angry and could only sulk on her own. Meng Chen turned to look at the timid expressions of the four women and suddenly realized, I see, they're trying to network. It's been said that once you become wealthy, relatives, friends, old classmates, and colleagues will come out of the woodwork, and it seems to be true. They had just arrived at the office building of the company. Some unfamiliar colleagues came over to socialize, but Meng Chen didn't refuse outright. He smiled and accepted the notes and pink business cards, which made Mu Rongqianyu stomp her foot in anger. Seeing this scene, the smiles on the faces of the two women became even brighter. Meng Chen also smiled and looked at the remaining two beauties. Are they also trying to get close to him? The third long-haired beauty seemed to have a higher status. Young man, I was just dumped by a scumbag, and my mother had a car accident. Could you take me out for a drink tonight? I'm afraid I can't tonight, but another time for sure. Meng Chen smiled without committing. They were strangers. This beauty actually wanted him to treat her to a drink? Although he felt sorry for her unfortunate situation, there were plenty of unfortunate people in the world, and he couldn't just buy her a drink because of her sob story. The long-haired beauty sighed regretfully. Her resentful eyes continued to stare at Meng Chen for a few seconds, then she took out a gold-plated business card and handed it to Meng Chen. As Meng Chen reached out to take it, her fingers scratched his palm, and her gaze towards Meng Chen became even more charming, reminding Meng Chen of the mating mother cat in the courtyard of his hometown. Mu Rongqianyu, who was paying attention to her subtle movements, became somewhat serious. She had initially thought they were just poor girls trying to eat swan meat. She didn't expect them to have some skills. Suddenly, the fourth beautiful woman started to cry loudly, her tears falling like raindrops, breaking the hearts of those who listened. Passers-by who heard the woman crying gathered around. What's wrong, little sister? Yeah, why are you crying for no reason? Did someone bully you? Look at how heartbroken this girl is crying. It must be that rich second generation who played with her feelings and then abandoned her. The young masters from wealthy families are not good people. The onlookers instinctively sympathized with the weaker party, especially a beautiful woman who was sobbing. Although her beauty couldn't compare to the well-dressed rich young ladies nearby, this only served to evoke more sympathy from the onlookers. They had already imagined a storyline in their minds. Whether it was the rich second generation being fickle or the heiress of a wealthy family fighting for love, people always preferred to believe in their own fantasies, and they didn't really care about the truth. No, nobody bullied me. I just fell in love at first sight with this gentleman. I really like him a lot, but I feel like I'm not good enough for him, so I'm very sad. The beautiful woman wiped her tears pitifully. Her pitiful eyes stirred the softness and protective instincts in the hearts of every man present, except for Meng Chen. His mind was filled with his $1 million savings, and in the face of such immense wealth, he had no time to think about anything else. The onlookers' gazes dimmed in unison,
but they still forced smiles and cheered on. Give this young man a chance. Yes, the most important thing in a wife is true love. Your family seems very wealthy, driving a phantom worth millions, dressed in Armani, all you lack is a loving wife. I'm rooting for you too. I offer my blessings too. If you get married in the future, remember to invite us for a drink at the wedding. Meng Chen raised an eyebrow. What wedding drinks were they talking about? He and Morong Qianyu hadn't even started anything yet. Why were they already mentioning wedding drinks? Now that he had money, he hadn't even experienced wealthy dating yet. What if he met a better partner? Shouldn't he wait a few more years before considering marriage and entering the grave? Besides, even if he remained single for life, he felt pretty good about it. Having a girlfriend, if it didn't go well, was truly frustrating. He might as well stay single. The beautiful woman took out a business card, kissed it, leaving a red Chun seal on it, then slightly bowed, handed it to Meng Chen with both hands in a very humble manner. Meng Chen took it and put it in his pocket along with the other 3 cards. He then waved goodbye to the 4 working women with a smile. The passers-by also dispersed. Morong Qianyu clenched her fists until they turned white, her face as dark as water. Obviously, she hadn't expected that among these 4 poor women, there was actually a 1,000-year-old fox spirit. Their skills were profound. She had been careless, unprepared, and they had succeeded. Thinking that as a young lady from a good family, she would have to compete with these 4 for men in the future made her feel extremely aggrieved. On the other side, the 4 working women who had left gathered again. Each took out their phones, waiting for the rich young man's decision. As long as they could add the rich young man on WeChat, they would go to great lengths to seduce him. I guess 4th sister won. Your crying really scared me. You're truly a drama student who has performed at the Hongda Theater. Your performance was so vivid. That's right. Those fools even helped speak up for you. They are so easily deceived. 4th sister, if you become successful, don't forget about us. Don't worry, big sister. If I can marry into a wealthy family, I will also help you find a good match. Actually, the 3rd sister also has a chance. You were dumped by a scumbag and your mother had a car accident. I bet that wealthy young master must be feeling sorry for you, but with his girlfriend by his side, he can't comfort you gently. Comfort? It slowly led to a hotel room. Actually, the eldest sister and the 2nd sister also have a chance. Each wealthy young master has different tastes. Last time, that Master Chen, didn't he like to steal other people's girlfriends? He's really shameless. Meng Chen sighed. After dealing with the unexpected incident, he walked into the lobby of the office building on the 1st floor, turned left towards the B Tower elevator, and casually picked up a parcel while passing by the courier cabinet. Mr. Meng, what's inside this? Morong Qianyu was a bit curious. However, after the incident just now, she was somewhat disappointed in Meng Chen's judgment, so there was a lot of distance in her address. Nuts, my ex-girlfriend likes nuts. Meng Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Suddenly, Meng Chen remembered something. By the way, help me hold the parcel, if you don't mind. You can also open it and eat. Morong Qianyu curled her lips. She vowed that even if she starved to death here, she would never eat anything from Meng Chen again. Especially thinking of Meng Chen rolling in bed with that trash in the future, Morong Qianyu felt disgusted. Morong Qianyu could accept competition, but shouldn't the competitors at least be decent women, if not all high-class ladies? Those 4 trashy women who knows how many men they've been with, are they worthy of competing with her for a man? Doesn't that lower her standards? Watching Meng Chen walk towards the elevator door, Morong Qianyu didn't know what else Meng Chen had in mind. Could it be that he was in a hurry to add those trashy women's contacts? That would be too much. She, Morong Qianyu, is elegant and refined, and still as attractive as ever, isn't she? Or is there something wrong with Meng Chen's taste? Just then, when Meng Chen stopped by the trash can, he took out the 4 business cards from his pocket and casually threw them into the trash can. Then he walked back behind Morong Qianyu. Morong Qianyu was stunned on the spot. Goodness, she was directly stunned. What kind of divine operation is this? Meng Chen, since you didn't want to add their contacts, why did you accept them? Morong Qianyu asked in confusion. Meng Chen glanced at her puzzled. Didn't your teachers teach you not to litter? Besides, rejecting someone's business card in person is very uncultured. Indeed. Since childhood, Meng's father taught Meng Chen that if someone handed him a cigarette, even if he didn't smoke, he should accept it and then throw it in the trash later, rather than publicly refuse it and embarrass the other person. To be honest, that's true. Not littering randomly is really something. It's hilarious. Morong Qianyu burst into laughter. Especially when she thought of those 4 trashy women eagerly waiting for Meng Chen to contact them on their phones, she felt particularly pleased in her heart and couldn't stop laughing. The cruelest thing in this world is to reject someone in your heart but still give them hope. Just like those trashy women,
keeping several backup options in their social circles. They are determined to marry into a wealthy family by any means, yet they flirt with working-class men from ordinary families, dropping hints, sending red envelopes on Valentine's Day, Christmas gifts, the first cup of milk tea in autumn. Mercilessly emptying the wallets of these backup men, as part of their plan to marry into a wealthy family. These underhanded trashy women met Meng Chen, a low-key wealthy man, and it can be said that they met their match. They were inadvertently played by Meng Chen, and they deserved it. On the other hand, Morong Qianyu was just too concerned, which led to her losing her composure. Otherwise, with her competence, she wouldn't have been so worked up. Because even she and Wang Lingyue couldn't spark Meng Chen's pursuit, it seems Meng Chen is a normal person and wouldn't have any thoughts about those 4 broken goods. She should have realized this earlier. While waiting for the elevator, Morong Qianyu quickly tore open the package, took out the 2 bags of nuts inside, and tore one bag open to share with Meng Chen. As for her previous vow in her heart, even if she starved to death, she would not eat anything from Meng Chen. Morong Qianyu pouted and threw a nut into her mouth. So delicious. Too damn delicious. She somewhat shamelessly thought to herself, she hasn't starved to death yet, right? So there's no problem with eating Meng Chen's nuts. And they are incredibly delicious. After all, these 2 bags were originally bought by him for his girlfriend, although Wang Li, that materialistic woman, is already in the past. But now she is eating this bag of nuts. Isn't it equivalent to Meng Chen buying it for her to eat? Nuts are nuts. So does that mean she is Meng Chen's girlfriend? She really is a math genius. Morong Qianyu thought happily. The elevator arrived quickly. Meng Chen and the 2 of them, along with several waiting workers, entered the elevator, pressed the number 15, and Morong Qianyu naturally leaned against Meng Chen, keeping an absolute distance from the others. When the workers saw Meng Chen and the 2 of them dressed so neatly, they deliberately squeezed to the other side, not wanting to provoke this rich second-generation Meng Chen. However, when their eyes swept over the 2 bags of nuts in Morong Qianyu's hands, their expressions were somewhat astonished. They didn't expect a beautiful woman like her to eat such ordinary nuts at a common price, and she seemed to be enjoying them very much. If it weren't for her exuding a faint and elegant fragrance all over her body, and wearing Hermes, with outstanding looks, they would have suspected that this was the legendary Pinduo Duo Yuan. Feng Yuan Guomao Building B, 15th floor, South Hang Green Bank Real Estate Company, Ltd. Zhang Rongfan's face was grim, directing his subordinates to throw Meng Chen's personal belongings out of the company's gate. This briefcase, that teacup, and these things, all throw them into the trash can at the stairwell. That Meng Chen. He didn't even reply to a dozen messages from him. He really doesn't take this supervisor seriously. Just because he is a son-in-law, even the subordinate employees can ignore his dignity? Clearly, he is a capable supervisor, just a little greedy. It's normal for a supervisor to deduct some performance from subordinates, right? If he doesn't cheat these workers, how can he afford a new Ferrari at the end of the year? How dare this Meng Chen be dissatisfied? He's really gone too far. Manager Zhang, Meng Chen is coming soon. Even if you want to dismiss him, is it necessary to make such a scene? Su Qiner was very puzzled. Just because Meng Chen is too handsome and attracted the attention of Manager Zhang's wife, he became so angry as to do such a thing? The heart loves beauty, everyone has it. Su Qiner felt that Manager Zhang, although capable, was too narrow-minded. You don't understand, just do what you should do, matters between men, women should stay out of it. Zhang Rongfan sneered. Originally, this beautiful subordinate had some admiration for him. Since Meng Chen arrived, her values had shifted along with Meng Chen's looks, always speaking up for Meng Chen. That was fine. Is he targeting Meng Chen now because of work-related matters? If he doesn't drive Meng Chen away, in another 2 months, the department head will probably be surnamed Meng. Throw them out, all of them. This kind of disorganized and undisciplined employee, even if their business ability is outstanding, they don't deserve to stay in our South Hang Green Bank. Zhang Rongfan shouted loudly. It seemed more like venting the pent-up resentment and jealousy in his heart. Because in Meng Chen, he saw his own shadow from his youth, and Meng Chen was even more handsome and younger, while he had already started to bald. Every time he saw his wife sending chicken soup to Meng Chen, he felt a deep sense of crisis. But he didn't dare to say a word, because he was a son-in-law who married into the family. Hearing this, the employees picked up Meng Chen's personal belongings and threw them into the trash pile at the stairwell. Let's be honest. Meng Chen's relationship with his colleagues in the office was just average. Handsome guys are always easy targets for jealousy, and he already had a girlfriend, which made him stand out from the rest of the single guys in the sales department. Bah! What's so great about being handsome? His girlfriend ran off with a rich second-generation guy. Serves him right. Liu spat towards the trash can. In the trash can, thick phlegm hung on the briefcase, looking very disgusting. Li Yu had a minor grudge with Meng Chen in the office, being the person who despised Meng Chen the most, although he usually pretended to be polite. But today, when manager Zhang lost his temper, it was the perfect opportunity for him to step in and criticize Meng Chen. It was a chance to vent his anger and please manager Zhang at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Other colleagues witnessing this scene felt a chill down their spines, but intimidated by manager Zhang's authority, they dared not say a word. Manager Zhang even dared to directly dismiss Meng Chen, who was the most competent among the new recruits, let alone the older employees with average business skills. Suddenly, the elevator doors slowly opened. A young couple dressed in luxurious attire stepped out. The whole room fell silent in an instant. Everyone seemed petrified, staring wide-eyed at Meng Chen in his luxurious Armani outfit. And the beautiful, Hermes-clad woman following behind him. They were shocked and exclaimed inwardly, "How is this possible? He's just a laborer, how can he afford Armani? And it looks like it's made of snow wolf fur. Is this gorgeous rich girl his new girlfriend? Damn! Being handsome really gives you the freedom to do whatever you want. When did Meng Chen become so wealthy? If I had known earlier, I should have flattered him. It's a pity, I missed the chance to curry favor with a big shot." Su Qiner's eyes dimmed as well. She was initially somewhat pleased when the news of Meng Chen breaking up with his girlfriend spread in Li Yu's office, thinking she finally had a chance. But in the blink of an eye, he had a new girlfriend. And unlike Wang Li, the gold digger, Su Qiner knew that the woman in front of her was a genuine rich beauty. After all, she had been in real estate sales for over a year. Although she didn't earn much money, she still had a keen eye. "Oh, you're the department manager of Nanhang Green Bank, very prestigious, huh?" Morong Qianyu resisted the urge to step forward and slap Zhang Rongfan, snorted coldly. Zhang Rongfan looked at Morong Qianyu in disbelief. You're the heiress of the Morong Group?" "Ha! There are still people in this broken place who recognize this young lady. Consider yourself somewhat knowledgeable." Morong Qianyu's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Since she had been recognized, she refrained from causing a scene. After all, the Morong Group had deep roots in Nanhang City, and even as the heiress of the Morong Group, she only knew about some major business partners. One careless move could easily hurt her own people and become a laughingstock to outsiders. The employees were all stunned. The heiress of the Morong Group? Actually visiting their small company, wouldn't that be a great honor? Oh my god. No wonder she's dressed so low-key and luxurious. I secretly checked. The stockings are from Jerb's Fengming series, a pair worth tens of thousands. What's so surprising? The heiress of the Morong Group is a top-tier rich beauty nationwide. If I could stand in Meng Chen's shoes, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. Ha! Could Meng Chen be kept by someone? After all, Meng Chen is indeed very handsome. It's a pity for such a handsome guy, he has no dignity and became a gigolo. I think being a gigolo for the heiress of the Morong Group would be a lucrative job. She's so young, beautiful, and rich. Zhang Rongfan glanced at Meng Chen. Right. Meng Chen must have married into the Morong family like him, or become a gigolo, otherwise there was no reason for him to suddenly afford Armani. Indeed. He guessed right, this Armani wolf leather suit worth over $1 million was indeed a gift from Morong Qianyu. But Meng Chen also treated Morong Qianyu to a 660,009 fresh supreme crab and a 600,000 Condi 1990 red wine, so Meng Chen definitely didn't know Morong Qianyu anything. Not to mention that Meng Chen had become a gigolo, and Morong Qianyu was eagerly waiting for Meng Chen to invest in her company. Unfortunately, Zhang Rongfan only guessed half of it, so he ignored Meng Chen and respectfully said to Morong Qianyu, "Respected Miss Morong, may I ask if there is anything I can do for you?" "Just listen to him," Morong Qianyu said with a hint of impatience. Obviously, she was not interested in talking more with him. She just wanted to finish her business quickly and go eat hot pot with Meng Chen, enjoying their own world. Isn't that delightful? Zhang Rongfan was slightly surprised. It seemed that Meng Chen, this gigolo, was quite favored. In that case, he needed to take things a bit more seriously. Maybe he really had a slight chance of marrying into the Morong family if Meng Chen truly became a successful man. If Meng Chen did become a phoenix man, he would definitely have to flatter him. "May I ask, Meng Ge, what are your orders?" "Xiao Zhang will take care of it for you. There's no problem with performance. Even if you don't close a deal this month, I will help you achieve your target." Zhang Rongfan behaved very obediently. Although in his heart, Meng Chen was nothing. But as long as Meng Chen was still favored by Miss Morong, he had to put on a show. After all, one must adapt to the circumstances. Everyone was shocked watching this scene. They couldn't believe that the supervisor who had just scolded Meng Chen, and the man who now called himself Xiao Zhang in front of Meng Chen, were the same person. His change of attitude was faster than flipping a book.
No wonder he could reach the position of a supervisor. However, the next moment, the supervisor taught them what it meant to be ruthless and merciless. Li Yu, what do you mean? Meng Ge was just a little late, and you threw all his things into the trash can. Are you trying to rebel? Zhang Rongfan exploded in anger, pointing at Li Yu's nose and cursing loudly. Li Yu was full of question marks. Wasn't it the supervisor who had just directed all the staff to throw things away? He just followed along. How did he become the mastermind now? Supervisor Zhang, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Just now you, shut up. I used to think highly of you because of the pressure of your mortgage, and I often took care of you in the sales department. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I was blinded by greed, believed your sweet words, and made some small mistakes in the past, which made Meng Ge unhappy at work. Zhang Rongfan's tone suddenly turned icy. He patted Li Yu's shoulder. Today, Li Yu had to bear this blame, whether he liked it or not. Because Li Yu, burdened with a mortgage, had no choice. With just a slight push from Zhang, Li Yu remembered the mortgage issue and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Zhang Rongfan was his direct superior. Moreover, his business ability was average, and he had scraped together the down payment for his house. If the supervisor made things difficult for him, he would really be in trouble. Li Yu trembled all over, and began to slap himself hard. Meng Ge, I was wrong. It was all my fault for not being sensible. I envied your good looks and strong business skills, so I let Supervisor Zhang deduct your performance. Please forgive me this time. He really hit himself hard. The slaps were loud, and his face swelled up. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. This colleague who stabbed others in the back deserved this retribution. Where's my briefcase? Meng Chen pursed his lips. He didn't care about these two people singing a duet. Since Supervisor Zhang backed down and Mango was also called in, and there was already a scapegoat for the blame, this matter could be considered settled. Mango, I'll go get it for you right away. Li Yu happily ran to the trash can, reached in and took out the briefcase, then ran to Meng Chen's side and respectfully handed it over with both hands. Meng Chen was about to take the briefcase and leave when he noticed the thick phlegm on it, his face immediately darkening. Meng Chen didn't bother to argue with his former colleagues. Being magnanimous didn't mean he was an easy target. That thick phlegm on the briefcase. If he wasn't given a satisfactory explanation, he would bring down the entire Nanhun Green Bank Company, even causing a sharp drop in the Green Bank Group's stock price. The richest man in Xiaoguo wouldn't be able to help. He said so. Morong Qianyu saw Meng Chen's change in expression and followed his gaze to the briefcase, her face also darkening instantly. This was outrageous. To spit on Meng Chen's briefcase, with thick phlegm no less, was he playing with fire? Ha ha, the Green Bank Group is quite bold. Making it to the Fortune Global 500, do you think you can act recklessly? A mere subsidiary, dare to look down on our Morong family? Morong Qianyu was truly angry. Zhang Rongfan's face changed dramatically. If the group headquarters found out that he had offended the Morong Group's heiress, he would definitely be thrown out to take the blame, to appease the Morong Group's anger. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Zhang Rongfan's eyes turned red, looking at the employees with madness. Who spat on it? Come out and confess. Otherwise, you all have a responsibility. The employees were completely panicked. They were just ordinary workers. How could they bear the anger of the Morong Group's heiress? So, they all pointed their fingers at Li Yu. It's him. Yes, it's him. I saw him spit into the trash can with my own eyes. Supervisor Zhang, it was Li Yu who spat. I and Su Qiner were just bad-mouthing him behind his back. He usually laughs and jokes with Meng Chen, but as soon as he leaves, the tea goes cold. There's really no human touch at all. Li Yu, who was being pointed at by everyone, trembled with fear, wanting to say something in defense. Although it was indeed him who spat, he couldn't bear this blame. His strong survival instinct made him dare not admit it. In fact, he had intended to please Supervisor Zhang with this action, but it turned into a death warrant. Crack, and angry Zhang Rongfan walked over quickly and slapped him hard. This slap was fierce. No mercy. It made Li Yu see stars. What are you standing there for? Lick it clean with your tongue. It's okay to eat back the saliva you spat out, right? Zhang Rongfan said coldly. Although there was nothing wrong with this statement logically. As long as one is a normal person, they have probably eaten their own saliva to some extent. But once it's been spat into the trash can, there are probably very few who have tried to eat it back. Just the thought of it is nauseating. Li Yu hesitated. He looked around, looking at his stern boss, then at the dignified Morong heiress, and then scanning the indifferent eyes of his colleagues, finally landing on Meng Chen's indifferent expression. Li Yu regretted it. If he had known, he shouldn't have turned against his former colleagues. The spit that was spat out would eventually come back. Miss Morong, if I lick it clean, can you spare me?
Liu walked up to Morong Qianyu, collapsed to the ground in despair, holding the briefcase, and cried out.
Morong Qianyu snorted, don't ask me, Meng Chen's satisfaction is my satisfaction. Liu crawled on all fours to Meng Chen's shoes, holding the briefcase. Meng Gu, I know I was wrong. Give me a chance, Meng Gu.
My son is less than a year old. I need to buy formula, pay the mortgage, I can't lose this job.
Liu cried bitterly.
Licking his briefcase, not only did he swallow the thick phlegm he spat out, but he also licked the entire briefcase clean.
Meng Chen squatted down, looked him in the eye, unzipped the briefcase, and took out an exquisite women's bracelet.
It was the one left to him by that stunning old friend.
Since you're in such a pitiful state, why did you spit out that phlegm in the first place? If you had just thrown away my things, I wouldn't have bothered with you, Meng Chen said calmly.
The pitiful have their faults. Liu breathed a sigh of relief, collapsed on the ground like a dead dog.
Thank you for sparing me, thank you for sparing me.
He kept thanking repeatedly, his expression somewhat numb, as if he had been stunned.
But obviously, Meng Chen had nothing to do with it. It was Zhang Rongfan who physically assaulted Liu.
And Meng Chen did not instruct Zhang Rongfan to hit Liu, he was only planning to demand an explanation from the Greenland group, as spitting saliva had crossed his tolerance threshold.
Meng Chen, did you come back to the company just to find this bracelet? Wan Li's?
Morong Qianyu said sarcastically.
She was jealous. Why did Meng Chen value this women's bracelet so much?
Meng Chen shook his head. No, it belongs to an old friend of mine who is no longer in Nanhang.
Morong Qianyu's narrow phoenix eyes narrowed. She had thought so. How could an outstanding man like Meng Chen not have women chasing after him?
It turned out that the rightful owner was not in Nanhang. Zhang Rongfan was shocked by Meng Chen's words.
Damn! Can a gigolo be so arrogant these days? Eating from one bowl and eyeing another? Why didn't he meet Morong Qianyu when he was young?
After all, as the son-in-law of the Qin family, he had been looked down upon since he married in, and he had been the subject of ridicule every year.
Meng Chen played with the bracelet and walked over to Su Qiner.
He was a person who repaid kindness, and Su Qiner had been kind to him in the past. Now that he had made it, he could definitely help her as long as he didn't lose money.
I remember you have a second-hand apartment building near Nanhang University? Meng Chen said casually. He remembered this apartment building, which he had just learned about yesterday.
The owner was on the verge of bankruptcy and was selling this potentially appreciating property at a loss to raise funds. However, the entire building was being sold for 90 million. And only cash transactions were accepted, so for the time being, those who wanted to buy it couldn't come up with that much cash.
Moreover, the seller was eager to sell.
The few buyers also hoped for a lower price, around 88 million. After all, there were only a few people who could come up with 90 million in cash, and if the seller was in a hurry to cash out, the price would definitely drop.
Yes, Meng Chen, that apartment building has a great location. 90 million for the 24th floor is quite cheap.
Su Qiner looked at him with a puzzled expression.
She didn't understand why Meng Chen suddenly brought this up.
She wasn't very smart, and could even be considered a bit foolish, otherwise she wouldn't have been so mediocre. However, Meng Chen had a soft spot for foolish women. After all, compared to those cunning and materialistic women, wasn't the foolish girl lovable?
Okay, I'll take it. Do you want cash or a transfer?
Meng Chen casually took out a 1-cent coin from his pocket.
What can you do with a cent? Not even enough to buy a bottle of mineral water.
But in the current era of 10 billion times inflation, it was a whole billion nanyuans, more than enough to buy a high-quality apartment building worth 9 million.
Su Qiner was stunned by Meng Chen's words. Her gaze was fixed tightly on the 1-cent coin in Meng Chen's palm.
The coin emitted a faint metallic luster, more enticing than gemstones, more captivating than diamonds.
Is this the legendary gold treasury note, coin?
It is said that only in large banks, big companies, and even in transactions between countries, would gold treasury notes be used. Ordinary people like her would find it extremely rare to see one in real life.
They could only be seen in certain extravagant scenes on the movie screen. Where did Meng Chen get the 1-cent coin from? Regardless of how it was obtained, Su Qiner did not question its authenticity.
Any coin worth more than 1 cent would have anti-counterfeiting marks and identity binding, making it impossible to exchange stolen or looted coins at the bank. Even if illegally obtained gold treasury notes occasionally appeared at black market auctions, it would be difficult to sell them at face value. Moreover, due to the huge face value of illegal gold treasury notes, whether it is used, carried, or manufactured, it is a serious crime globally, and once caught, the punishment is severe. In short, gold treasury notes are scarce in quantity, have high associated criminal costs, and are difficult to cash out.
Wait a minute. Meng Chen, I'll contact the seller. Su Qiner hurriedly dialed the seller's phone number. Meng Chen smiled slightly. He casually sat down on the guest sofa, crossed his legs, and played with the 1-cent coin in his hand. Yesterday, he was a salesperson at a real estate company, and today he had become a big boss buying houses with cash, surrounded by the envious eyes of his former colleagues. This feeling, not to mention, was really damn cool. The eyes of his colleagues were fixed on him. That was just a 1-cent coin, equivalent to a whole billion nanos. If it was lost while playing around, what would he do? Meng, let go of that coin and let them have it. If they could earn a 1-cent coin in their lifetime, just by keeping it in the bank to earn interest, they would not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. The call went through. Hello? Lanjie, are you there? Su Qiner sounded a bit urgent. Is that you, Xiaojiner? The buyers are urging again, right? Forget it, 88 million is 88 million. As long as I can get cash to help in an emergency, I, Wei Yulan, will accept it. The voice on the other end was a mature and soft voice with a hint of obvious fatigue. Su Qiner calmed her emotions a bit and excitedly said, Lanjie, it's not that. A colleague of mine said he wants to buy it, and he mentioned a 1-cent coin. Your colleague? The woman on the phone was stunned. Were real estate salespeople also wealthy now? If she hadn't bought a house from Su Qiner before and had some understanding of Su Qiner's anxiousness, she would have thought Su Qiner was joking with her. Real estate salespeople having a 1-cent coin? That's equivalent to a whole billion nanos. Isn't that a joke? Su Qiner also realized that it might sound strange to say it like that, so she added a fact. Lanjie, you know about Morong Group's heiress, right? She's also here. A real young lady, hee hee. Su Qiner smiled foolishly. Morong Qianyu, who was standing beside her, was speechless. This dilly-dallying, by the time the real estate transaction was completed, that hot pot restaurant would have closed down. Can this Su Qiner be more efficient? Originally influenced by the 4 women she met at the company's entrance, she was still wary of Su Qiner, but now it seemed that Su Qiner was just a naive person without any hidden agenda. Morong Qianyu snatched the phone impatiently and said, Are you the seller? I'm Morong Qianyu. My friend is interested in your apartment building, and the price is 88 million. Send the account details quickly. She wasn't afraid of paying first. In Nanhang City, only Morong Group dared to eat other companies' money. Which other company would dare to take money from Morong Group? Even if a fraud group accidentally cheated the wrong person, they would have to obediently return the money. To know that a prestigious family like the Morong family, which has existed in Nanhang for thousands of years, may not have the same scale as the Ali Group on the surface, but their network of relationships in Nanhang is definitely not something the Ali Group, which has been operating for decades, can compare with. If you cheat a penny from the Ali Group, the fraudsters can flee to the ends of the earth, hide in the darkness, and may not necessarily be caught. And even if they are caught, they only need to pay money and go to jail. But if you cheat money from the Morong Group, will someone burn paper money for the fraudsters on this day next year? So Morong Qianyu is just worried because this transaction delayed her and Meng Chen's time to have hot pot in the evening. By then, that guy Meng Chen will definitely find an excuse to avoid it again. Account number XXXXX. Name Wei Yulan. The person on the other end reported an account number without hesitation, not sure if they recognized Morong Qianyu's voice. Morong Qianyu recorded it on her phone. Then she directly sent it to Wang Lingyue via WeChat, asking Wang Lingyue to transfer 88 million quickly. Wang Lingyue was also decisive, using the special authority of the deputy bank manager to complete the transfer in half a minute. After the transfer was completed, Wang Lingyue sent a text message, Qianyu, why did you touch the Morong Group's account? Aren't you in the midst of independent entrepreneurship? It's not for my spending. Meng Chen is buying an apartment. I found dealing with the agent troublesome, so I paid in advance. You confirm the follow-up handover procedures with Meng Chen, then fill it back in. Morong Qianyu replied with a text message. Wang Lingyue responded with an envious emoji. Being able to accompany Mr. Meng, such a towering figure, isn't that something to envy? Morong Qianyu handed Su Qiner her phone back. I've sorted it out for you. Ask that Wei Yulan for the agent commission, say it was from Morong Qianyu, she will definitely give it to you. So domineering. Is this the daughter of the Morong Group? Su Qiner was stunned by Morong Qianyu's confident and domineering words, standing there holding the phone blankly. The employees present were also intimidated by Morong Qianyu's authority. She truly lived up to being the daughter of the Morong Group, acting without any taboos, casually transferring 88 million, completely different from the usual constraints of an ordinary woman from a common family. Isn't this too arrogant? But in the awe of the crowd, Morong Qianyu walked over and sat next to Meng Chen. How was that? Meng Chen, am I amazing? She looked eagerly at Meng Chen.
That proud appearance, much like an elementary school student who has achieved good grades and wants to be praised by the teacher. Meng Chen was on the phone dealing with the flattery of the Nanhang Bank president, casually replied, "Impressive, but you still need to keep working hard." Miss Morong is naturally impressive and useful. Otherwise, why would he carry her around? As for the transfer of the property procedures for that apartment building, he believed Wang Lingyue would handle it for him. The Wang family, as one of the prominent families in Nanhang, and Wang Lingyue being the deputy bank manager of Nanhang Bank, his local connections were reliable. The people present felt a pang of jealousy. Why did their goddess, who used to be so aloof, act so obediently in front of former colleague Meng Chen? Can being handsome really allow one to do as they please? And where did Meng Chen get so much money to throw around? Is he a hidden second-generation rich kid? It's truly envy-inducing. As things developed to this point, Zhang Rongfan on the side also sensed that something was amiss. The attitude of Miss Morong towards Meng Chen was almost like worship, not to mention when Meng Chen casually threw a penny. The nonchalant expression on his face didn't seem like it came from an ordinary person. Suddenly, Zhang Rongfan remembered a rumor: the daughter of the Morong group worked as a cashier at the supermarket in Wufu Jing Shopping Plaza. Could it be that Meng Chen was also a rich young man experiencing life? This was highly possible. Thinking about it carefully was terrifying. Zhang Rongfan looked at the corner of money in Meng Chen's hand, recalling every bit of Meng Chen's time since joining the company, sweat beads the size of beans appearing on his forehead. Meng Gu, in the past, I was not very sensible. If I have done anything wrong, I apologize to you here in person. Zhang Rongfan's will to survive was extremely strong. Meng Chen looked at him with a sincere and fearful look, unable to help but burst into laughter like a pig. It's really something. The former imposing boss, now showing such a fearful look, is really quite amusing. If it were in the past. Not to mention him casually playing with a coin. Even if he were to juggle 3 bundles of 100 yuan bills, he would probably be seen as a nouveau riche who has never seen the world by his boss. The price magic box given by the system at the beginning is really amazing. It multiplied his wealth by 10 billion in an instant. Absolutely cool. And Meng Chen also remembered one thing: his parents seemed to have prepared 200,000 yuan as a dowry for him to marry a wife. If that money also immune to depreciation, then the wealth he possessed would be unimaginable. Probably just by keeping it in the bank to earn interest, his daily income could outperform most of the wealthy. Meng Chen waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to mention the past. This time he came to the company mainly to retrieve this bracelet. After all, it was left by an old friend and has special commemorative significance. As for what other things money can buy, like the apartment building worth 88 million that he just bought, not even a corner of money, he didn't care at all. It's like Meng Chen used to buy a bottle of mineral water on the roadside. Meng Chen, it's almost time for dinner, let's go eat hot pot quickly, Morong Qianyu coquettishly said. Meng Chen did not respond to her, but turned to look at the desolate-eyed Su Qiner. Su Beauty, I may not be working here in the future, do you want to have a farewell dinner together? Su Qiner looked up in surprise at Meng Chen. Do you want to go? With Meng Dashuiguo's invitation, she undoubtedly wanted to go very much. However, she weakly glanced at Morong Qianyu, who turned her head away, and was still prepared to refuse. Who knew that Meng Chen would hold her hand and lead her to the company's entrance, and said lightly, Manager Zhang, is it okay if Su Qiner leaves early? Zhang Rongfan squeezed out the most brilliant smile possible. No problem. No problem. Meng Gu has spoken, then all the problems are no longer problems. Also, if Su Qiner overworks tonight, there is no problem with taking a paid day off tomorrow. After saying that, Zhang Rongfan showed a smile that all men understand. Morong Qianyu snorted coldly at the words, and quickly walked out of the company's gate. In fact, she wanted to say something, but she was not Meng Chen's girlfriend yet, and it seemed that a pursuer had no right to interfere. She was aware of this. Meng Chen shook his head and smiled. Apparently this former boss had misunderstood. But he was too lazy to explain, lest he hurt Su Qiner's self-esteem. He still had quite a good impression of this former colleague, who had taken care of him a lot in the past. Hey, when did Manager Zhang become so easy to talk to? During the Mid-Autumn Festival, I wanted to take a few extra days off to visit my hometown, but you didn't allow it. Su Qiner muttered strangely, but she was still very happy to spend more time with Meng Chen. Meng Chen casually explained, probably Manager Zhang's conscience has awakened, and he feels that it's not good to exploit laborers. The employees just wanted to complain when they heard this. Is the so-called awakening of conscience only for Su Qiner? If nothing unexpected happens today, they still have to voluntarily work an extra hour to organize customer data. But they could only envy Su Qiner. Not to mention that they couldn't hate a beauty. Just the fact that she had a good relationship with Meng Gu in the past. Blame it on them for ostracizing Meng Chen, the newcomer, in the past, and missing the best opportunity to make friends with an influential person in their lives. This undoubtedly would make them regret for the rest of their lives. Many years later. Brothers, let me tell you, I once had the opportunity to have a private drink with Nan Hongma, but I didn't cherish it until Nan Hongma's Ali group was established. Ah, what a shame. Mr. Meng used to work in our company. I could have flattered him every day, but I never did. Is it that Mr. Meng? He's even richer than the world's richest man. Exactly. Do you think I'm unlucky? Tears in my eyes. The three of them went downstairs, sat in a Rolls-Royce for about 10 minutes, and arrived outside a small alley in Nanhang City. This kind of old alley. Even though Nanhang City is a big city, it has preserved many, including the neighborhood where Meng Chen used to live. The specific reasons for not demolishing are very complicated, some because the cost of demolition by developers is too high, and some because of the special urban planning of the local government. During the short private exchange in the car, the three of them became much more familiar with each other. Meng Chen, the Armani suit you're wearing feels a bit off. Well, it's a standard version after all, not tailored. When you have time, let's go to Nanhang Tower for a stroll. I'm busy for now, I have to go back to my hometown, see my parents and bring back some things. Alright, remember to go to Lake Heart apartment tomorrow. Wang Lingyue should be able to handle the other procedures. You're the absentee shopkeeper, just need to sign in the end. By the way, do you prefer sports cars or sedans for the car? Do you want the extended version? What brand do you like? Hey, you're so talkative, woman. Be careful, no one wants you in the future. Blah blah blah, if no one wants me, I'll stick with you, and you'll have to take care of me for the rest of your life. With that, Morong Chinyu burst into laughter. Meng Chen felt a bit helpless. This girl could really flirt once she got familiar with someone. In comparison, her colleague Su Qiner was much more reserved. Su Beauty, don't sit so far away. I'm not going to eat you for real. Meng Chen teased casually. Su Qiner tucked her green hair behind her ear, revealing a sapphire earring, her expression becoming more embarrassed. I didn't mean that, brother Meng Chen, I'm just not used to it. Ah, it's all because of Meng Dashuiguo. She was starting to get used to it. Suddenly being teased by him like this, she immediately reverted to her original self. Perhaps her father was right, she had thin skin and was naturally not cut out for sales. I've always been curious, you graduated from the archaeology department, why did you choose to work in real estate sales? Meng Chen asked casually. Although the sales industry indeed does not require a specific major, in this industry, you can see almost all kinds of graduates. But Su Qiner's personality clearly wasn't very suitable for sales. While she naturally had a girl-next-door appearance that could lower strangers' guard against sales, this advantage applied to other industries as well. Because I'm not good at sales, so I want to conquer it, Su Qiner said softly and weakly. This was indeed an important reason why she chose to work in real estate sales. Su Qiner always felt that challenging things she wasn't good at would help her improve her abilities. Otherwise, her weaknesses would always be her weak points. However, she seemed unaware of how arrogant this statement was, only causing Meng Chen to smile in surprise. Meng Chen turned to explain a few words to Morong Chinyu on her behalf, to prevent this beautiful colleague from being targeted by Morong Chinyu, but found that Morong Chinyu had been staring at Su Qiner's sapphire earring the whole time. Such impolite behavior was rare for Morong Chinyu. Su Qiner clearly noticed this, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She fiddled with her hair to cover the earring. It looks like a tear of the stars, or maybe a candle in the sun and moon. Su Qiner, can you take it off and show me? Or you can offer a price. You know that our Morong group is not short of money. Morong Chinyu's fingers, as white as spring onions, pointed to her chin and smiled. Jewelry is as attractive to women as weapons are to men. If Su Qiner's earrings are really the lost pair, especially the sun and moon candeline, she would be willing to pay a high price of millions of nan yuan for them. Su Qiner's face stiffened a bit. I'm sorry, Miss Morong, these earrings are my mother's heirlooms and have special meaning to me. I can't take them off to give to you. There are only chips that can't be negotiated, no items that can't be bought. How about this? If it is indeed the earring I guessed, I'll offer 20 million nan yuan. Morong Chinyu smiled. She knew that Su Qiner and Meng Chen had been colleagues for half a year, so she didn't play tricks on the price. Now it was Meng Chen's turn to be surprised. Could it be that Su Qiner is also a low-key wealthy woman? Otherwise, how could she afford earrings worth millions? No wonder Su Qiner always gave him the feeling of being uninterested in money. But it didn't seem quite right, after all. Su Qiner's slight sense of inferiority didn't seem fake. Ding! Threat detected for the host. System awakening. Please choose from the following 3 services provided by the system. Option 1, Peerless Mode. The system will automatically protect the host and intelligently eliminate any factors that threaten the host. No rewards. Option 2, Challenge Mode. The host will independently solve difficulties with strong auxiliary support provided by the system, but hidden dangers will not be actively resolved. Reward, Unlimited Scanning System. Option 3, Survival Mode. The host will face all difficulties alone, life and death are fated, wealth and honor are in the hands of the host's personal abilities. Reward, a dog and a knife. Meng Chen was dumbfounded. He thought the system would give him a newbie gift and then go to sleep. It turned out that the system was lazy because he hadn't encountered any threats, but these three choices seemed to have their own advantages and disadvantages. At first glance, option 1 seemed the most enjoyable, as the system would intelligently handle everything, and he would basically just be a bystander. But this was like a top player in a game going to play with beginners. It might be fun at first, but over time, the novelty would wear off, and the fun would be very limited. Meng Chen didn't want a future life without any challenges. Living like a flower in a greenhouse would be too boring. Option 3 seemed very challenging, but Meng Chen also knew that there would always be someone better, and without the system's help, although he had a huge fortune, he might find it difficult to ensure his safety. If he encountered a certain threat, having more money might only make him die faster. Not to mention bodyguards. Bodyguards could be trusted, but not completely. Who knows who the real boss behind the bodyguard company is? And what's with the reward of a dog and a knife? Was he supposed to give up being a good rich man and become a mercenary abroad? That would be truly a survival game. All things considered, Meng Chen felt that option 2 was the most suitable for him. The unlimited scanning system sounded very high-end. I choose the second one. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained the unlimited scanning system, and the host panel has been unlocked. Host, Meng Chen. Deposit, 12,830 yuan. Assets, Nanhu Apartment. Close confidant, non-ideal partner, Dongfang Diqing, 62/100, Morong Qianyu, 33/100, Wang Lingyue, 21/100, Su Qiner, 17/100. Note, a close confidant is a capable and loyal subordinate. An ideal partner is an object that fits the host's aesthetic preferences. When the affection progress reaches 100, it will enter an unwavering state, and the affection progress will never decrease. Meng Chen looked at this host interface and felt delighted. With the powerful assistance of the system, he could easily build up his team, making it much easier for him to achieve great things in the future. Having a system is awesome. However, among the ideal partners, who is Dongfang Diqing, whose affection progress is nearly twice that of Morong Qianyu. Meng Chen was certain that he had never heard of Dongfang Diqing before. Could she be a beautiful woman who secretly admires him? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Back in the day, Meng Chen was the #1 heartthrob at Nanhang University. After the freshman military training, his bed was filled with love letters from girls. Meng Chen thought proudly, but soon he remembered the key point, which was the reason the system woke up, detecting a threat against him. So where exactly did this unknown threat come from? After pondering for a moment, Meng Chen's gaze fell on Su Qiner. If there was something wrong, it was undoubtedly related to Su Qiner, as Morong Qianyu had been with him for almost half a day without any warnings from the system. Scan the system, immediately scan the source of the threat for me. Ding! 7 malicious targets detected nearby, danger level 5. The system suggests the host to continue monitoring. Of course, the host can also hire the night organization to eliminate potential unknown threats in advance. Meng Chen smiled slightly. As long as he knew he could solve it at any time, there was no need to act prematurely and alert the enemy. He was actually curious about the origins of these so-called malicious targets. Facing the imminent victory of Morong Qianyu, the usually gentle Su Qiner showed a determined expression for the first time. Miss Morong, I've said it before, this was left to me by my mother. It's very important to me and I can't sell it no matter how much money is offered. I get it. I get it. Do I need to add more money? Morong Qianyu smiled indifferently. You're quite greedy. But I like it, just like me. Instead of staying at Ludi, why not come work for me as a financial manager? Su Qiner clenched her small hand into a fist, bit her silver teeth, and turned her head away. Meng Chen glanced at Morong Qianyu. Don't joke too much. If she really wanted to make money, she wouldn't be selling houses at Ludi. But Miss Su, this earring of yours looks expensive. What does your family do? Of course, if it's inconvenient to answer, forget it. Originally, my dad didn't allow me to say, but if it's brother Meng Chen, it should be fine. My family runs a pawn shop. If it's okay, brother Meng Chen can just call me Qiner. Suddenly cared for by her crush, Su Qiner looked down at her dress with some shyness. The anger that had originally burned in her heart quickly turned into tender affection. From Meng Chen's perspective, he could see her swan-like snow-white neck and the delicate half of her collarbone. Originally, Meng Chen hadn't paid much attention to Su Qiner, as it was impolite to do so, but now with doubts in his mind, he couldn't care less. As a result, upon closer inspection, he noticed many issues. The skin color on Su Qiner's neck differed significantly from her face, and aside from the freckles on her face, her features were clearly very delicate. Scan the system, scan the information of Su Qiner and Morong Qianyu, I want to compare them.
Ding! Scan complete. Name, Morong Qianyu looks, 95 figure, 95 ability, 97 family background, 92. Name, Suningyun, Qiner, looks, 97 figure, 90 ability, 72 family background, 97. Note, full marks are all 100.
Meng Chen finished reading the two sets of data, and suddenly he was full of question marks.
Morong Qianyu's data was not much different from what he estimated. But what's with Su Qiner's double 97 points in looks and family background?
They had been colleagues for half a year.
How did he not know? This hiding is too deep. Ningyun, where is your family's pawnshop located? Meng Chen suddenly probed. Su Ningyun subconsciously smiled and replied, in the Magic City. Ha? Meng Chen, how did you know my name is Ningyun? Did I accidentally reveal it? I really can't do anything right. She stared blankly at Meng Chen. Oh no. Her father had warned her not to reveal her real name when playing outside. If her father found out, she would definitely be brought back. Meng Chen smiled without saying a word, completely trusting the scan results of the system. He had heard before that some exceptionally beautiful women from ordinary backgrounds preferred to disguise themselves to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, with Su Qiner's 97 points in looks, she was already close to a perfect score of 100. Even if she disguised herself, she would still be much better than the so-called goddesses on the street. And Morong Qianyu was the daughter of the Morong Group. With the Morong Group's global influence ranking in the top 500, her family background score was only 92 points. So, what level of family background did Su Ningyun's 97 points represent, and why was she at the Green Bank Group? If Meng Chen didn't have the system, he would probably still be kept in the dark. However, he didn't doubt Su Ningyun herself. After all, after half a year of working together, he could see many things clearly. No matter how beautiful this girl was, she was just a simpleton. Perhaps she had some secrets, but she was far from being a scheming woman. Although Su Ningyan felt a bit uneasy, recalling the bits and pieces of their half-year as colleagues, out of her fondness and trust for Meng Chen, she didn't say much. Morong Qianyu, on the other hand, became sulky and refused to speak to Meng Chen after being glanced at by him. But with her kind and compassionate nature, she probably also guessed a hint of mystery. Amid the sound of tires rubbing against the ground, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Rose stopped in front of a small shop. Meng Chen looked at the three-story restaurant in front of him. Ancient marble walls, bamboo fences, and glazed tiles covering the roof. Outside, various luxury cars were parked, giving it a somewhat inexplicable cyberpunk vibe. Meng Chen's eyes were slightly surprised, inwardly remarking, the rich really know how to play. Although he was now the richest person in this world, having just become wealthy not even half a day ago, being able to maintain his composure without getting carried away was already good enough. It wasn't realistic to expect him to transform into a shrewd tycoon immediately. 3. Table 17 on the second floor, Morong Qianyu calmly addressed the greeter. The greeter smiled, all right, please come inside, sir. With just a simple sentence, she already knew they were regular customers and didn't bother with further introductions. Table 17 was in a good position, a pearwood table by the window. Meng Chen could tell that this restaurant was going for a retro and elegant style, from the layout to the waitstaff's attire, including the understated luxury of the antique wooden tables and chairs. Everything exuded a unique sense of beauty. The three of them ordered a hot pot and a few side dishes, eating and chatting happily. A few minutes later, a man and a woman arrived at the adjacent table number 18. The man was dressed plainly in street stall clothes. The young and beautiful woman wore 2 leather gloves, white silk high heels, and had purple hair tied into 2 purple pigtails, bouncing with each step, which made Meng Chen unable to help but look at her more. Seeing this scene, the young man at table 18 slightly smirked. It seemed like it was his turn to play dumb and act tough, to perform a show of cupping and face-slapping. Despite his shabby appearance, he was actually a wealthy young master from the capital, named Tang Yu. As for why he deliberately dressed like this, he just wanted to come to Nanhang for fried fish, wearing a Dior gold leather outfit, scaring the fish away. They say that beauty is a disaster, and by sitting next to a beautiful woman while dressed so poorly, there will definitely be a rich second-generation guy jumping out to target him, thus creating excellent conditions for him to show off. Moreover, he had done this several times already, and surprisingly, it worked much better than forcibly chasing girls with money. After all, deliberately showing off was too stiff. How could it be as satisfying as being passively face-slapped while showing off? By eliminating competitors and showcasing his charm in front of his female companion, the most satisfying part was that the opponent's female companion might also develop feelings for him. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, Tang Yu waited for a while, but Meng Chen still showed no signs of action. This puzzled him a bit because Meng Chen had brought 2 girls to dinner, and from the intentional and unintentional glances of the 2 girls, he could tell that both of them had a strong liking for Meng Chen. Meng Chen was playing both sides. What a scumbag! There was no reason for him not to be interested in the third target. Tang Yu held his wineglass, eagerly waiting for Meng Chen to make a move. Suddenly, the purple-haired woman opposite him, Bei Mingyin, stood up and walked over to table 17, leaving Tang Yu stunned. Wait a minute. The script in the novel didn't play out like this. Wasn't he supposed to play dumb and act tough, then have Meng Chen come over to step on him, and then he would counterattack, successfully showing off and winning the hearts of 3 beauties? Damn it! Meng's surname had no sportsmanship. He wasn't following the script. Shui, do you know him? Tang Yu asked curiously. Bei Mingyin turned her head and glared at him. Tang, mind your own business. I only agreed to have a meal with you. You are still 100,000 miles away from becoming my boyfriend. Don't meddle in other people's affairs. Meng Chen coughed a few times upon hearing this, almost choking on the wine in his mouth. He was probably used to dealing with refined ladies, so when a bold little girl suddenly appeared, he was momentarily taken aback and found it hard to accept. Fortunately, he didn't approach her, or he would have been harshly criticized. Although he was rich and handsome, it didn't mean that every girl would fall for his charms, right? Shui, is that you? How come you're in Nanhang? Su Ningyun asked softly. Bei Mingyin didn't respond. She directly ran over and hugged Su Ningyun, spinning her around. Indeed, it's Princess Jean. I knew it was you. Who else has such an aura? What's wrong with your face? How did it turn into this ghostly appearance? I wouldn't have recognized you if you hadn't spoken. Su Ningyun quickly shook her head. It's a long story. Shui, put me down. Let me introduce you. This is brother Meng Chen. He's been very good to me. And this is Morong Qianyu, the daughter of the Morong family. Bei Mingyin furrowed her brows. The Morong family in Nanhang. Sigh, how come the princess is having a meal with her? I don't like these local tyrants. They always like to act arrogantly in their own little world. Once they leave Nanhang, who knows about the Morong family? She spoke her mind without any fear of offending anyone, completely disregarding Morong Qianyu's dark expression. If it weren't for Meng Chen sitting here, there might have been a real showdown at Dongpa Pavilion, as most aristocratic children placed great importance on family honor. Meng Chen? I've never heard of any prominent Meng family. The largest in Xia country is the Shandong Meng family, but they're not as good as the Morong family in Nanhang. He looks quite handsome. Would the handsome guy like to add a friend? Let me introduce you to some girls. Bai Mingyin smiled. As she spoke, Meng Chen was raising his glass to drink. Upon hearing this, the beer in Meng Chen's mouth sprayed out, directly onto Bai Mingyin's face. Introduce girls? Isn't this too direct? Meng Chen felt his heart couldn't handle it as a 90s kid. Bai Mingyin's face instantly darkened. She touched the beer on her face with delicate fingers, and gave Meng Chen an extremely dark look, making him feel a chill down his spine. Meng Chen handed her a tissue with a face full of apology. I'm sorry for losing my composure. Miss Yin, please wipe it off first. As an apology, I'll cover your expenses tonight. Miss? Your sister is the Miss. Yinzi is what you called me. I don't change my name or surname, Bai Mingyin. If it weren't for you knowing His Highness Jean, I would have made you crawl out today. Sorry, Miss Bai Ming, I am the only son in my family. I don't have a sister. If you need compensation, we can discuss it. If you insult relatives, the consequences may be a bit serious. Meng Chen's apologetic smile gradually turned cold. Bai Mingyin wanted to say something more, but Sun Ningyun immediately stood up and covered her mouth. Yinzi, don't make a scene. Meng Chen didn't mean it, and besides, Meng Chen has already apologized. Under Sun Ningyun's pleading gaze, Bai Mingyin snorted and nodded slightly. What? Meng Chen's saliva even sprayed into her mouth. Ugh, why do guys like to drink such bitter beer? How could this be just let go? She couldn't even appreciate the Lamborghini Tang Yu gave her. Would she lack a bit of money for a meal? It's just ridiculous. But to retreat for now, it's not good to turn hostile temporarily, so as not to make His Highness Jean difficult. It's better to have someone deal with him after dinner. Sun Ningyun finally let go of her hand, and Bai Mingyin glared fiercely at Meng Chen, then exchanged contact information with Sun Ningyun and turned back to sit at table 18. Morong Qianyu, who witnessed this scene, showed a pensive smile, and Tang Yu felt his chance had come. It's time to teach the young master a lesson. Although he might not be able to pretend to be weak and eat the strong, he could always act tough. You're covering her expenses? I'm afraid you can't afford the bill. Tang Yu smiled confidently. Waiter, bring a whole set of Dompa banquet. Bai Mingyin's eyes lit up. Right.
Martial arts won't work, she can try literature. The Dompa banquet is super expensive, and ordering a few bottles of 100-year-old wine will definitely be much more expensive than those Western wines like 90 Kandi or 82 Lafite. Adding it all up, it would cost at least 50 million nanyuan.
Wow.
Although her family is wealthy, her parents wouldn't let her spend 50 million on a meal. That's not extravagance, it's just plain waste. Because these things are usually only extravagantly spent at the adult ceremony of the eldest son in the family, or at the 60th birthday of the elders. Such important banquets in life occasionally indulge in such extravagance. Waiter, bring a vat of Suwa Xiang wine, another vat of Rose Du wine, and another vat of Puzhong wine.
Bai Mingyin provocatively glanced at Meng Chen.
She really wanted to see Meng Chen scared out of his wits. After all, although the small restaurant was not big, most of those who could make reservations to eat here were from prestigious families.
Ordinary people have no access and can't make reservations, so she should have some understanding of the wines she ordered. Morong Qianyu's face changed drastically, feeling sorry for Meng Chen's meal expenses.
After consuming this set of food and wine, it would probably cost more than a dime, but she knew Meng Chen's financial situation, so she didn't say anything. Although the expenses were high, they were only for her.
For super rich tycoons like Meng Chen, this is probably just a drop in the bucket.
Meng Chen remained calm, firstly because he was not lacking in money, and secondly, before obtaining the system, he was just an ordinary worker who wouldn't be familiar with these ancient wines of Xiagua. Perhaps like any normal modern person, he had never heard of these imperial tribute wines from the northern Song dynasty, let alone tasted them.
Ignorance is bliss. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter, because it's all about him, right?
The waiter, dressed like a runner from the northern Song period with a white towel draped over his shoulder, walked over with a wry smile. He had witnessed everything before and, of course, knew that the guests at this table were just being stubborn. Sir, there are only 2 of you at this table. You probably won't be able to finish a whole table of Dompa banquet.
How about picking a few dishes you like instead?
Let's forget about these ancient wines and have some aged Maotai instead. The waiter tried to smooth things over. This restaurant was not like an ordinary one, it attracted social elites, and the restaurant owner had retired from the imperial capital to live in Nanhang, with enough money to build a golden coffin for himself. So making money was secondary, the important thing was to provide an elegant place for the upper class to gather.
Noisy, are you teaching me how to do things? Do you recognize this brand? Bai Mingyin took out a token and waved it in front of the waiter.
When the waiter's eyes fell on the character Ming in the token, his pupils constricted, and a cold sweat instantly dampened the back of his clothes.
Yes, I'll go inform the kitchen right away.
The waiter wiped the cold sweat from his temple, nodded, and bowed.
Meng Chen's lips curled imperceptibly.
He simply ignored the shouting from the neighboring table. He picked up a slice of thin lamb with his chopsticks, dipped it in the broth, and put it in his mouth. It was indeed very fragrant, much more delicate in texture compared to the farmed lamb outside.
After all, you get what you pay for.
But if it weren't for Morong Qianyu bringing him here, he, a former worker, would have had no way to enter such an upscale place. With that in mind, he picked up another slice of lamb and put it in Morong Qianyu's bowl.
Eat while it's hot, he said lightly.
Morong Qianyu blinked, looking at the slice of lamb in the bowl. For some reason, her eyes felt a bit sour. Even when her father gave her a 40 million nanyuan Rolls-Royce Phantom when she graduated this year, she had never been so moved. Perhaps this is the pitifulness of being a licking dog. But she did not refuse and ate the slice of lamb without any hesitation, despite her usual cleanliness, not minding at all that Meng Chen's chopsticks had touched it. The Dompa banquet at this table costs around 10 million, plus the wines Bai Mingyin ordered. It should add up to around 60 million nanyuan, equivalent to 6 fun. As for the significance of representing the Bai Ming family in the imperial capital, Meng Chen, you should know better than me, Morong Qianyu whispered in his ear, bowing her head. Meng Chen's expression changed slightly at first, as a meal costing 60 million sounded a bit terrifying. Who knows what kind of wine Bai Mingyin had ordered, hopefully not some antique undrinkable stuff.
Damn! These extravagant girls. But upon hearing that it was only 6 fun, he felt relieved. Just 6 fun, what's the big deal, just eat and drink casually. He thought that girl might seek revenge on him. It seems she's not as fierce as she appears on the surface. As for what representing the Bai Ming family in the imperial capital meant, Meng Chen was full of question marks. He, an ordinary worker, had never even been to the imperial city. How would he know about Bai Ming in Nanyuan?
However, Meng Chen still wanted to use the identity of a hidden aristocratic son, so he had to pretend to understand and nodded slightly. Morong Qianyu didn't suspect anything either. After all, the mysterious origin of Meng Chen probably surpassed that of the Biming family in the imperial capital. Perhaps only Su Ningyun, who looked plain and ordinary, could be compared to him. Birds of a feather flocked together. If Morong Qianyu were to say that these two hidden aristocratic sons accidentally met, she wouldn't believe it even if she were beaten to death. Morong Qianyu felt a little lost when she realized this, because she knew there was a certain gap between her and Meng Chen in terms of family background, and crossing class boundaries was very, very difficult. Family was both a strong support and a heavy shackle, and every descendant of a family had to prioritize the family's interests. However, she did have some opportunities. If she could assist Meng Chen in ascending to the position of clan leader, then the two of them still had a good chance of being together, if Meng Chen didn't reject her by then. Morong Qianyu felt that her current thoughts were like a moth flying into the flame, knowing that she might get burned, but still moving forward without hesitation. Could it be that she had truly fallen in love with him in just half a day? Although he was indeed outstanding, like the scorching sun in the sky, enveloping the entire sky of her heart. Morong Qianyu's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Su Ningyun's face revealed envy, thinking that only the daughter of the Morong group could be worthy of him, right? While she was just a girl from an ordinary family. Just like her father had said, their family was poor, couldn't afford college, and shouldn't compare themselves to others, just focus on being themselves. However, Su Ningyun felt a momentary impulse. She wanted Meng Chen to see her true self, perhaps her beauty was her last dignity, but she also felt that doing so was pathetic. It's meaningless. Maybe it's better to just let it pass like this. It was time for her to move on to the next city and start a new journey, leaving Meng Chen as a memory in her mind. Tang Yu and Bai Mingyin exchanged a glance, finding it strange that Meng Chen was indifferent. Even though he was the top rich second generation in Xia country, wouldn't he speak up if the bill for a meal was 60 million nanos? After all, that was too much. In fact, these two weren't that bad, they didn't have deep hatred, and they didn't really intend to make Meng Chen pay 60 million. They were just waiting for Meng Chen to soften up so they could find an opportunity to mock him. At most, they would enjoy a meal worth 18 million and disgust Meng Chen a bit. Hey, Meng Chen, are you sure you want a treat? Bai Mingyin suddenly had some doubts. What if Meng Chen said in the end, brother, I was just kidding? Then wouldn't she end up like Yu Zi, who stayed up all night to reach the top of the national server? This move had to be guarded against. Meng Chen nodded affirmatively towards the waiter. A man's word is his bond. Since he said he would treat, he wouldn't run away when the bill came. Moreover, was it really necessary to be so cautious about a small amount of money? Bai Mingyin felt a bit uneasy under Meng Chen's questioning gaze. Why did she feel like this man was looking down on her? Was it normal in his eyes to spend millions on a meal? The waiter chuckled and was about to leave. Suddenly, Meng Chen stopped him. The waiter turned around with an expression that said, I knew it. Bai Mingyin and Tang Yu exchanged a glance, their eyes full of mockery. It seemed like he was forcing them to drink more. Such deep skill. Just now, Meng Chen looked confident. Was he waiting for them to show weakness? It was like playing cards and throwing a bomb as the landlord with 3 sevens and a single card left. Meng Chen was betting that the other side wouldn't dare to play the trump card, because if he had the last bomb, after the trump card, he could easily finish the game and the multiplier would be very high. Ordinary players with average skills would probably be scared. They had a bomb in hand but didn't dare to use it, letting Meng Chen easily pass through the ordeal. The onlookers shook their heads and chuckled. Since Bai Mingyin, the rebellious beauty, was sprayed in the face with alcohol, they had been silently watching these two tables. After all, live drama scenes like this weren't something you saw often. When Meng Chen sang the empty city stratagem, they almost believed it, as if they really thought Meng Chen was a tycoon who could spend tens of millions on a meal. But on second thought, even Buffett's lunch in 19 years was only $56 million US dollars, equivalent to 31.54 million nanyuan. That's just 3 cents. It's still not enough to buy the wine that the girl from the Biming family just ordered. Why is this young man so indifferent? Does he really think his dad is the richest man in the world? Even if his dad is the richest man in the world, that money belongs to his dad. The difference between the second generation rich and the first generation rich is not just 2 numbers, but a world of difference. The waiter breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to Meng Chen, bowed and stood. Sir, may I ask which dishes and wine you would like to cancel? You have indeed ordered too much, it's wasteful. He was also an experienced waiter. Therefore, he didn't mention Meng Chen's lack of money, but insisted that he had ordered too much, saving Meng Chen some face. Wasteful? No, what I mean is to order another round based on this standard. After all, apologizing by treating that girl to a meal, I can't neglect my 2 friends here. Don't you agree? Meng Chen smiled calmly. The words he spoke, however, left the whole room stunned, collectively gasping in shock.
60 million not enough? Need another 60 million? Did you hear that? Is it true?
Sir, the logic is there, but since this establishment opened, we have never heard of a meal costing 120 million nan yuan. That's a full 12 cents.
I'm afraid. The waiter stuttered.
He had received professional training. He wouldn't usually stutter unless truly startled. He didn't finish his fearful words, but Meng Chen, having worked at the bottom of society, immediately understood the waiter's dilemma. Indeed, it would be more appropriate to pay for such expensive food and wine in advance.
Meng Chen reached into his inner pocket. He took out a 1-cent coin and placed it on the table.
After doing this, he felt somewhat embarrassed subconsciously. After all, if this had happened yesterday, before the world devalued by a factor of 10 billion, if he had taken out a 1-cent coin in such a setting, it would have been a very embarrassing thing. Shouldn't this be embarrassing? There were 3 school flower-level beauties watching nearby. He had embarrassed himself in front of the rich. This must be embarrassing. However, the waiter looked at Meng Chen in astonishment because in his memory, only those truly ancient and noble families would carry treasury notes with them, distinguishing them from the modern nouveau riche families. This was a high-end disdain chain of currency levels because compared to the ancient treasury notes, bank cards and mobile payments undoubtedly lacked that sense of historical weight. Tang Yu and Bai Mingyin exchanged a glance, both seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes, never expecting that this man named Meng Chen was indeed a top second-generation rich with treasury notes.
1 cent is equivalent to 100 million nan yuan. Carrying it with him like this, is it really okay? Although the possibility of being robbed is very low, having it in the bank earns interest. At least 5 to 6% a year, which is 5 to 6 million nan yuan, enough for an ordinary person to toil for a lifetime. Unless he truly belonged to an ancient family that didn't lack money, those great families that had inherited for thousands of years, perhaps only they could achieve it, having no enthusiasm for money. Because of the accumulation of thousands of years, those families were wealthy enough to rival a country. Wait a minute. The Meng surname.
Bai Mingyin's heart surged with immense waves. Could it be that Mr.
Meng, whom she regarded as a lifelong idol?
She remembered the message sent by the family, Mr.
Meng appearing in Nanhang City. Unfortunately, the dragon shows its head but not its tail. Even though all the giants of the banking industry went to visit, they still couldn't attract Mr. Meng's attention and ultimately didn't get to meet him.
When she learned this news at Nanhang University, she sighed for a long time. She looked down even more on the pursuers around her. At the same age, that man was already standing at the top of the world. The giants begged hard, but could not see him. How majestic is that? And these wastes around her. But she couldn't shake them off like chewing gum, it annoyed her to death. The gap between people. Why is it so big? Morong Qianyu, sitting next to Meng Chen, smiled softly, not surprised by the reactions of the crowd, because he was a man worth her risking everything for, probably the only one in the world. A man like him, unparalleled, if she let go first. Perhaps even without any promises, there would be countless outstanding women ready to take her place by any means necessary, just like the concubines in ancient palaces. The confusion in Morong Qianyu's eyes dissipated, replaced by a resolute gaze as hard as iron. She had made a lifelong decision. Accompanying the Lord, until old age. Even without any status. Ding! Detected a sharp rise in Morong Qianyu's affection progress. Current affection progress is 50 out of 100. Host receives a random reward of 100 yuan. Morong Qianyu's affection progress surged. Meng Chen looked at Morong Qianyu with some surprise. He didn't seem to do anything special. How did the affection progress rise to half? As for the system's reward of 100 yuan, Meng Chen felt a bit disdainful. But 100 yuan is still 1 billion nano yuan now, so he reluctantly accepted it. Having a source of growing income would definitely feel much better than having nothing. But it seems like he's run out of coins. Meng Chen, under the burning gazes of the crowd, searched in his pocket for a long time, but couldn't find another penny. He couldn't even find a coin. Careless. He should have kept more coins. What if he felt like tossing a coin one day? Would he have to go to the Nanhang Bank's vault to get one? That would be too troublesome. Sorry, I seem to have run out of change. Meng Chen smiled awkwardly. The waiter breathed a sigh of relief. Right. Carrying a 1-penny coin, equivalent to 1 billion nano yuan, was already the limit. Who would walk around with 2 billion in their pockets? Isn't it better to invest in funds and earn interest? Even for this rich young man from an ancient and wealthy family, the money in his pocket wasn't just blowing in with the wind. Su Ningyun, on the side, looked down with a silly expression, stealing glances at Meng Chen from the corner of her eye, just like she did in the office before. Because when buying a house before, Meng Chen had taken out this coin. So she wasn't surprised.
But she was angry that her friend Inzi was cheated out of money, just because Meng Chen sprayed her with alcohol? Meng Chen is so handsome, no matter what, it's not hard to accept being sprayed by him. It wouldn't matter to her. Besides, Meng Chen didn't do it on purpose. At another table, Bai Mingyin and Tang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Meng's surname, there is an identity recognition chip inside the 1-penny coin. Are you sure this is yours? Yes, if you can't afford it, just say so, we're not that mean. In the upper-class society of Xia country, it's not that big, everyone knows each other. How about this? Admit your mistake and apologize, and we'll let it go. In their opinion, Meng Chen probably just took some money from home to show off. Did he accidentally reveal it now? Fortunately, they ordered a meal worth 1.2 billion nano yuan. If it hadn't crossed a billion, they might have been fooled by Meng Chen. Especially Tang Yu. He was already thinking about how to step on Meng Chen. He hoped that this time Meng Chen would make a fool of himself, so he could save face in front of the three beauties. After all, without the contrast of the defeated evil young man, it would be really difficult for him, a big shot with a stall, to stand tall and majestic. The crowd shook their heads and laughed. Those who could dine here all had some background and wealth. Although most people can't produce a penny on the spot, it's still very easy to borrow a penny from relatives and friends. If you have that money, wouldn't it be better to keep it in the bank or invest it to make more money? For behaviors like Meng Chen's, they don't say it out loud, but they actually look down on it in their hearts. It's like ordinary people hearing about someone spending a fortune at Starbucks for lunch. Meng Chen smiled embarrassedly, took out a crumpled banknote from his underwear pocket, and said, "I'm sorry. I really don't have any small change. Could you please help me find change?" Waiter. Tang Yu. Bai Mingyin. Diners. What? Is there a gold mine at home? In the shocked eyes of everyone, Meng Chen awkwardly scratched his head, took out the smallest denomination of 5 yuan from the banknote, and handed it to the waiter. "Sorry, I have few coins with me." No trouble, dear guest, please wait a moment, we need to contact the boss to come over. After all, 5 yuan is too much, we don't have enough cash in the store. The waiter's hand trembled holding the 5 yuan. This is 5 yuan, equivalent to 500 million nan yuan. He had never seen so much money in his life, let alone held it in his hands. Who is this young man in front of him, casually walking around with a handful of banknotes in his pocket? Isn't this too arrogant? Is he the legendary walking human bank? This is damn terrifying. Tang Yu stretched his neck, looking at the pile of banknotes and swallowing saliva. Originally, he thought that the rich second generation in the capital city could swagger around when they came to Nanhang. After all, except for the Morong family and the Wang family, other families and the Tang family in the capital city were indeed not impressive enough. It seems he was naive. Suddenly, he noticed that the little witch from the Baiming family opposite him had a strange look in her eyes. She was actually looking at Meng Chen with a fanatical gaze, similar to a brainless fan. Ha! What about the united front to fight against scumbags and villains? Hey, Inzi, you're not right, he's the scumbag who sprayed you with alcohol. Get lost. If you say one more bad thing about brother Meng Chen, I'll make you leave today lying down. What's wrong with being sprayed in the face? I'm happy about it. Bai Mingyin retracted her admiring gaze, turned around and gave Tang Yu a fierce look. It's all because of this follower. She offended Mr. Meng. How could Mr. Meng be a scumbag? Where in the world is there a scumbag who is rich enough to rival a country? Clearly, he is handsome and charming, right? No. She had to apologize quickly to avoid Mr. Meng misunderstanding. The eyes of the diners focused on the banknote in Meng Chen's hand. From this messy and unrestrained large sum of money, they seemed to see countless villas, luxury cars, and a life of luxury like an emperor. That was something ordinary wealthy people couldn't imagine. No wonder he could casually spend 100 million nan yuan for a meal, equivalent to just a penny and 2 cents. This banknote would be enough for a year's worth of meals. Of course, even if Meng Chen wanted to drink, it would be difficult to be so extravagant. After all, aged vintage wines are rare in quantity. Even if Meng Chen had money, he might not be able to buy them. When the diners looked back at the banknote, they felt a touch of low-key supreme aura amidst the mess and unruliness. In their minds, Meng Chen's figure also grew taller, becoming a giant who stepped on land and held the morning star. Damn! When did a deity come to our Nanhang circle? This money is too exaggerated. I've lived for 50 years, and I've never seen so much money in total. Alas! It's a pity my granddaughter is only 11, otherwise I would have called her over. This important person seems to like beautiful women. I'm not hiding it from you, my granddaughter is 18 this year, it's just the right age to try, in case she catches the eye of this important person. Speaking of important people, I heard that Mr. Meng appeared in Nanhang City, attracting top figures in the banking industry to visit, but none of them have seen Mr. Meng in person. Mr. Meng's low-key mystery has been around for quite some time, there's nothing strange about it. Do you think it's possible that the person in front of us is Mr. Meng? The possibility is very slim. I heard that Mr. Meng is wealthy but not fond of extravagance, instead, he enjoys blending in with the common people. Of course, the person in front of us is also incredibly wealthy, probably a young master from a hidden aristocratic family. True, I also had my daughter try her luck, in case she can marry into a hidden aristocratic family and achieve great success. The diners gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. It wasn't until Meng Chen put away the stack of banknotes that everyone reluctantly withdrew their burning gazes. Bai Mingyin stood up from the table, took small steps to walk behind Meng Chen, clasping her hands together in a praying gesture. Mr. Meng, I am your #1 fan. I was rude just now, please don't take it to heart, okay? She earnestly pleaded. Meng Chen turned around, looking at her face filled with admiration. He was puzzled. #1 fan? When did he debut? What's going on? Where's the fierce and arrogant attitude? Is this some kind of new prank? It's okay, I was the one who was rude first. Meng Chen looked at Bai Mingyin strangely, his gaze falling on her purple twin ponytails. Setting aside the incomprehensible thought process of the post-00s generation, this girl's youthful vitality was indeed very attractive. No, how could Mr. Meng be wrong? It's all my fault. If I hadn't spoken so abruptly, a towering figure like you wouldn't have been rude. Bai Mingyin firmly shook her head. It seemed like she had claimed responsibility for this today. Truly deserving of the title of Meng Chen's #1 fan, she was indeed in the late stage of idol cancer. Idols can do no wrong. Ding! A new ideal partner has appeared by the host. New name, Bai Mingyin. Favorability progress, 20/100, looks, 96 figure, 88 ability, 92 family background, 94. Why is the initial favorability progress only 20? Could Bai Mingyin also be a gold digger? Meng Chen felt this possibility was unlikely because Bai Mingyin seemed more like a carefree rich girl, with no specific concept of money, and naturally not materialistic. Since he couldn't figure it out for now, Meng Chen didn't dwell on it. With the powerful assistance of the system, he could handle any situation. There was no need to be overly suspicious and cautious. Forget it, let's not talk about this. The dishes are here, why don't you sit down and eat together? Meng Chen smiled slightly, politely inviting her. Bai Mingyin couldn't care less about being reserved. She sat down leaning against Su Ningyun's fragrant shoulder. As for Tang Yu, the follower from the imperial capital, in front of her idol, he was nothing. Inzi, why do you call yourself Meng Chen's idol? Is he Mr. Meng? Su Ningyun covered her mouth with her hand, looking surprised. She already held Meng Chen in high regard, but she didn't expect him to be such a legendary figure. Bai Mingyin sipped her rose-dew wine gracefully, also showing surprise at the words, "Don't you know, Your Highness Qin? I thought you and Mr. Meng were already." I'm not, don't talk nonsense. I'm just a Cinderella." Su Ningyun quickly covered Bai Mingyin's mouth with her hand. Her starry eyes dimmed slightly, feeling a bit inferior. Mr. Meng was a legendary figure, how could she dare to aspire to him? Moreover, her father had taught her since childhood not to argue with other girls if their family was poor, so she was somewhat timid and self-conscious. Bai Mingyin blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes seemed to speak. She really wanted to tell this noble figure, "Your Highness Qin, what's Cinderella? Don't be silly. In terms of identity and appearance, no one is more suitable for Mr. Meng than you." However, thinking of the cold and ruthless gaze of Princess Qin's father, she wisely closed her mouth. Although the Bai Ming family in the imperial capital has always been strong, there are still forces to be feared. Compared to Mr. Meng, who truly has no taboos, they are still far behind. This is the fundamental reason why she worships Mr. Meng fanatically. Misunderstanding resolved. Meng Chen and the others happily started eating. Only Tang Yu at the neighboring table was eating alone, looking at the three beauties at Meng Chen's table, feeling no appetite. Although the Dompa feast was delicious and rare, was Tang Yu here tonight just to eat? He was here to pick up girls. What made him most uncomfortable was that Meng Chen was the one treating tonight. This is too much. As a prominent figure in the imperial capital, when did he fall to the point of needing a rival to treat him? But if he really had to pay the bill, it seemed like he really couldn't afford it. In this situation, no matter how delicious the delicacies were, they became hard to swallow in his mouth. At this moment, the waiter returned and handed Meng Chen a stack of banknotes. "This is your change, a total of 4 yuan and 8 jiao and 8 fun. Thank you." After Meng Chen took it, he casually glanced at it and put it in his pocket. The waiter couldn't help but feel amazed. This young Master Meng is truly from a noble family.
Last time, a guest spent 1 yuan, paid 1 yuan and received 9 fin in change, and then ordered 9 times in front of him before feeling reassured. After all, every penny was worth 1,000,000 nano yuan.
The waiter actually understood. Because this time, he also ordered a total of 18 times, confirmed the 4 yuan, 8 jiao, and 8 fin without any mistakes, before daring to hand the banknotes to Meng Chen. But someone like young Master Meng who treated banknotes so casually, he had never seen before in his life. 10 minutes later, after eating and drinking, Meng Chen got up to leave. The waiter quickly reminded, "Sir, do you need to pack these dishes?
These are the most precious ingredients, and the restaurant stock has been emptied to prepare these 2 tables of Dongpa feast." Normally, for a restaurant like Dongpa Xian, he shouldn't mention packing up. But these 2 tables were just too extravagant, and many dishes were barely touched. Except for this young Master Meng who ate a bit more, the other 3 women ate very little and put down their chopsticks.
How much could Meng Chen eat alone?
This made him unable to resist saying a few more words. Meng Chen was taken aback, looking at the delicacies on the table and feeling a bit regretful, but he was indeed full. It would be a waste to leave so much uneaten. How about this? When I arrived, I saw some stray cats and dogs on the street. Please have the restaurant pack up these leftovers and give them to the strays to eat. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent.
Bai Mingyin looked at Meng Chen with admiration.
He truly deserved to be her lifelong idol, not only possessing wealth that could rival a country, but also being so kind. The men around her were not even worthy of carrying Meng Chen's shoes.
Su Ningyun's smile became even warmer. Meng Chen was still the same as before, always inadvertently showing his kindness.
What she liked was not only Meng Chen's handsome face, but also his gentle treatment of the weak in the world. But feeding stray cats with delicacies, he really never ceased to amaze.
Morong Qianyu looked at Meng Chen with infatuation. Kind, handsome.
He was perfect in every way, the only flaw being that he was too outstanding, making her feel increasing competition pressure.
Please, beloved one, can you dim your brilliance a bit, so as not to attract too many outstanding women?
The waiter almost burst into tears on the spot.
Is this the real-life version of dogs are better than people?
The waiter really wanted to say, young Master Meng, there's no need to be so troublesome. Just let him eat these leftovers, he can have a wild party with them when he takes them back. But in the face of Meng Chen's indifferent smile, he didn't dare to say a word. The diners were also on the verge of tears.
If you can't finish it, you can give it to the other guests present.
This is a Dongpa banquet worth 10 million nan yuan per table. They definitely won't look down on leftovers just because they are leftovers.
Don't give it to stray cats and dogs to eat. Those animals can have their leftovers. There's no need for them to eat Dongpa banquet leftovers.
But in the end, no one dared to speak up. Although they didn't say it out loud, after Meng Chen took out a large stack of banknotes, they automatically placed Meng Chen on a higher level than themselves in their hearts.
What about the wine? The waiter asked a crucial question.
Because most of Meng Chen's 120 million nan yuan extravagant spending was actually concentrated on these aged ancient wines, although the ingredients for the Dongpa banquet were precious, they were insignificant compared to these ancient wines. Ningyun and Ingji, each of you pick a bottle to take home and enjoy, Meng Chen said calmly. Su Ningyin and Bai Mingyin were both very happy, and they knew that Meng Chen really didn't lack money, so they didn't need to be overly polite and each chose their favorite wine.
Because the wine was chosen by Bai Mingyin,
so there are quite a few wines suitable for ladies to drink. In the end, Su Ningyun chose a barrel of 100-year-old Snow Lotus Moonlight Dew, while Bai Mingyin chose a barrel of Suhua fragrant wine, which is a kind of corked medicinal wine with a very difficult preparation process and excellent nourishing effects. Only the emperor and concubines were qualified to drink it in ancient times. Morong Qianyu saw that she had no share, lowered her head with a bit of grievance, but in the end, she didn't speak up to ask for anything.
In fact, she wasn't complaining about Meng Chen's favoritism.
Because she had already guessed the backgrounds of Su Yin and Bai Mingyin, they were indeed 2 towering figures who were qualified to take a bottle of wine from Meng Chen.
And as Bai Mingyin said, what is the Morong family? Dominating in Nanhang, but once outside Nanhang, who in the world knows about the Morong family?
She was just feeling a bit wronged. Because although Su Yun was the first to meet Meng Chen, she was the first woman to follow Meng Chen, and she believed she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to Meng Chen.
Didn't Meng Chen care at all?
The rest can be left with Qianyu, you can handle it as you like without asking me, Meng Chen added. In such a high-end place, where he had spent another 120 million nan yuan, Meng Chen believed that the waiter would definitely take care of these small matters for him. Indeed, they were small matters. A total of 120 million nan yuan, equivalent to 1 yuan and 20 cents. If it were in the original world, even beggars would probably find it too little.
Isn't it just a small matter? As Meng Chen's voice fell, unintentional words were heard with intentional ears. Morong Qianyu was moved to tears on the spot. Was she moved by the distribution of the wine? No.
What truly moved her was the elevation of her position in Meng Chen's heart. Morong Qianyu remembered the initial scene of meeting Meng Chen at the supermarket, the scene of the two of them going to the Marriott Hotel together to deal with that couple, and the warm scene of Meng Chen carrying her up to the 8th floor while they argued. She realized that all her efforts were seen by Meng Chen. He was a man like her father, so he wouldn't speak sweet words, but often showed his deep tenderness in the details. Such a deep and caring man was worth entrusting her life to.
Ding!
Detected that Morong Qianyu's affection has greatly increased. Current affection progress is 60 out of 100. Note, once affection progress reaches 60, the ideal partner will not pay attention to pursuit from other opposite sexes until affection decreases.
Affection progress reached 60? So from today on, Morong Qianyu belongs exclusively to him? This silly girl is too easily moved.
Meng Chen's lips slightly curled up, his rough fingers lifting Morong Qianyu's smooth chin like jade. Morong Qianyu, why are you crying?
Did someone bully you?
No, I got sand in my eyes. Morong Qianyu's heart was in turmoil like a deer, quickly turning her head away. Although she had deep feelings for Meng Chen, the aristocratic education she received since childhood made it difficult for her to accept Meng Chen's teasing in public.
By the way, Meng Chen, how about staying overnight at my place tonight? Just for one night.
Her gaze was somewhat shy, yet filled with anticipation.
Meng Chen wiped away the tears from the corner of Morong Qianyu's eyes. All right, as you wish.
But I might not have time to attend your team's event, so how about this? I'll invest 1 yuan in the seed round first, and I'll come see in the angel round. The original residence was obviously no longer suitable for living. Originally, he had planned to stay in a hotel tonight, but since the beauty invited him, it was not a problem to stay for one night.
I'll follow your lead. Morong Qianyu's eyes were filled with tenderness.
She knew that although 1 yuan was a huge amount when converted to nan yuan, for him, it was just the cost of a meal.
Given their current relationship, there was no need for formalities.
If her team members saw her in this delicate and dependent state, they would probably be shocked. After all, before meeting Meng Chen, Morong Qianyu had always been a very independent modern woman. However, even the most independent and strong-willed woman, when faced with a man superior to her, would still be softened. The two women looked at Morong Qianyu with some envy. Although staying overnight did not necessarily mean anything would happen, at least their intimacy indicated Meng Chen's trust in Morong Qianyu. And trust was one of the most beautiful things in the world. All good things must come to an end. In the end, Meng Chen, bathed in the awe of the crowd, left the discreet and luxurious restaurant with the company of the 3 women. The waiters quickly packed up the wine and dishes on the table. As for Tang Yu, who was dressed in street stall clothes sitting at the table, the waiters did not look down on the poor guest. But both tables of food and wine were paid for by Master Meng, and the dishes on table 18 were also a compensation from Master Meng to Miss Biming.
Now that Master Meng and Miss Biming had both left, logically, shouldn't the male guest also leave? Why linger here and freeload? Tang Yu at the next table was stunned. Damn it! How come the waiters didn't leave his wine? They took everything away.
He really wanted to drink a whole jar of aged wine, but soon he realized Meng Chen was his love rival. Even if Meng Chen did offer him wine, he had to firmly refuse. How could he drink the wine of his love rival? Tang Yu suddenly felt that he was the most miserable person in the room. Clearly, he was a wealthy young man from the capital, but in front of his love rival, he felt as humble as a servant girl. Unfortunately, he felt aggrieved but couldn't say anything due to lack of money in his pocket. This was the most frustrating part. Perhaps the only thing that could comfort him was this table of delicious Dompa feast. 1 million nan yuan per table was undoubtedly a sky-high price. Although he was a wealthy young man from the capital, his car cost only 50 million. He couldn't possibly use a fifth of a luxury car to have a meal.
Wasn't that insane?
It was good that Bai Mingyin had left. Now he could finally eat without maintaining a dignified appearance. Tang Yu comforted himself, reaching out to grab the special Dongpa elbow on the table and started tearing into it. It had to be said that this Dongpa elbow was made with authentic ingredients, truly worthy of being from the original Dongpa pavilion. Although the facade was not grand, the taste was definitely the best, justifying the sky-high price of 1 million per table. I'm sorry, sir, Mr. Meng instructed before leaving that these leftovers should be taken to feed stray cats and dogs. The waiter's smile was forced. With the waiter's apology, the eyes of the diners gathered at table 18. They finally noticed that the man who had been ignored had not left. Isn't this person shameless? It's one thing to come and eat and drink for free, but even after young Master Meng left, he still had the face to continue eating? Truly shameless.
Both men are about the same age, so why is there such a big gap between him and young Master Meng?
No wonder Miss Biming didn't even bother to look at him again when she left with young Master Meng.
She probably felt embarrassed to eat with him, right?
Tang Yu suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. The gazes of the diners were like thorns, piercing his back.
The specially prepared dompa pork elbow in his mouth suddenly didn't taste good.
In fact, he should have anticipated this scene, but he was overwhelmed by Meng Chen's wealth and couldn't think straight for a moment. Now that he thought about it carefully, this dompa pork elbow was meant for stray cats and dogs by Meng Chen.
By enjoying it so much, wasn't he essentially competing with cats and dogs for food?
Oh no, this is a vicious dog eating. And what made Tang Yu feel most powerless was that Meng Chen never looked at him seriously from start to finish, making him feel that the $5 he was so proud of was insignificant in Meng Chen's eyes. Tang Yu felt heartbroken. Why was he, Tang Yu, born if Meng Chen was also born? He, a small-time bully in the capital, never expected to be defeated in this small city of Nanhang. How unfair the heavens are. The diners watched Tang Yu, who was in a daze, and started whispering to each other.
Could this person have been struck dumb?
I'm almost certain that his sweetheart ran off with another man, and the opponent is young Master Meng, a heartless second-generation rich kid.
I'd probably be dumbfounded too.
Oh, why doesn't that young Master Meng eat a little longer? My granddaughter is on her way here.
Old man, you're quite straightforward. Aren't you afraid of your granddaughter being harmed?
Tisk. Granddaughters grow up and will eventually marry. Young Master Meng is rich and handsome, and I'm quite old. I still have some confidence in judging people. He doesn't seem like the kind of man who would abandon someone halfway.
That's true, someone like young Master Meng must have received strict ancient education.
Your granddaughter hasn't arrived yet, but mine has.
Young lady, go give it a try.
Top-tier rich second generation like young Master Meng, missing the chance means there won't be a second time.
Grandpa.
Oh, I trust that young Master Meng isn't a scumbag, but there are too many beautiful girls around him. I don't have the confidence to attract his attention.
Exactly. Miss.
Young Master Meng's aura is too strong, especially when he takes out cash. The confidence I've built up since childhood is completely shattered in front of him. A guy as outstanding as him, even if I'm the campus goddess, I don't have the courage to confess to him. In front of him, I felt the pressure that those loser boys usually give me. When he was here, I could barely speak properly.
Hey, why hasn't this freeloader left yet? Does he think we sisters would be interested in him?
He should take a good look at himself, a poor freeloader in cheap clothes. How can he compare to young Master Meng in his Armani snow wolf fur?
Tisk. We're all here to see young Master Meng.
Speaking of which, young Master Meng is quite low-key. After all, 100,000 Armani is completely unworthy of his status. The discussions of the diners reached Tang Yu's ears. Blushing, Tang Yu stood up and, under the slightly mocking gazes of the diners, awkwardly walked out of the Dongpa Xin gate. The bright moon hung in the sky. Meng Chen and the other two walked out of the Dongpa Xian's ornate gate and arrived at the Rolls-Royce Phantom Jasmine, followed by a long line of waiters carrying ancient wines.
Ning Yunin, has the driver arrived? Do you need me to have Dongpa Xian send you back? Meng Chen smiled gently.
As the host of this private gathering, he was determined to see it through. Su Ningyun hesitated for a moment, and Bai Mingyin quickly said, Brother Meng, I have a driver with me, so I can take Su Ningyun back.
Meng Chen nodded slightly at the words, didn't think too much, and left in the Rolls-Royce with Morong Chenyu. Su Ningyun looked at Bai Mingyin in confusion, not understanding why she said that. She originally wanted to hitch a ride back with Meng Chen, so she had a good reason to spend more time with the person she liked. The attendants from the passage to the afterlife have arrived. Princess Qin, you wouldn't want Mr. Meng to confront the passage to the afterlife, would you? Bai Mingyin explained with a wry smile. Just as she finished speaking, an old, dilapidated Santana stopped in front of Su Ningyu like a ghost. Your Highness, the 3-year period has ended, and the master of the passage asks the old lady to take you back. The voice of the old lady in the Santana was cold and respectful, with a hint of firmness that could not be disobeyed. Su Ningyun seemed accustomed to this strange scene before her and did not show fear. Instead, she muttered, there are still more than 10 days left. My father is not keeping his word. Well, since you're here, Granny, let's go back. It's worth it to meet him this time. As the Santana drove Su Ningyun away, Bai Mingyin finally came back to her senses. The passage to the afterlife, as the top-secret organization of Xia country, with a history dating back to the Tang dynasty, was originally a funeral organization. Over the centuries, it gradually infiltrated various circles and now its influence extended globally, comparable to the Freemasons in the West, putting immense pressure on her. Perhaps only the Eastern family in the imperial capital could barely compete with it head-on. Oh, Bai Mingyin remembered Mr. Meng.
He and his hidden family behind him were probably stronger than the passage to the afterlife, but it would be best if there were no conflicts between the two.
What's the point of infighting? Isn't it better to present a united front to the outside world?
If the two sides join forces, develop Xia country into the world's leading power, not only can they dominate foreign markets and make huge profits, but history will also remember Mr.
Mang and the passage to the afterlife. Ding! The potential threat has been eliminated.
The host no longer needs to worry about security issues. Meng Chen sat in the back seat of the car, his pupils reflecting the streetlights outside the window.
The threat has been eliminated?
It seems that, as he suspected, the root of the threat is indeed related to Su Ningyun, his former colleague. It's quite funny, he is a fake scion of a hidden family, while Su Ningyun is probably a true heiress of a hidden family. System, hire a group of people to protect Su Ningyun.
Meng Chen silently prayed.
I recommend the Black Rose mercenary group of the Dark Knight organization to the host, which can guarantee the safety of Su Ningyun, with a monthly fee of 10 yuan and an annual fee of 100 yuan.
Then let's go for the annual fee. Meng Chen didn't care about this small amount of money. What can 100 yuan do before changing the world?
Besides, when he and Su Ningyun were colleagues, Su Ningyun often paid for his breakfast and lunch, probably spending more than 1,000 yuan on him.
Meng Chen, I'm a little nervous.
Morong Qianyu nestled in his arms, her delicate face tinged with a charming blush.
Meng Chen played with her soft green hair. Nervous about what? I won't devour you tonight.
We've only known each other for a day, I'm not that impatient.
You're so bad, taking advantage of the fact that someone likes you to bully them.
Morong Qianyu shyly buried her head in Meng Chen's arms. Perhaps it was the aftereffects of the ancient wine. The two of them gradually became more unrestrained in their conversation.
The female driver in the front who was driving couldn't help but feel overwhelmed.
Fortunately, the moments of joy are always short-lived. Rolls-Royce drove into a villa area, passing through the courtyard gate skillfully, and finally stopped in front of a magnificent villa.
How about it? My villa is quite big, right?
There's a swimming pool, garden, orchard, gym, and everything.
Although it's definitely not as good as your family's, it's still considered having a house and a car, right? Marrying me back home, you definitely won't lose out. Morong Qianyu supported Meng Chen, her eyes blurred with intoxication.
Meng Chen had a better alcohol tolerance and chuckled at her words.
It is said that it's easy to lose control after drinking.
When Morong Qianyu was drunk compared to when she was sober, she lacked some sophistication and had a bit more innocence, making her quite cute when she spoke.
Seeing this scene, the female driver and maid tactfully walked away. As excellent servants of the Morong family, they knew that hearing drunken words was a sin.
They gathered near the courtyard gate with the bodyguards who came down from the escort car, discussing gossip about their young lady.
Is that young Master Meng?
He's truly talented, a perfect match with our young lady.
Yes, handsome beyond words.
And very wealthy. I heard that just for today, the dinner cost over 1 billion nan yuan, equivalent to more than a dime in gold banknotes.
Isn't that too extravagant?
Yes. I heard young Master Meng carries hundreds of gold banknotes with him.
It's simply outrageous.
No wonder our usually aloof young lady got drunk today. She probably has already given her heart to him, right? If it were me, even if I had to crawl, I would crawl into young Master Meng's bed tonight.
That's going too far.
Our young lady is the heiress of the Morong group. She doesn't have as thick a skin as you.
Oh no.
I forgot to remind young Master Meng.
Madam seems to have come today. Oh no. I forgot too.
I saw the handsome guy just now getting too nervous.
I hope Madam is okay.
On the other side, Meng Chen pushed open the villa gate. He was stunned by the luxurious decoration in front of him. This wasn't just a villa, it was clearly a princess palace.
It's not surprising that Meng Chen was taken aback.
Before obtaining the system, he was just a laborer from a small county town. It's not unjust to say he hadn't seen much of the world.
Under such circumstances, if he didn't show any reaction, that would be truly strange. The Qianyu family is truly extravagant. Are these paintings on the wall all famous artworks? The decorations on this chandelier, are they all diamonds?
No wonder Morong Qianyu, the heiress of the Morong group, is much more luxurious than my small rented room, Meng Chen exclaimed.
Mountains may change, but one's nature remains the same.
Obviously, Meng Chen's mindset was still stuck in the world before the change. He didn't realize that the 2 paper currency folded paper airplanes in his rented room were worth more than all the items in the entire villa, including the villa itself. Suddenly, above the European spiral staircase, a proud and cold voice of a middle-aged woman came. Of course, they are all real South Chives diamonds, and my daughter Qianyu is indeed the heiress of the Morong group. But who are you? How dare you touch her with your dirty hands?
Dirty hands? Was Morong Qianyu's mother looking down on him with those words?
Meng Chen raised an eyebrow, looking up at the middle-aged lady on the stairs. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes.
In that case, he might as well not stay the night.
His previous admiration and praise were just to give face to Morong Qianyu. After all, the ambiguous relationship between Morong Qianyu and Meng Chen was more than friends but not yet lovers.
People praise each other, isn't that a normal operation between friends? Moreover, does anyone really think that he, the world's richest man, would kneel and lick the big villa? What a joke! Let alone a chandelier decorated with diamonds. Even if the entire villa was made of diamonds, buying it would not be a big economic pressure for Meng Chen.
Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem for Meng Chen.
What are you looking at? The uncouth person who doesn't understand etiquette. Is the Armani outfit on you the one my daughter bought for you at noon?
I don't know what kind of love potion you gave Qianyu, making her so infatuated with you. Lady Morong strolled down the European spiral staircase, speaking leisurely as she walked.
The noble and condescending attitude made Meng Chen's temples throb.
If it weren't for Morong Qianyu's affection progress reaching 60, making her devoted to him, just based on Lady Morong's sarcastic words today, he would have made the entire Morong family kneel and beg for mercy with money. He was a man with a system. Even if he were to antagonize noble families worldwide, he wouldn't bat an eye, let alone a mere Morong family in Nanhang.
You must be Lady Morong, right?
Qianyu mentioned you were the Iron Lady of the business world in the car, but seeing you today, I am deeply disappointed.
It seems Qianyu is indeed drunk, so I will take my leave first.
Meng Chen helped the intoxicated Morong Qianyu to sit on the sofa in the hall, took off the Armani snow wolf fur coat, and carefully covered her abdomen. Regardless of how annoying Lady Morong was, Morong Qianyu's sincere feelings for him had been system certified and were beyond doubt.
Humph,
sharp-tongued boy, since you've trifled with my daughter, don't think you can leave easily. Lady Morong's eyes were sharp. After receiving a report on Morong Qianyu's abnormal shopping records from her subordinates, she immediately took it seriously, identified Meng Chen's identity, and began investigating, thoroughly checking Meng Chen from birth hospital to graduation institution. Although she had heard that Meng Chen seemed to have a huge fortune, she believed more in the truth she had investigated.
Meng Chen, a child from an ordinary working-class family, how could he possibly have a single penny, let alone take out hundreds of dollars in cash at the supermarket?
Fake. It's all a trick to deceive people. Lady Morong had been in business for over 30 years and had seen all kinds of scams, not to mention a $100 cash stash. There was once a Wall Street big swindler who had fooled nearly half of the global investors.
What about a drop of blood testing for diseases? What about old Gia's FF?
They were all better at fabricating stories than the other. After reading all of Meng Chen's information and combining it with the exaggerated rumors about him, Lady Morong had already regarded Meng Chen as a big fraud. Meng Chen was furious but laughed in response, sitting on the sofa immediately. He had intended to let Lady Morong off. After all, she might be his future mother-in-law, but since she refused to give face, he had to play along.
Oh, is this how you trifle?
Meng Chen pinched Morong Qianyu's smooth chin, leaned in to seal her lips with a kiss, then glanced at Lady Morong with a smirk. He had never feared anyone's arrogance. While others were forced to be like dead dogs in front of their in-laws, pressured by dowries and excessive demands, Meng Chen was different. Even if Lady Morong was his future mother-in-law, if he lost his temper, he wouldn't give her any face.
He admired Morong Qianyu's devotion, not her mother's. As for dowry money? What? He was richer than the world's richest man. Why would he worry about dowry money? It was impossible.
Lady Morong's face turned pale with anger as she pointed at Meng Chen and scolded, "You audacious fellow! How dare you do such a thing to my pure and innocent daughter?" Meng Chen's lips curled slightly, smiling without saying a word.
Was he an audacious fellow? Of course not. Morong Qianyu had invited him to stay overnight. Isn't that clear enough?
After all, noble women were reserved and wouldn't be as open as women in brothels, spouting vulgar words. Furthermore, Morong Qianyu was clever. If she got drunk at the banquet, it was definitely intentional.
If a woman didn't get drunk, how would a man have a chance?
These were some established banquet customs. You don't even look at what old clothes you're wearing. Are you worthy of my daughter? Here is a 1 million check. Take it and get out quickly, or I'll call the bodyguard. You won't get anything. Seeing Meng Chen's ignorance, Lady Morong's tone became more sharp and harsh.
Obviously, Lady Morong was also annoyed by Meng Chen's cluelessness.
However, Lady Morong giving a check was definitely not well-intentioned. As long as Meng Chen left with the check, she would turn around and accuse him of breaking in and robbing.
Meng Chen lowered his head and looked at his underwear.
To be honest, compared to the Armani snow wolf leather jacket, his underwear was indeed cheap and pilling like a street stall item. When Morong Chinyu bought him a set of Armani and accompanied him to the Marriott Hotel to make a scene, she certainly did not expect that her mother would use it to mock Meng Chen at this moment. Unfortunately, Morong Chinyu was already unconscious at this time. Otherwise, she would definitely go crazy. Heard of being deceived, but didn't expect to be deceived for her daughter. Was it easy for her to try to win Meng Chen's favor? Why did her mother like to meddle and ruin her chances? A 1 million check? Meng Chen reached out and picked up the check on the coffee table, a slight smile playing on his lips as an idea for a prank flashed through his mind. After all, Lady Morong was Qianyu's mother. It wouldn't be right for him to go too far, lest he make it difficult for the woman who was infatuated with him. But a little trickery to deflate her arrogance wouldn't hurt. Qianyu and I are a perfect match. If I leave with this 1 million check, what does that make me? Meng Chen pretended to be affectionate. Lady Morong's expression changed slightly. She was most afraid of men who played with emotions like this, and Meng Chen was indeed very handsome. Setting aside the issue of her daughter, Lady Morong actually had a good impression of him. Seeing his affectionate display, Lady Morong's tone softened a bit. I don't doubt your sincerity towards my daughter, but you two are indeed not suitable. Whether you deceive her out of genuine feelings or for money, you should know that to enter our Morong family, even as a son-in-law, you must at least be from a prestigious background. There are some women you are not worthy of from birth, and in this lifetime. Meng Chen suddenly interrupted her, his tone turning cold. No, she is my lifelong love, plus money. No, she is my lifelong love, plus money. Meng Chen's voice had just fallen. The atmosphere in the magnificent hall of the villa suddenly became tense. Lady Morong stared in astonishment at the handsome face in front of her. Could it be true that the more handsome a man is, the more ruthless he is? How shameless must one be to say such words? Humph. I knew you were no good. Name your price. My Morong Group is a Fortune Global 500 company. Giving you a little more in separation fee is nothing. Lady Morong sneered. Meng Chen raised a finger. $100. That's all I need. Lady Morong's face changed dramatically at his words. What? You are truly insatiable, asking for such an exorbitant amount. Do you know how much $100 is? It's equivalent to 1 trillion nan yuan. You really have the nerve. Let me tell you, 1 cent is the most I'll give, not a penny more. Oh, is that so? If you can't negotiate, then forget it. You can take the check back, I don't want it. Meng Chen shrugged and casually tossed the check on the coffee table. In fact, teasing this future mother-in-law was quite amusing. Watching her face, which was well maintained but now turning red and white, wasn't this more interesting than being at her mercy? As for straining the relationship, Meng Chen wasn't worried at all. With his current financial strength, the major families in Nanhang were all eager to curry favor with him. If the relationship soured, it would be the Morong family who should be anxious. You, daring rascal, how dare you play tricks on me? This is outrageous. Guards, drag him to the courtyard and give him 100 lashes. Lady Morong finally realized something was wrong, and she was so angry that smoke almost came out of her head. It turns out this man in front of her was just trying to amuse himself with her. As the wife of the chairman of the Morong Group, even the mayor of Nanhangshi is polite when he sees her. When has she ever been treated like this? Now she was being played like a monkey. It's unbearable. She had originally thought about not tarnishing Morong Qianyu's reputation. First stabilize this fraud Meng Chen, then take the opportunity to bring him to justice. But now, in her anger, she couldn't care about that anymore. The female servants waiting outside the villa immediately rushed in, but they hesitated and looked at Lady Morong. Rascal? Where is the rascal? I didn't see any rascal. Except for Lady Morong and the unconscious Miss Qianyu, the only one left was this distinguished young Master Meng. Miss Qianyu had repeatedly instructed them not to interfere no matter what Master Meng did to her. What are you hesitating for? Go, drag him out and give him the lashes. Lady Morong gritted her teeth. This Meng Chen first insulted her daughter in front of her. Then he played tricks on her. It was simply outrageous. If she didn't vent her anger today, she would definitely lose sleep tonight. This can't be right? Miss Qianyu said to treat him as if he were Miss. Master Meng, what's going on? The maids were full of question marks. Meng Chen smiled faintly. It's nothing, just a little misunderstanding. Go prepare sobering tea for Qianyu, and bring a jar of ancient wine. The maids nodded in agreement. Master Meng was right. After all, Morong Qianyu was the owner of this villa. If there was a conflict between the husband and mother-in-law, she was the most qualified to mediate. As for them, as servants, they definitely couldn't intervene. Lady Morong saw this scene and her face became even uglier. What's going on? Her words didn't work on this Meng guy with the surname? Isn't this a slap in the face? When did the respected wife of the Morong Group chairman lose her authority to even a poor boy?
Suddenly, Lady Moron's nostrils flared as she took a deep breath. Fragrant. It's really fragrant. What kind of wine is this? It's so fragrant. She looked closely and saw Meng Chen pouring the ancient wine brought by the maids. Do you want to have a sip? I heard this jar of Yaoqi wine can only be enjoyed by ancient concubines and emperors. Meng Chen smiled and raised his cup to Lady Morong. After 2 waves of actions that made Lady Morong extremely angry, his own anger had long dissipated. After all, don't judge a book by its cover. Even if Lady Morong was harsh, for the sake of Morong Chenyu, he wouldn't take it to heart. Besides, Lady Morong was also fiercely protective of her daughter. A mother's anxious words, spoken sharply, were not an unforgivable sin. That's about it. If they could resolve their grievances over a cup of wine, that would be great, so that Morong Chenyu wouldn't have a hard time when she woke up. You are shameless, wearing clothes bought by my daughter, drinking wine bought by my daughter, sitting on the sofa bought by my daughter, and still looking so self-satisfied. Lady Morong said sarcastically. Seeing that Meng Chen was unyielding, she could only vent her anger through words. Anyway, when Morong Chenyu woke up, she would definitely expose his tricks on the spot. Let's see how he would act then. Meng Chen rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to argue further. After all, Morong Chenyu had already taken the sobering soup. After a while, she should wake up, and then she could handle these trivial matters herself. He would just sit back and watch the show. The maids looked at each other in confusion. Does Lady Morong not know that this batch of ancient wine worth 1 billion nanyuan was placed here by Master Meng for Miss? What's the point of talking about clothes, sofas, and these odds and ends? They probably don't add up to the jar of fine wine just opened on the coffee table? It seems like Miss Chenyu is expected to drink Master Meng's good wine, but it's not okay for Miss Chenyu to buy a few clothes for Meng Chen? Isn't this too much of a double standard? Even the servants can't stand it. This wine is truly a treasure of the world. It's probably worth several million for a jar, right? This girl Chenyu, she actually has such good wine and doesn't offer it to her parents, but instead gives it to this playboy. Truly unfilial. Lady Morong shook the glass of jade in her hand, her face filled with emotion. After Lady Morong expressed her emotions, she glared at Meng Chen with resentment. What are you laughing at? Is this expensive wine meant for you to drink? Oh, I'm sorry, I remembered something happy. Meng Chen couldn't help but smile. You're still laughing. Shameless, wasting my daughter's good wine. Lady Morong shook her head and sighed. She had never seen such shameless man in her life, and he happened to be so handsome. Hearing this, the eyes of the servants suddenly became strange. It seems that the lady really doesn't know that this wine was bought by Master Meng for the young lady. She actually praised this wine as a treasure of the world and showed a greedy look. If the truth is revealed in the end, if the lady knows that the so-called playboy in her mouth is the true owner of this wine, will she feel ashamed and want to bang her head against the wall in embarrassment? After the special hangover soup took effect, Morong Chenyu woke up on the sofa. She subconsciously checked her attire, touched the Armani Snow Wolf fur coat. A soft smile appeared on her lips, feeling a strong sense of security in her heart. Hey, woman, are you awake? Then I'll take off first. Meng Chen grabbed the Snow Wolf fur coat and pulled it on casually, then strode towards the villa gate. Being sarcastically teased by Lady Morong, if he showed no reaction at all, it would definitely be deceiving, and he would feel somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. As the world's richest man with a system, why should he endure this kind of treatment at Morong Chenyu's grand villa? Staying overnight was not a problem at all. Just send a message to Wan Lingyue or Bai Mingyin, and these two beautiful women would eagerly wait for him to arrive. In the worst case, with his terrifying wealth, which five-star hotel wouldn't treat him like a VIP? Morong Chenyu watched Meng Chan's indifferent figure gradually moving away, with many question marks in her mind. She didn't understand why his attitude suddenly changed when she woke up. Did she do something excessive while drunk? But even if that's the case, with Meng Chen's personality, he shouldn't deny her any chance to explain, right? Meng Chen, don't leave. Wait for me. Morong Chenyu suddenly got up and chased after him, still feeling a bit groggy from waking up abruptly. Running, she looked unsteady, as if she could fall at any moment. Don't move. Aren't you afraid of falling? Meng Chen turned around at the sound of her voice. Seeing Morong Chenyu chasing after him with determination, his heart softened. He quickly returned, picked her up and held her in his arms. Morong Chenyu smiled foolishly. I'm not afraid. Since you'll hold me, even if I fall, it doesn't matter. Falling a few times might wake me up from the dream, and then I won't cling to you anymore. Hearing this, Meng Chen felt inexplicably melancholic. Indeed, as Morong Chenyu said, in relationships, there often has to be one person who gives first, may receive a response, or all the efforts may be in vain. Hey, Meng, let go of my daughter. Lady Morong came over and scolded.
Prejudices in people's hearts are like a huge mountain. After Madame Morong had someone investigate Meng Chen's background, in her mind, Meng Chen was just a poor working-class boy who was not good enough for her daughter, a stereotypical impression of a laborer. Without a force strong enough to break through solid rock, it is unbreakable.
Mom, what do you mean by this? He is Mr. Meng. Morong Qianyu was shocked.
She had never considered that her parents would oppose her pursuit of Mr.
Meng. As the only daughter of the Morong couple, she knew her parents too well. Her father, not to mention Mr.
Meng, who was hidden in the market, was a figure they had only heard of but never seen.
If they knew Mr.
Meng was holding her, their mouths would probably twist with smiles. Her mother was also a fervent fan of Mr. Meng, but she had self-awareness and always held a reverent attitude towards Mr.
Meng, probably not daring to think in that direction. Too unrealistic. After all, if we set aside fate, even Morong Group's heiress would have to wait in line just to see Mr. Meng. Meng, Mr. Meng? Madame Morong expressed her confusion with many question marks.
Although there was only a difference in title between young Master Meng and Mr. Meng, in Madame Morong's eyes, the only person worthy of being called Mr.
Meng without a doubt was the latter.
What virtues and abilities did the Morong family have that allowed them to meet Mr.
Meng before the heads of various banks? Not to mention their daughter being held affectionately by Mr. Meng.
This was the blessing accumulated by the Morong family for generations.
But, was this real?
Madame Morong seriously doubted it. But he was wearing the Armani Snow Wolf leather jacket you bought.
Would someone like Mr. Meng need you to buy clothes for him? Madame Morong asked in confusion.
Morong Qianyu, with her arms around Meng Chen's neck, smiled cunningly. In theory, he doesn't need it, but I took the initiative to help him buy it.
This is probably the most satisfying Armani shopping I've done in my life. Besides, Mr. Meng invested $1 in my company.
Mother, isn't this all thanks to Mr.
Meng's influence on me? Morong Qianyu retorted.
She was not a traditional obedient girl. When her decisions conflicted with her mother's, she would carefully consider right and wrong, rather than blindly obeying.
What qualifications did a woman who only knew how to obey have to inherit the position of the Morong family's head? Madame Morong's expression was complex. She couldn't come up with an answer. $1. That was a full billion Nan yuan. Faced with such a huge cash investment, what did a few 100,000 Armani Snow Wolf leather jackets matter? Could this young man surnamed Meng really be the elusive Mr. Meng? But daughter, he even kissed you when you were drunk. Mr. Meng couldn't possibly be so frivolous, right? Madame Morong refused to accept reality.
Once prejudices formed in people's hearts, only an ironclad reality could make them sober.
But as long as there was a glimmer of possibility, they would hold on to hope.
Morong Qianyu was shocked. She turned her head to look at Meng Chen's charming face up close, blushing like the red glow on the horizon at dusk.
Really? Mr. Meng, the big pervert?
Meng Chen coughed, mainly because your mom is so difficult to talk to. I just teased her casually.
Is it tasty? Morong Qianyu suddenly asked. Meng Chen instinctively replied, soft and tender, much better than my ex-girlfriend. Humph, you even mentioned her, can she be compared to me? No, you secretly kissed me, I suffered a big loss. You have to compensate me well. Morong Qianyu blinked mischievously. Sure, you name the conditions.
Even if it's the stars in the sky, I can pick them for you.
Meng Chen smiled calmly.
With 10,000 yuan in his bank account, equivalent to over 100 trillion Nan yuan, he was confident in saying such arrogant words. Morong Qianyu proposed compensation, which reminded him of his materialistic ex-girlfriend Wang Li, and the tenderness in his heart dissipated slightly.
Women who love money only deserve to receive a large amount of money.
It is indeed a waste to be in a relationship with such women. Suddenly, Morong Qianyu embraced Meng Chen's neck with her jade arms, raised her head and kissed his lips. For the first time, Meng Chen felt Morong Qianyu's passion up close. She was like a storm, while Meng Chen was a steadfast peak. After a while, Morong Qianyu's beautiful eyes regained clarity, and she whispered in Meng Chen's ear, "Now we are even, Meng Chen. You don't have to like me, but don't compare me to those materialistic women. I will work hard to get what I like, instead of using my body to exchange for it. Please don't treat me as a vase." "Silly girl, I know," Meng Chen said indulgently as he gently touched her nose.
"Doesn't she deserve his indulgence?" Ding!
Detected that Morong Qianyu's affection for the host has greatly increased. The current affection progress is 80 out of 100, random reward of 10,000 yuan deposited. Meng Chen was not surprised by the system prompt in his mind. From the passionate kiss just now, he could feel Morong Qianyu's heartfelt affection for him. Her affection progress reaching 80 was also within his expectations.
It was the random reward of 10,000 yuan that pleasantly surprised him. 10,000 yuan is equivalent to 100 billion nanos. Another company's market value in hand. Comfortable. This system of his is really powerful. Not only does it reward huge cash amounts when conquering girls, it's almost like using public funds to court girls. How satisfying is that? Whether Morong Qianyu likes him for his looks or money is not really important. In other words, isn't the reason why Meng Chen favors her among many suitors also because of her beauty and talent? He's not interested in ugly and fat women. Of course, the key is Morong Qianyu's loyalty. With a thought, Morong Qianyu's panel appeared in Meng Chen's mind.
Name, Morong Qianyu. Affection progress, 80 out of 100, looks, 95 figure, 95 ability, 97 family background, 92, note, after reaching an affection progress of 80, it will enter a bottleneck period, and the affection progress will tend to stabilize. Without extreme special circumstances, it will not increase or decrease. Meng Chen thought for a moment and easily understood the system's prompt. The system's affection progress is obviously a quantification of the intimacy level in reality, and it is easiest to become drinking buddies, but becoming good friends is difficult, let alone becoming close friends, which requires some special experiences to assist, such as carrying a gun together, such as starting a business together. In ordinary daily interactions, it is almost impossible to find a close friend who would stick with you through life and death.
Haven't you seen?
Some old couples have lived together for more than 10 years, but when faced with life-threatening situations, they still only care about saving themselves.
Daughter, where is your restraint?
Lady Morong looked at the two who were kissing with parted lips in confusion.
Is this gentle and ethereal fairy in front of her really her shrewd and capable daughter? How could she take the initiative to kiss a man? Could it be that this Meng surname guy has cast a spell on her? The attendants were also shocked. Some of them had followed Morong Qianyu for several years and had seen her rejecting suitors many times, but it was the first time they saw Morong Qianyu in this girlish posture. Most surprisingly, she even took the initiative to kiss Master Meng, which made them all amazed.
Indeed, no matter how strong and aloof a young lady is, she will eventually be conquered by a man who is more outstanding than her. Without a doubt, Meng Gongzi is the man. Meng Chen sat down slowly on the sofa with Morong Qianyu in his arms, her head resting on Meng Chen's broad chest.
What's the point of being reserved here with Meng Chen? You know Mr. Meng's situation very well, mother, don't you?
If a daughter is reserved in front of him, she might have been snatched away by other women long ago.
Reality is not a fairy tale. There are many women who are more outstanding than me, Morong Qianyu said calmly. She has always been aware of the wealth gap between her and Meng Chen.
Although she lives in a villa, drives a Rolls-Royce, and has attendants accompanying her everywhere, compared to Mr.
Meng, it is undoubtedly inadequate.
Not to mention herself, even the wealth of the entire Morong group combined is not as much as the money in Mr.
Meng's bank account. 10,000 yuan is equal to 10 trillion nanos. What a terrifying astronomical figure. And as far as Morong Qianyu knows, these bank deposits are just Mr. Meng's current deposits at the Xia Country Bank.
He is a man even the central bank highly values. It is hard to imagine the extent of his wealth.
Could it really be like the legends, able to turn a small developing country into a developed one overnight? That would be too wealthy.
It probably surpasses the description of a tycoon and can only be described as a business giant.
In front of such a wealthy and handsome Meng Chen, what qualifications does Morong Qianyu have to pretend to be reserved? Would her best friend Wang Lingyue stand by and watch, or would the two young ladies from the capital insist on seniority?
But this jar of ancient wine,
could it be?
Lady Morong's eyes widened, somewhat incoherent with shock. She suddenly remembered her sharp and sarcastic words just now, and a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. She had just praised this jar of ancient wine to the skies, and even said that Meng Chen was not worthy of drinking it. Of course it's the one Meng Chen stored with me. He bought 100 million nanos worth of ancient wine at Dompa Pavilion tonight. Each jar is 100-year-old fine wine, let alone how good it tastes. That's why I drank a little too much. Morong Qianyu's eyes flashed with a hint of shyness. But whether the wine was too fragrant or she intended to get drunk to give someone a chance, only heaven knows. This. Lady Morong was suddenly embarrassed, wishing she could find a hole to hide in on the spot. She had just said that this wine belonged to her daughter and sarcastically called Meng Chen a kept man. Now she realized it was a huge mistake. Who would have thought that the wine was bought by Meng Chen? It was Lady Morong who shamelessly drank someone else's wine. And she even shamelessly said that Meng Chen shouldn't drink it. How shameless could one be to say such a thing? Thinking back to Meng Chen's generous invitation to drink, and then her malicious and sarcastic remarks, Lady Morong's face turned red, unable to say a word. Of course, sitting across from her was Mr. Meng, even if she had a silver tongue, she probably wouldn't have the courage to speak up. The offense just now could be said to be out of ignorance, but now that Mr. Meng has revealed his identity, if she were to say something disrespectful again, it would be like walking into a trap. The attendants also suppressed their smiles. Unexpectedly, the Iron Lady who usually dominated the business world was now defeated in front of her brother-in-law. Who wouldn't be polite in front of their brother-in-law? Hoping to reduce the dowry a bit, as well as other fancy expenses like bridge crossing money and name-changing fees. But Meng Gongzi was too overbearing. Truly a legendary figure, not only has he captivated Miss Qianyu, but he has also made Lady Morong see things clearly. Morong Qianyu's eyes caught sight of the check on the coffee table, and she immediately held it in her hand and looked at Meng Chen. How come there is a 1 million check on the coffee table? Could it be the betrothal gift from Meng Chen? You are too polite. I'm getting married. Married? Meng Chen was speechless. Goodness, Morong Qianyu is thinking about peach blossoms? Considering he was just betrayed by his materialistic ex-girlfriend during the day, how could he possibly be engaged to Morong Qianyu? At least for the next 3 years, he has no intention of considering marriage. Lady Morong coughed awkwardly, turned her head away to avoid looking at the check, her facial expressions changing dramatically. Morong Qianyu held the check, feeling a bit lost under Meng Chen's strange gaze. It seems she has been thinking too much, lost in her rich imagination. Not to mention Meng Chen's lack of habit of carrying a checkbook with him, just the fact that he can spend 120 million nanyuan on a meal, either he wouldn't give a betrothal gift, or if he did, it would definitely exceed 1 billion? 1 million? Too petty. It's definitely not Meng Chen's style. Moreover, the elegant handwriting on it, Morong Qianyu feels strangely familiar. Well, your mother just threw a 1 million check at me, asking me to take the money and leave you. I agreed. Meng Chen smiled slightly, teasingly. But this smile seemed inexplicably cruel to Morong Qianyu. You agreed? Morong Qianyu widened her eyes, looked at Lady Morong, her gaze particularly resentful. Mom, am I really someone you picked up under the bridge? The attendants were also speechless. They've heard of parents deceiving their children, but deceiving their daughter like this, it's the first time they've seen it. Lady Morong, who is also intelligent, didn't expect to make such a mistake in her daughter's marriage. Who is Mr. Meng? Not to mention the Morong family, even the noble families in the imperial capital, or even the Rothschild family, are eagerly waiting to meet Mr. Meng. If the young women of their generation had the opportunity to have a wonderful story with Mr. Meng, they would probably support it with all their might, instead of throwing a mere 1 million check on the table like Lady Morong did, telling Meng Chen to get out of the villa. Lady Morong was also feeling bitter. If she had known that Meng Chen was the famous Mr. Meng, no matter how foolish she was, she wouldn't have done such a thing. It can only be said that arrogance and prejudice are harmful. After she found out about Meng Chen's identity as a laborer, she immediately looked down on him, not showing any business acumen that could have alerted her to the situation. Now, she has made the atmosphere so tense, it's all her own fault. Mr. Meng was just joking. I did offend Mr. Meng just now, but didn't Mr. Meng also say that Qianyu is your lifelong love? Lady Morong tried to downplay the situation. Morong Qianyu's eyes lit up. Really? Did Meng Chen really say that? Although she hadn't been drinking, she felt intoxicated by her lover's words. However, Morong Qianyu knows Meng Chen very well. Even though they haven't known each other for long, they have experienced a lot together. What kind of person Meng Chen is, he doesn't seem like someone who would say such sweet words. Something's not right. Yen, what else did Meng Chen say? Morong Qianyu looked at her driver. The maid's face turned bitter, but she didn't dare refuse, so she imitated Meng Chen's affectionate tone and said, 1 million nanyuan? Morong Qianyu is my lifelong love. Then the maid's tone turned cold, plus money. If you want me to leave, it'll cost $100. Miss, that's what young Master Meng said. The maid shrugged. Morong Qianyu gave Meng Chen a big eye roll, coquettishly. $100? For others, it may be a lot, after all, it's 100 billion nanyuan, but for Meng Chen, it's probably just a drop in the bucket, it doesn't mean much to him. Meng Chen is implying that her mother doesn't know the difference between respect and disrespect, right? Lady Morong also understood this meaning, and the look of shame on her face became even more intense. Indeed, $100 may be a huge sum for the Morong group, after all, cash and market value are completely different things. But for Mr. Meng, who has a large amount of savings, it is probably just a drop in the bucket. So, in this economic comparison, Lady Morong's words and actions are like those of an ignorant and arrogant clown. Lady Morong felt a sense of defeat in her heart. If one day in the future, Morong Chinyu is fortunate enough to marry into the Meng family, she might become the most embarrassing mother-in-law in the world. Other mothers-in-law are all demanding and strict, with high dowries and wedding expenses, making the future son-in-law miserable. How did it come to this with her? Morong Chinyu also noticed her mother's disappointment and quickly intervened. It's getting late, everyone should disperse and rest early. The attendants all agreed and left the villa one after another. In the grand hall of the villa, only Lady Morong, her daughter, and Meng Chen remained. Lady Morong bowed apologetically. Mr. Meng, I have offended you before, please forgive me. Meng Chen smiled faintly. It's okay, for Chinyu's sake, let's forget about the past. But you should also let go of your arrogance and prejudice. Mr. Meng, the Morong family in Nanhang will always remember your teachings. Lady Morong nodded respectfully. Despite the Morong Group being a Fortune 500 company globally and enjoying great prestige, if they were to offend a powerful figure, the group could collapse overnight. After all, if one were to scrutinize closely, how many groups could claim to be completely clean? Mr. Meng undoubtedly had the power to overthrow the Morong Group. Therefore, Lady Morong should be humble in front of Meng Chen, just like a small company's boss smiling in front of the chairman of the Morong Group. Mr. Meng, let me help you hang up your coat. You are the most esteemed guest of the Morong Group, just give us your orders, and Xianyu and I will take care of it. Lady Morong walked over to Mr. Meng and took the coat he had removed. Her expression of reverence was as if she was holding a royal robe. Oh, Lady Morong, you are too polite. Meng Chen shook his head in refusal. Honestly, he was used to the lower class of society and had never experienced the life of a young master who had everything served to him. Suddenly, Lady Morong, a prominent figure only seen on TV, personally helping him put on his coat made him feel uncomfortable. Indeed, even in a well-off family, how many would have servants responsible for dressing them? Dressing oneself is something that one has to do after childhood. It would be truly strange if he suddenly became accustomed to it. Mr. Meng, please don't be shy. Let me help you with your coat. This is something a servant should do. Treat this place as your own home. Lady Morong warmly insisted. Meng Chen's refusal didn't bother her at all. After all, this was Xia country, where subtlety and tact were valued. After politely declining a gift for a long time, finally accepting it was the norm. If Meng Chen had agreed immediately, she would have doubted if he came from an ancient noble family. Clatter amidst the polite exchange between Meng Chen and Lady Morong. A stack of banknotes fell out of the coat and scattered on the floor. The crumpled bills, under the light of the diamond chandelier, emitted a peculiar glow. Looking at the scattered banknotes on the ground, Meng Chen's first reaction was embarrassment. Because these banknotes are not only crumpled, but also have many 1-cent and 5-cent notes, compared to the magnificent villa hall, they look particularly shabby. Oh no, he's really embarrassed now. Lady Morong looked in horror at the paper money on the ground. 1 cent. 1 dime, $1, $5, $100. Ah, is this Mr. Meng in the legend? The cash he carries with him is even more than the vault in a small bank. She is willing to call Mr. Meng the richest man on the surface of the earth. A giant in the business world, terrifying. I'm sorry. I should have realized earlier that someone like you, born into an ancient giant family, must be carrying a huge amount of cash with you. Lady Morong squatted down to help Meng Chen pick up the scattered banknotes, apologizing repeatedly. Meng Chen finally reacted. This world is no longer the same as yesterday's world. Under the transformation of the system Magic Box, the prices of the entire world have depreciated by 1 billion times. These trivial loose change on the ground are no longer a symbol of being low, but represent a huge wealth that ordinary people cannot reach in their lifetime. Even the chairman's wife of the prestigious Morong Group, one of the world's top 500 companies, probably cannot produce $100 in cash, because $100 represents a huge cash flow of 100 billion nan yuan. Apart from Meng Chen, there is no second person in this world who would carry so much cash with them. Even the current world's richest man, Jack Bezos, is not possible, because Jack Bezos' money is all invested in company stocks, and the cash he carries with him probably wouldn't exceed $5. No problem, Lady Morong, but since you insist on helping, please hang my coat on the hanger, and just stuff the money in the pocket. Meng Chen smiled calmly. Lady Morong was stunned. So much cash, that's more than $100. Mr. Meng actually asked her to stuff it in the coat pocket and hang it on the hanger? Did she hear it wrong? So much cash. Shouldn't it be stored in the safest safe in the villa? What if a careless servant throws the coat into the washing machine and ruins a bill? Or what if it's torn to shreds by a pet cat or dog? Lady Morong couldn't imagine such an accident. But what she didn't know was that Meng Chen did have a $100 bill that was bitten off a corner by a mouse, resulting in a loss of $25. However, Meng Chen's attitude was the same as before the price depreciation. He didn't care about the loss of $25 at all.
What's $25?
Before the depreciation, it wasn't even enough for a slightly better lunch.
Mr. Meng, do you need me to deposit this money in the bank for you overnight? You can earn quite a bit of interest in a day.
Lady Morong asked somewhat hesitantly. It's as if she was not the mother of the owner of this villa, but a distant poor relative of Morong Chenyu. It was really because Meng Chen behaved so arrogantly, showing no regard for over $100, which truly challenged her values. She suddenly understood why her daughter had fallen so quickly. With a man so bold, if she were 20 years younger, she would definitely pursue him recklessly, not treating over $100 as money. Indeed, that was so charming.
Meng Chen chuckled silently. What's the point of depositing money in the bank to earn interest?
Depositing $100 in the bank, even with full interest, would only earn $10 a year.
Besides, does he look like he's short of money?
Just now, when Morong Chinyu's favorability progress reached 80, he earned $10,000 from the system. Compared to $10,000, this over $100 was just a drop in the bucket. No need, just stuff it in my pocket for me.
Meng Chen turned and walked towards the guest room.
When Morong Chinyu was still asleep, he had already asked the servant for the location of the guest room. Yes, please rest assured, I will definitely arrange for bodyguards to watch over 24 hours.
Madame Morong bowed respectfully. Mr.
Meng's wealth is astonishing, so he can afford to be careless with over 100 pieces, but Morong Group cannot afford to compensate, so vigilance must be at its highest, and caution must be exercised.
Morong Chinyu suddenly called out to him, Hey, Meng Chen, I won't lock the door tonight.
After saying that, she turned and hurried up the spiral staircase.
Alright, I got it. Meng Chen scratched his head. Really, sir? What does it have to do with Morong Chinyu not locking the door at night and Meng Chen locking the door at night? Is it necessary to mention this matter? Are women nowadays so forward that they talk so much nonsense? Meng Chen felt a bit annoyed. The next day,
just as the sky was getting light, Meng Chen got up feeling refreshed and stretched lazily. When he walked out of the room and into the hall, he saw Morong Chinyu sitting at the dining table with dark circles under her eyes, looking like a reincarnated giant panda. Madame Morong and the attendants all looked at Meng Chen strangely.
Xianyu, good morning. Why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? Meng Chen asked casually.
As he approached the dining table, an attendant respectfully pulled out the chair at the head of the table, and Meng Chen, feeling lazy, sat down directly.
Stinky Meng Chen, do you still have the nerve to mention last night? Morong Qianyu gritted her teeth.
The eyes of everyone became even more strange. It seems that young Master Meng is not only tall and handsome and wealthy, but also has very strong athletic abilities.
Miss Qianyu is really lucky. Where else can you find such a perfect gentleman? Madame Morong reprimanded. Qianyu, how are you talking to Mr. Meng? To be favored by Mr.
Meng is the fortune accumulated by our Morong family in Nanhang for hundreds of years. Besides, as a mother who has been through it all, Mr.
Meng has strong athletic abilities. Once you get used to it, you will enjoy it in the future, won't you?
Don't be silly. She thought her daughter couldn't stand Meng Chen's strength last night, so she complained. Morong Chenyu is extremely clever and naturally understood the meaning in Madame Morong's words. She blushed with embarrassment, like a fresh and rosy apple.
Where were you all thinking? Meng Chen didn't even come to my room last night, and what's more outrageous is that he actually locked the door. Morong Chenyu was a bit frantic.
She wasn't in a hurry to perform the rites of Zhougong with Meng Chen. After all, the final dignity of a family's daughter was still there, and she just simply missed the warmth of Meng Chen's embrace. For a woman like her, there is nothing more romantic than waking up in the arms of her beloved man in the morning.
The attendants and Madame Morong were shocked.
They looked at Meng Chen with eyes as if they had discovered a new continent.
Can a person really do such a thing?
Meng Chen didn't feel anything wrong at all, my dad said. Nowadays there are rampant human traffickers from other places. When going out, boys should take good care of themselves.
By the way, Xianyu, how did you know I locked the door? Everyone fainted. How did you know I locked the door? Morong Qianyu was speechless at Meng Chen's question.
Does she have to tell the truth, that she couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, tossing and turning, wanting to sneak into Meng Chen's room, only to discover this cruel fact? And then she was so angry that she couldn't sleep? How will Meng Chen look at her in the future, and will he misunderstand her?
Morong Qianyu admitted that she was feeling a bit uneasy now.
Daughter, you should focus on the right path.
I heard that Mr.
Meng invested a lot in your project, equivalent to 10 billion yuan.
Work hard, Mr. Meng is from a family background, he will not marry a vase with just a pretty face,
Madame Morong timely advised. Upon hearing her mother's guidance, Morong Chinyu fell silent. Indeed, if she wants to sit on Meng Chen's left side and gain recognition from Meng Chen's family behind him, rather than being treated as a plaything and forgotten, she needs to prove her abilities. Beep! Meng Chen's phone notification sounded. He casually opened it to see a message from Wang Lingyue. Wang Lingyue, Mr. Meng, my Maserati is already parked in the villa courtyard. Whenever you are free, you can come to the apartment building for the final signature before the transfer. Meng Chen remembered. It seemed that he did indeed spend less than a dime yesterday to buy a high-end apartment building near Nanhang University, and he had arranged to finalize the transaction with the original owner this morning. Regarding the building from yesterday, Vice President Wang is already downstairs. Would you like to go and take a look together, Xianyu? Meng Chen took a big bite of caviar from the plate, stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth, and got up to head outside. Morong Chinyu hesitated for a moment and then smiled charmingly. Meng Chen, I won't go today. I'll take a nap later and then confirm the company's address. I'll come find you to hang out once the product framework is ready. Hearing this, Meng Chen looked at her in surprise. Alright, I really want to see if you have real skills or just talk. Although he said that, he actually had quite a bit of confidence in Morong Chinyu, a woman with a capability score of 97, the highest he had ever seen. She could be described as a rising star in the business world. Even Mrs. Morong in front of him, a tough lady in the business world, only scored 90 points. Go ask Wang Lingyue for $100. You are by my side, so if you want to start a business, go big and don't let others look down on you. Meng Chen added proudly. With Morong Chinyu's 80 out of 100, good impression progress, she was undoubtedly the most loyal person to him at the moment, with no issues being called someone by his side. Moreover, he earned 10,100 yuan through Morong Chinyu in the system and invested 100 yuan in Morong Chinyu's company, which was really not excessive. I'll do as you say. Meng Chen, I've ordered you 5 sets of Armani casual wear, which will fit you better than what you're wearing now. Go change into them quickly. Morong Chinyu smiled brightly. She didn't say thank you or mention the company's shares. That would be too formal. When Meng Chen said she was by his side, she had already found her position. As Mr. Meng gradually revealed his talents, there would undoubtedly be more beauties around Meng Chen, but she would become his most capable right-hand woman. Meng Chen changed into a new set of Armani men's clothing and walked out of the villa gate. The servants were completely impressed by Meng Chen's extravagance. Oh my, is this the young lady's boyfriend? Knowing that his girlfriend wants to start a business, he casually invests $100? Don't say that, Master Meng and the young lady haven't confirmed their relationship yet. That's right. It's just a relationship between friends, not lovers, but it seems that Master Meng is more generous now. I also want a male friend like him, then I can roll in money. Yeah, $100 is equivalent to 10 billion nanos. If converted into ordinary banknotes, it could probably fill this villa, right? Then you can sleep on a bed of banknotes. Just thinking about it is an enviable life. Wake up. Stop daydreaming. Yeah, Master Meng wouldn't even look at you and me. Can you match the young lady in looks and figure? Or do you have 1/10 of the young lady's abilities? Why would Master Meng be your boyfriend? Sisters, she's got hysteria, let's each give her a slap to wake her up. Spare me. Can't I just daydream a little? Ugh, at least you have some self-awareness. Meng Chen walked out of the villa and saw a wine-red Maserati Gran Turismo parked in the courtyard, with Wang Lingyue leaning against the Maserati, exuding charm and allure. Looking at the majestic 34F under the fitted robe, Meng Chen couldn't take his eyes off. Big. Indeed, it's big. Mr. Meng, thank you for temporarily storing the 10,000 yuan in our bank last night. I have personally transferred it to Xiaogua Bank to ensure that your principal is not at risk. Wang Lingyue greeted Meng Chen respectfully as soon as he came out. Meng Chen waved his hand. Oh, no need to thank me too much. Actually, I was planning to deposit it in Xiaogua Bank last night, but I thought it would be more convenient to store it here. Transferring funds to Xiaogua Bank requires personal operation, although it is safe, it is just too troublesome. This 10,000 yuan. It was actually a random reward given by the system when the goodwill progress with Morong Chinyu reached 80 out of 100. At that time, the system asked him to choose a bank for distribution, and he chose Nanhang Bank. It is our bank's honor to receive your praise. Lingyue will continue to work hard. As long as it is Mr. Meng's order, Lingyue will do her best to serve you. This time, any service is truly available. Wang Lingyue slightly pursed her red lips, smiling seductively. When speaking, she deliberately emphasized the phrase any service. Ding! Detecting the host's unusual needs, scanning system upgrading, scanning system upgrade successful, new panel attribute special.
Name, Wang Lingyue Goodwill Progress, 32 out of 100, new.
Special, 95 appearance, 91 figure, 98 ability, 89 family background, 90. Note, the special score represents the target's private lifestyle. A score of 90 or above is a brand new car, 80 or above is a private car, and below 80 is a second-hand car. For the host's health, please drive carefully. Note, if the target only has intimate behavior with the host, additional points will be generated to ensure the total score remains stable.
Meng Chen immediately understood the special score. The scanning system is awesome.
Not only does it have a goodwill progress bar to prevent Meng Chen from being betrayed by a white lotus, but it also adds a special score to effectively prevent Meng Chen from accidentally going to the Qingqing grassland for a tour, so he no longer has to worry about the hidden dark history of the girls he admires.
Meng Chen immediately looked at Morong Qinyu's special score. Wow!
A super high score of 98. She truly deserves the title of the former aloof lady, flawless like jade. Being pursued by such a woman feels really great. Meng Chen refocused his gaze, scanning Wang Lingyue's cool cheongsam, lingering on her long, slender, fair legs. Truly a girl with a 98 figure.
Those long legs are amazing.
However, with a special score of 95 and a goodwill progress of 32 out of 100, it's a situation where you can look but not touch.
Even if Wang Lingyue is dressed alluringly and provocatively. So Meng Chen didn't bother thinking too much.
As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean.
Having the scanning system is great. No more wasting thoughts on guessing.
Naturally, there won't be any awkward situations after guessing wrong.
Mr.
Meng, Miss Wei has arrived.
Shall we go now? Wang Lingyue respectfully opened the passenger door for Meng Chen, sensing his indifference in his eyes.
Wang Lingyue's evaluation of him rose to a higher level in her heart. A man who can truly achieve great things may like women, but he will never be obsessed with them.
This Mr. Meng is obviously such a towering figure. Meng Chen nodded slightly. Yes, let's go. The Maserati let out a low roar of the engine, carrying the two towards the South Lake apartment building.
The location of Nanhu apartment building is excellent, with Nanhang University 100 meters to the north and the famous Nanhu Lake to the west. The selling price is 88 million Nan yuan, which is definitely below market price. At this moment, under the apartment building, many luxury cars are gathered. Wei Yulan, dressed in a Chanel suit, sits in the pavilion in the front garden, surrounded by a dozen exquisitely dressed local wealthy businessmen from Nanhang, discussing something with their subordinates by her side. General Wei, we were the first to negotiate with you. How could you sell to an outsider halfway through?
Exactly.
We've always heard that General Wei handles things properly, but your behavior in this matter has greatly disappointed us, your colleagues from Nanhang. Business should follow a first-come, first-served basis, right?
Actually, I think everything can still be discussed. General Wei, we know about the difficulties you are facing. We all offered 88 million, why sell to him and not to us?
Exactly.
We have spoken many good words for you in front of the client. Don't be ungrateful. Calling you General Wei is giving you face. When your company goes bankrupt, you will be nothing.
General Wei, don't listen to their nonsense. We are here with sincerity. Your building is definitely worth 90 million, and there is still a lot of room for appreciation in the future.
Selling it for 88 million is really a loss. We have decided to offer 91 million to purchase. 91 million is 300 million more than 88 million.
General Wei, you don't need to be so stubborn about money.
After all, you haven't signed a contract with anyone.
That's right. Although these brothers speak a bit harshly, they are straightforward. There is an old saying that goes, don't let outsiders benefit from your hard work.
We are all fellow townspeople from Nanhang. We can negotiate the price. Let's handle this deal ourselves.
That's the right way to do it.
Wei Yulan looked at these wealthy businessmen from Nanhang in front of her, half pleading and half reasoning with them.
Her polite smile seemed a bit forced.
91 million Nan yuan? Why didn't they offer this earlier?
If these so-called fellow townsmen had offered this price earlier, she would have sold it 3 days ago. After all, she also understands the rules. When she urgently needs money, the first people she turns to are the wealthy circle in Nanhang. But reality is cruel. Knowing that she needed money urgently, these wealthy businessmen from Nanhang remained calm one after another, engaging her in tea and watching the show, avoiding any talk of business. In the end, she had to sell a small piece of land at a low price to make ends meet. What's even more infuriating is that the entire wealthy circle in Nanhang seemed to have colluded, offering prices below market value for the assets she was trying to sell.
Isn't this taking advantage of her misfortune?
At this critical moment, Wei Yulan saw the greedy faces of these people clearly. So when Meng Chen made a move to buy, and she heard the name of Morong Qianyu, she agreed to sell the building without hesitation. Even at the same price, she would rather sell to a friend of the Morong family than continue to be disgusted by these so-called fellow townsmen who are full of righteousness and morality. When these people turn hostile, they are worse than strangers. Inzi, you've seen enough of my embarrassment. Shall we go inside and wait? Wei Yulan couldn't be bothered to deal with them, turning to look at a lively girl with purple double ponytails. The girl in front of her, named Bai Mingyin, had rented the entire 24th floor 6 months ago. She was currently studying at Nanhang University. The two had bumped into each other a few times at a cafe near the West Lake apartment building and had hit it off, slowly becoming friends. Bai Mingyin, wearing Bluetooth earphones, was busy sending WeChat messages to Meng Chen. From last night when they parted ways at Dongpa Pavilion until now, she had sent Meng Chen 35 messages. Each one was carefully thought out, but the replies she received were only "oh, I see," making the usually lively and active Bai Mingyin feel frustrated and unwilling to speak. How she wished she could have an intimate chat with her idol, Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng seems very busy, as expected of a big shot like him who must be busy with many big businesses, right? I guess he starts at least with $1 million. Hearing Wei Yulan calling her, she raised her head and smiled slightly, taking off her Bluetooth earphones casually. It's okay, Sister Lan, you talk about your business. I'm just a student, I don't understand anything. Does she really not understand? The answer is no. She is the young generation of the Baiming clan in the imperial capital, who has been in contact with various businesses since childhood under the guidance of the elders in the clan, so she is very clear about the ins and outs of it. Once money reaches a certain limit, even close siblings may turn against each other, let alone fellow villagers. The reason she appeared here this time was to see who the new owner of the apartment building was. If she is not satisfied, she may have to use the power of the Baiming clan to take over the apartment building. After all, living in an apartment building is not as comfortable as living in a villa. But the South Lake apartment building is located west of the South Lake, where you can wake up every day to see famous world attractions like the Broken Bridge, Leifong Pagoda, and Sooty, which is still very good. She has been living there for half a year and has gotten used to it. And she can also have fun with female neighbors of the same age, which is much better for Bai Mingyin, who has a carefree personality, compared to living in a lonely and empty large villa. Wei Yulan nodded lightly. Indeed. Although Bai Mingyin rented 6 rooms on the 24th floor alone, she is ultimately a female college student, perhaps from a wealthy family, but when it comes to a business worth 88 million, she probably can't say much. The wealthy people smiled at each other. This beautiful girl with a Beijing accent also has self-awareness. This 88 million business. It is indeed not something ordinary second-generation rich kids can participate in. Even for these wealthy people, it is not easy to come up with such a large sum of cash. However, the purple-haired girl in front of them is indeed stunning, and the youthful vitality exuding from her is incomparable to club models, which is very attractive to these wealthy older men. A fleeting hint of desire flashed in their eyes. Miss Inzi is as beautiful as a flower. I wonder if she is already engaged. My son happens to be single too. Why don't the young people exchange contact information? Coincidentally, my son is also single. Is Miss Inzi free for a party tonight? Shall I arrange for a Ferrari to pick you up tonight? Young lady, you are the resident of this apartment, right? When we acquire this apartment, we can consider reducing your rent and utilities. Bai Mingyin heard the implied meaning and anger surged in her heart. Suddenly, a wine-red Maserati slowly drove into the garden, stopping in front of the pavilion, attracting the attention of the crowd. In the sound of tires rubbing against the ground, the Maserati stopped in front of the pavilion. Ha! It's quite lively here. Through the car window, Meng Chen saw the many luxury cars parked in the garden and faintly heard the unrestrained discussions of the wealthy people. A coldness flashed in his eyes. Acquire the apartment? Reduce rent and utilities? It seems that these people should be the wealthy people who intend to buy the building. They are quite audacious, thinking about management issues before even snatching the apartment. Although he doesn't like to meddle in affairs, he definitely won't shy away from them. Regardless of the disputes between the original owner and these wealthy people before he decided to buy the apartment building, since he has set his sights on this apartment, there is no reason for him to let go. Moreover, he has already transferred the money to MS. Way for buying the building, and today is just a matter of signing the final paperwork. These wealthy people daring to come out now to intercept, they really don't take him seriously. Wei Yulan felt relieved at these words. She recognized this car. It was Vice President Wang's new car, so the person inside must be the friend of that Mu Rong's daughter. During the meeting with Vice President Wang yesterday, she also learned that the person who bought her apartment building is a powerful figure. Vice President Wang kindly reminded her not to offend that person, as she might not have a place in the Xia Country business district if she did.
This person is a giant in the global business world. Bai Ningyin was ecstatic upon hearing this. It's him. It must be him. Her lifelong idol. She will never forget that voice even if she dies. Why did he come? Could it be for her? Bai Ningyin became excited, giving the wealthy businessmen the impression that she was impressed by their generous offers. Seeing Bai Ningyin's lively and cute excitement, the wealthy businessman felt a surge of pride. It seemed that even the most innocent and beautiful girl couldn't resist the allure of the upper-class lifestyle. Perhaps upon seeing their luxury cars, she was already thinking of mingling with the wealthy circle? Quite enduring indeed. Thinking this, the wealthy businessmen swallowed their saliva and made tempting promises. Miss Een, after we buy the apartment building, let's go for a stroll at the South Hang Tower together. Today, I'm in a good mood, so feel free to buy any luxury item you want. A beauty like Een deserves only world-renowned brands. Right. Miss Een, haven't you bought a car yet? I happen to have a pink Lamborghini in my garage, you can take it. Is Een still in university? After you graduate, come work as a secretary in my company, starting with $1 million salary. It's not that the wealthy businessmen were foolish with money, but Bai Ningyin indeed possessed an enchanting beauty and charm. At this moment, the wealthy businessmen were willing to spend lavishly on her and make many material promises. If they could have a chance with her in the end, it wouldn't be a loss. They didn't pay much attention to the arrival of the Maserati, feeling somewhat superior. After all, the Maserati was only a few million when it landed. Although it was not a small sum, it was still considered inferior among the numerous luxury cars. Suddenly, the driver's door opened. A pair of snow-white, slender legs in red high heels slowly emerged from the Maserati's driver's seat, attracting everyone's attention as they stepped on the ground. Wang Lingyue descended from the sports car with long strides, carrying a Louis Vuitton crocodile leather briefcase, expressionless as she scanned the crowd, then quickly walked to the passenger side and respectfully opened the door for Meng Chen. Sorry for the delay, changing shoes took a bit of your time. The wealthy businessmen were stunned by her words, their gazes towards the Maserati changing from disdain to awe. They were all local wealthy individuals in South Hang and naturally knew Vice President Wang. Some had even dealt with loans and large deposits in Wang Lingyue's hands. Not to mention the Maserati worth several million Nan Yuan, even a BYD worth tens of thousands of Nan Yuan. As long as a person sat inside and Vice President Wang personally opened the door for them, they were figures worthy of respect. Because behind Wang Lingyue was the Wang family, a prestigious and influential family in South Hang, with deep heritage and great influence, far beyond the reach of a few nouveau riches. Moreover, Wang Lingyue was the powerful vice president of South Hang Bank, a strong contender for the future president of South Hang Bank, with a respectable position in the local business circle of South Hang. They had heard in recent days that South Hang Bank had close ties with Xia Country Bank, with intentions to achieve comprehensive strategic cooperation. If South Hang Bank could align with Xia Country Bank, their status would not be limited to South Hang City, and they would have more dealings with South Hang Bank in the future. Yet, what did they see now? The dignified Vice President Wang was actually serving as a driver for an unknown person, and even personally opened the car door for that person, displaying a subordinate's respectful attitude. Who on earth is this person? How could they enjoy such reverence? I'm afraid even the richest man in Xia Country, Nan Hangma, doesn't have the qualifications, right? After all, no matter how powerful Nan Hangma's Ali Group is, it cannot be compared with the four major banks. In the high-level circle of the banking industry, its financial strength is only above average. Onlookers watching the excitement from afar started discussing in a lively manner. Wow! The driver in Cheongsam is so charming, could she be a fox spirit reincarnated? And who is the man sitting in the car? Why does he lack any gentlemanly demeanor? Gentlemanly demeanor? Are you kidding? Exactly. It's obvious that there is a distinguished figure in the car. Can a chairman open the car door for a secretary? That's true. But is this distinguished figure here to buy a building? Do you think he might be the buyer? It's possible. I really hope this distinguished figure can secure the apartment building. These tycoons look at Bai Ningyin like hungry wolves. If they buy the apartment building, even I, a fairy, wouldn't dare to continue renting. Miss, you're absolutely right. I feel like there's a handsome guy in the car, his masculine voice is so appealing. If he really buys the apartment building, it couldn't be better. Meng Chen, dressed in a top-notch Giorgio Armani men's suit, got out of the car. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, he walked towards the building without any expression. Wang Lingyue, on the other hand, had a humble assistant posture, following him closely with a smile, maintaining a distance of 2 steps. The wealthy individuals looked at Meng Chen approaching with uncertainty in their hearts.
Although they felt that Meng Chen was unfamiliar, they had no idea about his background.
But with Wang Lingyue, the vice president, as a prelude, they were not fools.
Even with just a little thought, they could guess that the identity and status of this unknown figure should be above theirs.
Perhaps he was the legitimate son of a top aristocratic family.
Or maybe he was a privileged offspring with a transcendent status.
But why would such a distinguished figure appear here? Could it be for this August 8th apartment building as well? After Bai Mingyin's gaze fell on Meng Chen, it seemed as if she was glued in place and couldn't look away. "Brother Meng Chen, are you here to play with Inzi? Inzi is so happy."
She ran up to Meng Chen, standing in front of him with her hands behind her back, looking up at him with a charming smile.
Meng Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. Wasn't this the female student who had a face full of alcohol sprayed on her last night at Donpa Pavilion?
It's amazing that this girl still claimed to be his #1 fan, chatting with him on WeChat in a crazy and eccentric manner, sometimes vulgar and sometimes artistic, never speaking like a normal person. She was particularly talkative, and Meng Chen regretted adding her as a friend.
"No, you've misunderstood. I'm here to buy the apartment building. What are you doing here?" Meng Chen shook his head in denial.
With a thought in his mind, the scanning system operated, and Meng Chen read Bai Mingyin's profile. Name, Bai Mingyin Affection Progress, 21/100, Special, 96 Appearance, 96 Figure, 88 Ability, 92 Family Background, 94.
A special rating of 96? This surprised Meng Chen a bit.
He thought that such a beautiful and rebellious girl would have a very poor personal life, but it seems that aristocratic women generally have more conservative lifestyles.
It makes sense. Aristocratic education is mostly based on the traditional Confucian education of Xia country. Growing up in this educational model, even rebellious girls find it hard to be open-minded. "I'm a tenant of the apartment building." Bai Mingyin smiled brightly.
Suddenly, a sly look flashed in her eyes as she looked at the wealthy individuals and loudly declared, "By the way, listen up, you greasy middle-aged uncles. Whether your sons are single or not, this lady has already been taken care of by Mr.
Meng.
She truly is a rebellious girl, using her innocence as a bargaining chip to play such crazy jokes, only she dares to do so. Because she is a fervent fan of Meng Chen, and once fans go crazy, even Al-Qaeda has to take a step back." The faces of the wealthy all changed at the mention of this, feeling as uncomfortable as if they had swallowed a fly.
Middle-aged greasy uncles? Is she talking about them? This talk is too ruthless. Are all girls with purple twin tails sharp-tongued? And what is a dog son? Isn't that a polite term? How could she translate it so rudely into modern language? This really messes with people's minds.
But Meng Chen's identity is there, like a mountain pressing down on the heads of the wealthy, making them not dare to breathe. If Bai Mingyin is really his lover, then the wealthy express that they dare not offend her, because once she spills out their previous words, this young Master Meng probably won't treat them kindly.
Wang Lingyue looked at Bai Mingyin's slender figure in shock. No wonder her proud figure couldn't attract young Master Meng's attention. Does young Master Meng like flat-chested girls? Wei Yulan was also taken aback.
Suddenly learning about her best friend being kept, she couldn't accept it, especially since the suitor was a buyer of the apartment building, which caught her off guard. No one doubted Bai Mingyin's words, because subconsciously they believed that no woman would joke about her innocence. "Quiet! If you don't behave, don't say you're my fan when you go out in the future." Meng Chen glared fiercely at Bai Mingyin, clearly a bare-headed girl who needed discipline.
Bai Mingyin looked at Meng Chen with a grievance.
She wanted to speak up as usual, but was afraid of angering her idol. After all, for a fan, being disliked by their idol is even more unbearable than being killed.
"Meng Chen, please don't be mad at me.
It's because they kept saying things like dog son, so I wanted to scare them using your name, to prevent them from plotting against me."
Bai Mingyin pointed at the wealthy.
Meng Chen just gave the wealthy a casual glance upon hearing this, causing them to shiver as if caught bullying a classmate by the teacher. However, he was somewhat disdainful in his heart. What is Bai Mingyin's identity? She is a direct descendant of the Bai Ming family in the imperial capital. Even if all these ordinary wealthy people were put together, they probably wouldn't be enough for her to crush with one hand.
Daring to scheme against Bai Mingyin was akin to seeking death. Vice President Wang arranged the transfer process.
"I need to go back to my hometown for a visit at noon." Meng Chen sat by the stone table and spoke calmly. Wang Lingyue whispered an acknowledgement and took out 2 folders from the Louis Vuitton briefcase, placing them on the stone table in the pavilion. 2 copies of the transfer contract, once signed by both the buyer and seller. The contract would take effect officially. This South Lake apartment building, with an actual value of over 100 million Naya, was successfully purchased by Meng Chen for 88 million Naya.
Wei Yulan breathed a sigh of relief.
Only she knew how desperate her company's financial situation was. Even after borrowing all the loans available from the banks, they still couldn't afford to pay their employees' salaries next month. With this money now available for emergency relief, whether they could survive this crisis was uncertain. The employees' salary should be covered for now, but if things got worse, she might have to accept foreign financing agreements. But that was the last resort. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. If there are any suitable industries to transfer, you can contact Vice President Wang at any time.
Meng Chen smiled slightly and prepared to leave. The smooth transaction made Meng Chen have some good feelings towards Wei Yulan. If Wei Yulan had any high-quality industries to sell, he had too much idle money and buying more industries wouldn't hurt. Seeing Meng Chen about to leave, Wang Lingyue quickly signaled to Wei Yulan. She was aware of the current plight of the Wei Yulan company, in urgent need of money to tide over the difficulties. The young master Meng in front of her was undoubtedly the best candidate who could provide a large amount of cash to acquire the Wei Yulan industry. Young Master Meng, please wait a moment.
To be honest with you, my pharmaceutical company started researching a new type of targeted drug for leukemia 5 years ago. This year is already the 4th phase of clinical trials, but the expenses for the trials have far exceeded the budget. So, if possible, I would like to transfer the Longjing Commercial Street to you, Wei Yulan said with a bitter smile. Meng Chen stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, turned around to look at Wei Yulan with a keen gaze. Targeted drug for leukemia? Like the Glivec in Dying to Survive? At the moment he heard about the targeted drug for leukemia, he recalled the scenes from that movie. When he watched the movie back then, he was thinking that it would be great if our country could develop excellent targeted drugs. He even impulsively thought about using the money he saved for getting married to partner with someone to develop this new drug. However, after learning about the huge funding gap required from research and development to market launch of a new drug online, he bitterly closed the webpage. The lofty aspiration in his heart was frozen by the cold reality of the astronomical amount needed. Looking back now, his thoughts at that time were indeed naive. Too young. The mere 200,000 yuan for getting married would probably not even be enough to fill the massive funding gap for developing targeted drugs. But the youthful enthusiasm and idealism he had back then did not make him feel ashamed at this moment, but rather left him with a sense of mild regret. Why is it that all the good targeted drugs in our Xia country are imported? Are Western medicines inherently superior? Why can't we, the people of Xia country, develop targeted drugs, a life-saving medical technology? Ask yourself. With 1,300 million diligent and wise people, who have even developed satellites and atomic bombs, can we not develop powerful targeted drugs? The answer is no. It's just that the country's development priorities lie elsewhere, with the importance of defense industries definitely ranking higher than the development of targeted drugs. And what about private capital? Capital seeks profit. Developing a new drug, especially high-tech products like targeted drugs, requires long-term and high-risk investments. Any venture capital firm with excellent risk management capabilities would not touch new drug development. Yes. The prototype of the Glivec drug in the movie is the imatinib mesylate produced by the Ruoxi Kingdom's Ruohua company. However, that drug was launched in Xia country in 2002, and the patent expired in 2013. My new drug is naturally superior to the Western drugs from over a decade ago, and even now, it ranks among the top 3 in global leukemia treatment drugs. Wei Yulan's face was filled with pride. Developing targeted drugs was her childhood dream, and now that she was just a step away, the joy in her heart was indescribable. Especially when she thought about those leukemia patients being able to afford cheaper and more effective targeted drugs, she felt that all her efforts were worthwhile. Saving one life is better than building a 7-tier pagoda. In this world, there is nothing more precious than human life. However, Wei Yulan thought of the funding gap and immediately put on a mask of pain on her face, continuing with a bitter smile. The 4th phase of clinical trials is a bit costly. Even with the strong support of the country, the remaining funding gap for research and development is still quite large. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to sell the Longjing Commercial Street, which is the legacy left by my grandfather. When she mentioned the Longjing Commercial Street, Wei Yulan's eyes showed some nostalgia. However, she was well aware that selling some small properties would be just a drop in the bucket. If she truly wanted to fill the huge funding gap, she had no choice but to sell the entire Longjing Commercial Street. If her grandfather knew from the underworld that she sold the Longjing Commercial Street to develop a targeted new drug, he would surely forgive her for being unfilial, right? He should, right? Wei Yulan pursed her lips and looked at Meng Chen with a deep sense of hope. Meng Chen stared at her blankly, momentarily at a loss for words. The thing he had originally wanted to do but had to give up, he never expected someone would be so determined to do it, and it turned out to be a woman. Wang Lingyue's face changed drastically. Unable to maintain a humble attitude any longer, she walked straight to Wei Yulan, grabbed her shoulders, and shook her forcefully. Wei Yulan, are you out of your mind?
Longjing Commercial Street.
That is the lifeblood of your Wei family in Nanhong.
Your Wei family is no longer as prosperous as it used to be. Do you not realize the current situation?
Longjing Commercial Street is the last card for your Wei family.
If it's gone, the Wei family will probably be removed from the 8 great families of Nanhong.
The wealthy individuals who had been submissive in front of Meng Chen were now watching this scene with glee.
How weak is the Wei family?
The fact that they dared to take advantage of Wei Yulan, the head of the Wei family, is evidence enough. If it were the head of the Wang family or the head of the Morong family, not only would they take advantage, they would definitely purchase the apartment building at a price far above market value to please the prominent families.
Of course. In fact, the Wang family and the Morong family are flourishing among the 8 great families, and they would never need to sell their assets.
While the Wei family bears the title of one of the 8 great families of Nanhong, they are so weak that even these wealthy individuals can bully them. Although there is an old saying that a starving camel is bigger than a horse, the dead camel of the Wei family has been dead for over 100 years, its flesh has long rotted away, leaving only a skeleton. It has no deterrent power against these wealthy individuals who bully the weak. Wang Lingyue, thank you for your kindness, but I know very well what I am doing, Wei Yulan pleaded again. Mr.
Meng,
or perhaps it is more appropriate to address you as Mr.
Meng, could you help me by acquiring Longjing Commercial Street?
After a moment of contemplation, Meng Chen agreed to her request. I can.
What price are you offering? Wei Yulan breathed a sigh of relief.
She had vaguely heard about the close relationship between Nanhong Bank and Mr.
Meng,
so when Meng Chen appeared, she guessed that he was Mr.
Meng.
After all, only a young man with the surname Meng could make Wang Lingyue willingly assist him. She did not rush to state the price, but took out a document from her briefcase and handed it to Meng Chen. As Meng Chen read through the document, she finally mentioned the price. Longjing Commercial Street is 800 meters long, one of the most famous pedestrian streets in Nanhong.
I consulted 2 industry experts for valuation. One offered 22 billion nanyuan, and the other offered 19.5 billion nanyuan. I am willing to sell it for 19.5 billion nanyuan. 19.5 billion nanyuan? Meng Chen was initially startled by this figure. Wow! How much money is that before the world changes? It could probably pile up into a mountain of cash. But then Meng Chen thought again, wait a minute. 19.5 billion nanyuan is less than 20 yuan. What could 20 yuan do in the past? Buy a pack of mediocre cigarettes? Or a bowl of rice with a bit of meat on top? And now, it could buy the entire Longjing Commercial Street. How amazing is that? However, Meng Chen was not a fool. Having seen countless tricks in real estate sales, no matter how sympathetic he felt towards Wei Yulan, he would not blindly believe her one-sided words. So, he handed the information to Wang Lingyue, the vice president of Nanhong Bank, who was very familiar with asset valuation. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. The valuation is fine. The commercial street of Wufujing in the imperial capital is valued at around 200 billion, while the Longjing commercial street in Nanhang City is valued at 19.5 billion, which is below market price. If she wasn't in a hurry to sell, she could probably sell it for around 23 billion, which is 23 yuan. Wang Lingyue took the folder and understood Meng Chen's meaning, responding respectfully, confirming that this was not a sales tactic. Meng Chen then showed a sincere smile, warmly taking Wei Yulan's hand. Your name is Wei Yulan, right? You are now my friend. Actually, I also had a dream of developing targeted new drugs back then, but for various reasons, I couldn't act on it. Now thinking about it, I feel ashamed. How about this? I'll take this street for 20 yuan. Thank you for your generosity, just call me Yulan. Wei Yulan suddenly felt Meng Chen's big hand holding hers, a charming blush appearing on her pretty face. However, she knew that Mr. Meng did this out of excitement, as every patriot longed for domestic targeted new drugs. She could understand this excited feeling very well, so she didn't resist and let Meng Chen hold her hand tightly. And this Mr. Meng is indeed very handsome. His stature is robust and masculine, exuding a strong masculine aura, which perfectly fits her aesthetic. If she wasn't so focused on the new drug now, she wouldn't miss this opportunity to pursue happiness and love. It's a pity, Wei Yulan thought regretfully. How about this? I'll take this street for 20 yuan. Hearing Meng Chen's heroic words, Bai Mingyin looked at Meng Chen's confident handsome face infatuatedly. He is her lifelong idol. The heroic act of spending 20 yuan to save the beauty is simply too cool, isn't it? Wang Lingyue was also somewhat surprised by Meng Chen's straightforward generosity. Because 20 yuan is not a small amount after all, equivalent to 200 billion in Yuan. And Wei Yulan's asking price is only 19.5 billion Yuan. Meng Chen gave an extra 5 billion Yuan, enough to buy another 5 South Lake apartment buildings. But Wan Lingyue could also understand it. Firstly, the actual value of Longjing Commercial Street is 23 billion Yuan. Taking it for 20 billion Yuan is a profit without loss, while 19.5 billion Yuan seems a bit like taking advantage of the situation. Secondly, Wei Yulan's attitude of selling her property to develop targeted new drugs clearly moved Meng Chen. Meng Chen giving an extra 5 billion Yuan seems more like a silent charity, supporting the development of domestic new drugs, in order to benefit patients sooner. Lastly, 5 billion Yuan is only 5 yuan. For Mr. Meng, it is indeed a drop in the bucket. Just last night, Mr. Meng still had 10,000 yuan deposited in the Nanhang Bank. Wang Lingyue said that even though she is the vice president of the bank, she felt numb to Mr. Meng's terrifying wealth. The wealthy were all taken aback. What's going on? Is this Mr. Meng, who is rumored to be as rich as a country? The tone of buying a commercial street for 20 yuan is as casual as buying a pack of cigarettes on the street. And the struggling Wei family, at the brink of collapse, actually grabbed onto the thick thigh of Mr. Meng. It seems that their luck has not run out. The wealthy felt it necessary to repair the relationship between the two parties. Otherwise, if one day the Wei family takes off with the help of Mr. Meng, they would be like praying mantises trying to stop a car, bringing destruction upon themselves. Master Wei, congratulations! We thought the Wei family, with few male descendants, would be lost in the river of history, but unexpectedly you have met Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng is righteous, supporting the development of national traditional Chinese medicine enterprises. We deeply admire it. The past misunderstandings were our fault, please forgive us, Master Wei. In the future, we will definitely turn over a new leaf and bring generous gifts to visit the Wei mansion. Indeed. Thinking about our greedy behavior just now, we feel extremely ashamed. People from the same hometown should help each other, but we actually took advantage of the situation. However, under the shining light of Mr. Meng's righteousness, we have awakened in hope that Master Wei can forgive our offense. The onlookers were also shocked by the shamelessness of the wealthy. No wonder they can become wealthy, with such thick-skinned and quick-changing faces. In this materialistic society, it's hard not to make money, right? Indeed, the most despicable person is invincible. Exactly. These wealthy people were arrogant before Mr. Meng arrived, but after he came, they groveled like lapdogs. In other words, they bully the weak and fear the strong, right? Who is Mr. Meng anyway? He seems as tall as a 2-story building. Have you read the headlines? The CEOs of the 4 major banks in Xia country went to visit Mr. Meng together, but couldn't even see him. Mr. Meng's status is so high, I don't need to say more, right? It's not just the 4 major banks. I saw the morning news, the global banking giants have gathered in Nanhang City just to meet Mr. Meng. And the central bank has spoken. Mr. Meng is a special guest of the central bank. To protect the guest's privacy, no form of private investigation is allowed. Even the prosecution department needs the approval of the Supreme Court to investigate Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng is too overbearing, isn't he? Wei Yulan listened to the discussions of the passers-by and was increasingly shocked. Due to recent events related to the new medicine, she had been busy and hadn't watched the morning news. She didn't expect that the Mr. Meng in front of her was even more terrifying than the rumors. Even the central bank was alarmed. How much wealth does he actually possess? Wei Yulan felt that poverty limited her imagination, but she could be sure that even during the peak of the Wei family in Nanhang, they probably couldn't compare to Mr. Meng's power. Master Meng, there is no problem with the transfer contract provided by Ms. Wei. Will you be paying in cash or should I arrange a transfer on this end? Wang Lingyue's face was full of humility. Meng Chen took the transfer contract and signed it. Thank you, I'll pay in cash. With that, Meng Chen put down the pen, unzipped his Armani jacket, and pulled out a stack of banknotes from the inner pocket, taking out a 20 yuan note and handing it to Wei Yulan. The 20 yuan banknote shone brightly in the sunshine, with the national emblem appearing on it at times, then changing into a unicorn pattern, and then into a People's Heroes Monument pattern. This was a top-level anti-counterfeiting technology used for large-denomination banknotes, which no counterfeit group in the world could currently crack. Wei Yulan's eyes moistened instantly, and 2 clear tears rolled down her cheeks. For the past 3 months, she had been running around for the development of the new medicine, all to fill the funding gap. Now, with the appearance of this 20 yuan banknote, she could finally set down the heavy burden in her heart. However, when Wei Yulan opened her briefcase and searched through it,
She looked a bit embarrassed. Mr.
Meng, I'm sorry, I didn't bring the receiving device. Could you wait for me to go get it? Receiving device? It's just 20 yuan. Is it necessary to make it so complicated? Meng Chen scratched his head. Did you need a device to receive banknotes? Couldn't you just stuff it in your pocket? Didn't he handle his change of over 100 yuan like that? Wei Yulan's face became even more embarrassed at his words. She also saw how casually Mr. Meng treated the banknotes, but there was a difference between people. She couldn't afford to be so casual with a 20 yuan note. If it accidentally got damaged, the consequences would be very serious. For the Wei family, who were now in decline, 20 yuan was like half of their kingdom. Mr.
Meng, our Wei family, a declining aristocratic family, is not as wealthy as you are. This stack of gold banknotes is very important to me and must be carefully preserved.
No problem, I happen to have 2 sets with me. Wang Lingyue smiled and took out a titanium alloy square box plated with gold and diamonds.
A face value as staggering as this stack of 20 banknotes, equivalent to a whopping 200 billion nan yuan, typically comes with strict regulations for transactions or storage. The titanium alloy square box in her hand contained a portable gold banknote transfer device. Wang Lingyue delicately entered the initial password with her slender fingers, opened the titanium alloy square box, and then took out 5 items from the box and placed them aside. 2 white gloves, a piece of silk square cloth, a bottle of colorless gel-like substance, a rabbit hairbrush, and a pair of silver tweezers.
Thank you.
Wei Yulan put on the white gloves and then laid the silk square cloth flat on the stone table before respectfully accepting the 20 banknotes handed to her by Meng Chen. The reverence in her eyes made it seem as if she was holding an imperial decree. Indeed, in the eyes of Wei Yulan, who was in urgent need of money, this 20 banknote was probably more noble than an imperial decree in the eyes of ancient officials. After all, not every imperial decree is worth 200 billion nan yuan.
Meng Chen was stunned by this scene.
Perhaps because he was exempt from the impact of price devaluation, he found it hard to have any reverence for the 20 banknotes, and naturally could not understand the sacred solemnity Wei Yulan felt at that moment. Even though a day and night had passed since the world changed, he was well aware that in a world where prices had devalued by 1 billion times, 20 yuan was a huge sum of money. But habits formed over a dozen years were not something that could be changed overnight. All eyes in the room were focused on that 20 banknote, their gazes burning with envy. This was 20 yuan, equivalent to 200 billion nan yuan. Besides occasionally seeing it on screen, how many people in reality were qualified to possess it? How could they not envy, be jealous, and resentful? Wei Yulan carefully placed the 20 banknote on the silk square cloth, wearing white gloves, her delicate jade hands gently smoothing out the creases of the banknote. She then used the silver tweezers to press it down to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. She then squeezed the colorless gel-like substance into the titanium alloy box. This was a special gel-like filler designed for transporting and preserving gold banknotes, ensuring that the banknotes would not wear out during severe vibrations, greatly reducing the oxidation process, and effectively eliminating any microorganisms on the banknotes. She then brushed it evenly with the rabbit hairbrush before using the silver tweezers to place the 20 banknote in the titanium alloy box. Finally, Wei Yulan applied another layer of gel-like substance to protect the banknote before closing the titanium alloy box and setting a digital password and fingerprint password. Meng Chen felt a bit overwhelmed by this cumbersome process. However, everyone else seemed to take it for granted, as this was how transactions with gold banknotes were conducted on television. After all, with such a huge sum of gold banknotes, it would be abnormal to casually carry it in one's pocket, right? Of course, they also understood Mr. Meng's casual attitude. Because people cannot be generalized, Mr. Meng was, after all, a wealthy and powerful figure who did not care about the damage to the gold banknotes or even the interest in the bank, which was completely understandable. Wei Yulan carefully put away the titanium alloy box, wrapped the tools in the silk square cloth, signed the transfer agreement, and respectfully handed it to Meng Chen, saying, "Thank you again for your generosity. If it weren't for your righteous help, it would be difficult for me to cash out the Longjing Commercial Street in the short term." Indeed, the Longjing Commercial Street, priced at 20 yuan, still requires full cash payment. In the entire Xia country, there are probably not more than 100 individuals who can immediately come up with the money, and in South Hang City, there are probably even fewer. After all, even for the wealthy, they usually do not hold large amounts of cash on hand. Wouldn't it be better to use this money for investment, or to buy assets or gold for value preservation? Ding! Detected that Wei Yulan's affection for the host has deepened. The current affection progress is 20/100, randomly rewarding the host with a deposit of 200 yuan. Meng Chen was overjoyed. The system is really powerful. just spent 20 yuan to buy a commercial street, and the affection system immediately rewarded him with 200 yuan. In this way, he not only didn't spend any money, but actually made 10 times the profit. So cool! Meng Chen also noticed that the affection progress of each potential partner seems to increase at different speeds. He summoned the host panel in his mind. Host, Meng Chen deposit, 23,030 yuan assets, Nanhu apartment building, Longjing commercial street confidants, non-potential partners, Dongfang Diqing, 62/100, Morong Qianyu, 80/100, Wang Lingyue, 34/100, Suningyun, 17/100, Bai Mingyin, 35/100, Wei Yulan, 20/100. Apart from Dongfang Diqing, whose initial affection progress of 62 has not changed, the affection progress of the other 5 potential partners is slowly increasing with contact. Among them, Morong Qianyu's progress is increasing the most rapidly, eventually becoming the first in affection progress, while Wang Lingyue, Su Ningyun, and Wei Yulan's affections are increasing more slowly. Even Bai Mingyin, the number 1 fan, increases her affection very quickly, even if she is being neglected. As for Meng Chen's deposit, it has been steadily increasing. Despite his lavish spending, the deposit has not decreased but has increased to over 23,000 due to the waves of rewards from the affection system. Meng Chen has always been quite content. He hasn't deliberately tried to increase the affection progress of the girls. After all, he can't spend all his money, and he's not lacking in beautiful girls around him. He feels that he has reached the peak of life. It's impossible for him to work, even if it's to work for rewards for the system. Meng Chen can only rely on the system to entertain beautiful girls to maintain his lifestyle. I'll be leaving now. By the way, Miss Wei, if your pharmaceutical company encounters any difficulties, you can contact me anytime. I am very concerned about the launch of your targeted new drug. I'm not very interested in money, but I feel happier saving a few more leukemia patients than earning a few bucks. Meng Chen smiled and bid farewell. It's time for him to embark on the journey back to his hometown in glory. Working hard away from home just to return in glory and show off in front of the folks in the village, isn't that the dream? Everyone was speechless. I'm not very interested in money? Can a person really say that? Oh, it was Mr. Meng who said it, then it's fine. Mr. Meng is as rich as a country, indeed left with only money. Alright, if I really encounter insurmountable difficulties, I will definitely contact you first. I can feel your concern for the launch of the new drug. On behalf of the leukemia patients and their families in Xia country, I offer you the highest respect. Wei Yulan did not refuse Meng Chen's kindness, because she knew that even with sufficient funds, a targeted new drug still faces many challenges to be launched. Bai Mingyin's eyes sparkled. Is this her idol? After the matter is done, he leaves without seeking recognition. He seems to have never cared about fame and fortune, just living casually. It can only be said that he is truly the son of a hidden noble family. It's so cool. Why is her idol so perfect? She had some strange thoughts, but it seemed that the idol didn't like her appearance, probably because he despised her figure. After all, this was her eternal pain. Damn it! Do guys really like curvy girls? Isn't the flat twin-tailed Lolita appealing? Meng Chen left in the Maserati driven by Wang Lingyue, under the reluctant gazes of the 2 girls. As he left, he coldly glanced at the wealthy crowd. Since he had a good impression of Wei Yulan, he wouldn't allow her to be targeted by these wealthy people again. He couldn't be bothered with the old ways, but from now on, he would protect Wei Yulan. The wealthy crowd understood the warning in his eyes and shivered in unison. Master Wei, we know we were wrong. Please speak a few good words for us in front of Mr. Meng. Here is a pair of old pit jade bracelets, a small token of respect. Miss Yin, we were just joking earlier. I promised the Ferrari. It will be delivered later as a gesture of apology. My son is a fool, he is not worthy of you. Bai Mingyin and Wei Yulan exchanged a glance, with a relaxed smile in their eyes. These arrogant wealthy people seemed as humble as dogs in front of Mr. Meng. Although they wouldn't admit it, as beautiful women, they really enjoyed the feeling of being cared for by their loved ones. Holding hands, they ignored the pleas of the wealthy crowd, chatting about Meng Chen as they walked into the South Lake apartment building. Yinzi, how did you meet Mr. Meng? Wasn't Tang Yu pestering me to go to Dongpa Xian for dinner last night? It just happened that I met Meng Chen's brother, and he treated me to a Dongpa feast. Was it the Dongpa feast worth 1 point per table? Definitely. And he also treated us to aged vintage wine. So envious. Hee, Meng Chen's brother even let me pick a bottle of wine to take home. Let's celebrate today. When your new medicine is launched, the Wei family in Nanhan will probably regain its glory in your hands. Great. With 20 million in funding, the money issue should be resolved, but I'm more worried about the technical blockade by Western companies. Alas! Those Western companies are not good, always trying to destroy our national enterprises in Shagwa.
Their hearts are condemnable. I really hope that one day, Meng Chen's brother can avenge Shagwa's enterprises. If he takes action, it should be easy to teach those Western companies a lesson, right? I think so. Mr. Meng seems even more formidable than rumored. The wealthy crowd watched the two women leave with tears in their eyes, wanting to stop them but not daring to, looking extremely embarrassed. After being coldly glanced at by Mr. Meng, perhaps for a long time to come, they would be on edge, unable to sleep, and living in fear, behaving with their tails between their legs, because they were not sure if the esteemed Mr. Meng was really angry, whether he would suddenly take them to court, or even make them disappear overnight. And this uncertainty, this fear of the unknown tomorrow, was the most tormenting. This was also the price they had to pay for their behavior of taking advantage of their fellow countrymen. Onlookers enjoyed this scene and chattered about it. I'm laughing so hard. Where did the arrogant attitude of these people go? The funniest part is the rent reduction. It should be written into the wealthy people's Bible and sung for eternity. Damn rent reduction. I thought they were going to forcibly buy the South Lake apartment building. But when Mr. Meng came to buy the building, they didn't dare to make a peep. Typical loudmouths who are also the most cowardly. After all, talking big doesn't cost a penny. Exactly. Those tycoons are just a backdrop for Mr. Meng the whole way, not as carefree as us pedestrians. They even want to mess with Mr. Meng's women. That's hilarious. Ha! These two girls are Mr. Meng's women? They don't look like it to me. Brother, you look young. Let me ask you, if you have seen the vast ocean, would you still be willing to stay by the stream? How could these two girls, who have met the legendary Mr. Meng, possibly still be interested in ordinary men in this lifetime? That makes sense. That's why I want to give Mr. Meng a monkey. Wake up, miss, do you think you can compare to those three ladies just now? Moreover, in the entire Nanhang city, the women who want to date Mr. Meng can line up from the south to the north of the city. Mr. Meng's simple and boring life is too happy. I envy him so much. Who doesn't? The Maserati was driving on the way to Meng Chen's hometown county town. Meng Chen was sitting in the passenger seat and casually said, "Vice President Wang, you've gotten a new car for getting rich." Only then did he realize that Wang Lingyue seemed to have gotten a new ride. Yes, Mr. Meng, thanks to your blessings, I am now the president of Nanhang Bank, so naturally I had to get a new car. Wang Lingyue smiled brightly. She had long wanted to share this joy with Meng Chen, but Meng Chen didn't mention it, and she didn't dare to show off proactively. If she stole Meng Chen's limelight, it would be more harm than good for her. Because she knew very well that the reason she could easily secure this position was entirely due to Mr. Meng's cooperation with Nanhang Bank, all of which was done through her. It can be said that she became the president of Nanhang Bank by basking in Mr. Meng's glory. Oh, you're already the bank president? Then, President Wang, would it be a bit inappropriate for you to be my assistant again? Meng Chen rubbed his chin with his finger. In his established impression, the bank president was a very powerful figure, and although the vice president and president only differed by one word, their status was quite different. Even if Nanhang Bank was just a local bank, the position of the bank president was the highest among the small group of people locally, and the vice president probably struggled to even make it to the top 100. Having such a woman serve as his driver, Meng Chen felt somewhat undeserving. Wang Lingyue flicked the strands of hair at her ear and smiled charmingly. What's inappropriate about it? You are the most distinguished guest of our bank, serving you well is my most important task. Although Meng Chen knew in his heart that this statement was somewhat flattering, it still didn't stop him from feeling secretly pleased. Indeed, he made the right choice by choosing Nanhang Bank initially. If he had chosen one of the big four banks, not to mention that the presidents of the big four banks seemed to be middle-aged men, even if they were middle-aged beauties, their attitude would not be so humble. After all, the presidents and vice presidents of the big four banks must have some prestige, and they wouldn't grovel to him to such an extent. Furthermore, the foundation of the big four banks was strong. Naturally, they wouldn't rely on Meng Chen's savings as heavily as Nanhang Bank did. Mr. Meng, are you tired? Do you need the bank president to provide you with special services? Wang Lingyue's face was full of peach blossoms, her voice soft and charming. She wasn't being flirtatious, she just really wanted to tease this handsome and wealthy young master. What if she succeeded? Marrying Meng Chen would be 100% profit for her. As for Meng Chen being the boyfriend of her best friend Morong Qianyu, not to mention that she knew the two hadn't established a romantic relationship yet, even if it was her best friend's boyfriend, couldn't she still win him over? Every girl has the right to pursue happiness, right? Wang Lingyue's lips curled slightly, smiling seductively. I'm not tired,
President Wang, I slept well yesterday, not tired at all.
Meng Chen shrugged, looking straight ahead at the roadside scenery. He remained unmoved by Wang Lingyue's seduction. Special services? What a joke! Wang Lingyue, 34 out of 100, only has a 34% favorability progress, and this fairy really wants to flirt with him? She'll just get him all worked up, then hide on the side and laugh secretly? This is too much. Upon hearing this, Wang Lingyue gave Meng Chen a coquettish look.
Inside and outside the bank, ever since her first day at work, she has been unaware of how many men have coveted her devilish figure.
But Wang Lingyue has never paid attention to them.
As the younger sister of the head of the Wang family in Nanhang, any scoundrel who dares to have ill intentions towards her, before they can even act, they will forever disappear into the night of Nanhang. However, she never expected to repeatedly hit a wall here with Meng Chen one day.
But thinking about Mr. Meng's rumors, she understood.
A towering man as wealthy as him probably sees beauty as nothing special. After all, the women who can get close to him, Morong Qianyu, Bai Mingyin, Wei Yulan, and her, are all noble in status, with outstanding looks, figures, and temperament.
Suddenly,
the urgent ringtone of a cell phone sounded. Meng Chen looked at the screen with the word mom and a slight smile appeared on his lips as he pressed the speakerphone button.
Mom, why are you calling? I just hit the road.
It'll take another 2 hours, I should be able to make it for lunch.
Isn't that Chin's girl also coincidentally going home to visit?
Mom thought you're both not young anymore, both young people, used to play together when you were kids, have a meal together and chat more.
Meng's mother's kind voice came from the phone. Meng Chen forced a bitter smile. He hadn't even reached home yet.
Before he could even take a bite of the warm meal, his mother had arranged a blind date for him, which seemed too real.
This isn't quite right. Actually, I already have a girlfriend. Meng Chen cleared his throat. As soon as Meng's mother heard this, her tone immediately turned unhappy. What's not right? At your age, kids can already walk. The chubby tiger next door, who is the same age as you, got married last year, didn't he? His wife is already 6 months pregnant. You still have the nerve to mention a girlfriend. You said you've been dating for 7 years. Why haven't I seen you bring her home? You little rascal, today you have to go on this blind date, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, you won't have lunch at noon.
Meng's mother might be going through menopause, she went on and on, almost revealing everything about Meng Chen, even the fact that he wet the bed at 5.
Meng Chen could only laugh and cry.
When he was in high school and college, his parents warned him several times not to date and focus on studying. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to confess about Wang Li? In hindsight, Wang Li was indeed not suitable for him. However, as he was about to graduate, the situation completely reversed. At that time, Meng's mother almost wanted to turn his graduation ceremony into a wedding, enthusiastically encouraging him to confess boldly to any female classmates he liked, not to miss the chance for marriage. At that time, Meng Chen was speechless for a long time. It seemed that Meng's mother still thought that universities nowadays were like the past, where jobs were assigned and even partners were matched, right? Mother, times have changed. Now interns are worse off than dogs. University graduates are everywhere. Whispering, and every time Meng Chen returned home after graduating and starting work, he not only had to deal with curious and competitive relatives, but also had to face a series of blind dates arranged by acquaintances, something Meng Chen had never expected. It was also at this time that his relationship with Wang Li began to cool off. In the graduation season when they transitioned from the campus ivory tower to the social arena, although they didn't break up, it was clear that they had drifted apart. If you were to ask Meng Chen now about his attitude towards his ex-girlfriend Wang Li, Meng Chen has let go. There's no hatred in his heart now. After all, the scenes that needed to be smashed have been smashed, and the resentment in his heart has dissipated. It's just not a good fit. The road of the world is long, each with its own brilliance. Listening to Meng Mu's nagging in his ear, Meng Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at Wang Lingyue driving without looking away, he had a sudden inspiration and put his phone near Wang Lingyue's mouth. Wife, Mom says I don't have a girlfriend. You quickly tell her, do I have a girlfriend or not?
Wife? Girlfriend? Wang Lingyue was full of question marks.
But she was quick to react, softly saying into the phone, Mom, I am a Yu's girlfriend.
We came back this time to see you. Originally, we planned to give you a surprise.
Meng Mu on the other end was obviously stunned for a moment, stopped nagging at Meng Chen, and instead started asking Wang Lingyue questions warmly. Wang Lingyue responded fluently, modest and polite, changing from the coquettishness in front of Meng Chen to show the manners of a lady. Meng Chen was somewhat impressed.
Mom, let's stop here. She is still driving. Let's talk when we get back. Meng Chen interrupted.
If Wang Lingyue and Meng Mu continued chatting like this, they might really end up discussing a daughter-in-law. Wouldn't that be a loss for him? After experiencing the betrayal of his ex-girlfriend, Meng Chen had already figured it out.
It's not worth giving up a forest for a single tree.
Besides, he is still young.
Relationships can wait a few more years. Isn't it better to observe the market for a few years?
You little brat, you actually let your wife drive? Didn't you get your driver's license? I taught you since you were young, a wife is to be cherished, didn't you listen?
Meng Mu was dissatisfied.
From her tone, she was extremely satisfied with Wang Lingyue. Even before meeting her, she started speaking up for her daughter-in-law. Meng Chen realized he underestimated the situation. But he quickly came up with a response. Mom, actually, she really likes driving. I can't do anything about it.
Wife, isn't that right? Wang Lingyue gave Meng Chen a resentful look. What a double entendre. Is he mocking her on purpose? Can't she answer differently? Obviously not. Now the fate of the entire Nanhang Bank is completely tied to Mr. Meng. To be precise, if Mr.
Meng abandons Nanhang Bank, it will fall from a high place and be shattered.
Yes, Mom, I really like driving. Wang Lingyue felt bitter. Who the hell likes driving? Although she looks charming and enchanting, she is clearly a perfect lady, right? Isn't Mr. Meng bullying her? Oh, I see. Lingyue, you are so virtuous.
Our little brat is lucky to have found a wife like you. It must be his good fortune from his past life.
Meng Mu on the phone side.
Meng Chen quickly said to the phone, Mom, let's talk when we get home. Keep an eye on the stove, don't let it burn again.
This is really his own mother. He had no way to deal with it.
If it were another woman, whether she was a middle-aged lady or an old lady, as long as she dared to call him a little brat, Meng Chen would definitely make her experience the fear of being controlled by the world's richest man.
Little brat, although you have found a good wife, you still need to go to the Qin family girl's place, apologize, treat them well, don't be stingy. After all, they are your hometown folks, handle the relationship well, that's the right thing to do. Meng Mu advised earnestly.
Yes, yes.
Meng Chen smiled bitterly and agreed repeatedly.
Although he understood that his mother's nagging was a way of expressing love, whether he could bear it was another matter.
He really couldn't take it anymore.
Just like Sun Wukong, who had to endure Tang Sanzang's scriptures. Mom, I'll transfer 1,000 to you first, ask for more from home if needed.
If city girls are willing to be with you, don't mistreat them, you know? Little bunny, you hang up first. Meng's mother said reluctantly.
A son traveling 1,000 miles makes a mother worry.
Is there any mother in the world who doesn't worry about her son?
Mom, it's okay, really, it's too much for 1,000, don't transfer it, I'll hang up.
Meng Chen sighed deeply after hanging up the phone.
The nagging from his mother really made him both happy and sad. Ding ding, the notification sound of a WeChat transfer rang. Meng Chen looked at the 1,000 naya that Meng's mother transferred, feeling a mix of emotions.
Meng's mother is just an ordinary supermarket employee, and Meng's father is just an ordinary chef.
In the small county town where they live, salaries are not high, and this 1,000 naya is probably close to half a month's salary.
After hesitating for a moment, Meng Chen still chose to accept it.
Although he definitely didn't need this 1,000 naya, and didn't want to spend his parents' money, he knew that if he didn't accept it, Meng's mother would definitely scold him again. Anyway, this time he came back with the intention of moving his parents to Nanhang City, so taking an extra 1,000 naya wouldn't hurt.
Didn't he buy an apartment building and a commercial street near Nanhu before?
He planned to find a reason for his parents to live in the apartment building.
Although it definitely couldn't compare to Morong Qianyu's mansion, it would be much more upscale than the residential area in the county town.
Then he would find a reason to help his parents acquire a storefront. This way, his parents would have a stable source of income and could live in the big city with peace of mind. As for being the world's richest man and having a huge amount of savings, Meng Chen temporarily didn't plan to let his parents know. Because this matter is somewhat unbelievable, even he, a college graduate, finds it hard to accept, let alone his parents with low education levels. Wang Lingyue continued to drive the Maserati on the highway, with a slight smile on her lips. Obviously, her harmonious relationship with Meng's mother made her somewhat proud. As the younger sister of the head of the Wang family, Wang Lingyue naturally knew that the most difficult thing about marrying into a wealthy family was handling the relationship with the mother-in-law. If the relationship with the mother-in-law is not handled well, a filial man like Meng Chen would definitely not prioritize marrying her.
After all, there are too many outstanding women who want to be with Meng Chen.
On the contrary, as long as the relationship with the mother-in-law is good, it would be a bonus point on Meng Chen's side. So Wang Lingyue knew that this was her chance. Although Mr. Meng was very shrewd, she couldn't and didn't dare to play along, but it was a great opportunity to get close to Meng Chen's elders. That's the advantage of being an assistant. And what did Wang Lingyue just hear? Transfer 1,000 first?
Wang Lingyue first thought of the Naya unit, but this thought flashed by and was dismissed. 1,000 Naya? The mother of the world's richest man transferred 1,000 Naya to her son? Wang Lingyue shook her head in disbelief. How could this be possible? It's impossible. Is it 1,000 yuan? Thinking of this, Wang Lingyue's heart raced and her face flushed. Yes. It must be 1,000 yuan. This is the kind of grand gesture expected from a hidden noble family. 1,000 yuan. Converted to Naya is a whopping 1 trillion. Wang Lingyue expressed that she also wanted a mother like this, casually giving pocket money equivalent to 1 trillion Naya. No wonder Meng Chen folded paper airplanes with a 2 yuan bill and casually carried hundreds of yuan in her pocket. If she had a mother like that, she could also be so extravagant. Envy and jealousy. Although she is also a rich and beautiful woman from a wealthy family, second-generation rich people are more annoying to second-generation rich people. Ding ding, Meng Chen received another WeChat business card shared by Meng's mother, with the WeChat nickname a Xinshin smile. The photo on the business card is quite beautiful, showing a stylish and delicate urban girl. However, from the familiar features, Meng Chen could vaguely recognize the silhouette of a childhood friend. Is it her? Qin Yusin? The top student in elementary school? Meng Chen opened the old album in her memory. Scenes of their childhood together seemed to have happened just yesterday. But as they grew older, transitioning from elementary to middle school, and then to high school, childhood opposite-sex partners seemed to gradually lose contact. Meng Chen remembered more than 4 years ago during the college entrance examination, Meng's mother mentioned that she seemed to have been admitted to a university in the capital. She even held a celebration banquet and invited Meng Chen's family, but Meng Chen had something else to do at the time, so she didn't go. Meng Chen came back to her senses and sent a WeChat message. The blind date pit dug by her mother had to be filled, even if she cried, let alone now that she was successful, she couldn't forget her roots. It wouldn't hurt to help out a childhood friend. Qin Yusin, I'm Meng Chen, shall we meet at the old garden restaurant? Being ambitious in youth. Meng Chen's words were neither humble nor arrogant, neither the meekness of an ordinary man facing a woman, nor the arrogance of a second-generation rich person. Meng Chen, right? Aunt Meng's only son? The old garden is too low, let's go to the Fish and Rice Township in the new city. You don't mind treating, right? I'll bring a few friends, hope you don't mind? The response from the other side was quick, which made Meng Chen have a slight fondness for the long-lost Qin Yusin, but after reading the reply, that fondness disappeared. The old garden restaurant is low? The restaurant has been open for over a decade. Meng Chen has been going there since elementary school, although the storefront is not big, the taste is unquestionable, how could it be considered low? But that's okay. The girl chooses the date location. Meng Chen has no objections. Even when the girl suggested he treat, he said he could understand, after all, it's a blind date. The man treating is like a marriage dowry, both are part of the Xia country's customs. But she also mentioned bringing a few friends. What's that about? Bringing friends to a blind date? And how many friends are a few? Is this a blind date or just coming to freeload on food and drinks with friends? Since it's like this, there's nothing more to talk about. She's treating Meng Chen as a sucker, clearly not interested in his family situation. This is a blind date without sincerity. After a simple reply, Meng Chen closed his phone. It doesn't matter to treat at the Fish and Rice Township restaurant. It's just a few bucks, right? Don't you see? He treated passers-by to a bottle of Feitian Maotai at the Marriott Hotel, at Dongpa Pavilion, a table worth millions of dollars. He only ate a little, and the leftovers were given to stray cats and dogs by the waiter. Manager Wang, when we get there, you go talk about investment matters with the county on that side. Whether it makes money or not doesn't matter, as long as it promotes the development of the county. After all, this is my hometown where I was born and raised. Meng Chen calmly instructed. Since he's returning to his hometown in glory, as the world's richest man, he has to show some respect, otherwise he wouldn't feel right. Besides, he has so much money he can't spend it all. It's quite boring. Talking about business, Wang Lingyue put away the coquettish look on her face and said respectfully, please rest assured, Mr. Meng. I will invest in the development of your hometown county, ensuring no losses. She was still a bit disappointed that Meng Chen didn't take her to the blind date banquet. Wang Lingyue also wanted to take the opportunity to find out some information about the woman. In her view, the woman arranged by Meng's mother for the blind date must be a great beauty, right? Maybe she is also a young lady from a prestigious family, definitely a rival worth her attention. 2 hours later, amid the sound of tires rubbing against the ground, a Maserati parked outside the Yumi Village restaurant. This time, Meng Chen didn't wait for Wang Lingyue to open the door. He got out of the car and walked straight into Yumi Village. Mr. Meng, shall I come pick you up later? Wang Lingyue leaned out of the car window, somewhat reluctantly. She really cherished every moment she spent alone with Meng Chen.
And she was willing to put aside her identity as a bank president, act coy, and fight for every opportunity to be together.
Meng Chen stopped and looked back, smiling faintly. Sure.
I hope you can finish the tasks I assigned to you before the blind date ends. Then I can consider letting you play the role of my wife for a while.
I promise to complete the tasks, Wang Lingyue said spiritedly. After watching Meng Chen enter the restaurant, Wang Lingyue suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the Maserati swiftly drifted away. On the second floor of the Yumi Village restaurant, in a large private room,
Shin Yusin, who was above average in appearance, was eating and drinking with a group of relatives and friends, but she was not as slim as she appeared in the photos, with a faint freckle on her face. And this group of relatives and friends totaled 15 people. My blind date should be here soon, Shin Yusin said impatiently. She had spent 4 years in the capital, met many wealthy young men. How could she still be interested in the country bumpkins from the county town that her parents always liked to introduce to her? They even said that girls should marry young. She was a girl who had moved to the north,
an independent woman of the new era. Why marry so early? If she didn't have a few relationships, how could she understand men? The relatives and friends laughed.
Yusin, I learned this trick from Douyin, it definitely works. Don't worry, I've inquired, that Meng guy from the Meng family, they say he sells real estate in Nanhang, not much money.
Exactly.
I guess as soon as he sees our setup, he'll be scared off.
Even if he lacks self-awareness and continues the blind date, he will be shocked by today's bill. Will he keep his promise to treat or make excuses to escape to the restroom?
If that Meng guy refuses to pay, he probably won't dare to pursue you in the future. Even if he manages to pay the bill with a credit card, after eating so much today, he will probably realize the difference in your spending levels and never dare to date you again. This way, it won't affect the relationship between the two families, and he will know when to retreat.
Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Shin Yusin nodded pretentiously. That's what she thought too. In any case, it's good to make Meng Chen give up any unnecessary thoughts. It's also for his own good, so that Meng Chen won't be captivated by her gentle beauty, trying to attract her attention all the time, wasting his youth in vain. Shin Yusin, no matter how she is destined to marry a local man from a big city. It's not that Meng Chen is not good, but she longs for the life in a big city. However, with Meng Chen's income level, can he afford to buy a decent house in a big city for his whole life? Material things are the foundation of emotions, and without a foundation of emotions, there is no need to start it. Alas! Blame her for being naturally beautiful, always attracting attention, needing to constantly reject one poor loser after another. As Shin Yusin was feeling smug in her heart, suddenly, Meng Chen walked into the private room in a top-notch Armani outfit, attracting everyone's attention, and some knowledgeable men even exclaimed, "Wow! This is Armani Prive. Where did this wealthy young man wearing Armani's high-end custom-made suit come from? No way! I've never seen this style of Armani before." You don't understand this, do you? Armani also has different grades. Can a set of Armani that costs a few thousand nanyuan be the same as a set that costs millions of nanyuan? With this design, with this leather, I estimate that it would cost at least a few million. A few million for a set of clothes? Isn't that too much? What's so strange about it? I heard that several leaders of the Lighthouse country have worn custom-made Armani menswear. Not to mention the Prince Daipai, the Prince of the Eagle country. A few million nanyuan for clothes may be extravagant for us ordinary people, but for someone who casually makes a million with every business deal, it's just a drop in the bucket. Absurd! Absurd! Why would this big shot come to our private room? Could it be the blind date guy? Are you kidding me? With that kind of money, does he even need blind dates? If he's the blind date guy, I'll eat this table on the spot. I'll eat the tableware. Hilarious. It's impossible, right? What do the Meng parents do? You all know, right? Yeah. Last time I went to his house for tea, it was very ordinary, still using a big butt TV. When Meng Chen heard big butt TV, his expression changed. He had long wanted his parents to replace it with a liquid crystal high-definition TV, but his parents always said the old TV was not broken, and it would be a waste of money to replace it. Thinking of the 1,000 nanyuan that Meng's mother had given him earlier, Meng Chen felt heavy in his heart. I am Meng Chen, and you are Shin Yusin, right? We. However, before Meng Chen could finish his sentence, Shin Yusin rudely interrupted him. We are not suitable. I never expected you, Meng Chen, to become this kind of person. Spending a lot of money to rent high imitation brand clothes for a blind date. Doesn't your conscience ache for wasting your parents' hard-earned money? Shin Yusin said with a heavy heart. To be honest, because of Chin's mother, Shin Yusin and Meng's mother had a good relationship. Otherwise, she could have simply refused Meng Chen. Why bother with so many tricks?
Meng Chen raised his eyebrows, looking at Qin Yusin with a strange expression.
You may have misunderstood. Which piece of clothing on him is a high imitation Armani A-grade? Which piece of clothing was rented? How would he not know? Was Morong Qianyu cheated by a rogue merchant when buying clothes? This possibility seems unlikely. In Nanhang City, which black shop would dare to deceive Morong Qianyu in front of her, substituting inferior goods for the best? Qin Yusin sneered, crossed her arms, and aggressively said, "Do you dare to say that you bought these clothes with your own money?" Meng Chen was stunned for a moment, couldn't help but chuckle, and said, "Well, not exactly, but, there's no but. I don't want to waste words with someone like you. Let's eat. I'll talk to my mom when we get back." Qin Yusin pouted. Interrupted twice in a row, Meng Chen's expression was not very good, but considering the good relationship between the two families, he did not argue. For now, let her fly a little longer. The higher she flies, the harder she falls. When the truth comes out, she will feel ashamed of her arrogant words. In fact, what he wanted to say just now was that although Morong Qianyu bought him these clothes, he also invested 100 yuan in Morong Qianyu, equivalent to 1,000,000,000 nan yuan. When you calculate it this way, these clothes are nothing. Inside the private room, relatives and friends pointed and whispered, especially those who had made bold claims, were particularly embarrassed. Damn! Isn't this guy shameless? Renting brand-name clothes for a blind date with his parents' hard-earned money? I really want to give him a big slap for satisfying his vanity at the expense of his parents' hard-earned money. I shouldn't have made that bold claim just now. I didn't expect to be instantly proven wrong, but this Meng guy really doesn't deserve any kindness, right? Agree, wearing branded clothes bought by others and acting as if it's only natural, this shamelessness is beyond belief. In my opinion, this is definitely not a genuine Armani, but a high-quality imitation produced by a factory. It's really well made, even fooling me, a fan of Armani. If I didn't know that Meng Mu is a supermarket employee, I wouldn't believe this is fake. Sigh. I used to have some sympathy for the Meng family. After all, we brought 15 people to the blind date dinner, which was a bit excessive, but he really is despicable. Meng Chan's lips curled slightly. These people still have some self-awareness, knowing that bringing 15 relatives and friends to a blind date dinner is excessive. Waiter, come and add more dishes. The dishes on the table have already been served, and Meng Chen is not interested in eating leftovers from others. A young female server enters the private room with a menu, though she doesn't say it out loud. Her gaze towards Meng Chen carries a hint of disdain. After all, living off parents' wealth is not a glorious thing. Customer, what dishes would you like to add? Give me 2 portions of the best dishes you have here. As for the wine, bring the best one, start with 20 bottles, after all, there are so many people. Meng Chen said calmly. A flash of contempt passed through the server's eyes, but she still politely smiled and said, "Customer, the portions of our dishes are quite generous. If you order 2 portions, you might not be able to finish them. And as for the best wine, it's relatively expensive. It's the aged Feitian Maotai, which costs around 30,000 Naya yuan per bottle." Meng Chen waved his hand. "Alright, arrange it according to my instructions." Relatively expensive? Daring to call a 30,000 Naya yuan bottle of Feitian Maotai expensive? Where does the 600,000 Naya yuan bottle of 90-year-old Condi red wine stand? And where does the several million Naya yuan bottle of court ancient wine belong? However, Meng Chen also knows that his hometown small county town cannot be compared to first-tier cities like Nanhang City, not only in terms of wine and dishes, but even the servers cannot be compared. Waiters at Marriott Hotel and Dongpa Pavilion, even if they are dissatisfied with guests, will not show it on their faces. And this young female server, it's as if she almost wrote "I look down on you for living off your parents" on her face, making Meng Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. Of course, he doesn't care about the attitude of a server, nor will he deliberately target one. That would be too demeaning. Meng Chen sat at the table with fewer people, while Qin Yusin sat at another table. However, the guests at this table stood up one after another, preferring to squeeze in with over a dozen people at another table rather than sit with Meng Chen. Good food and wine were served. Meng Chen sat alone at a table, eating leisurely and contentedly. After a day and night, he had already gotten used to the life of the wealthy. Taste a bit of everything, pour out what he couldn't finish. After all, he didn't need to worry about money, and the leftovers would not go to waste. They would be sent to the pig farm by Yumazixiang restaurant. The discussions at the neighboring table became more and more undisguised. This person's face is really thick. Could he be a fool with extremely low emotional intelligence? Tisk tsk, flaunting wealth with parents' hard-earned money, this kind of man is truly a rare specimen. What sins did Meng's parents commit in their past lives to give birth to such a white-eyed wolf? I guess Meng's parents scrimped and saved for years, and all the money has been squandered by him, right? I heard from Qin's mother that Meng's parents' passbooks were handled by him,
and I guess the money inside has been embezzled.
If that's true, then this Meng Chen is truly a beast. Exactly. Meng's parents worked hard for half their lives, now they are getting old, relying on that money for retirement. I really want to beat him up. De Zhuang, don't be impulsive.
This kind of shameless man, if he falls to the ground and blames you, you won't have a place to reason with him.
Sigh. I suddenly thought, this Meng guy ordered so many good wines and dishes, is he planning to run away? We need to keep an eye on him, don't let him escape. Even if he runs, it's fine.
Anyway, the wine on our table hasn't been touched, only the bottle he drank is opened. At most, we'll treat him to a meal, consider it feeding a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Don't say it. Meng Chen really needs to pee a little.
After all, from Nanhang City to the county town, he hasn't been to the restroom all the way, and now after eating and drinking, it's normal to want to go to the toilet.
Waiter, where is your restroom?
The eyes of everyone in the private room were drawn to Meng Chen, looking at him with undisguised disdain.
Just want to escape without paying? Who's the fool these days? The young waitress's mouth twitched fiercely.
She felt that her values had been shattered by the man in front of her.
How could there be such shameless people in this world? Skipping out on a blind date is one thing.
After all, the woman is not a kind person, bringing 15 relatives and friends to the blind date. But he actually rented clothes with his parents' hard-earned money, and ordered 2 tables full of good wine and dishes to show off. This kind of mooching behavior is truly despicable. The 2 tables of dishes add up to nearly 10,000 yuan. The wine is around 30,000 per bottle.
Isn't he afraid of ascending to heaven after drinking it?
And now he's playing the trick of wanting to escape to pee.
Over there.
The young waitress squeezed out a very forced polite smile, raised her middle finger and pointed in the direction of the restroom. Meng Chen smiled dumbfoundedly. Without explaining, he got up and walked towards the restroom. However, Qin Yusen suddenly stopped him. Meng, if you want to skip out on the bill, just say it directly.
Why beat around the bush and play tricks? Are you a man or not? Am I a man? Do you want to come along and see? As for skipping out on the bill,
don't judge others by your own standards. You brought 15 people to a blind date, I won't follow your example. Meng Chen's eyes flashed with impatience, a hint of sarcasm curling his lips.
Is this girl too sensitive? Why is she so aggressive in her speech? Does she take others' tolerance for granted? Or does she really think he has no temper? Remember, Meng Chen has a fortune surpassing the world's richest man. Does he need to skip out on the bill by pretending to go to the restroom? Isn't that a fantasy?
Qin Yusen felt contempt from Meng Chen, a man she looked down upon in her heart.
She couldn't hold back anymore. Forget about maintaining a dignified and modest demeanor, she burst out cursing, rogue. You are a university graduate, don't you have any basic manners? What else is it if not trying to skip out on the bill by going to the restroom?
This bill of over 40,000, you drank 30,000 worth of wine from one bottle. If you can't afford it, then don't drink.
You pretended to be wealthy and ordered over 20 bottles. Can you afford this money?
Meng Chen's lips slightly curled up. He unzipped his Armani jacket, reached into the inner pocket and pulled out a stack of banknotes, slapping it on the table.
Waiter, bring the bill.
The crumpled 100 yuan banknotes sparkled under the light in the private room. The people in the room stared straight at the banknotes, associating them with the huge wealth they represented. Even their breathing momentarily stopped.
The young waitress's eyes widened.
Mr. Meng, you don't need so much cash, just the smallest denomination is enough, and we can provide change in our store, saving you some precious time.
Meng Chen cleanly pulled out a 1 yuan paper bill and handed it to her.
Then he turned his head and glanced indifferently at Qin Yusen. Just a little money for food and drinks. Meng, don't need to skip out on the bill.
Your perspective is too narrow.
After speaking, Meng Chen quickly walked out of the private room. The young waitress hurriedly followed, wearing a flattering smile on her face, following behind Meng Chen and softly reminding him of the exact location of the restroom. Her attitude could be described as a complete 180-degree turnaround, because when she saw a stack of gold banknotes, she thought she was being deceived by these freeloaders.
Renting clothes with her parents' hard-earned money to show off? Dodging the bill? What the hell are you talking about? Does a wealthy young man who carries over 100 gold banknotes need to rent clothes to show off?
And she even scripted the lines so well that she got herself entangled in it.
Do these freeloaders think that if 3 people say something, it becomes true? As for the blind date woman talking about dodging the bill, that's even more of a joke. Over $100 is over 1 billion naira. With that kind of money, you could buy up all the restaurants in the entire county and still have plenty left over. Does a person of such high status need to dodge the bill? And for a bill of over 40,000 naira? Damn! Is this blind date woman taking her for a fool? Or is she feeling guilty about marrying into a wealthy family?
While others pray to the gods and Buddha, unable to secure a blind date with a top-tier wealthy young man, she managed to lure the wealthy young man over and disgust him. "Please, blind date woman, have some dignity.
If you don't want this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you can give it to her."
Bringing 15 relatives and friends to a blind date, slandering the wealthy young man for dodging the bill. If she had filmed the whole process, it would have been a collection of confusing blind date behaviors.
Shin Yusun was completely dumbfounded.
The relationship between the Meng and Shin families was quite close, with Meng's mother treating her like a daughter.
How come she had never heard that Meng Chen was so wealthy?
Although Shin Yusun never considered herself a gold digger, with her own good conditions, a bachelor's degree from a top university, strong professional abilities, and successfully landing a mid-level management position at a large company after graduation, her future prospects were promising.
With her qualifications, marrying an ordinary male citizen in the capital city wouldn't be considered marrying up.
But, in the face of those over 100 gold banknotes, everything seemed as fragile as a bubble, shattering at a touch. Shin Yusun watched Meng Chen disappear and recalled his humble demeanor, feeling bitter about her aggressive words earlier. First, from the moment Meng Chen entered discreetly, she had prejudged him, suspecting that the Armani Pride suit worth millions on Meng Chen was a knockoff because she knew about Meng Chen's family situation and subconsciously believed he couldn't afford such clothes.
She never considered that Meng Chen might have bought it with his own money.
Now, thinking back to Meng Chen's humble gentlemanly behavior and her own sarcastic tone, she wished she could slap herself. She didn't know if Meng Chen was a god or a man, but she felt like a real dog. Then, she even suspected that Meng Chen was using his parents' hard-earned money, which was a huge joke.
How could a man who carries over $100 be a freeloader? The money Meng's parents earned in their lifetime probably didn't even add up to $1, right? No, it's definitely less than that. $1 is 10 billion a year. Not to mention a normal family like Meng's, even a middle-class family wouldn't dare to imagine earning $1 in their lifetime, right? So there's absolutely no way Meng Chen is a freeloader.
Her words and those of her relatives and friends were all slanderous,
all aimed at tarnishing Meng Chen's reputation. But did Meng Chen say anything? No.
He just smiled calmly, silently enduring gossip, calmly eating and drinking alone, and even generously treating them to the best food and wine in the region. What a broad-minded person he is. Compared to his actions, she was like heaven and earth. No wonder he could earn over $100, while she would probably never be able to earn even $1 in her lifetime. The most ridiculous part. It was when the bill was settled in the end. Meng Chen just went to the bathroom as usual, but she suspected that he wanted to escape without paying.
With Meng Chen's displayed financial power, does he need to escape without paying? No.
There is absolutely no need for him to escape without paying. And she even questioned his character and upbringing. Now looking back, she was the one lacking in character and upbringing. Not only did she bring 15 relatives and friends to a blind date, but she also maliciously speculated on Meng Chen's actions. Pushed to the limit, Meng Chen, a man of excellent upbringing, finally couldn't take it anymore and directly revealed his wealth by throwing a stack of cash on the table. The sound of the money hitting the table was like a heavy blow to her face.
Rent clothes for a blind date? Live off parents and show off? Escape without paying?
All the slander and doubts were shattered in an instant when over $100 appeared. Along with the shattered pieces, Shin Yusun's long-standing pride and will in her heart were also broken. The image of Meng Chen in her mind transformed from a useless freeloader to a powerful figure in the business world. This giant figure opened its jaws wide and devoured her heart and soul. Shin Yusun lowered her head in despair. Because she worked in a major company in the capital, she understood better than most what it meant for a man to carry over $100 in cash. Over $100 is equivalent to over $1 billion Nan yuan. Ordinary tycoons with such wealth would have kept it carefully in the bank, but Meng Chen carried it with him casually.
It was simply inhumane. Even their company's chairman treated cash with extreme caution, unlike Meng Chen's casual attitude. And Meng Chen seemed to be indifferent to money.
This reminded Shin Yusun of a widely circulated mysterious legend in the upper echelons of the capital, about Mr. Meng, who was rumored to be so wealthy that his fortune could turn a small developing country into a developed one within 6 months. Their chairman once said that Mr. Meng was the wealthiest person in Xia country, and even in the world. Unfortunately, Mr. Meng always acted low-key and mysterious, and no one knew where he was or what he was up to. However, this time when Shin Yusun returned home, she heard news of Mr. Meng appearing in Nanhang, and if she remembered correctly, Meng Chen also seemed to be working in Nanhang.
Could it be? Shin Yusun's expression turned extremely fearful. Cold sweat dripped down her back, soaking her clothes.
Inside the private room, the expressions on the faces of the 15 relatives and friends Shin Yusun brought were quite dramatic.
Ah, this Meng guy is really a rich and powerful young man, isn't he? Who are you calling a young man? Is it appropriate for us to call a rich young man like Master Meng, who carries over $100 with him, a young man? If you want to die, stay away from me, don't get me into trouble with Master Meng. Weren't you the one cursing the most just now? I didn't, don't talk nonsense, I'm different from you guys. I have always been a staunch supporter of Master Meng, determined to give birth to monkeys for Master Meng. Damn! You are shameless. Mr. Meng is not a rich second-generation young master. His parents were very poor, although I don't know why he suddenly became so wealthy, but I think behind this, there must be a very inspirational story of a poor family. That's right, I felt something was off just now. How could a freeloader have such good character and upbringing? We've been making snide remarks for so long, and he didn't even blush. Hindsight is always 20/20ths. Why didn't you step up and remind us earlier? I told you that Armani suit was real. Shame on me. I almost got led astray by you guys, couldn't tell the difference between high imitation and genuine products. It must be real. Mr. Meng is a man who carries over $100 with him, which is equivalent to over 1 billion Nan yuan. He's just too extravagant. It seems like making friends with this low-key tycoon. I wonder if Boss Meng has any missing accessories on his legs? I feel like I missed a chance to change my destiny. If I had stayed at that table just now and gotten to know Boss Meng, if Boss Meng had just given me a little guidance in the future, I might have been able to transcend the class of my ancestors. Same here. I deeply regret it too. My mind was really messed up just now, and I actually looked down on Boss Meng. You really had a brain cramp. Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't treat Boss Meng as a freeloader. You really think highly of yourself. Do you think Boss Meng will look down on us and leave after paying the bill while going to the restroom? That would be such a pity, especially for Xinjie. Xin's mother arranged such an excellent blind date for her, but she missed it due to a misunderstanding. Will she live in regret for the rest of her life? Absolutely. If I were in that situation, I would probably have lost my mind long ago. But what can we do about it? Once it's said, it's like water spilled out, can't be taken back. Boss Meng's impression of her from this blind date is probably very poor. After all, she was too aggressive in speaking, and even repeatedly interrupted Boss Meng's speech. It's like a shrew image. Alas! Actually, Xinjie is usually a nice person. It's just that this time, due to a misunderstanding, she indeed missed the biggest opportunity in her life. Who wouldn't say so? If she had behaved a little better, even if she couldn't marry Boss Meng, she would have gained another important person in her life. Looking at her now, she's probably been hit hard by the truth. Xin Yusin did shut herself off. After vaguely guessing Meng Chen's hidden identity, she felt that the whole world had turned dark. The extreme regret for this blind date, mixed with fear of the legendary figure, shattered every inch of her psychological defense. She now resembled a disheveled doll in a storm, ready to fall into an endless abyss at any moment. Mr. Meng, I'm really sorry, we can't reach our boss. Our small shop in this small county town really doesn't have a penny in the cash register. Sorry for the inconvenience. But our general manager from the Land of Plenty said that even if he pays for this meal, he hopes to be friends with you. The young waitress said cautiously. She even pointed to the man in a suit standing straight in the hall. Look, that's our general manager. However, Meng Chen waved his hand and walked past as if he hadn't seen them. Sorry, I'm used to the ways of the big city. How about this? I'll scan the payment code for you. No need for you to treat me. Meng, don't like owing favors to others. It's not that Meng Chen was aloof. It's just that if even a small restaurant manager had to meet him, he wouldn't have to do anything else in his life. Little did he know. Bank tycoons from all over the world gathered in Nanhang just to meet Mr. Meng. The man in the suit saw Meng Chen walk straight past him without even looking at him, and he knew he had been presumptuous. Compared to the young Meng who casually carried over $100, he was just a snack stall owner next to the Ailey group. The gap in status and identity was too great. In fact, he was very clear about this in his heart. He just couldn't help but try. In case he could really make friends with such a wealthy young master, then he wouldn't mind giving up his position as a restaurant manager. Following behind Meng, he would definitely have a better future than staying as a general manager in a small county town. I'm sorry, Mr. Meng, you're right, our general manager wanted to get to know you, it was indeed too much. I'll go get the payment code for you, the young waitress said respectfully. Meng Chen smiled noncommittally and walked into the private room with broad steps. In Qin Yusin's eyes, Meng Chen's figure was reflected, and in that moment, she felt her world regain its color. From birth until now, she had never imagined that one day, a man would have such a huge impact on her. Brother Meng Chen, I may have offended you just now, I hope you won't take it to heart. Yusin will self-punish with 3 cups here to apologize to you. Qin Yusin stood up, bowed deeply to Meng Chen.
Just over 100 yuan in cash might not be enough to make her do this, but combined with Mr.
Meng's various rumors, Qin Yusin was thoroughly frightened. Meng Chan's lips slightly curled up. It's okay, everyone doesn't need to be so restrained. Since I'm the host, we must eat and drink well.
In fact, he never felt offended from start to finish.
After all, they were cursing at the Rent-A-Clothes blind date, the Dine-and-Dash freeloaders. What did that have to do with him? Meng Chen hit the nail on the head? Most fatal.
But the people in the private room didn't think so. All were impressed by Meng Chen's broad-mindedness.
If they had so much money and were ridiculed by a group of poor people, they would have been furious long ago. Perhaps this is what people call quality and cultivation?
Meng Boss was indeed not an ordinary nouveau riche. He was superior not only in money but also in all aspects.
Thinking about this, they felt even more regretful.
If time could be turned back, they would definitely have started to get close to Meng Chen the moment he entered the private room.
They might even aggressively pursue him, in front of such a well-qualified male partner like Meng Chen. Were they wrong to prioritize looks over friendship? Who cared about Qin Yusin's blind date today? After all, even if they only had a brief encounter with Meng Chen, they could still walk proudly in the county town with this ambiguous relationship. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world, and missing out only leaves endless regret. Although Meng Chen appeared indifferent, seemingly not caring about the scene just now, Qin Yusin did not dare to be reckless. She picked up a full glass of Maotai and drank it, 3 cups in a row. Even though she had a good tolerance for alcohol, her cheeks were tinged with a blush. Meng Chen still sat alone at a table. Seeing Qin Yusin punish herself with 3 cups, his disgust towards her also lessened a bit. People are not plants, how can they be heartless?
After all, Qin Yusin was his childhood playmate, and their families were close. Although they drifted apart as they grew up, Meng Chen wouldn't treat her as an enemy. The wine is open, eat more, don't be polite. It's rare for me to come back to my hometown.
Meng Chen casually greeted. The people in the private room immediately opened the aged Maotai.
They didn't drink it before because they were afraid they would end up paying for it themselves. After all, a bottle of aged Maotai costing 30,000 yuan was definitely not affordable for an ordinary family. Now that Meng Chen revealed his wealthy status, they naturally had no more reservations. Missing this opportunity would mean missing out on this experience. A bottle of aged Maotai like this, they might never be able to afford in their lifetime. Even the girls who didn't drink alcohol made an exception and started drinking. Because a bottle of aged Maotai costing 30,000 yuan, even if it was filled with plain water, it would still taste fragrant, and they could boast about it on social media for half a year. As for Meng Chen sitting alone at a table, everyone looked at him eagerly, but no one dared to go sit with him. Before, they disdained sitting with Meng Chen, a freeloader who squandered his parents' hard-earned money on Rent-A-Clothes blind dates and dine-and-dash behavior. And now, they didn't dare to go sit with Boss Meng. What if they were despised by Boss Meng after sitting down, and then sent back from that table? How embarrassing would that be? They wished they could find a hole to hide in on the spot. Haven't they seen the restaurant manager wanting to treat guests, only to be politely declined by Boss Meng? This is the gap in status. Most of them are just ordinary working girls, not even as high as the position of a restaurant manager. What makes them qualified to sit at the same table as Boss Meng? Everyone in the private room had to admit it. After Meng Chen revealed the cash vault with over 100,000, they felt extremely inferior in their hearts. Relatively speaking, Qin Yusin, as a 985 elite returnee from the capital, felt a bit less inferior. And after drinking 3 cups as a self-punishment, influenced by alcohol, she seemed to regain a bit of her childhood feelings. Looking at Meng Chen reluctantly, "Brother Meng Chen, are you going back to Nanhang soon?" "Yes." Meng Chen looked at Qin Yusin with some surprise, and he could vaguely see a bit of her childhood shadow. Back then, Qin Yusin was a good student who only cared about studying. She was thin and small, isolated by classmates because of her excellent grades, often bullied by the class bully. Meng Chen couldn't stand it once and beat up the bully, making his nose bleed. Later, both of them were severely reprimanded by the headmaster for fighting, and their parents were called. Since then, the bully avoided him. During Qin Yusin's spare time, she often came to play with him, and they often went home together after school. But those were all things of the past. As they grew older, childhood friends drifted further and further apart, both spatially and spiritually. "Brother Meng Chen, I was just a bit frustrated earlier, hoping that you, who have grown up, wouldn't turn into a morally corrupt freeloader. Of course, I was also a bit arrogant, thinking that by getting into a 985 university and working in a big company as a manager, I could look down on you. Let me punish myself with another cup." Qin Yusin poured another glass of wine, drank it in one gulp. With the alcohol taking effect, she dropped her facade and spoke out what she had been holding in her heart. No calculations, no showing off, no ulterior motives.
This was not a blind date, just two childhood friends meeting briefly, reminiscing before parting ways again. You're doing pretty well too. Since elementary school, you've always been the academic star in the eyes of classmates and teachers.
You sailed smoothly through the high school entrance exam and college entrance exam, finally achieving the position you wanted.
Meng Chen smiled calmly.
Apart from him, among their childhood friends, Qin Yusen was probably the most successful. And Qin Yusen, like her mother, was sharp-tongued but would lend a helping hand when needed. When Meng Chen was young, he even ate the clumsy eggs sent by Qin's mother. In the countryside, there were no deep-seated grudges.
Occasionally quarreling, they could still go out for tea the next day. But Meng Chen felt that blind dates were unnecessary.
After experiencing the tenderness of Morong Qianyu, he really wasn't interested in Qin Yusen in front of him.
Otherwise, Meng Chen wouldn't have remained indifferent since entering the private room, letting this blind date gradually lose its flavor. No matter how well I'm doing, I'm not even 1 in a million compared to you. It's ridiculous that I once thought we were not in the same world, and now thinking about it, it's true. It's just that you are in a world that I can't reach.
Brother Meng Chen, you are still as low-key as you were in childhood.
Qin Yusen smiled bitterly.
In the 5th and 6th grades of elementary school, she had a crush on Meng Chen, and even some of the love letters in Meng Chen's desk were written by her.
Looking back now, perhaps at that time, Meng Chen already had great ambitions, right?
How could he care about a little girl's love letters? After all, for a legendary figure like him, being mature beyond his years was reasonable. Meng Chen took a sip, his fingers rubbing the rim of the glass, smiling without saying a word.
Meng Chen, are you planning to bring Mr. and Mrs. Meng to Nanhang City this time?
Qin Yusen held a glass of wine, stood up, walked behind Meng Chen, and whispered in his ear.
It's not hard to guess. After all, Qin Yusen already knew about Mr.
Meng's return to the world, so it's reasonable for him to stop hiding and bring Mr.
and Mrs. Meng back to the city to enjoy their retirement.
With a fragrant breath in his ear, Meng Chen smiled slightly. You are clever. In that case, it may be difficult for us to meet again in the future. Qin Yusen sighed softly. She also knew that Nanhang City was now a gathering place for many prominent figures in the banking industry and other sectors, all eagerly awaiting the appearance of the legendary Mr.
Meng. In this situation, how could Qin Yusen easily meet Meng Chen again?
It's probably easier for a common woman in ancient times to see the emperor. Especially when she remembered how she had ignored Meng Chen over the years, busy meeting with her friends during the holidays and hardly speaking to Meng Chen. Qin Yusen couldn't help but regret and shed tears. If tears could bring back the missed perfect love, she would cry endlessly, washing her face with tears every day.
But is that possible? Meng Chen took a tissue and wiped away the tears from Qin Yusen's eyes. Why are you crying? Is there a bully like the class monitor from our childhood bothering you again?
Qin Yusen heard his magnetic voice, looked at Meng Chen's handsome face, and realized that she no longer had the qualification to pursue him in the future. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls on a jade plate.
No! I got sand in my eyes, Qin Yusen said with a sob. Who bullied her? Of course, it was Meng Chen. But was it Meng Chen's fault for being too low-key? Of course not.
It was her own fault for not recognizing his worth and peeking at him through the door crack.
Mr.
Meng, your QR code is here.
If you don't return the wine, the total is 612,532 nan yuan.
According to the discount in our restaurant, there is a 10% cash voucher return for large expenses, which means 10,000 nan yuan cash vouchers. The waiter came over with the payment code and 7 vouchers.
Seeing the tearful blind date woman, her brows furrowed. Wasn't this blind date woman too shameless? She used to be so arrogant, and now she's pretending to be pitiful? What? Finally regretting it? If she had known earlier, why bother now?
Unfortunately for her family, who knows how much effort it took to arrange for her to meet a wealthy young man. But this young Master Meng is really something. If he wants a girlfriend, he should just tell her.
In terms of looks and figure, she's not inferior to this blind date woman, right? Maybe just a slightly lower educational background.
And she doesn't want a dowry, a bridal chamber, or a wedding car.
She just wants Mr. Meng to beckon, and she will obediently do anything for him.
The waiter bit her lip, clutching the vouchers, her palms sweating nervously. On the back of these vouchers are her contact information and a love message, which is why she took so long to present the payment QR code. Although she knew that her actions were likely in vain, she still harbored a glimmer of hope. Meng Chen took out his phone and casually scanned the code to pay 620,000 nan yuan.
Don't ask why not pay 612,532 nan yuan. It's just too lazy to enter all those numbers, and isn't it annoying to keep typing zeros after 62?
Besides, Meng Chen had already treated Qin Yusen's relatives and friends to a good meal, so he didn't mind giving the waiter a little extra tip.
After all, although the waiter's professional demeanor was lacking, she was young and pretty.
Being flattered and called you repeatedly by her for so long, Meng Chen felt quite comfortable. Since she served him well, he should reward her.
That's Meng Chen's generosity. Mr.
Meng, you have given an extra 7,468 nan yuan, the young waiter reminded him.
Meng Chen calmly said, "That's your tip."
The young waitress was very excited. You should know that the wages of service staff in small towns are generally not high, and her monthly salary is only 2,000 nan yuan.
Meng Chen's tip is equivalent to more than 3 months of her salary.
This is the largest tip she has ever received in her life.
Meng Chen's actions undoubtedly strengthened her determination. Thank you for Mr. Meng's generosity.
Please accept these vouchers and welcome your next visit. The young waitress tremblingly handed 7 vouchers to Meng Chen. However, she never expected that after Meng Chen took them, he handed them to Qin Yusen.
You take them, I'm not used to using vouchers. Indeed.
In the situation where money is abundant and vouchers save only tens of thousands of nan yuan, for Meng Chen, it is not even worth mentioning. It even feels like a burden, like trash. The young waitress felt foolish, but she dared not say anything. She could only watch as the vouchers with her contact information and love messages written on the back were held in the hands of the blind date woman. Meng Chen did not know that the young waitress had these thoughts, and even if he did, he would probably remain indifferent.
You should know. He only orders the best dishes, drinks the most expensive wine. Women?
Of course, he only wants the most beautiful ones.
Moreover, not all beautiful women are just decorations.
High-quality women from prestigious families like Morong Qinyu not only have looks but also excel in all aspects, surpassing Qin Yusen. And Morong Qinyu's favorability rating is as high as 80 out of 100. As long as Meng Chen does not mistreat her, she will probably love him unconditionally for a lifetime.
Of course, Meng Chen is not that foolish.
He knows who treats him well and who is worthy of trust. Qin Yusen put the vouchers worth 70,000 nan yuan into her bag and looked at Meng Chen, who was preparing to leave, affectionately saying, "Meng Chen, let me call a car for you."
No need, my wife is coming to pick me up.
I wanted to tell you from the moment I entered that I already have a girlfriend, but you interrupted me, Meng Chen shrugged.
Anyway, Wang Lingyue had pretended to be his girlfriend, so she probably wouldn't mind being a shield for once, right? Qin Yusen couldn't help but recall the scene when Meng Chen entered the private room.
He was dressed in exquisite Armani, handsome and extraordinary, but because of her preconceived notions, she directly accused him of renting clothes with his parents' hard-earned money.
How ridiculous.
She really doesn't deserve to be his blind date.
Then let me at least send you to the door, Meng Chen. Please don't refuse me. Even if I don't have the fortune to marry you, at least we were childhood companions, right? After today, I'm afraid I can only see you on the screen. Qin Yusen pleaded softly. Being begged to see off by the former good girl in elementary school, the academic goddess in high school, and the top student in a prestigious university, Meng Chen felt a bit pleased in his heart. He nodded slightly in agreement. Qin Yusen followed Meng Chen out of the private room, and her 15 relatives and friends also followed spontaneously.
After enjoying a good meal, it wouldn't be right not to see off the host. At the entrance of the fish and rice restaurant, Meng Chen leisurely surveyed the streets of his hometown. Although it is a small county, it holds a special significance for him as the place where he grew up, carrying too many memories. From kindergarten to elementary school, then to middle and high school, and finally receiving the admission letter from Nanhang University, he left his hometown to study in Nanhang City. The 4 years of university passed by, and the post-graduation job search was full of ups and downs. Suddenly, it felt like he was still a child, and Qin Yusen was following him, her eyes showing a mix of awe and admiration. Suddenly, a wine-red Maserati sports car came speeding over, skidding to a halt 3 meters in front of Meng Chen. "Ayu, your wish has been fulfilled. Lingyu completed your order 54 minutes ahead of schedule," came the soft voice of Wang Lingyu from the Maserati. Qin Yusen's last trace of hope shattered completely upon the appearance of the stunningly beautiful Wang Lingyu. Indeed, a man as outstanding as him would never lack for beautiful women by his side. "Ayu, I have some good news and some bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" With her shining white legs, Wang Lingyu stepped down from the driver's seat of the Maserati and walked slowly towards Meng Chen. She disguised herself as Meng Chen's wife, but did so naturally. Wearing a fitted red and gold phoenix pattern cheongsam, she outlined her charming and graceful curves, stunning the audience as soon as she appeared. Onlookers and passers-by, with drool at the corners of their mouths, exclaimed, "Wow! When did such a demoness come to Feng County? I refuse to believe she hasn't cultivated for 10,000 years."
Great dragon of the heavens. Demon, quickly reveal your true form. I can't take it anymore. I'm applying to leave the monkhood. You guys, stop fooling around. She's obviously a star from a big city. She looks even better in person than on TV. Her figure is just amazing. What are you looking at? Your eyeballs are about to fall out. Darling, listen to my sophistry. Oh, no. I mean explanation. Wipe your drool. There's nothing to explain. If you like her, go after her. If your annual salary can afford the Hermes bag she's carrying, don't think too much. She's obviously here to find that handsome Armani guy. Wow. This handsome guy is so low-key. I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. Handsome, elegant, and looks very wealthy. Not just wealthy. I work in the land of plenty and just heard from a colleague that this young master surnamed Meng carries over 100 pieces of gold banknotes with him. Those are the ones with a huge amount, like the ones on TV, with anti-counterfeiting and anti-theft features. Wow. Over 100 pieces? Yes. Over 100 pieces means over 1 trillion Nanyuan. Shocking, right? When my colleague mentioned it, I was also taken aback. No wonder his girlfriend is so beautiful. A girlfriend's looks are indeed directly proportional to the wallet. Meng Chan's lips curled slightly. Good news? Bad news? It seemed like he did instruct Wang Lingyu to discuss investment matters with the Feng County officials. After all, now that he was incredibly wealthy, when he returned home in glory, he naturally couldn't forget to give back to his hometown and help promote its development and construction, which was only right and proper. But why did Wang Lingyu come up with both good news and bad news? Let's hear the bad news first. I want to see how badly you can mess things up, Meng Chen said calmly. He had already prepared himself for the worst. Wang Lingyu looked somewhat embarrassed. I accidentally spent 100 yuan of yours. Because I heard that your hometown is currently preparing for railway construction, and I thought building a railway was a good thing, so I asked the officials. They said they were short of 100 yuan, so I donated it on your behalf. After speaking, Wang Lingyu looked weakly at Meng Chen, afraid that he would get angry and scold her for spending money recklessly. In fact, before making the donation, she had considered consulting Meng Chen, but after some thought, she dismissed the idea because since Meng Chen had entrusted this matter to her, he wanted her to handle it independently. If she had to ask Meng Chen about everything, then what was the point of her being his special assistant? If she was just going to be a messenger, anyone could do that, right? And although 100 yuan is a lot, it's just a drop in the bucket for Meng Chen's wealth. Building a railway? That's a great thing. 100 yuan is nothing, Meng Chen smiled slightly. To get rich, build roads first. What's 100 yuan? Before prices depreciate by 1 billion times, it might only be enough for the next meal, not even enough to buy a section of railway track. Although now, 100 yuan is equivalent to a whole 100 billion Nanyuan. It's an astronomical figure. But if it can be used to support hometown construction, to build a railway straight to Meng County, then this 100 yuan is naturally well spent, benefiting the villagers. Moreover, spending money to build a railway, in the long run, is much better for the development and construction of Feng County than direct investment. Wang Lingyue's investment strategy is quite impressive, making Meng Chen quite satisfied. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. This is also true for the developing Feng County. If Wang Lingyue were to spend 100 yuan on commercial investments, it would certainly boost the local government's financial reports in the short term, creating an illusion of economic prosperity. But how long can this illusion created by money last? This is a small county with limited transportation access, and no matter how much money there is, it will eventually run out. By then, Feng County may revert to its original state overnight, and Meng Chen's invested money will have gone to waste, fattening up local merchants for nothing. The people around were shocked and started discussing in a flurry. Oh my! We actually have a hero in our county town. Donating 100 yuan to repair the railway, if this is true, it will benefit the village and leave a mark in history. But can this man really be this wealthy? Yes. Logically, this Maserati is only worth a few million, driving this car, but donating 100 yuan to repair the railway? Indeed, I don't believe it. You guys, I heard from a friend in a construction company, our county town is indeed planning to build a railway. But I heard that funds are tight, and they haven't been able to secure the money, so it's still uncertain. Don't doubt it. Check the official website quickly. The local groups are going crazy with the news. Let me see. The official thank you letter from the county town is written like this, thanking Mr. Meng for donating 100 yuan, which will be used for railway construction. The funds will be supervised by the Nanhang Bank branch in the county town. Wow, it's actually true. Official confirmation. Unbelievable. This man is too generous, right? Donating for a railway? Exactly. Who is this man?
Others donate millions of nan yuan, and he donated 100 yuan to build a railway.
Such extravagance. Worship the big shot.
Qin Yusen and her group were also stunned. They had originally intended to see Meng Chen off, but when Wang Lingyue got off the car and stunned everyone, they felt ashamed and didn't dare to speak.
They couldn't help but marvel at the combination of talent and beauty.
However, what they never expected was that Meng Chen's return to his hometown this time would be so generous,
donating a whole 100 yuan to the county town,
to build a high-speed railway directly to the county town.
Can a person really do such a thing?
Although it's known that Feng County officials had long had plans, they were just lacking a large amount of funds, but that's still 100 yuan,
equivalent to a whopping 100 billion nan yuan. Besides Meng Chen, who in the entire Feng County could do this? Even looking at Xia Country, is there any big figure who could donate 100 billion nan yuan to their hometown county town to build a railway?
They were willing to call Meng Chen the eternal god of Feng County.
The people in and around Feng County will surely remember Meng Chen's kindness for generations to come.
Ayu, don't forget, I have another piece of good news.
Do you want to guess?
Wang Lingyue smiled mysteriously.
Ayu, there's another piece of good news.
That is, after some initial discussion, the official of Feng County said they wanted to erect a monument in your honor, so that your generosity would be remembered by the people of Feng County.
I think it's great, so I agreed on your behalf. Wang Lingyue was somewhat delighted,
because in her heart, she regarded Meng Chen as her fiancé. To have a fiancé commemorated by the authorities in his hometown, leaving a lasting legacy, made her feel proud. He truly was a man who had entered her heart deeply. Tall in stature, handsome in appearance goes without saying. Young and promising, wealthy beyond measure need not be mentioned. But this sense of staying true to his original intentions and benefiting the hometown made her feel a tingling sensation in her heart. A man with both love and righteousness, if she could enter his heart, he should never abandon her, right? Just like the vows of love in a wedding hall. Through thick and thin, in poverty or wealth, they would be together for a lifetime.
It must be so.
Wang Lingyue quietly encouraged herself. She knew that even someone like Wang Li, who was as beautiful as she was, but of low character, had enjoyed his favor for 7 years because she had the good fortune to meet Meng Chen first.
How much stronger was she, Wang Lingyue, compared to Wang Li? However, Meng Chen's indifferent words interrupted her rosy fantasy. A monument in my honor? It's really not necessary.
I just did some small things within my capacity, nothing worth mentioning.
Meng Chen's lips curled slightly. Although having a monument erected for eternity is cool, but did he really think he had done something extraordinary? Wasn't it just $100 to repair a road?
Before the world depreciated by 1 billion times.
$100? Not even a day's salary for him? Because of spending this little money, he was to be recorded in the county annals. Was this appropriate? Meng Chen felt it was not quite right. Wang Lingyue smiled bitterly at his words. Indeed, he was too modest.
If it were someone else, given the opportunity to leave a lasting legacy, they would probably be fighting for it. Haven't you seen how many literati, scholars, nobles, and wealthy merchants racked their brains to leave their mark in history, while he casually refused it?
Indeed.
For a young and promising figure like him, there would be plenty of opportunities to make a significant mark in the history books in the future. However, what surprised Meng Chen was that the matter he casually rejected, which he didn't care about, was not accepted by Qin Yusen.
Brother Meng Chen, you donated $100 to repair the railway. Shouldn't the county erect a monument in your honor? Please don't refuse, otherwise the people of Feng County would feel uneasy. Qin Yusen pleaded with admiration on her face.
It was only now that she truly understood. It turned out that Meng Chen's modesty in the past was his true strength. He had always been a real strong man, just not showing off. 15 of her relatives and friends also joined in persuading him.
Brother Meng, just agree to it.
You donated money to repair the road for Feng County. Your merit is for the present, and the benefit is for the future. This is what you deserve.
Exactly.
This is just a little token of appreciation from the people. We all know your worth is at least $1,000. You may not care about this small fame and profit, but this is the only thing we in Feng County can do. A talent like Brother Meng, who is indifferent to fame and fortune, unexpectedly appears in our small county. Heaven has truly blessed us.
Brother Meng is so handsome. He has such a noble demeanor. That's right. My girlish heart can't be contained. I want to charge into battle. Brother Meng, just agree to it.
Onlookers, diners, and passers-by, after learning about the situation, also joined in the persuasion.
Mr.
Meng is righteous, repairing the railway for the people of Feng County, erecting a monument in his honor, and recording it in the county annals is only right.
That's the point. You don't need to be so modest. You spent $100. That's equivalent to 1,000,000,000,000 yuan. In my opinion, not only should a monument be erected and recorded in history, all the people in the county should come to thank you. It would be best to have a feast for the people, specifically to thank Mr. Meng for his benevolence. I agree with Mr. Meng's railway. It will be much more convenient to travel far in the future, no need to squeeze onto the bus anymore. And I heard that Mr. Meng funded the construction of the highest grade high-speed railway. It's the fastest in the world. You can ride the most advanced rail trains. Of course, Mr. Meng invested 1,000,000,000,000 nanyuan. Even if it's the highest configuration, it's more than enough. Mr. Meng is really amazing. Yes, I'm in the second year of junior high now, and I've already decided to apply to South Hang University in the future. I don't even want to go to Tsinghua University anymore, just because it's Mr. Meng's alma mater. When I get into South Hang University, I will also follow Mr. Meng's footsteps, and also, Mrs. Meng has taken charge of the supervision of the South Hang Bank branch to ensure that every penny is put to good use. I heard from a reliable source that this lady is actually the president of the South Hang Bank. Wow, Mr. Meng is really amazing, right? Studying at South Hang University, and ended up marrying the president of South Hang Bank. How impressive is that? And Mrs. Meng is also very young and beautiful. To be able to hold such a position at a young age, her family background must be remarkable. If I could marry such a wife, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Wake up, Mr. Meng and the bank president's wife are a perfect match, like a golden boy and a jade girl, destined to be together. You should just find a village girl honestly, stop daydreaming all day. Can you even imagine Mrs. Meng? Aren't you afraid the villagers will find out and break your legs? I was wrong. I wish Mr. Meng and Mrs. Meng 100 years of happiness. Have many children early. So, Mr. Meng should not refuse everyone's good intentions. Otherwise, the people in the county will feel guilty. Meng Chen was shocked. Would his refusal make the villagers in the county feel guilty? He had indeed not considered this carefully. The folks in his hometown were indeed simple and honest, to feel guilty about such matters. It had to be said that this made Meng Chen hesitate a bit. Ew, look how enthusiastic the villagers are. If you don't agree, they might kneel down and beg you not to leave. Do you really want to see them kneel? Besides, I think what the villagers said is right. Wang Lingyue reached out and embraced Meng Chen's waist, her body soft in his arms, her breath fragrant. The villagers' words were so touching. Each sentence touched her heart deeply. Wang Lingyue felt delighted, especially when the villagers said, "Wish Mr. Meng and Mrs. Meng 100 years of happiness. Have many children early." She felt that these villagers were really good at speaking, and they spoke about what would happen in the future. Like speaking the truth. Really, Wang Lingyue hoped to hear it every day in the future because it was so pleasing to the ears, it touched her heart. Meng Chen smiled helplessly. Since it's hard to refuse such kindness, I won't pretend to be aloof. As for the monument and the entry in the county annals, let the county handle it as they please. But remember not to falsify, write 100 if it's 100, don't write more for the sake of face. Got it? I will remember the lesson from my husband. But my lord, shouldn't we go home now? I think our mother must be getting anxious. Wang Lingyue smiled softly. Since she rarely had the chance to pretend to be Mrs. Meng, she naturally wanted to indulge in it and call out the titles she only dared to think about in her heart. For her, this feeling was really great. Unfortunately, after leaving Feng County, without the identity of Mrs. Meng, she dared not be so presumptuous anymore. So the two bid farewell to the villagers and left. Meng Chen and Wang Lingyue drove off in a Maserati. The people gazed at the back of the Maserati for a long time, reluctant to disperse. Mr. and Mrs. Meng are truly admirable. They are already giving back to society at such a young age. Yes, and have you noticed that this Maserati is not even the top configuration, probably only worth a few million nanyuan, which is really not in line with Mr. Meng's wealth. Ah, you guys don't understand. Truly powerful figures always choose cars based on preference, not price. To be fair, for Mr. and Mrs. Meng, what's the difference between a car worth a few million nanyuan and a car worth a few billion nanyuan? They can afford to buy a car for $100, so why wouldn't they spend a penny on a supercar? They can buy it, but it's not necessary. A few million sports car is completely sufficient. Is it really worth spending $1 billion on a luxury car? Although Mr. Meng is wealthy, he's not a fool. A luxury car for $1 billion? How much of that is a tax on intelligence? Are rich people just foolish with money? Exactly. I see those tycoons deliberately showing off, but Mr. Meng is different from them. With his wealth, there's no need for a luxury car worth billions to show off. Exactly, those who drive luxury cars worth billions, how many of them are truly powerful figures? They are probably just second-generation rich kids living off their parents, right? Any ambitious second-generation rich kid wouldn't spend $1 billion on a car. After all, cars are consumables, they lose value after 3 years. Forget it. We, who earn a few thousand a month, don't need to worry about the affairs of millionaires and billionaires. Just knowing that Mr. Meng is the most awesome is enough. Mr. Meng is so handsome. I don't want to be with my current boyfriend anymore. What should I do to have a baby with Mr. Meng? Me too. And how should I put it? I am also the school flower of Feng County. No. To middle school, I should be worthy of a hero like Mr. Meng, right? School flower? Stop dreaming, Mrs. Meng is a beautiful bank president. What do you, a school flower, have to compare with a bank president? I think you are daydreaming. Have you seen Mrs. Meng's figure? I bet even international supermodels would be overshadowed. You, a naive little girl, can't even compare, understand? You. Humph. I also have dreams. Dreams are not the same as daydreams. With your looks, I doubt you could even be a concubine for Mr. Meng. Concubine? If it's a hero like Mr. Meng who cares for the world, I can consider it. After all, powerful figures like him, in ancient times, were capable ministers in times of peace and heroes in times of chaos. I can totally accept having 3 or 4 wives. Damn! Didn't you ask for a man to be faithful? Faithful? That's for ordinary men. For a man like Mr. Meng with imperial power, I doubt any woman would have the confidence to monopolize him. Throughout history, how many outstanding women, knowing there are 3,000 beauties in the harem, still longed for him? Wow! I think you are not just thinking about eating peaches, but your brain is full of peach trees. Tisk. The school flower can't be bothered to explain to you straight guys. You can't even compare to Mr. Meng. Sisters, let's go, let's form a fan support group for Mr. Meng at No. 2 middle school. Are these girls crazy? Mr. Meng is awesome, but they have nothing to do with him. To get close to Mr. Meng, he must see value in these superficial fans. A group of horny little cats, nothing more. Ah, actually, it's not that bad. We guys like goddesses like Mrs. Meng with fair skin, beauty, and long legs, and it's normal for these girls to like Mr. Meng. It's better than liking some packaged meteoric star. That's true. Mr. Meng is 1,000 times better than those people. Donating $100 to the hometown railway is truly manly. I admire him wholeheartedly. Who doesn't? Wang Lingyue drove the Maserati on the way to Meng Chen's house. Originally, Meng Chen was planning to drive, but was politely declined by Wang Lingyue. Although she is currently pretending to be Mrs. Meng, she is not foolish enough to take herself seriously. In the end, she is just an assistant by Meng Chen's side. Even though Wang Lingyue is now the president of Nanhang Bank, she has never dared to forget that she was able to sit on the president's throne thanks to Meng Chen's support. The words the former president said to her before voluntarily stepping down are still vivid in her memory. The former president warned her to hold on tightly to Mr. Meng's thigh at all costs. As long as Mr. Meng stands behind Nanhang Bank, no one in the global business world would dare to touch Nanhang Bank. Moreover, with the support of Mr. Meng, Nanhang Bank's development will be very rapid. It may not challenge the industry status of the top 4 banks, but surpassing local banks like Wuxi Bank, Boning Bank, and Zhejiang Port Bank seems imminent. Now, with the news of the close relationship between Nanhang Bank and Mr. Meng spreading globally, Nanhang Bank's position as the top local bank in Xia country is gradually taking shape, validating the former president's words. Wang Lingyue couldn't help but sigh, old tactics are still effective. If it weren't for Mr. Meng's sudden emergence and the opportunity he provided her, she might have had to wait another 7 or 8 years to become the president. I estimate that there will be a lot of surplus after spending 100 yuan to repair the railway. I plan to arrange for someone from the bank to come and establish a branch, not only to better monitor the flow of funds but also to provide continuous financial support for the development of Feng County. Wang Lingyue sought approval. Meng Chen's lips curled slightly. Of course, it seems that you, as the president, are not just a figurehead. To be honest, before this investment in building the railway, he always thought Wang Lingyue was a bit dull. Being able to become the vice president of Nanhang Bank was all thanks to the influence of the Wang family. But Wang Lingyue gave him a little surprise. Oh, don't bully me like this.
I'll tell Qianyu when I return to Nanhang, Wang Lingyue pouted. Well, I know my abilities are not as good as Morong Qianyu's. After all, we are best friends, and I know how strong she can be when she goes crazy. I'm afraid no young woman in Xia country can match her except for the one from the eastern family in the imperial capital. Mr. Meng, you may not know this since you live in seclusion, but Qianyu is known as the Phoenix of Nanhang. But, if we're talking about the banking industry, I am a professional after all, and I'm definitely not inferior to Qianyu, Wang Lingyue said confidently. She had long prepared for the issue of her own inadequacy, which was to specialize in one field.
The eastern family in the imperial capital? Qianyu is the Phoenix of Nanhang? Meng Chen looked pensive.
He remembered that there was a woman named Dong Diqing on the host panel's list of potential partners with a goodwill progress of 62 to 100, but he had never been to the imperial capital. How could Dong Diqing have such a high goodwill progress? This was truly an interesting matter. Meng Chen suddenly asked, if there is a phoenix, who is the sleeping dragon? Of course, it's Dong Diqing. That woman is a peerless beauty, attracting countless young talents, but she is very proud and has never shown any interest. I seriously suspect her sexual orientation is abnormal.
Wang Lingyue chuckled as she gripped the steering wheel, talking behind that woman's back. It's so exciting to think about.
However, she, who was driving without looking away, did not notice that Meng Chen's expression was somewhat strange.
The sleeping dragon in the imperial capital is Dong Diqing? Oh, really? Meng Chen couldn't accept it. Could it be that before he got the system, he was secretly admired by a peerless woman? Just because he already had a girlfriend, she didn't show up?
Thinking about this, Meng Chen touched the bracelet in his pocket. It was the one he had retrieved from the company.
Could it be her?
If it was her, everything would make sense.
Ayu, we're almost home, Wang Lingyue softly reminded. Katai Community, Old Street.
The old signboard breakfast shop is closed, the cold fruit shop, the female boss is playing with her phone, in front of the grocery store, 3 middle-aged women are chatting. At this moment, a wine-red Maserati drove into the street, parked at the roadside parking space, attracting many passers-by to stop and watch. The female boss of the fruit shop put down her phone and her eyes lit up as she looked at the Maserati. The elderly grocery store owners walked out of the store, saw the Zhujiang license plate, and whispered with the 3 middle-aged women, speculating on who the child from this family was, unexpectedly driving such a luxurious sports car. However, the windows of the Maserati were tinted, making it impossible to see inside from the outside, so they could only guess blindly. Maybe it was Penghu, the contractor from room 201 of Building A in Contai Tower, or it could be Zhang San, a figure in the street from room 501 of Building C. In any case, no one would mention Meng Chen. The neighbors upstairs and downstairs, who didn't know that he was just a real estate salesperson, barely affording a 200,000 Audi. Just park here. My dad's heart isn't too good, so be careful when you talk later. Meng Chen looked at the familiar street scene outside the car window, feeling a sense of nostalgia. During the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays this year, he had come back, and everything in his hometown remained the same. What had changed was his mindset. Although he only had a little over 100 yuan in his pocket, and his card had over 20,000 yuan, with prices devaluing a billion times, he had transformed from an ordinary worker returning from work to a towering figure whose savings surpassed the world's richest. I got it, Ayu, shall we just go in like this? Should I change into a more casual jacket? There are 2 sets in the trunk. Wang Lingyue asked for advice. She knew that from now on, she was Meng Chen's girlfriend, even if it was just pretending, but she would be able to meet Meng Chen's parents, which made her very nervous. Living in such an old residential area, Meng Chen's parents should be extremely low-key wealthy couple like him, right? Wang Lingyue found it hard to imagine. What kind of outstanding parents could have raised such a perfect man as Meng Chen? No need. Meng Chen calmly refused. Although high-end custom-made Armani was expensive, ordinary Armani cost only tens of thousands. Moreover, in the county town, few ordinary residents could recognize Armani, let alone distinguish between custom-made and standard. Wang Lingyue obediently nodded, looking like a well-behaved young wife, her eyes towards Meng Chen filled with undisguised affection. If possible, she really hoped to become Meng Chen's real girlfriend. Of course, this was not very realistic. Turning off the engine, pulling up the handbrake, Wang Lingyue took off her flat shoes and started putting on Chanel high heels. Since it was the first time meeting the parents, even if she was just a pretend girlfriend, she wanted to leave the best first impression on Meng Chen's parents. Meng Chen opened the car door, and as he stepped out of the Maserati, dressed in a handsome custom-made Armani suit, he stunned everyone's attention here. Everyone was stunned, staring at Meng Chen, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. How is this possible? Wasn't Meng's kid selling houses in Nanhong City? Can selling houses earn such high income these days?
He can afford such a luxurious car in less than a year?
When my son comes back, I'll have him sell houses too.
Old man, don't joke around. This car is a Maserati Gran Turismo, at least 3 million when it's on the road. Can the meager income from selling houses afford it? Is Meng really a real estate salesperson?
That's right.
That's what Meng Chen's mom said.
Then it's strange, because Meng is wearing Armani, and it's not a standard model. It probably costs tens of thousands of Niyuan.
Damn! Tens of thousands of Niyuan, that's more than my son's annual salary. Did Meng's kid strike it rich?
Tens of thousands is still a conservative estimate. The price of custom-made Armani is hard to say. However, it's also possible that it's a rented car and clothes. This is the trend among city folks nowadays. Menggu might have picked up some bad habits. However, before this knowledgeable guy finished speaking, he was stunned by what he saw. His eyes widened, and drool even dripped from the corner of his mouth. He saw Meng Chen walk to the driver's seat and gallantly open the car door for Wang Lingyue. Wife, have you changed your shoes? Do you need me to carry you upstairs?
Wang Lingyue looked at Meng Chen with a pleasantly surprised expression.
What merit and ability does she have to make Mr.
Meng open the car door for her? This is really flattering.
However, she suddenly realized that today she is playing the role of Meng Chen's girlfriend. No matter how good Meng Chen treats her, it's all normal. Looking at the gentle smile on Meng Chen's face, Wang Lingyue felt her heart melting. If possible, she wished this moment could last forever. Wang Lingyue hesitated. After all, letting Mr.
Meng open the door was already a big offense. If she let Mr.
Meng carry her upstairs, Wang Lingyue felt she would be ashamed afterwards. However, as she was about to refuse, she inexplicably said, "Then trouble my husband."
Typical of thinking one thing but saying another.
After speaking, she covered her mouth with her hand, pitifully looking at Meng Chen, afraid that he would be angry. However, before she could worry for too long, she was suddenly lifted up by a strong arm. With a cry of surprise, Meng Chen held Wang Lingyue in a side embrace and closed the car door with ease. The knowledgeable guy watched from afar, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and then said to the old man beside him, "Was I just talking nonsense? Maserati can be rented, Armani can be rented. With such a beautiful city wife, even if you sell the first two, it probably wouldn't be enough. This temperament, this appearance, and this exaggerated figure, amazing.
Why isn't that man me?"
the knowledgeable guy said sourly. But the old man did not respond to him. Instead, he looked at Wang Lingyue in a daze, muttering strange words like fairy descended to earth. The aunties watching from a distance, upon seeing Meng Chen's familiar handsome face, their eyes suddenly lit up. They didn't have any malicious thoughts. Seeing Meng Chen driving a sports car, wearing designer clothes, and bringing back a beautiful wife, their first reaction was that Meng Chen had made it big.
Shouldn't they get closer to him? Meng Xiaoga. It's me. I'm your Aunt Lu, don't you remember? I used to carry you when you were a child. The only son of the Meng family has made it. Little brother, where have you been making money recently? Also, bring along my useless son. He's in high school now, but all he does is play with his phone all day. I think he'd be better off following you. Yes. And my daughter, do you know any reliable friends to introduce to her? Meng Chen was full of question marks.
Honestly, he barely knew these aunties and uncles. They were just familiar faces. He couldn't even remember their names.
Who has the time to help them arrange things for their descendants?
However, Meng Chen knew they were old neighbors. His parents probably knew them well, so he couldn't just outright refuse, making it difficult for his parents. Suddenly, Meng's mother came over carrying bags of groceries. Live chickens and ducks, pork and beef, fruits and vegetables.
It looked like she had come back from the market. Mom, why are you carrying so many things alone? What if you get tired later?
The moment Meng Chen saw his mother, he put down Wang Lingyue in his arms, rushed to his mother, and took the heavy bags from her hands.
Wang Lingyue looked at Meng's mother in astonishment.
She couldn't believe that the middle-aged woman with wrinkles on her face and calloused hands was Meng Chen's mother. This was completely different from the low-key socialite she had imagined. No matter how low-key a woman is, there is no reason to stop taking care of herself.
And Mrs. Meng looks as simple as a peasant woman. Mr. Meng wouldn't have mistaken his mother, right?
However,
Meng Chen responded with a cold look. Wife, what are you standing there for? Why don't you help mom carry these things? You little brat, feeling all grown up now, huh? You can't scold your future daughter-in-law.
City girls are delicate. I'm used to hard work. It's no trouble to carry a bit more. The market is just a few steps away. It's not a big deal to make 2 trips.
Meng's mother glared at Meng Chen, her smile kind and gentle. Meng Chen looked somewhat helpless.
It hurts when you hit, but it's love when you scold. Although his birth mother speaks harshly, isn't it unnecessary to say who these vegetables are being prepared for? Motherly love deserves respect from everyone. After all, everyone was born from their mother's womb.
Wang Lingyue's face turned pale. Oh no.
They had just met, and she had made a fatal mistake.
Mr. Meng's mother must have a worse impression of her now. And those 4 words city girl, why do they sound so harsh? Is this a hint that she thinks too highly of herself? For heaven's sake. Wang Lingyue was just surprised by Mrs. Meng's appearance. That's why she didn't react immediately to help.
There was not a hint of arrogance in her heart. Besides, in front of Mrs.
Meng, she, as a mere bank president from Nanhang, what status did she have? If Mr. Meng's mother can do physical labor, why can't she?
Mom, I'm sorry, I was distracted just now. I didn't expect you to be so simple.
Wang Lingyue hurried forward and took a few shopping bags from Mrs. Meng's hands. There were only 2 left, and Mrs. Meng refused to let go no matter what. Wow!
They were quite heavy. If Mrs. Meng could carry so many, she must have strong hands.
Is Mrs. Meng trying to blend in with the peasants? Wang Lingyue felt it was very likely. Mrs. Meng must be doing this to experience the hardships of the common people. This was similar to Mr.
Meng becoming a real estate agent and Morong Qianyu working as a cashier at a supermarket.
Mrs.
Meng was willing to completely become an ordinary person, abandoning her beautiful appearance, and wholeheartedly pursuing great qualities.
This kind of transcendent and noble woman, with thoughts and insights beyond imagination.
And Wang Lingyue remembered the house Meng Chen rented.
Wasn't it also a rundown rental house?
This wave.
It was the older generation reminiscing about the past hardships, immersing themselves in the people, experiencing the hardships of life.
Wang Lingyue felt she had guessed the truth. Indeed, she was very clever.
Mrs. Meng looked kindly at Wang Lingyue. Ah, daughter-in-law.
Although that brat of mine speaks harshly, he has a kind heart, is diligent, and devoted.
You won't suffer following him. In fact, Mrs.
Meng had not expected Meng Chen to find such a stunning city wife, who was diligent and sensible, not as capricious and willful as portrayed on TV. However, before Meng Chen returned, he briefly mentioned to Mrs.
Meng.
He said he had gained the appreciation of a certain Mr.
Morong, not only making a lot of money but also getting a higher paying job. At that time, Mrs.
Meng was somewhat skeptical, but now, upon seeing Wang Lingyue, she was 90% convinced. She heard from the young man who returned from work that in the big city, without money, you couldn't find a wife. Meng Chen's wife was so beautiful, his new job must treat him well. Meng Chen had met a benefactor. It was said that city people liked local specialties. If she had the chance, she would definitely bring local specialties from her hometown to thank Mr.
Morong at his mansion.
Seeing that Meng Chen was unapproachable, they had to change tactics and flatter Mrs.
Meng, taking a roundabout approach. Mrs. Meng, your child has talent.
I've always said, Meng Chen is not an ordinary person, he will succeed sooner or later.
But now that your family is prosperous, don't forget the neighbors on the street. That's right.
Meng Chen's mother, can you see if you can help arrange a job for my child?
I guess Meng Xiaoga is now a big shot in the city, right? Meng Chen's mother, you are really lucky in the second half of your life.
Used to flattery from neighbors, Meng's mother, who was honest and kind, responded repeatedly. She was all smiles, never feeling so pleased in her life.
Meng's mother was not highly educated and had never been to a big city.
After working diligently for half a lifetime, she had never received such flattery from her neighbors.
Lost in the flattery, it was quite normal. Meng Chen shook his head and smiled.
Seeing this, he made the right choice not to tell his parents about his true assets.
Otherwise, Meng Chen felt he would end up as the babysitter for the neighborhood kids. That was absolutely not acceptable. He was willing to benefit the village and even the country and the people, but when it came to individuals, he would never be a babysitter. After all, why should he? Even if he was rich, it was all earned through his own efforts, so why give it away for free? However, looking at the smile on Meng's mother's face, Meng Chen could help those neighbors a little, just as if he was buying a real-life version of a flattery group. After all, how to help and to what extent was all up to him. In any case, Meng Chen would not be taken advantage of. Wang Lingyue looked on with admiration. Meng's mother was acting too convincingly.
If it weren't for Meng Chen's status and position, she would almost believe that Meng's mother was an ignorant peasant woman.
Such deep immersion. Wang Lingyue suddenly understood why Meng Chen remained hidden in the market and no one could see through him.
It turned out to be the influence of Meng's mother's words and actions. In the aspect of experiencing the life of the rich, Wang Lingyue was willing to call Meng's mother and son the strongest. Their integration was flawless, just like the real thing.
Alright, everyone, go home. Don't we have a neighborhood group?
If you need anything, just contact my mom, and I will help as needed, Meng Chen said casually. He could already imagine Meng's mother being flattered in all the groups.
But wasn't that a good thing? What woman wouldn't like words of praise?
Moreover, his own mother deserved such respect, and she would even bear higher honors in the future just because she was his mother. However, he was worried that his parents might not adapt, and their mindset might not adjust easily, which could lead to problems. As for helping, he said it would depend on the situation.
So, if it was appropriate, he would lend a hand, and if not, he would ignore it, which shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing Meng Chen asking for help, the neighbors dispersed. Meng Chen and the other two left the old street and entered the neighborhood.
Meng Chen's family bought the neighborhood house in 2002 when the house prices were still cheap. Meng's parents barely managed to buy a house of about 100 square meters. More than 10 years had passed. Meng Chen had grown up, and the iron gate of the neighborhood was already rusty and abandoned.
"Ayu, is this where you grew up?" Wang Lingyue curiously looked around the poorly landscaped neighborhood.
It was hard to imagine that such an ordinary and somewhat shabby neighborhood was home to Meng Chen's respected reclusive family.
Meng Chen smiled slightly. "Yes, my dad and I used to play badminton on that empty lot. Looking back now, it's full of memories." Mentioning his father, Meng Chen turned to his mother and asked in confusion, "Mom, where's Dad? Is he still busy at the store?"
He was so sure Meng's father wasn't home because if he was, he wouldn't let Meng's mother carry so many groceries alone.
"Yes.
Son, daughter-in-law, let's go upstairs first," Meng's mother replied with a smile. The three of them went upstairs, and Meng's mother opened the door to the room. Meng Chen placed the large and small bags in his hands on the big round wooden dining table, preparing to go into the kitchen to cook, but was driven out by Meng's mother. "Xiaoyu, go play with Lingyu for a while, don't come to the kitchen and get in the way." Meng's mother carried the dishes into the kitchen and started to work. As they chatted on the way upstairs, she also knew a bit about Wang Lingyu's rough situation, such as her job at Nanhang Bank, and how she met Meng Chen.
Of course, the key information, following Meng Chen's instructions, Wang Lingyu did not reveal.
Wang Lingyu stood somewhat reserved in the living room, curiously surveying the hall, the big-bottomed TV, the old wooden furniture, exuding a strong sense of the past. Since the last visit to the house where Meng Chen rented, Wang Lingyu's horizons had been broadened. The folded paper airplane made from a 2 yuan bill, the box filled with gold coins, and a stack of 100 yuan bills casually placed in a cotton jacket pocket all opened Wang Lingyu's eyes. It gave her a real understanding of Mr. Meng's low-key luxury. With the experience from the previous visit to Meng Chen's hometown, she naturally held high expectations in her heart. After all, this was the old house where Meng Chen had lived for more than 10 years, its heritage must be much deeper than a rental house. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. The furnishings in the living room were so ordinary, just like an ordinary household in a county town. Wang Lingyu was puzzled. Could it be that Mr. Meng really came from an ordinary family? Or had Meng's parents become so wealthy that they had lost interest in all valuable items? What was the difference between having money and not spending it? Wang Lingyu found it hard to accept this plain and simple life. She was just an ordinary secular woman, particularly concerned about her appearance and figure, and did not want to be burdened with household chores, turning into a drab woman. Ding! Detected a slight decrease in the affection progress of the ideal partner Wang Lingyu. Current affection progress is 25/100. Please choose whether to remove her from the ideal partner sequence. Note, affection progress will fluctuate with the host's words and actions until it reaches 60. The higher the affection progress, the more stable it will become. Not for now. Meng Chen silently thought in his heart, then glanced expressionlessly at Wang Lingyu. He brought Wang Lingyu to his hometown because Morong Qinyu needed to work on a company project, but also as a test for her. If after spending some time together, Wang Lingyu's affection progress still could not stabilize, then there was no need for him to cultivate her. Reality was so cruel. After all, it's not easy to find a woman with 3 legs in this world, while women with 2 legs are everywhere. With his terrifying savings that surpassed the world's richest man several times over, and the help of the system, finding a rare beauty like finding a needle in a haystack was as easy as squashing an ant. How could he revolve around one woman? Even if her figure was truly enticing, she would only be worthy of being a plaything. What he needed from those around him was absolute loyalty. Otherwise, how could he entrust important matters to them? Moreover, Wang Lingyu was not his only choice at the moment. Bai Mingyin and Wei Yulan were also options for cultivation, especially Bai Mingyin, this little fangirl, perhaps due to idol worship. As long as Meng Chen treated her a little better, her affection progress would rise rapidly. If he hadn't known Wang Lingyu for a longer time and if Meng Chen wasn't somewhat sentimental, he actually wanted to cultivate Bai Mingyin first. Thinking of this, Meng Chen shook his head and walked into the bedroom, leaving Wang Lingyu's matters to fate. While he certainly had high hopes for this woman, matters of the heart were unpredictable.
With these thoughts in mind, Meng Chen dismissed Wang Lingyu from his mind and walked straight into his own room. Wang Lingyu, who had been glanced at by Meng Chen, felt her heart pounding and didn't know what had upset Mr. Meng, so she quickly lowered her head and followed behind him. Because Meng Chen is the only child in the family, he has had his own independent room since elementary school, and his parents have been relatively relaxed in his education. His room is quite unique. System, didn't you say my assets are immune to depreciation? Why have the coins in the room all depreciated to nano yuan? Meng Chen picked up a nano yuan coin from the desk and asked the system in his mind. The voice of the system sounded in his mind, "Dear host, when the price magic box is transforming the world, it needs to ensure rationality. If the coins belonging to the host in this room do not depreciate, it may bring some unpredictable troubles when your mother cleans the room or guests visit. Of course, for the coins and passbooks hidden by the host, as long as no one finds out, they are still immune to depreciation. And for these adjustments, the system will provide a compensation of 1,000 yuan to the host." A compensation of 1,000 yuan? Meng Chen nodded slightly in satisfaction. Without a doubt, the miscellaneous small change he lost does not add up to 1,000 yuan. He made a profit this time. However, since the system mentioned his hidden money, Meng Chen's mouth slightly curved upwards. It seems that hiding some money at the beginning was also the right choice. As for why he needed to hide money, the reasons may not be easily understood by ordinary people, but it is about the sense of security that paper money provides, something that a string of numbers on a phone screen cannot bring. Keeping some paper money and gold at home is a form of security in case of chaos. But since he came back this time to help his parents move, Meng Chen definitely had to take all his hidden money with him. Meng Chen reached out and took out an old wooden drawer from the desk, then reached in and pulled out a small ingot of silver and a stack of paper money. When Wang Lingyue saw this scene, her eyes widened, and her mouth opened as if it could fit a large egg. Wow! In this day and age, even someone like Mr. Meng needs to keep hidden money? That's right. Mr. Meng is a young person just like her, naturally not having the same mindset as Meng's mother, unable to accept a life of poverty when there is money available. In that moment, Wang Lingyue felt she completely understood. No wonder Mr. Meng asked her to keep some things from Meng's mother. Turns out Meng's parents had no idea that he had already revealed his wealthy status. Thinking about this, Wang Lingyue casually locked the door. Dealing with hidden money requires quiet actions, no need to alert anyone. Meng Chen heard the sound of the door being locked, looked up at Wang Lingyue, and handed her the stack of paper money, gesturing for her to put it in her Hermes bag. Wang Lingyue sneakily opened the bag, looking like a clumsy thief breaking in. Wow! 1,200 yuan. Ayu, you've hidden so much money. Wang Lingyue covered her mouth and exclaimed softly. 1,200 yuan is equivalent to 12 billion nano yuan. This could buy a large company. Mr. Meng is indeed not short of money, keeping such a large sum of money in an ordinary wooden table. If it were to be burned, it would be a disaster. Wang Lingyue thought to herself. Wait a minute. For her, as a bank president, this is indeed a huge sum of money, but for Mr. Meng, it might just be a drop in the bucket. After all, he is a distinguished figure that even global banking giants eagerly anticipate needing. How much money does Mr. Meng really have? This is truly a world-class unsolved mystery. Perhaps even the stock god Buffett can only shake his head and sigh, saying that poverty limits his imagination. Meng Chen smirked, "Look at you, so pathetic. This money was earned from my part-time job in college. Even if my mom finds out, it's not a big deal. It's just a bit tricky to explain. That's the truth." Meng Chen really hasn't figured out how to explain to his parents about the sudden news of his bank savings surpassing the world's richest person. Let's just take it one day at a time. With more experiences, maybe his parents will be able to accept it calmly. Part-time job during college earned 1,200 yuan? Ah, really? Wang Lingyue was shocked. Working part-time during college? No wonder Mr. Meng was rumored to have performed mediocrely in college, rarely participating in various organizational activities. It turns out his energy was focused on making money. That makes sense. During her college years, if there was a big project that could earn her 1,200 yuan, how could she have the leisure to participate in various clubs and activities? She probably would have dropped out immediately to focus on making money. That's a whole 12 trillion yuan. Compared to earning so much money, college was nothing. Making a few trillion more to build her own university and be the chairman of the board, wouldn't that be great? Wang Lingyue felt more sour in her heart than if she had eaten a lemon. In the past, there was Wang Dalan with a small goal of 1 billion, which was understandable, but now Mr. Meng earned 12 trillion yuan during his college years.
This made her feel like she could only sigh in admiration. Not to mention in this lifetime, even in 10 lifetimes, she probably wouldn't be able to earn that much money. Even if you added up all the assets of the Wang family in Nanhang, it probably only reached the trillion level, and this was just what Mr.
Meng earned part-time? Did he rob the stock market in the lighthouse country? It feels like he's earning faster than printing money. Mr. Meng, you are truly amazing. Lingyue admires you so much.
You were busy with your studies during college and still managed to make 1,200 yuan.
Without Mr.
Meng, the business world would be like a long night.
Wang Lingyue sincerely praised.
No matter how much capital Mr. Meng has, or what kind of family background he comes from, or what kind of connections he has, earning 1,200 yuan is all based on real ability.
Wang Lingyue felt that was already impressive enough. Oh, President Wang is too kind. It's just 1,200 yuan, right?
You can probably earn much more than that by doing part-time jobs casually in college.
Meng Chen subconsciously shook his head. Isn't that right? What's 1,200 yuan before it depreciates by 10 billion times in the world? I'm afraid even if you do some casual labor, you could probably make around 1,500 yuan in a month, right?
Not to mention someone like Wang Lingyue, who comes from a family of high status. I'm afraid that when she was in college, she was the top school flower goddess. If she worked hard and studied diligently, wouldn't employers be fighting over her? Not to mention, with Wang Lingyue's figure of 98 points, she could easily win a modeling competition and even grab the title of Miss Asia, making money so effortlessly.
Of course. In reality, Wang Lingyue would never do that.
Women from prestigious families have their own pride, and Wang Lingyue would not be interested in jobs that require her to show her face to make a living. As the younger sister of the head of the Wang family in Nanhang, she never had to worry about food, clothing, shelter, or transportation. Even in the villa where she lived, there were dedicated maids to take care of her dressing and dining needs, making her a noble lady who never had to lift a finger.
Wang Lingyue glanced at Meng Chen with resentment, feeling ashamed and inferior, lowering her head in self-reproach. It's just 1,200 yuan, right? Just doing some part-time work casually? Listen, is it true? Does Mr. Meng think he's so great that all the children of the family are as great as him?
If she had really followed Mr. Meng's part-time behavior back then, she might have made at most 10 million yuan and had to rely on her family's connections.
As for 1,200 yuan, that would be 120 billion yuan.
Wang Lingyue didn't dare to imagine in her dreams that she could earn so much money in her lifetime, let alone just during her college years, earning so much part-time.
Even movies wouldn't dare to portray this. Even online novelists wouldn't dare to write this. Mr. Meng, how can a little woman like me compare to you?
You are a legendary figure in the banking industry, with an unfathomable amount of savings.
If you say so, it really embarrasses me. Wang Lingyue smiled bitterly.
At this moment, Meng's mother is busy in the kitchen. She doesn't need to pretend to be a daughter-in-law and take advantage of Meng Chen. Moreover, knowing that Meng Chen casually earned 1,200 yuan during his university days, she realized the huge gap between them. It's not just a little bit, but a world of difference, even separated by a galaxy.
Perhaps even Mu Rongqianyu, who is outstanding in ability, would only be qualified to assist Mr. Meng in front of him. Mr.
Meng is like a sleeping lion, possessing vast territory and the strongest power, but he will not easily take action unless he encounters a truly large prey that lionesses cannot handle.
This invisible majesty made the proud Wang Lingyue feel inexplicably odd. Ding!
Detected that Wang Lingyue is in awe, the affinity progress has greatly increased. The current affinity progress is 40 out of 100, random reward to the host 2,000 yuan.
What's going on? Didn't this woman's affinity decrease a bit before? Why did she suddenly become odd? Meng Chen expressed his inability to understand. However, the 2,000 yuan rewarded by the system is really great. Converted into Nan yuan, it is 20 billion, enough for Meng Chen to buy a whole villa area in the center of Nanhang City.
Knowing that Wang Lingyue's affinity progress has increased, Meng Chen looked at her a little more favorably.
People are mutual. If Wang Lingyue treats him as a friend, he naturally does not need to see Wang Lingyue purely as an assistant. This is the benefit of having an affinity system. Otherwise, with hearts hidden behind their stomachs, how could Meng Chen guess which of these wandering women around him are insincere? Who is sincere? The system is awesome.
Don't be too restrained, relax a bit, treat this place as your own home.
Meng Chen lightly stroked Wang Lingyue's slightly arched jade back. Wang Lingyue nodded vigorously at his words. Understood, Mr. Meng.
However, her small hand holding the Hermes bag handle became whiter as she squeezed it harder, indicating that she was getting more nervous.
There's no way.
It's not very likely to not be nervous when sharing a room with Meng Chen, the richest man in the world. She looked at Meng Chen's handsome profile in the sunlight, holding the bag containing 1,200 yuan, feeling dizzy in her head. Undoubtedly, if Meng Chen were to do something to her at this moment, even if she was a conservative woman from a noble family, it would be difficult for her to refuse. Especially when Meng Chen touched her back, she felt like her bones were melting. If you're tired, sit on the bed for a while. It's easy to get tired standing in high heels. Let me think about where else the money is hidden. I clearly remembered before I got home, but now I can't recall it. Meng Chen scratched his head. The so-called cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Since this money is for dealing with special situations, Meng Chen must have stored it separately to avoid being wiped out by thieves. With a blank mind, Wang Lingyue obediently sat on the soft double bed in the room as per Meng Chen's instructions. When her buttocks touched the edge of the bed, Wang Lingyue suddenly realized a serious problem. Since she was temporarily playing the role of Meng Chen's wife, she might have to share a bed with him at night, or Meng's mother would definitely suspect something. The thought of sharing a bed with Meng Chen at night made Wang Lingyue's pretty face blush instantly, like the red glow of the setting sun. She, who was already charming, now appeared even more alluring. Enchantress, shy, old bed. Meng Chen admitted that as he watched this scene, his heart rate accelerated, and he couldn't help but walk over to Wang Lingyue and push her onto the bed. Wang Lingyue's beauty is different from Mu Rongqianyu's. Mu Rongqianyu possesses the beauty of a wealthy young lady, with a gentle and virtuous demeanor mixed with a hint of casualness, like a delicate jade ruby that makes him unable to resist wanting to embrace her and caress her gently. On the other hand, Wang Lingyue's beauty is a kind of ultimate enchantment, like a 1,000-year-old snake spirit that is cultivated into a demon, possessing an exaggerated snake-like figure and a seductive aura that captivates all beings, igniting a desire in him to conquer and ravage her, wanting to press her down on the bed 100 times. Wang Lingyue's eyes were misty, her pearl-white teeth biting her lip, lying quietly on the bed without any resistance, apparently having long ago given her heart to Meng Chen. If Meng Chen wanted to make it real, she eagerly anticipated becoming Meng Chen's true girlfriend. And she also knew that her devilish figure and enchanting aura held great attraction for men. Looking at Meng Chen's domineering gaze as if he wanted to devour her, Wang Lingyue felt her bones turn weak, gazing affectionately at Meng Chen, her slender beautiful eyes like a pool of autumn water. Come, her lover. At this moment, she belonged to Meng Chen in every way, ready for him to take. Meng Chen placed his hands on the bedsheet, slowly leaning down until the distance between their faces was less than 10 centimeters, and Wang Lingyue could feel the hot breath of her lover on her face. In a daze of love and confusion, Wang Lingyue maintained the last bit of dignity of a lady from a noble family, not actively seeking, but slowly closed her eyes. She felt sorry for her best friend Mu Rongqianyu. Love is selfish, and she also liked Mr. Meng very much, so she couldn't give him to Mu Rongqianyu. Suddenly, Meng Chen's face lit up. Oh, the second sum of money is in the hidden compartment under the bed. I finally remembered. Could you please get up, Manager Wang? Perhaps because he recalled a crucial matter, his boiling blood instantly cooled, and he got up from the bed without hesitation. Compared to what he remembered, the matter on the bed was not worth mentioning at all. Besides, Meng Chen was now rich and had no shortage of willing women to sleep with him. The urgency and lust were completely non-existent. A hidden compartment under the bed? Get up? Wang Lingyue was stunned. Oh, she had already presented herself in a seductive manner for him to take. And this was the result? Where was the grand and earth-shattering passion they had agreed upon? It seemed that the romantic novels were deceiving, as how could there be an emperor who loved beauties but not the kingdom? Now it seemed that legendary figures like Mr. Meng, almost like an emperor in the business world, had no obsession with beauties at all, right? However, Wang Lingyue didn't dare to complain about her unfulfilled desires. With a face full of disbelief that had not yet dissipated, she glanced resentfully at Meng Chen, then reluctantly got up from the soft mattress. At this moment, Meng Chen's mind was filled with excitement about recalling the location of the hidden money, and he had no time to pay attention to Wang Lingyue. Seeing Wang Lingyue get up and leave, he eagerly rolled up the bedding and then searched on the bed frame. He pried out a small square piece of the bedboard, revealing a shallow hidden compartment inside. Finally, he took out a small square flat wooden box from inside. Looking at this small wooden box, Meng Chen's eyes showed a hint of reminiscence. Back in junior high school, he was fascinated by the Mahist mechanical arts in Moon, so he specially had a small wooden box made by a carpenter, then secretly borrowed carpentry tools without his parents' knowledge and chiseled a small hidden compartment on the bed. Now looking back, those years of junior high school were indeed quite juvenile, but a person without a bit of juvenility is a wasted youth. In fact, he didn't dislike his past self, but sometimes when he recalled it, he felt a bit embarrassed. Manager Wang, just a childish trick, forgive me for the amusement. Meng Chen awkwardly cleared his throat and casually opened the lid of the wooden box. Inside the wooden box lay a stack of brand new $100 bills, with an old jade bracelet pressed on top of the bills. Wang Lingyue saw the thickness of this stack of 100 yuan red banknotes, and the hint of displeasure on her face was immediately replaced by shock. With her years of experience in the banking industry, a stack this thick must be close to 5,000 yuan. Converted to Nanyuan, that's a whopping 5 trillion. Moreover, these were the 100 yuan red banknotes with the dark golden border, the supreme among the treasury notes, any one of which, if placed outside, would be enough to make global banking giants treat it with the utmost respect. Although Wang Lingyue knew that Meng Chen's assets exceeded tens of millions, he was still a legendary figure whose savings surpassed the market value of Pingwa Company. However, the figure of tens of millions in the banking system was ultimately not as shocking as this thick stack of 100 yuan red banknotes in front of her. Watching the 100 yuan red banknotes shimmering with a noble light under the lamp, Wang Lingyue unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She dared to swear. She had never seen so much cash in her life. Even when she followed the former bank president to attend international banking conferences, she had only seen treasury notes worth over 3,000 yuan at most, which normal bank would display around 5,000 yuan, equivalent to about 5 trillion nanyuan, of treasury notes. Even if they were locked in an underground vault, it wouldn't feel secure enough. However, Meng Chen casually handed her a wooden box and then took out an old jade bracelet from the box, lightly rubbing it with his index finger. Deposit this money in your bank. It seemed to imply a bit of buying a pearl in exchange for a box. Wang Lingyue was greatly surprised. What kind of divine bracelet was this? It actually received more attention from Mr. Meng than the treasury notes worth 5 trillion nanyuan. In Meng Chen's room, please rest assured, Mr. Meng. Even if I have to risk my life, I will ensure the safety of this money. Excited, Wang Lingyue took the wooden box and held it tightly to her chest. This was nearly 5 trillion nanyuan, not to mention a local bank like Nanhang Bank. Even the 4 major banks in the country or international banks would probably drool over it. Deciding to follow Mr. Meng was indeed the right choice. If she didn't follow Mr. Meng, could Wang Lingyue, in her entire life, running around everywhere, attract a deposit of 5 trillion? The answer would definitely be no. Not to mention, Meng Chen had also deposited 100 trillion last night. This was also the reason why Wang Lingyue did not refuse Meng Chen's intimate gesture just now. Any other woman would probably not be able to resist such a wealthy man, let alone she was a bank president, and this deposit would greatly help her career development. However, she looked at the old jade bracelet in Meng Chen's hand, her eyes full of uncertainty. Could this bracelet be more precious than the 5,000 yuan in the wooden box? That's impossible. No matter how amazing the old pit grandmother green jade bracelet was, it couldn't possibly be worth 5 trillion nanyuan. Even if it was an antique with additional collectible value, it would be worth at most 100 billion nanyuan, even if it was at its peak. Moreover, in Wang Lingyue's opinion, the quality of this jade bracelet was just average, perhaps just a bit older. However, even though Wang Lingyue was full of doubts, she had to accurately count the treasury notes in the box first, to avoid misunderstandings and potential disasters. You see, this was a thick stack of 100 yuan red banknotes, plus the 12 in front. It was a terrifying amount of cash. If one note was missed, even if it was an unintentional mistake, it would be equivalent to Nanhang Bank losing 100 billion nanyuan for Mr. Meng. Losing 100 billion for Mr. Meng? Nanhang Bank simply couldn't afford the consequences of such an act. Not to mention Nanhang Bank, even the 4 major banks, or the lighthouse bank of the rice continent, probably wouldn't dare to engage in such a self-destructive behavior. Because Mr. Meng was just too wealthy, capable of rivaling a country's wealth, not just empty words. What if one more note was counted? Wang Lingyue said they couldn't afford to give Mr. Meng 100 billion nanyuan in cash. This would definitely spell the end for Nanhang Bank. Keep in mind, Nanhang Bank's net profit for the entire 19th year was only 6 billion nanyuan. In other words, if she miscalculated by just one note, Nanhang Bank would have essentially worked for Meng Chen for over a decade for free. This catastrophic responsibility was not something the new bank president dared to take lightly. So this time, Wang Lingyue was extremely serious, putting on white gloves and concentrating as she counted over and over again, afraid of making consecutive mistakes. Fortunately, she had practiced the basic skills of hand counting money. Her fingers flew quickly. Soon she calculated a total of 63 notes. After counting 99 times quickly, it was still the same number. However, Meng Chen was exasperated by this tedious process. Alright, it's 63 notes, President Wang, please put them away quickly.
Counting back and forth, money won't reproduce. Mr.
Meng, please wait a moment, I will carefully count again.
If it's still 63 notes, I will seal these banknotes into the transfer device. Wang Lingyue smiled bitterly. Goodness, did she enjoy dragging things out?
The problem was that there was too much money involved, and the consequences of a mistake were too terrible. Even though she had a good relationship with Meng Chen privately, she absolutely couldn't relax on this matter. In fact, if time allowed, she wanted to transfer 2 capable subordinates from Nanhang City to have each of them count 100 times. Then arrange for 4 fully armed cash transport vehicles to escort and securely store the banknotes in the Nanhang Bank headquarters vault. Only then could she be completely at ease. After all, caution is the parent of safety. Seal them again? Fine, do as you wish, Meng Chen shrugged. In his heart, Meng Chen actually approved of Wang Lingyue's seriousness and dedication. Although he was wealthy, it didn't mean he could tolerate losing 100 yuan for no reason. Wouldn't that be foolish? If someone dared to cheat him out of 100 yuan, even if they ran to the ends of the earth, Meng Chen would use all means to track them down and recover the money. After all, 100 yuan was equivalent to 1 billion Nan yuan. He donated it to his hometown to build railways, invested it in the company founded by Murong Qianyu. These were his ways of consumption. Even if it seemed extravagant and wasteful, it was a manifestation of Meng Chen's will. But that didn't mean he didn't care if someone stole 1 billion from him. 10 million could turn brothers against each other. 10 billion could lead to father and son turning against each other. Not to mention a whole billion in real money and silver? Could there really be someone who didn't care? Unreservedly speaking, if Wang Lingyue really became greedy and did something dishonest, then today next year would be her death anniversary. Once it affected his fundamental interests, that person would become an enemy, and Meng Chen wouldn't care about the other party's status or beauty. Only dead enemies were good enemies. Moreover, Meng Chen always believed that the so-called cherishing fragrant and precious things should be reserved for Murong Qianyu, the woman who was loyal to him, while traitors and scoundrels should be eliminated. Of course, Meng Chen still had some trust in Wang Lingyue, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen Nanhang Bank to deposit his money. With the good impression system in place, Meng Chen probably wouldn't encounter traitors in his lifetime, because for those with low favorability, he would definitely be cautious and only assign trivial tasks. As for normal things like subordinates changing jobs, Meng Chen wouldn't care at all. His strict loyalty requirements were limited to those around him. Wang Lingyue carefully counted the banknotes once, confirmed it was still 63 notes, and then cautiously sealed them according to the procedure into a titanium alloy square box, which she placed in her Hermes bag. You don't need to worry too much. Not to mention that the public security in Xia country is very good now. There are no more armed robbers, and thieves are rare. Just being by my side, do you think I would be unprepared? Meng Chen comforted casually. He figured this girl was carrying too much money and was overly nervous. Indeed. For him, with an unrestricted scanning system, all dangers can be foreseen in advance, such as being hit by a car due to bad luck when going out, or encountering troublemakers. His system is focused on protecting the host, always being tightly controlled. This is also why Meng Chen can always remain calm and composed, as the system can devalue global prices by 1 billion times, making it impossible for any danger to bypass the system's predictive abilities and harm him directly. As for knowing about dangers, the system has already provided Meng Chen with a satisfactory answer in the matter concerning Su Lingyun, allowing him to hire various powerful underground organizations to work for him. Just like when he hired the Black Rose Mercenary Corps to protect the identity-suspected Su Lingyun. The sword is held in his hand, whether to protect or to eliminate enemies, all depends on his thoughts. He is not like an ordinary tycoon who possesses vast wealth but lacks any self-defense capabilities. You are right, I was overly worried. Wang Lingyue breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. To be honest, it is quite normal for legendary figures like Meng Chen to have their own power. She didn't find it strange at all. It's just that Mr. Meng has always been alone, which made her overlook this point. Now thinking about it, those who secretly protect Mr. Meng are probably top-notch experts, so it's normal for a powerless woman like her to not see where the protectors are, just like undercover security personnel. If they could be easily recognized by ordinary people, then their disguise skills would be too poor. They might as well wear uniforms. And the protectors chosen by Mr. Meng are undoubtedly the world's top security personnel, perhaps even more formidable than the undercover bodyguards of the lighthouse country's leader. With this in mind, Wang Lingyue immediately dismissed the idea of calling for an armed cash transport vehicle. In this world, there is no safer place than being around Mr. Meng.
No wonder Mr.
Meng always carries more than 100 pieces with him and lives in a dilapidated community without property management, yet never worries about his safety.
Hey, Mr. Meng, I was just curious earlier. This jade bracelet in your hand seems to be of average quality. Why do you seem so concerned about it?
Of course, if it's inconvenient, you can ignore my question. Wan Lingyue zipped up her Hermes bag and looked at Meng Chen with a curious baby-like expression, genuinely interested in the question.
Because Mr. Meng has always given her the impression of being indifferent, it's hard to detect any emotional changes on his face.
Even when she took the liberty to donate 100 pieces in Mr.
Meng's name to the Feng County authorities for railway repairs. Mr. Meng's smile always remained light and breezy.
It seems that for him, whether donating 1,000 yuan or 100 pieces, as long as the money is spent in the right place, there is no difference.
And there is absolutely no smell of nouveau riche on Mr. Meng.
He is the kind of man who truly controls the throat of money, making Wang Lingyue, the bank president, more deeply entangled the more she interacts with him. Even though she knows clearly in her heart that she and Mr. Meng are from two different worlds, and the possibility of them being together is very slim. Once a woman falls in love, she cannot think rationally about the future. As long as she feels there is a glimmer of hope, she will pursue it at all costs. Just like palace maids in ancient times, all harboring ambitions of becoming concubines after receiving the emperor's favor.
However, Wang Lingyue also knows her strengths.
She comes from a dance background, with a perfect figure, excellent flexibility, and rare natural charm. Even though her abilities may pale in comparison to Morong Qianyu, she still has the qualifications to compete for favor. After all, there is an old saying that goes, "A woman without talent is virtuous." Although this saying may sound outdated, it indirectly suggests that for powerful men, choosing a woman with strong abilities may not always be the best option. After all, family resources are limited. A combination of one assistant and one output is definitely better than two output positions.
And Wang Lingyue is willing to become Mr. Meng's virtuous helper, a small assistant who follows Mr. Meng closely.
With this in mind, Wang Lingyue feels content again.
In fact, Mr.
Meng, with his unfathomable wealth, always seems to transcend beyond money, making him a particularly strange person.
Moreover, Mr.
Meng's concept of money is quite indifferent, and Wang Lingyue is very certain of this. Therefore, she believes that he needs more of a bookkeeping assistant than a money-making strong woman.
This can be seen from Mr. Meng's casual attitude towards the treasury notes, which is a level of casualness that ordinary wealthy people cannot pretend to have.
Before meeting Meng Chen, Wang Lingyue could hardly imagine a man who would treat a penny, a dollar, or even a $5 or $10 bill so carelessly, as if they were not worth his attention. Perhaps only a $100 bill could make Mr.
Meng slightly more serious.
But he is completely different from other wealthy people who treat money as if it were precious. He is truly a mysterious man.
However, Wang Lingyue's thoughts were interrupted by Meng Chen's words.
This bracelet?
There's nothing special about it. It's not worth much in essence. It's just a family heirloom of our Meng family.
My great-grandfather gave it to my great-grandmother, who later gave birth to my grandfather. When my grandfather came of age, my great-grandmother passed the bracelet to him, and he then gave it to my grandmother. Later, my grandmother gave birth to my father. When my father came of age, my grandmother passed the bracelet to him. After my father fell in love with my mother, he gave this bracelet to her. And in the year I entered university, my mother passed the bracelet to me. To others, this bracelet may not be worth much, but to me, it is an invaluable treasure. It may sound a bit complicated, but as someone from a noble family, you should understand the significance of such an heirloom. Meng Chen said calmly, his fingers caressing the jade bracelet as if it were a lover. When one reaches a certain level of wealth, there is always a special sentiment towards items that money cannot buy. Wang Lingyue nodded slightly, looking at the bracelet in Meng Chen's hand with a longing expression. According to Meng Chen, this bracelet is not only a family heirloom of the Meng family, but also a token of love passed down through generations of family heads and their wives, far more precious than any perpetually circulating diamond.
Perhaps in Meng Chen's eyes, diamonds, no matter how many carats, are not worth mentioning at all.
After all, he is a peculiar man who doesn't care much even about 63 trillion nanoyuans, let alone some diamonds.
As for the price of the bracelet itself, it is irrelevant.
Even if it were a piece of glass passed down from the Meng family ancestors, it would still hold great commemorative value.
Symbolizing the family's heritage, it carries a sacred meaning.
Of course, Mr. Meng would never put it up for auction. After all, this bracelet is meant to be kept and passed down to his future wife, continuing the legacy of this jade bracelet. There is no doubt that Wang Lingyue must be extremely eager to have this bracelet. If possible, she would be willing to exchange all her accumulated jewelry for this ordinary old jade bracelet from Mr.
Mang.
However, she has some self-awareness and knows that this is impossible, so she doesn't want to ask and spoil the mood.
It turns out that this bracelet is Mr. Meng's family heirloom, so it must be of great significance.
In a sense, this bracelet also bears witness to the love of your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents.
I wonder which lucky woman will have the chance to wear it in the future. Just thinking about it makes one envious. Wang Lingyue spoke frankly, showing a look of envy.
As she spoke, she couldn't help but move closer to Meng Chen, her eyes full of admiration, not hiding her feelings.
Ding!
Detected that Wang Lingyue's affection progress has surged. Current affection progress is 50 out of 100. Random reward to the host 1,000 yuan.
Affection progress over half? Not bad. The system rewarded another 1,000 yuan? How delightful. Meng Chen was quite satisfied with Wang Lingyue's level of affection. After all, she was the president of Nanhang Bank.
Unlike the young fangirl Bai Mingyin, this kind of powerful woman in international circles wouldn't easily devote herself to a man within a few days. Even if the man was Meng Chen, the world's richest man, it wasn't very realistic. The farce of temporarily pretending to be his girlfriend should come to an end soon, as Meng Chen had no intention of starting a new relationship so soon. Besides, if Meng Chen had a girlfriend, he wouldn't flirt with other women or engage in intimate activities.
That would make him a scumbag. But if Meng Chen was single, it would be a different story.
Every single person had the right to choose happiness, and Meng Chen was just suffering from commitment phobia and needed time to consider.
Moreover, Meng Chen had never actively pursued women.
From their first meeting to the subsequent developments, Meng Chen recalled that it was Wang Lingyue who had taken the initiative. As a good man, one must remember the 9-character mantra: do not initiate, do not reject, do not remember.
By dodging a female boxer's punches, the female boxer would have no punches to throw.
The two chatted in Meng Chen's room for a while.
Seeing Wang Lingyue becoming more explicit in her speech.
President Wang, perhaps you've forgotten that I was just dumped by my ex-girlfriend a few days ago, so I'm not considering starting a new relationship at the moment, Meng Chen chuckled. Wang Lingyue pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of resentment.
Won't you reconsider, President Wang? I graduated from the dance department, so my body is very flexible. She felt somewhat unwilling to let this rare opportunity slip away.
As for Meng Chen's ex-girlfriend, Wang Lingyue had also heard from Rong Qianyu that she was just a gold digger from an ordinary family.
After leaving Mr.
Meng for the Chen family's son, she had been angrily driven away by Mr.
Meng.
Rumor had it that she had lost her job and fallen out with her best friend, ending up in a miserable state. Let's talk about it next time. Meng Chen smiled faintly, checking the time on his phone. It's getting late, and my father will be back soon.
President Wang, thank you for helping me pretend to be my girlfriend this time.
You can go back to the 5-star hotel now, and make sure the county arranges for some protection for you. Also, all expenses incurred during your visit to Feng County are on me, so please don't feel burdened.
Wang Lingyue was suddenly full of question marks. A super beauty like her, a fairy whose figure surpassed international supermodels, was actually rejected so decisively? And he asked her to stay in a 5-star hotel? Was he speaking human language?
From childhood to adulthood, Wang Lingyue had always been adored by many, and for the first time, she began to doubt her charm. Was she not pretty enough, or was Mr.
Meng's standards too high? Wang Lingyue felt the latter was more likely.
After all, she had never slackened in maintaining her figure and appearance. If given the chance, Wang Lingyue really wanted to perform a cooling bed dance for Meng Chen alone, fully displaying her true charm and captivating Meng Chen's heart.
But Meng Chen also had to give her this opportunity. Mr. Meng, it's my lifelong honor to play your girlfriend.
This beautiful memory will forever exist deep in my soul.
Thank you for your generosity, then I will take my leave.
With a sigh of resignation, Wang Lingyue actually understood very well in her heart that wanting to become Meng Chen's true wife after just meeting for 2 days was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Being able to experience for a while what it felt like to be Meng Chen's wife, she was already content.
Watching Wang Lingyue calmly open the door and leave, Meng Chen nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied with Wang Lingyue's compliance. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat, understanding gains and losses.
Talking to a smart woman who knows how to seize the moment is easy.
Of course, Wang Lingyue did not lose out this time either.
She only pretended to be Meng Chen's wife once, but she received a huge deposit of exactly 6,300 yuan from Meng Chen. Converted into Yuan, it is exactly 63 billion Yuan.
Even if the Nanhang Bank ultimately has to transfer the funds to the central bank, the promotion for Nanhang Bank is also very significant.
This means that Nanhang Bank no longer needs to worry about savings issues, they just need to focus on lending and can continue to make money steadily. It can be said without exaggeration. If Meng Chen publicly announced that he wanted to deposit 6,300 yuan in the bank, not to mention pretending to be Meng Chen's girlfriend, even if it was to be Meng Chen's mistress, countless female bankers would probably line up to come and let Meng Chen choose at will. This is the magic of money in the banking industry. Of course, Meng Chen is now also very picky about the women he looks at. Women with less than 90 points in appearance, to be honest, Meng Chen really can't muster any interest in talking to them. Mentioning women, Meng Chen casually opened his phone's messaging app. Oh my! In just a short period of time, there were hundreds of messages, and Bai Mingyin accounted for more than half of them. And they were all full of flowery nonsense. Is this little fangirl going crazy again? Where did she learn all these cheesy lines? Meng Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. There were also some caring messages from Murong Chenyu, which revealed her deep longing for Meng Chen. As for this person by his side with a good feeling progress, 80 out of 100, Meng Chen replied to each sentence seriously. With such a high level of affection, she can be said to be loyal to Meng Chen. Without any need for concern, Meng Chen naturally wants to treat her sincerely. Then there were some complaints from his beautiful colleague Su Lingyun, saying she was dragged back to her hometown by her father and missed the days when she worked with Meng Chen. There was also Wei Yulan's attempt at flirting. There were some miscellaneous messages left. Meng Chen casually glanced at them and didn't bother to look further. He put away his phone, locked the door, deftly lifted the bed, and then opened a wooden floorboard, taking out another square wooden box. A wise rabbit has 3 burrows. The reason Meng Chen let Wan Lingyue leave was also to protect this hiding place. The things inside were somewhat shocking and vulgar, and with Wang Lingyue's current, 50 out of 100, level of affection progress, she was not yet qualified to know, just like Morong Chenyu. He opened the lid of the square wooden box. Inside lay a thin Xia Country Bank passbook. Compared to the past, the length, width, and thickness had not changed, but there was an additional layer of black and gold edges. The bottom of the passbook was changed to the logo and full name of the central bank in both Chinese and English, and there was also a 5-clawed golden dragon pattern in the middle of the passbook, looking extremely luxurious. Meng Chen knew that this was due to the influence of the inflation magic box, just like ordinary paper money turning into exquisite gold banknotes. In this passbook, there were 20,000 yuan that Meng's father and mother had saved for Meng Chen since his birth, not willing to spend it or wear it. Because Meng Chen was sensible and filial, he entrusted the money to Meng Chen when he was in his 2nd year of college. And Meng Chen indeed did not spend a single cent of it. After receiving a large sum of 200,000 yuan, it was immediately transferred to the safer Xia Country Bank and placed in a 3-year fixed deposit. The time for it to be unfrozen was approaching. Meng Chen took out the passbook and saw the shiny golden number, 200,000 yuan. This amount was equivalent to the entire government revenue of the lighthouse country for 4 years. Meng Chen felt a sense of empowerment with this money, similar to how Xia Country proudly possessed nuclear power. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Meng Chen, hearing the knock, was pleasantly surprised, thinking it might be his father returning. His father had actually been back for a while and had encountered Wang Lingyue, who seemed upset, on his way home. After hearing about Meng Chen's wife from his mother, Meng Chen's father guessed that the disappointed fashionable girl who had left must be Meng Chen's wife. Meng Chen's father felt a slight heaviness in his heart, thinking that the girl must be a wealthy city woman who looked down on their family. He regretted not being able to provide a better environment for his son. The sound of the bed moving in the room was heard, and soon the door opened, reuniting Meng Chen and his father after less than a month apart. Meng Chen's father, resembling his son in many facial features, was also a handsome man who often attracted attention from women on the street. And Meng Chen, surpassing his father in looks, was truly a chip off the old block. Meng Chen looked at the worried expression on his father's face, then glanced at the half-smoked cigarette in his hand. He knew his father rarely smoked unless faced with insurmountable difficulties. For example, when Meng Chen's grandfather passed away from leukemia, Meng's father smoked 2 packs of 5 yuan cigarettes in a day. There was no other choice. At that time, when Meng Chen's grandfather was diagnosed with late-stage leukemia, even after mortgaging the house and borrowing 400,000 from the bank, the attending doctor informed them that it was not enough to transfer him to the lighthouse country for treatment. Domestic hospitals also expressed their helplessness. Meng Chen was still in primary school at that time and could not understand the meaning of poverty disease, but he was deeply saddened by his grandfather's passing. It wasn't until he watched the movie Dying to Survive that he understood the cruelty of reality. This was also the fundamental reason why he would give Wei Yulan 500 million yuan. If Wei Yulan's medicine was really as cheap and effective as she claimed, able to be used as a treatment for leukemia, Meng Chen would support her wholeheartedly in producing the targeted therapy drug. Money, though precious, was truly insignificant compared to human life.
Besides, was he lacking in money? Dad, are you facing some difficulties?
Tell me. Meng Chen's expression grew serious. When his grandfather passed away without treatment, he was still young and could only watch his father silently bear the pressure of reality. Now, with his wealth surpassing that of the world's richest man and the powerful assistance of the system, he believed there was nothing he couldn't handle. Even if Meng's father was interested in the stars in the sky, Meng Chen would find a way to get a large meteorite for him. There was no other reason than the fact that he was his own father, who had saved up 200,000 yuan in betrothal gifts for him.
That was already more than enough. Meng's father shook his head silently. In his eyes, Meng Chen would always be a child. After experiencing the blow of a breakup with his girlfriend, being able to force a smile was already not easy for him. He didn't want to burden his son with self-blame. If it wasn't because he couldn't make his son a second-generation rich kid, his son wouldn't have been rejected by his urban girlfriend. As for Meng Chen's decision to let Wang Lingyue leave on her own, Meng's father didn't dare to think about it. Finding a wife from a wealthy urban family was already a great achievement for the old Meng family. Meng's father didn't think Meng Chen had the qualification to pick and choose, to bargain.
10 minutes later, Meng's mother prepared a table full of dishes, and the family of 3 sat closely together.
Little rascal, why didn't Lingyue stay for dinner? Did you drive her away?
She seemed a bit down when she left, Meng's mother asked, ignoring Meng's father's glare.
Meng Chen's hand holding the chopstick stiffened for a moment. Oh, had his mother watched too much Sherlock Holmes? When did she become so perceptive? But Meng Chen definitely couldn't admit it. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to explain, especially the matter of why Wang Lingyue, the president of the Nanhang Bank, was willing to be his temporary fiancé. Moreover, Meng Chen didn't dare to tell his parents the truth about his immense wealth. Otherwise, they would either be shocked or send him to a mental hospital for treatment. As the only child of Meng's parents, he didn't understand their temperaments. So, telling white lies was necessary. Meng Chen denied. How could that be possible? She's an urban belle, beautiful and with a good figure. Why would I drive her away? Meng's mother served Meng Chen a big chicken leg and said, that's right, maybe the city girls just don't fancy our family. It's okay, out with the old and in with the new. You've made a name for yourself now. Next time, Mom will take you to Aunt Chen's house. Her daughter has blossomed beautifully. Mom. Meng Chen dragged out his words, sounding a bit impatient. Just as he had finally escaped the torment of blind dates, now he had to visit Aunt Chen, Aunt Lu's. Wasn't this risking his life again? In that case, Meng Chen decided to show a little bit of his strength. Actually, not long ago, wasn't I selling houses at Green Bank Group? That's the global top 500 company. I mentioned it to you when I came back last time. A few days ago, I gained the appreciation of Boss Morong, and he bought several shops and a whole apartment building from me. I made a lot of money, and Boss Morong even wants me to work on a project with him. I'm at the peak of my career development now. I think marriage can wait. After all, I've only graduated from college for less than a year. Meng Chen's will to survive was very strong. Meng's mother was stunned for a moment. She seemed to have heard Meng Chen mention it in his messages. It was indeed true, otherwise Meng Chen wouldn't be able to afford this supposedly Armani-branded outfit. Stao you sold so many houses, how much money did you make? Did it transfer to your account? I heard that the bosses in the city are very tricky. They like to play with what they call stock options instead of salaries. Meng's mother's face was a mix of joy and concern. After all, her son could earn big money and had a promising future, so as a mother, she must be very happy. However, Meng's mother heard that the bosses in the big cities were good at painting rosy pictures, and she was worried that Meng Chen would be fooled by that Boss Morong and waste his youth in vain. Boss Morong Qianyu was fooling him with big promises? Impossible. Boss Morong Qianyu had a system authorized, 80 out of 100, good impression progress. Even if someone pointed a gun at him, he couldn't fool Meng Chen. Besides, he was the real boss behind Morong Qianyu Company. However, not listening to the advice of the elderly leads to losses. Meng Chen thought that after the project's product was finalized, he would ask Morong Qianyu to transfer 51% of the shares to him, and see if the system's good impression progress was accurate. Would a perfect match with a good impression progress of 80 out of 100 really be unconditionally devoted to him, like a fanatic believer? Meng Chen had a slight doubt. Mom, you're overthinking it. Boss Morong is a real boss, from a prominent family in Nanhang City, not some nouveau riche who made it big through shady means. And she gave me a settling fee of 1 yuan. Meng Chen revealed his trump card. Meng's parents dropped their chopsticks upon hearing this, their faces full of disbelief. A settling fee of 1 yuan? That was a whopping 10 million yuan fortune. They had worked diligently for most of their lives and never earned that much. This big boss actually used it to attract Meng Chen? Although in the eyes of Meng's parents, Meng Chen had always been the most capable person, just lacking the right stage. But the two elders never imagined that their son Meng Chen was worth a big boss spending a penny to dig up. This was truly shocking. However, Meng's father calmed down at this moment. I've heard my old classmate mention the Morong Group in Nanhang City. It is indeed one of the world's top 500 companies, deeply rooted in Nanhang City, with influence across all walks of life. If that big boss is really from the Morong family, such a grand gesture is quite normal. I see. Meng's mother believed deeply in what Meng's father said. She turned to look at Meng Chen with concern. Son, they say accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Although you've encountered this benefactor from a big corporation, you must not get carried away. You must work diligently for them. Meng Chen felt a bit ashamed listening to this. Work? It's impossible to work. He seemed to have never even met any of the company's employees, just casually invested over $100 and happily took on the role of a hands-off shopkeeper. After all, Morong Qinyu was trustworthy and incredibly capable. Sensing the lingering doubts of his parents, Meng Chen decisively took out a 1-cent bill from his jacket pocket and slapped it on the table. Dad! Mom! There really aren't many tricks in the city. Look, isn't this the gold treasury note I exchanged? Could there be fake gold treasury notes? The older generation always feels uneasy without seeing cash. As for this 1-cent bill that was stored separately, it was actually from the time at Yumi Jixiang restaurant. Since he couldn't find it after taking it out, he casually stuffed it into his jacket pocket. Meng Chen didn't think much of a 1-cent bill, especially as a host. He was immune to the devaluation effects of the system. Before the world devalued by 1 billion times. Not to mention a 1-cent bill, even if it was a 1-cent bill dropped in the mud on a rainy day, how many people would bother to pick it up? Meng Chen was too lazy to pick it up. Hearing this, Meng's parents looked at Meng Chen's right hand. As Meng Chen slowly moved his hand away from the table, a 1-cent gold treasury note shining with glory appeared in front of Meng's parents, just like the one they had seen on TV. Indeed, the National Financial News said that the gold treasury note uses the latest anti-counterfeiting technology, and it even has a micro-engraving positioning system, basically eliminating the possibility of related counterfeit crimes. Meng's father stuttered. The impact of cash in numbers is incomparable. Because mentioning 1 million nanyuan is just that, but if it's in banknotes piled in front of you, that kind of impact is definitely not something that words can describe. Not to mention a 1-cent gold treasury note representing 10 million nanyuan. 1 cent is the smallest denomination of the gold treasury note. In a lifetime, it's difficult for ordinary families in the county town to have a total asset exceeding 1 cent, let alone owning a 1-cent gold treasury note. Meng's father felt like he was dreaming. Honey, pinch me, am I dreaming? Our child actually brought back a 1-cent gold treasury note. I wouldn't even dare to fantasize about this in my dreams. Following her husband's words, Meng's mother pinched his arm hard, then pinched her own arm fiercely, grimacing in pain, but then tears of excitement welled up. Honey, it's true. Our child has really made it. Less than a year after graduating from university, he met a benefactor and earned 10 million nanyuan. This is truly a blessing. No, I have to take our son to Mount Fenghuang to make a vow tomorrow. Meng's mother was so excited that she was somewhat incoherent. Even Meng's father, who always thought praying to gods and Buddhas was feudal superstition, did not object this time. Blessing from the Bodhisattva? Meng Chen shook his head in his heart as he listened. How insignificant was 1 cent to him? Why be so surprised? Even in the over $100 he carried with him, that 1 cent was the youngest brother, the smallest denomination of the gold treasury note. Compared to the largest denomination of 100 yuan, it was a difference of 10,000 times. Yet, it had already shocked Meng's parents to the point of being soulless, looking like they could faint from happiness at any moment. Meng Chen really couldn't imagine what would happen if he directly told his parents about the over $100 he had on him. Not to mention, he also had tens of thousands in savings and a 200,000 yuan central bank passbook. If he told the truth, it might turn a joyous occasion into a funeral, scaring his father's heart disease out, and he would regret it deeply, with heavy guilt. Fortunately, Meng Chen was clever enough to only take out a 1-cent bill. Thinking of this, Meng Chen secretly gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. As for praying to gods and Buddhas, that is simply absurd. He already has an all-powerful system. Why would he need to fear ghosts and deities? It's completely non-existent. Mom and Dad, as for fulfilling vows and such, I won't go.
Meng Chen smiled gently. The main reason I came back this time is to take you two back to Nanhang City to enjoy life. After all, the facilities in big cities are more complete. Filial piety is the most important virtue. Since Meng Chen has wealth surpassing the world's richest, repaying his parents is something he must do first. Things like benefiting the village, giving back to society, luxury cars and villas, in Meng Chen's eyes, all come second. And Meng Chen's decision to arrange a small shop and apartment for his parents is not about being stingy with money. After all, renting a small shop and buying a whole commercial street are just numbers to Meng Chen, with no difference at all.
But Meng's parents' reaction to a single penny did surprise him.
For middle-aged parents who want to maintain their values, accepting their son becoming the world's richest is indeed a long and arduous journey.
Is it worth it for Meng Chen to treat his parents so meticulously? Meng Chen thinks it's very worth it. The hearts of parents are pitiful. Have you not seen? Meng's parents saved 200,000 yuan for their son Meng Chen's dowry, and even hesitated to take the bus. So, after Meng Chen has achieved great success, is it really too much for him to be a bit more filial?
Meng Chen stood up from his chair, squatted down to pick up the chopsticks on the ground for his parents. Meng's mother, still shocked by a single penny, stuttered, "Son, you are now a big shot who has earned 10 million, with status and identity.
Let me wash the chopsticks." Indeed.
In Feng County, a small county, ordinary workers like Meng's mother earn only 2,000 yuan a month. Meng Chen being able to earn 10 million yuan and even take out cash naturally makes him a big shot in his mother's eyes. However, Meng Chen just smiled calmly. "Mom, even if I become the world's richest, I am still your only son, the one you gave birth to after 10 months. Why should you be polite to me about washing chopsticks?" With that, Meng Chen took the dirty chopsticks and walked into the kitchen. Meng's mother and father exchanged a glance, tears streaming down their faces. Their son, truly raised with filial piety. By the time Meng Chen returned to the table after washing the chopsticks, the two elders had already wiped away their tears. Meng's mother looked at Meng Chen kindly and reminded him, "Son, if you save this penny in the bank, you can earn quite a bit of interest in a year, right? It's better to save it early. I heard from the neighbor's child that you can get higher interest rates for large deposits in the bank." She suddenly remembered this. Yesterday, Meng's mother heard the neighbor next door bragging that her eldest son had been promoted to vice president in the company, with an annual salary of 1 million. When her eldest son returned to the village for a visit and went to the bank branch on the street to deposit money, the bank manager treated him with great respect, and it seemed that they could also negotiate the interest rate. Her son should be able to negotiate the interest rate now, right? "Well, a bank employee approached me and mentioned 10% annual interest," Meng Chen casually replied. He didn't dare to tell Meng's parents that the so-called city woman was the former vice president who had discussed deposits with him, for fear of shocking them. 10%? That's quite a lot. The money at home is in a 5-year fixed deposit at Xia Country Bank, and it's not even 5%. Hurry up and deposit it in the bank, you're losing money every day. Although you have found a benefactor now and have money, if you want to buy a house in a big city and marry a city girl, you still need a lot of money. Meng's mother rambled on. Meng's father took a deep drag of his cigarette. "Xiaoyu, your mom and I have discussed it. We are used to living in Feng County and don't want to move to Nanhang to cause trouble for you. After all, we are old, and the cost of living in big cities is high, and we can't find good jobs." Indeed, big cities are not very friendly to older migrant workers. Meng's father said he was used to living in Feng County, but he was actually worried about becoming a burden to his son in Nanhang. Although Meng Chen is filial, he may not mind this responsibility on his shoulders. But what about Meng Chen's future wife? Meng's father's considerations are very realistic, and deep down, he cannot accept the situation of not finding a job in the city and living aimlessly. "Mom, let's leave this 1 yuan with you. Help me save it so I don't spend it recklessly." Meng Chen pushed a 1 yuan bill on the table in front of Meng's mother. Then he looked at his father and said with a smile, "Dad, you don't have to worry. Our boss is very sincere. Not only did he give me a 1 yuan settling in fee, but after asking about my family's situation, he also arranged a shop and an apartment for me. Mom and Dad, think about it carefully. If I live alone in a big city and work is busy, I will have to hire a cleaning lady to clean the room, which is not cheap in the city, and I'm thinking of renovating the shop into a restaurant. With my father's skills, settling down in the city should be no problem." Meng Chen said seriously. There is no boss, in fact, he is the owner of the entire apartment building and the entire commercial street. But like father, like son. If he really said that, his father would probably be so excited that he would pass out, which would be very bad. In fact, a son like him who is so successful is quite troublesome, and he dare not speak the truth. The two elders looked at each other hesitantly. What the son said makes sense. It is said that hiring a maid in the city costs several thousand a month, which is not a small expense. And if the son has a big house in the city, moving there will not increase their expenses too much. In the future, when they have grandchildren, they can also help take care of them. This 1 yuan is too much, son, you are capable now, and I am getting old and easily deceived. People outside these days are very cunning in their words. You are knowledgeable, so it's better to keep this money in your hands. Meng's mother pushed the 1 yuan bill back to Meng Chen, refusing resolutely. And there is another layer of meaning that she did not say. That is, Meng Chen will definitely have various social expenses when working with the boss in the future. It is said that some wines are very expensive, costing tens of thousands per bottle, so she definitely cannot accept this money. A man doing projects outside must have money in his account to feel secure. However, after discussing it, the two elders agreed to Meng Chen moving to the city. Meng Chen did not insist. As long as his parents were nearby, he could directly buy whatever they needed, and even let Morong Qianyu, as the president, deliver it in person. As for the issue of housing, Meng Chen plans to let his parents live in the Nanhang apartment building for a year first, and then arrange for them to move to a villa. In fact, the living environment in the Nanhang apartment building is very good. After all, even someone like Bai Mingyin, a noblewoman from the imperial capital, prefers to live in the Nanhang apartment building rather than a large villa. Meng's father was happy tonight and drank a few more glasses of wine. He was beaming. Son, have you heard about the railway construction in our county? Let me tell you. A big shot in our county donated 100 yuan to build the railway. This is a great favor for the folks in Feng County, isn't it? Son, I heard that the folks organized a feast for the people and plan to have it at the old square. Let's go as a family tomorrow. We must thank this great benefactor properly. Meng's mother was also excited. With the railway, it will be very convenient for their family to travel from Nanhang back to their hometown, which is a great thing. Meng Chen's expression was somewhat strange. Repair the railway? Donated $100? Where have I heard these words before? Isn't this just a small favor he asked Wang Lingyue to help with when benefiting the village? How come there's also a feast for the people? Just $100? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Meng Chen subconsciously shook his head, but suddenly remembered that this was a world where prices had depreciated by 1 billion times, so $100 was equivalent to 100 billion nanos. He felt like it made sense. After all, 100 billion nanos was an absolute huge sum, and donating such a terrifying amount to repair the railway, it was only normal for the villagers to admire and thank him. Only those who have lived in small county towns with blocked transportation can understand how important a high-speed railway is to the residents of the county town. It not only makes travel more convenient, but also revitalizes the entire county town's economy, creating more job opportunities, higher average salaries, a more prosperous county economy, and better business opportunities, and so on. A feast for the people? The villagers are too enthusiastic. Meng Chen pondered for a moment and felt something was not right. Mom, didn't you say you were going to make a vow tomorrow? Making a vow can wait, let's go in the afternoon. After all, that big shot donated 100 billion nanos to repair the railway, and our family also benefited from it. Not only is travel more convenient, but the price of this house might even rise a bit. When Meng's mother mentioned that big shot, her eyes were filled with deep respect. Indeed, that's the big shot who donated 100 billion nanos to benefit the village. It's like something you can't even see on TV. I heard he's also a local in Feng County. I wonder what kind of dynasty Feng County used to be, to actually produce such a big shot. Meng Chen coughed. It's really something to be called a big shot by his own parents, a mix of embarrassment and satisfaction in his heart. However, he couldn't let his parents go to the feast for the people. If that happened, wouldn't his well-intentioned lie be in vain? What if Meng's father couldn't handle the surprise and fainted at the feast for the people? What would they do then? The elderly's heart capacity must be considered. Although Meng Chen didn't plan to let too many villagers know the truth about him being Mr. Meng, it's better to be safe than sorry. To be on the safe side, Meng Chen wanted to dispel the idea of his parents attending the feast. Dad, Mom, I estimate that big shots like him, cough, definitely wouldn't want to disturb the normal lives of the villagers. After all, do good deeds without leaving a name, isn't that right? Real big shots like to keep a low profile. Meng's father also felt that made sense. After all, the county didn't publicize Mr. Meng. His name wasn't even known. In this situation, the likelihood of Mr. Meng appearing at the feast for the people was indeed slim. It's okay. I heard that the head of the South Hang Bank also came along this time. She's a charming young beauty, probably Mr. Meng's beloved. Mr. Meng is really lucky. Meng's mother sighed. Meng Chen raised his eyebrows at the words.
Damn! What if his mother recognized the so-called head of the bank as his wife? Then what's the point of hiding it? Can his parents' hearts handle this shock? Mom, I heard from a friend in the know that Mr.
Meng doesn't want the feast for the people to disrupt the normal work of the county residents, so the feast will probably only allow one person from each household to attend. Let me go alone, and if I'm lucky enough to meet Mr. Meng, I might even make some connections. Meng Chen fabricated a rule out of thin air and quickly sent a message to Wang Lingyue with his phone. There wasn't such a rule before, but now there is. Because although the 10,000 people's feast was organized by the villagers themselves, in essence, it was to show gratitude to Mr.
Meng.
No one would dare to violate the rules set by Mr.
Meng. But can one person play 3 roles? Being a son, being a prominent figure like Mr.
Meng, and also acting as a friend of his son. Meng Chen was truly worried for his parents, feeling more anxious than buying a whole Longjing commercial street.
Meng's father naturally believed it.
After all, his son now had a bright future, with connections and insights surpassing theirs, so receiving some insider information was normal. He looked at Meng Chen solemnly and said, "Son, you can go alone, and I'll accompany your mother to make a vow. But you must control your temper. That influential figure, who is well connected, is not from our world. If you offend him, it might ruin your life."
There was no doubt about it. Meng's father's concern was reasonable.
After all, casually donating $1 billion to benefit the village made his connections and influence unimaginable.
From Meng's father's perspective, Meng Chen was just lucky to have met the benefactor, Boss Moron, and made some money.
But compared to figures like Mr.
Meng, there was still a huge gap.
Yes, son, you must remember that there are always people better than you, and there are always higher powers.
Although Mr.
Meng shares our surname and is a distant relative, his status is worlds apart.
When you meet him, you must show respect and not be willful, understand? Meng's mother advised earnestly. Meng Chen was left puzzled. Should I show respect to myself? Should I bow with my left hand to my right hand? Amidst his parents' continuous unintentional flattery, Meng Chen felt a mix of satisfaction and discomfort. Actually, I think Mr. Meng is just an ordinary person.
We don't need to be overly reverent, Meng Chen muttered softly. The feeling of being revered by his own parents was really strange.
Meng's father's face turned stern.
Xiaoyu, it's fine to say such things privately at home, but you must never say them outside. You should know that now, all the villagers in the county regard Mr.
Meng as a living bodhisattva. You must not cause confusion and provoke public anger.
This was indeed the current situation in Feng County. After the news spread that Mr. Meng had donated 100 yuan to repair the railway, he had become the idol of the entire county.
No outsider dared to speak ill of Mr. Meng on the streets.
If they did, they would likely provoke public anger and face the wrath of the Feng County residents. Even if it escalated to the authorities, no one would intervene. Being beaten for no reason left one with no recourse. Even if it went to the highest court, it would be deemed as harming the sentiments of the local people, a self-inflicted problem. As long as no issues arose, the court would probably turn a blind eye.
Moreover, the construction of Mr. Meng's monument had begun. The workers did not accept any payment but worked diligently. They even took on the county's plan for a 24-hour construction task without a single complaint. The 10,000 people's feast was also organized by the villagers spontaneously, as a sincere gesture of gratitude. It was almost as if they were building a temple for Mr. Meng. Speaking of temples, Wang Lingyue had mentioned it to Meng Chen, but he had declined outright.
He felt that his contribution was minimal, and even erecting a monument made him feel somewhat uncomfortable.
If it weren't for the unanimous persuasion of the villagers outside the Yumi restaurant, he would have refused. As for the temple, that was absolutely out of the question. How could Meng Chen compare himself to ancient sages and saints?
Even though he had helped repair the railway, his merits were still insufficient.
Meng Chen was aware of this. I understand. Mr. Meng's prestige is too high now, right? Can't even casually criticize him? Meng Chen felt a headache coming on.
If I criticize myself, will others be displeased?
Is that appropriate? Isn't this inappropriate? Am I being forced to boast about myself?
The villagers nowadays are really lacking in martial ethics, too enthusiastic.
However, Meng Chen still feels very happy. After all, this is his hometown. Being collectively admired by the villagers in his hometown, how could he not feel comfortable to the core?
Child, don't be stubborn, listen to mom's advice, don't go against public opinion.
Is it so difficult to say a few good words about Mr. Meng?
Meng's mother kindly advised.
Meng Chen rolled his eyes directly. Oh, really? Since his mother has said so much, he can't modestly decline anymore. Listening to his mother's words must be right. Actually, I also think Mr.
Meng is very awesome, and he looks very handsome, a hardcore man who boasts to himself in front of the mirror every day.
Meng Chen said without blushing or panting. Just boasting about himself, right? Is that all? Does he really think he can get away with it? That's right. I heard that Mr.
Meng is indeed super handsome, otherwise, the beautiful bank manager wouldn't have come all the way to this small place eyeing him.
Meng's mother agreed.
Son, don't be discouraged, although we can't compare with Mr. Meng, surpassing him is as difficult as reaching the sky, but you can strive to be the second in Feng County, which is not bad either.
Meng's father comforted.
When Meng Chen heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched.
Surpassing him is as difficult as reaching the sky? It's not just difficult, Meng Chen, no matter how awesome he is, can he surpass himself? It's like a strong man trying to lift himself up by grabbing his own collar. It's against the laws of physics, right? Meng Chen is also speechless.
After this exchange, he dared not be honest with his father anymore. He felt that his father was somewhat in awe of Mr.
Meng, afraid that his father couldn't accept the horrifying truth that the revered Mr.
Meng was actually his own son. You see, his father has a heart condition, taking medication every year. It's actually good to let Xiaoyu go. After all, that beautiful bank manager should show up at the people's banquet. When Xiaoyu sees her, he might forget about Lingyu.
Xiaoyu, don't pretend. Mom has watched you grow up. Do you really think I can't see through it? Isn't Lingyu actually your girlfriend? Meng's mother suddenly said. This really surprised Meng Chen. Could it be that his mother has been hiding her intelligence all these years? Is she actually a wise mother? Although she didn't say it out loud, Meng Chen already understood everything in his heart.
However, the next words from Meng's mother directly made Meng Chen smile bitterly. Indeed, he had overthought it. Meng's mother looked a little smug. Your way of looking at girls is not right, let alone having such a beautiful girlfriend. Wouldn't your tail have wagged to the sky long ago? Moreover, with your stubborn temper, even if you were tired, when going upstairs, you wouldn't let your woman carry things, let alone things that even mom can carry. For you, even if you carry everything, it's very easy. Meng Chen had nothing to say. He had once devoted himself to his ex-girlfriend, treating her like a treasure, but she left him. Now Meng Chen has long since opened up. For a woman whose affection progress is less than 80 out of 100, he will never show any tenderness. Anyway, he is now the richest man in the world, and he doesn't need to worry about not having a wife. It's just that his whereabouts are uncertain now. If he had a fixed residence, any woman trying to get close to him would form a reinforcement squad of beautiful girls.
As for the matter of a residence, Meng Chen really didn't care too much. With his current wealth, buying a detached villa is no big deal. If he doesn't have a palace in the city, he doesn't feel right. However, in recent days, he has been busy taking his parents back to the city to enjoy life. Trivial matters like a residence can be dealt with later, no big deal. Mom, you are really amazing. You saw through all of this? Actually, Wang Lingyue is just a colleague of mine in the new company. She is a girl from a wealthy family in the city. How could she be interested in me? Meng Chen clapped his hands.
He was worried that Meng's mother would mistake Wang Lingyue for his daughter-in-law, affecting his personal life. Since Meng's mother had already noticed something was wrong, he might as well go along with it.
Wang Lingyue? Have you heard? Who exactly is looking down on whom? She's clearly just lying flat on the bed. How did this turn into a big deal? Fortunately, Wang Lingyue was currently helping Meng Chen deal with the county government's banquet and was unaware of inexplicably shouldering the blame. Even if she were present, she would probably silently bear it with tears, and she had to bear it steadily. After all, it wasn't the first time she had taken the blame. Mr. Meng was her most important client, the key to the rise and fall of Nanhang Bank. How could she defy Mr. Meng's will? Even if Mr. Meng asked her to die, she would have to consider it. Of course, Meng Chen would never do that. Wang Lingyue's performance had always been satisfactory to Meng Chen. Although she couldn't be a spouse, she was more than capable as a trusted subordinate. Xiaoyu, don't dwell on the past. There are many beautiful girls in the county town, like that pretty girl from your junior high school who used to come to ask your mother for news. However, her family is relatively poor, and she is an only child. You were in college, so your mother didn't dare to tell you before, afraid of affecting your studies. Don't blame your mother for being picky about wealth. If you marry a poor wife, the burden of life on your shoulders will be heavy. Your mother is experienced, so she doesn't want you to have too much financial pressure. But now you are successful, making a lot of money, so the family background of the woman doesn't matter. If you have time, go see that child. Help her if you can. After all, she used to be deeply in love with you. Meng's mother chattered on. A poor junior high school classmate from home?
And she's also very beautiful. In Meng Chen's mind, a fragile and self-deprecating figure instantly appeared, like a small white flower growing stubbornly in the strong wind.
Is it her? How has Tang Tang been doing lately?
I haven't seen her for over 7 years. It's my fault. Ever since I had a girlfriend in high school, I haven't had much contact with the opposite sex to avoid suspicion, Meng Chen reminisced.
When he was in junior high school, although his academic performance was mediocre, he was famous for fighting.
When he saw female classmates being harassed by street ruffians, he would beat them up. He had learned military boxing from his father, so beating up street ruffians was like playing for him. Oh yes. When Meng's father was young, he had been a soldier, but later left the army and became a chef. He had wanted to join the army, but Meng's mother strongly opposed it, and there were too many boys wanting to join the army, so he didn't go.
Ah, it's still the same.
But Tang Tang is really filial. She stopped studying after junior high to take care of her father. Tang Tang's mother was really heartless back then. She actually left behind the young Tang Tang and her paralyzed husband to run away with another man, which was really too much, understandable but unacceptable. Meng's mother sighed. Everyone longs for a better life, which is not wrong in itself. But Tang Tang is the woman's own flesh and blood. If it weren't for the villagers in the county who couldn't bear to see it, they often brought food to the Tang family, and often helped out. Tang Tang and her father would probably have starved to death 10 years ago. It can be said that Tang Tang grew up eating meals from many households. Meng Chen nodded slightly. I'll make time to visit and help if I can. Generally speaking, he wouldn't help poor classmates, as the saying goes, help those in need, not those who are poor, which, although sounding harsh, does have some truth to it. However, Tang Tang's situation was somewhat special, and it did evoke a sense of pity in Meng Chen. Even if we set aside these useless discussions, Tang Tang was, after all, a girl who had secretly admired him, stuffing more than one love letter into his school bag. And back then, she was quite pretty, he can confirm that. For such a girl, is it too much for him to show a little care? Please brothers, protect him in the chat. After dinner, Meng's mother washed the dishes, and the family of 3 squeezed onto the sofa to watch TV for a while before going to bed.
A night of silence. The next morning, Meng Chen rode his old bicycle to Tang Tang's house.
The people's banquet was at noon, and since he had nothing to do in the morning, he decided to visit his former junior high school female classmate. And this time, he was returning in glory, so if his old classmates needed a hand, out of the friendship of classmates, he would consider helping. It turns out, Meng Chen had been riding in luxury cars worth millions these past 2 days. Occasionally changing things up, riding his old bicycle on the small roads of the county town was truly a new experience. However, Meng Chen felt that the route was a bit off while riding. His mother gestured for a while, but once he hit the road, he felt a bit lost. As for map apps, Meng's mother had never used such a thing. She had hardly traveled far, and having a need for map apps after staying in Feng County for decades would be quite surprising.
But Meng Chen remained calm, stopping a passing auntie and asked, "Auntie, how do I get to Tang Tang's house on Luoshi Road?"
The auntie turned around cautiously, but upon seeing Meng Chen dressed in exquisite Armani and hearing his authentic Feng County dialect, her guard softened. Her expression eased a bit as she pointed in a direction. "Just keep going straight along this road, turn right at the 3rd intersection, then turn left when you see a large locust tree, walk a few steps and you'll see a small house."
You must be her former classmate, right?
Yes.
Thank you for the directions. Meng Chen smiled slightly.
The handsome face softened the auntie's tone. "I'm busy helping at the people's banquet today, otherwise, I would have taken you there."
"Young man, you're dressed nicely and look handsome. Why are you riding an old bicycle? Have you graduated? Where do you work? Do you make over 10,000? Are you a local in Feng County? Do you have a partner? Wow."
She fired off questions like a machine gun, leaving Meng Chen bewildered.
He was just asking for directions. No need to check his ID, right?
But the auntie had kindly given him directions, so Meng Chen answered truthfully, "Because there's only an old bicycle at home. I've graduated, just got fired by my company's supervisor, I'm a local in Nanhang, and I don't have a partner."
Meng Chen was telling the truth. Indeed, there were no other cars at his home, not even Wang Lingyua's Maserati or Murong Qianyu's Rolls-Royce. Strictly speaking, those were not his. Of course, buying a car was a piece of cake for Meng Chen, but he felt that buying a car meant he needed a driver, preferably a high-value female driver with at least a basic, 20/100, level of goodwill. After all, the job of a driver was too close to him, making it easy to know a lot of information. He couldn't trust someone who wasn't his own. So, was he lacking money because he didn't buy a car? Of course not.
He had spent billions on building a railway, money was not the issue. What he lacked was a suitable driver. But with Wang Lingyue as his special assistant, she could temporarily replace a driver, and he could buy a batch of luxury cars when the opportunity arose. For him, it was all trivial matters.
As for work and a partner,
his ex-girlfriend did break up with him 3 days ago. And as for the company, he remembered being unilaterally fired by the supervisor when he arrived at Green Bank Company. Of course, he had given both his ex-girlfriend and the supervisor a proper lesson. Not to mention the current Meng Chen, who has already let go of the past and doesn't have any emotional fluctuations when it's brought up. Auntie shook her head. These young people are not doing well.
What's the use of just being handsome? They don't even have a stable job.
She had originally wanted to introduce her daughter to him, but now it seems that this young man is not worthy of her daughter.
Young people, keep working hard.
We are all from the Meng family. How come Mr. Meng is so capable, donating $100 to build a railway in Feng County, but when it comes to you, everything falls apart?
Riding a bicycle, how are you going to find a wife? Auntie pointed and walked away. It seems Meng Chen did not receive her noble approval. Meng Chen was at a loss. Should he thank Auntie for her praise? Or should he refute Auntie's advice? However, Meng Chen didn't say anything and continued on his way riding his bicycle.
In this world, many people are like fleeting fireworks in Meng Chen's life, only staying for a short moment, and what they say doesn't affect Meng Chen at all.
If you don't remember, there's no right or wrong. Following Auntie's directions, Meng Chen found that shabby little house. From a distance, in the cold wind, a thin, long-haired girl, wearing old, faded clothes, was sitting in front of a washboard washing clothes in a big red basin, making Meng Chen's nose tingle. There is never a shortage of difficult families in this world. It's just that the harsh truth is that most difficult families have a small voice on the internet.
Hey!
Long time no see, little one, Meng Chen shouted from afar.
Tang Tang suddenly stood up, drawn by the somewhat familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar voice, and couldn't help but turn her head in the direction of the sound. When she saw Meng Chen, her eyes lit up as if they were shining.
But in an instant, they dimmed.
2 clear tears quietly flowed from her dim eyes, wetting the front of her clothes. After many years, she still recognized Meng Chen, but looking at his new clothes and handsome face, she felt that they were from 2 different worlds, close yet far away. Meng Chen casually parked his bicycle to the side and walked over to Tang Tang, squatting down beside her. What's wrong?
Little one, are you crying? Who bullied you without eyes? In no. To middle school, I've got your back. Hearing the words I've got your back in no.
To middle school, memories of the beautiful and yellowed old photo album in Tang Tang's mind were opened, and she couldn't help but let out her sadness, tears flowing like a river.
Ding! Detected new unit Tang Tang joining the ideal couple sequence. Ding!
Detected ideal couple Tang Tang's affection progress reaching 20/100. Host rewarded with $100. The system prompt in his mind made Meng Chen's lips curl slightly.
$100? That's 100 billion nanos. Tang Tang is quite generous, not in vain for Meng Chen's heroism back then, meeting her and receiving 100 billion nanos. However,
originally, Meng Chen just wanted to help an old classmate find a job and then leave, waving his hand, not taking away a single cloud.
But now that Tang Tang has joined the ideal couple sequence, the situation is completely different.
Even if we ignore the visual affection progress of the woman in the ideal couple sequence, just the fact that there are rewards for increasing affection progress, Meng Chen feels it would be a waste to leave her in Feng County. After all, no one would refuse money, and he wouldn't mind having more money. Especially once he starts playing with international companies, the research and development costs and promotional costs of major international projects are in the billions.
Haven't you seen it? Pinduoduo's 100 billion nano subsidy, the 3 major e-commerce wars starting with 1 trillion bullets. So, the more money, the better. As for Tang Tang's poor family, for Meng Chen, it doesn't matter. To know that Meng Chen never cared about money when making friends, because no one could be richer than him, not to mention, has he ever relied on the Murong family behind Murong Qianyu from the time he obtained the system until now? No, not at all.
Meng Chen looked at Tang Tang with some expectation in his eyes. Now he was in a state of neglect. Although he had countless wealth, he did not have a reliable team under his command. It was a critical moment for hiring people, and if Tang Tang's panel values could satisfy him, he would certainly be willing to have an assistant with a trustworthy foundation by his side. Meng Chen had a thought, and Tang Tang's system panel appeared before him. New name, Tang Tang, sweetie, affection progress, 20/100, special, 100 appearance, 95 figure, 70 ability, 90 family background, 5, note, please pay attention. Due to long-term malnutrition, the figure for the figure is lower than expected.
Meng Chen was surprised. A special rating of 100? Is there still such a pure and flawless woman in this world?
However, Meng Chen also felt relieved when he saw the lowly 5 family background rating, because her family was too poor, so basically, most boys would not pursue her. Moreover, Tang Tang had always been very introverted, basically living in solitude, and had no spare money to participate in various student gatherings. Without socializing, it was naturally difficult to interact with the opposite sex. Coupled with Meng Chen's past heroic rescue incident, perhaps in junior high school, Tang Tang had already secretly admired him. With various factors combined, it was not surprising that she had a full special rating. As for the beautiful woman with a 95 appearance rating, why was she not pursued by anyone? In fact, there is an old saying in our Xia country, that there are no ugly girls in the world, only girls who do not know how to dress up. And a woman's charm lies in pleasing herself. After Meng Chen, the man in her heart, left her world, she had never felt like dressing up again, especially after hearing that Meng Chen had a girlfriend. If it weren't for her bedridden father at home, she probably would have considered becoming a nun. Because introverted women often have a sense of paranoia, and because there were not many people in her world, each one was very important to her. Like her father, like Meng Chen. Tang Tang wiped away her tears with the cuff of her sleeve, and secretly glanced at Meng Chen from the corner of her eye. After many years, he seemed even more extraordinary, and the clothes he was wearing looked very exquisite and expensive. While she was just a poor woman, if nothing unexpected happened, she would continue to live her life in a daze. It's not that Tang Tang lacked ambition, on the contrary, her personal abilities were quite good. It's just that she and her father depended on each other. If she were to go to a big city to seek her fortune, what would happen to her bedridden father? And to cure her father's illness, a lot of money was needed, and to earn money, she had to go to a big city where there were more opportunities for capable people. After all, what does a 90 ability rating mean? Mu Rongqian Yu's mother, the chairman's wife of the Mu Rong Group, the Iron Lady with a formidable reputation in the business world of Nanhang, also had this rating. Don't think it's unreasonable. Remember, a fine horse may be common, but a good judge of horses is rare. Having the ability is one thing, being able to make good use of it is another. Remember, in any era, there is no shortage of talented individuals who are not recognized. Although Tang Tang only had a junior high school education, she never stopped learning. Several ancient books like The Art of War and The Analects of Confucius had long been turned over by her in her spare time. Coupled with outstanding talent and a poor and lonely environment, having a 90 ability rating was quite normal. What's wrong? Has the affection faded after all these years? If you don't speak even after looking at me for so long, I'll leave if I'm not welcome. Meng Chen's mouth curved up with a playful smile, as if he was about to turn and leave. Tang Tang subconsciously reached out and grabbed Meng Chen's clothes, and the thoughts that had been accumulating in her heart for many years blurted out, "Brother, I miss you so much, please don't leave." Accompany sweet, even if it's just for a short while. This soft and tender brother made Meng Chen feel a bit touched in his heart. The title brother was not casually used by Tang Tang, but was based on a small incident that happened during junior high school. Meng Chen couldn't remember the specific year, but at that time, in his adolescent rebellious phase, he seemed dissatisfied with being an only child and fantasized about having a sweet and lovely little sister. Poor and helpless Tang Tang, compelled by Meng Chen's rescue from the harassment of street ruffians, naturally became Meng Chen's adopted sister. However, the fervor of adolescence is fleeting. Meng Chen quickly dismissed the matter to the back of his mind, and even if he remembered it later, he would just smile about it. After all, words spoken in the heat of the moment are rarely taken seriously, but words spoken unintentionally can be taken to heart by the listener. Tang Tang kept that incident deep in her heart, a memory that lasted 7 years. For the introverted Tang Tang, accepting the title brother was not just a passing fancy, but a genuine desire to have a protective brother. Of course, she understood that Meng Chen might have just been joking at the time and wouldn't be blackmailed by it. However, in the years when Meng Chen was absent, she often fantasized that one day Meng Chen would come to marry her like a hero, to take her and her father away from their rundown shack. Just like when they first met, and he rescued her from the street ruffians. Okay, sweet, just for a short while, but you can let go of your hand. Meng Chen turned around, looking down at her hand holding onto his clothes, and smiled helplessly. Sweet was Tang Tang's nickname, which she had been called during those junior high years. Now, calling him that felt somewhat awkward. I'm sorry for getting brother's beautiful clothes dirty. Tang Tang felt a bit at a loss, like a child who had made a mistake. She had been doing laundry earlier, and her hands were still slippery from the detergent. And Meng Chen's clothes looked expensive. They probably needed to be dry cleaned. It's okay, it's so cold, why aren't you using the washing machine? Meng Chen furrowed his brow and took out a pack of tissues. The washing machine is broken, I sent it to Uncle Wang for repairs. Tang Tang saw his actions and didn't say anything, but inside, it felt like a sharp knife had cut her.
Was her brother looking down on her?
Indeed, both of them had grown up and were no longer the same people from the same school and world.
Yes, she should have given up long ago. Why did she always hold on to fairy tale fantasies and refuse to face the harsh reality?
However, Tang Tang didn't have time to dwell further on her thoughts. She was moved to tears by Meng Chen's next actions. Meng Chen took out a tissue and gently wiped her small hand, not bothering about the water stains on his clothes. Since you still call me brother, my sister shouldn't have to live so hard. What a pair of beautiful hands, on such a cold day. Don't wash clothes by hand and ruin them.
From now on, no more hand washing on cold days, got it?
As for dirtying $1 million piece of clothing, Meng Chen didn't care at all. Not to mention, with his current status as the world's richest man, the money to buy a piece of clothing was a drop in the bucket. Just reaching a goodwill level of 20 out of 100, with Tang Tang had already earned him a reward of 100 billion nano yuan from the system, enough to buy many pieces of top-notch Armani custom-made menswear. Tang Tang bit her lip, looking at Meng Chen's gentle yet domineering demeanor, as if she had suddenly returned to the past. He was like a beam of light, always able to break through the darkness and cold of the world, making her feel warm and irresistibly attached to his dominance and tenderness. However, just as Meng Chen was wiping Tang Tang's frozen red hands, just as Tang Tang's face turned slightly red, a Porsche accelerated into the courtyard, and two unexpected guests quickly walked out of the car. You, Tang Tang, have repeatedly rejected our boss Lu's support. I can't believe there's such a foolish woman in this world. It turns out she has a wild man outside. One of the lackeys cursed loudly. Support?
Wild man?
The tenderness in Meng Chen's eyes turned cold in an instant. He turned around and looked at the person who spoke with an expressionless face. You can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. Be careful not to bring disaster to your master. At the first glance of the speaker, Meng Chen knew that this was the kind of sycophant who relied on power. There were many such people in the world, and if it wasn't necessary, Meng Chen couldn't be bothered to conflict with them. There was no other reason, just a matter of dignity. His current status was the world's richest man. Unless under special circumstances, why bother with such insignificant roles as evil servants? At most, he would have Wang Lingyue use some business means to bankrupt the person's company. Direct conflict was truly unnecessary. Oh, nowadays, even someone riding a bicycle dares to talk to someone driving a Porsche like this? It's really refreshing. Tang Tang, you should consider carefully, do you want to sit on a bicycle and smile, or sit in a Porsche and cry? The lackey sneered. His name was Li Dong, the number one lackey by the side of this rich second generation. However, he wasn't actually stupid, just not that smart. Before he retorted Meng Chen, he had already noticed that Meng Chen was wearing Armani, but he also saw the bicycle parked in the courtyard. From the fresh traces on the bicycle tires, it was obvious that this young man had ridden it here. A young man riding a bicycle like this, just like wearing Armani, was very likely to be a knockoff. Brother, I have nothing to do with them, they just keep harassing me. And you should recognize that person, right? He is Lu Hao, the class monitor from junior high school. His family is a local wealthy family, and now it seems that class monitor Lu is the general manager of a certain company. Tang Tang hurriedly explained, afraid that Meng Chen would misunderstand. In her world, Meng Chen's status as a brother was definitely tens of thousands of times higher than that of a rich young man who wanted to support her. However, she also had some worries. It might bring big trouble to Meng Chen. Although she had tried her best not to dress up, her natural beauty still attracted some lecherous people. Donzi, don't be rude. You are Meng's classmate, right? I've heard of your name for a long time. Back when we were running for class monitor, thanks to you not running, otherwise with your popularity, I'm afraid the monitor position wouldn't have anything to do with me. Lu Hao smiled and reached out his hand. In the instant Meng Chen turned around, he had already recognized the value of this Armani, probably around $1 million. And it was definitely a high-end custom-made genuine product. As a rich second generation driving a Porsche, he still had some eye for these things. Although he was quite puzzled, Meng Chen's family background was very ordinary. How could he afford $1 million brand clothing? Even if it was rented, it probably wasn't easy, right? Of course, it was also possible that Meng Chen's family had become rich in recent years, or Meng Chen had encountered a benefactor in university. All of these were possible. Meng Chen scratched his head. Didn't shake hands, running for class monitor? No impression. Do you have any business here? Whether it was Lu or Wang, as long as it wasn't a beauty, to be honest, Meng Chen didn't really remember. From childhood to adulthood, he was not interested in overt power. In contrast, Meng Chen preferred to be a hands-off boss, living a leisurely life while letting his trusted subordinates make money for him.
Isn't this much more comfortable and relaxing than doing everything himself? Anyway, he just needs to have the highest authority in the company. As for wanting to shake hands with him, to be honest, you have to line up over there in Nanhang City, and it's Lu Hao's dad who goes to line up. Just a rich second generation, doesn't even have the qualification to meet Mr. Meng. Lu Hao awkwardly retracted his hand. He originally wanted to let the annoyingly Dong play the good guy, to make Meng Chen and Tang Tang unhappy. Then he would play the bad guy, contrasting to show his friendly side as a rich second generation. This trick is so effective in picking up girls and recruiting followers. Otherwise, Lu Hao wouldn't have brought Li Dong, such an annoying thing, with him. Unexpectedly, Meng Chen and Tang Tang didn't buy it, and Meng Chen even couldn't be bothered to shake hands with him. Unfair, despicable. Lu Hao snorted heavily, no longer pretending to be a gentleman. Meng student, this time I came to visit an old classmate, and by the way, take Tang Tang to attend the people's banquet. What? Do you have to interfere with this too? People's banquet? Tang Tang blinked, looking a bit curious.
She had heard from neighbors that there was an extraordinary figure in Feng County who donated 100 yuan to repair the railway for the villagers, which was a great benefit to the village.
100 yuan. A whole 100 billion nanos.
Tang Tang, who came from a poor family, relied on odd jobs and government relief to support herself and her bedridden father.
This number was unimaginable to her.
If she could have 1,000th of that money, her father's illness could probably be cured. As a resident of Feng County, it was necessary for her to attend the people's banquet to show gratitude to that important figure, but Tang Tang couldn't rest assured about her father.
When the people's banquet was mentioned, Lu Hao's face lit up. Yes, the people's banquet.
It's a spontaneous banquet organized by the villagers to thank Mr.
Meng.
Although it's called people's, it's just a figure of speech.
In reality, tens of thousands of Feng County residents will participate.
So, it will be crowded, and it's very difficult to find a good spot to see the important figure. Many people will go early to pray in front of the Buddha, just to wish for a good spot and hear every word Mr.
Meng says.
And me, I have connections at home, can arrange for a good spot, guaranteeing a view of the important figure.
Maybe even have a friendly exchange with the important figure. Of course, if I want to bring you along, you may have to pretend to be my companion, otherwise I can't ask my family. Lu Hao went on and on. He was right about everything he said.
This people's banquet was of a huge scale, with a large number of participants, likely to make history in Feng County. However, the last sentence clearly exposed his true purpose for this trip, which was to get close to Tang Tang, and once Tang Tang agreed to be his companion, physical contact or even taking advantage would be a piece of cake. As former middle school classmates, he knew Tang Tang's appearance very well, a stunning beauty with just a little grooming, and Tang Tang's character was very attractive to him.
If he could corrupt such a pure flower, the dark pleasure of destruction would be soul-stirring. Meng Chen looked at Lu Hao strangely when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, the Mr. Meng mentioned by Lu Ban was none other than himself, right? Oh, Lu Ban wanted to meet him, wasn't that already fulfilled? Old Ban. I remember that Mr. Meng doesn't seem to appear at the people's banquet, right? Meng Chen scratched his nose.
This self-speaking feeling was so strange. Lu Hao's face twitched. Of course, he knew about this, but he deliberately concealed it to attract Tang Tang. He didn't expect this Mr. Meng to know about it and expose him on the spot.
This is outrageous. Meng said it right. I heard that Mr. Meng had to return to Nanhang early due to some matters.
After all, that place gathers banking giants from all over the world, like a pilgrimage to Nanhang, a truly international grand occasion.
But it has nothing to do with a small fry, right? Meng, what do you think?
Lu deliberately emphasized the word Meng, mocking Meng Chen, both surnamed Meng. Mr. Meng is a globally renowned super VIP, while Meng Chen is an unknown small fry, lowering Mr.
Meng's status. Meng Chen smiled without commenting.
He had no intention of letting the villagers know the truth too early. Even if some villagers found out during the meal at the fish and rice restaurant, as long as he didn't publicly admit it, no one would believe these seemingly absurd facts. After all, people believe what they want to believe.
Rumors often sound more reasonable than the truth, like the geocentric theory prevailing in ancient times.
Tang Tang pouted. In Tang Tang's heart, my brother will always be the most powerful person in the world.
Even that Mr.
Meng is not as good as my brother in Tang Tang's eyes. Hearing this somewhat willful remark, Meng Chen chuckled and rubbed Tang Tang's head, regaining a bit of the intimacy they once had. To be honest, if it weren't for meeting his ex-girlfriend Wang Li in high school, he wouldn't have distanced himself from Tang Tang. Initially, he naively believed that Wang Li was his true love and wholeheartedly devoted himself to her, only to lose to money in the end.
With his prominent family background, Chen Xinxiang effortlessly seduced Wang Li away. At that moment, Wang Li's declaration of breaking up was as firm as iron.
If not for his impulsive decision that led to him acquiring the system, he would now be licking his wounds alone in a rental room like a dog.
7 years of sincere love now seemed like a joke, ultimately a mistaken love.
Of course, all of that was in the past.
The dog-like couple had already received their deserved punishment.
Reflecting on it now, he gave up Tang Tang, a pure and innocent girl, for Wang Li, and also let go of Dongfang Diqing, a perfect woman. At that time, he must have been blinded by love, his intelligence forcibly reset to zero.
Lu and Li burst into laughter upon hearing this. Him? Ha ha, that's hilarious. Tang, I didn't expect you to be quite humorous. Mr. Meng is an idol for our whole family. My parents even copied the inscription on his monument and placed it in the ancestral hall for worship day and night. You actually dare to say that, Mr. Meng is not as good as Meng Chen, it's simply outrageous. Meng Chen better than Mr. Meng?
This was the most laughable joke they had ever heard. With Meng Chen's meager wealth, even if his family suddenly became rich overnight, winning a 5-cent lottery ticket equivalent to 5 billion, it would probably be just a drop in the bucket in Mr.
Meng's eyes. What kind of distinguished figure is Mr. Meng? He is a legendary figure that banking giants worldwide vie to pay homage to.
Rumor has it that he possesses wealth capable of overturning the world order, weakening a medium-sized developed country or turning a medium-sized developing country into a developed one in a short period. Some even say he is the most terrifying individual in the world.
He is also an idol worshipped by Lu. How dare Meng Chen compare himself to him? It's simply an international joke, right?
Lu was laughing so hard his stomach hurt.
After listening to the two, Meng Chen not only didn't get angry but felt a bit embarrassed.
After all, Lu was his old classmate, and their whole family treated Meng Chen as a deity to be worshipped.
Was this good? Meng Chen felt it wasn't. So he spoke up, Old Lu. Mr.
Meng is, after all, just an ordinary person, and I heard he is quite young.
Your family doesn't need to be so grand about it, right? It feels a bit too much. Lu immediately became anxious. Meng Chen, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on our family's idol? What's wrong with being young? Is ambition not about age? Just an ordinary person. Can your ordinary family be worshipped by bank tycoons from all over the world? I think there's something wrong with your thinking.
In desperation, Lu Hao couldn't maintain politeness anymore and called out Meng Chen's name directly. Li Dong, the lackey, chimed in, ignorant poor boy, don't think that renting an Armani suit to return to your hometown makes you somebody.
I know you envy Mr. Meng, I envy him too. But at least I have some self-awareness, unlike you, who doesn't even know your own name. What a joke! In front of Mr. Meng, you are nothing. Meng Chen chuckled speechlessly. Oh, he said no need. Lu Hao was still not satisfied.
He even felt that Meng Chen was targeting him. In that case, Meng Chen could only go along with his words. To be honest, Mr.
Meng is indeed impressive.
Even though he is still young, he is of the same age as you and me, and is equally worthy of being an idol for your whole family. Just be happy. Meng Chen forced a smile to finish his words. When he was in sales, he had received professional training and would not laugh no matter how funny it was, unless he couldn't help it. Lu Hao and Li Dong exchanged glances, hummed smugly, thinking that Meng Chen had backed down.
Meng student, you know your place. Let me tell you the truth. With Mr. Meng's current influence in Feng County, if I were to record what you just said and spread it, you can expect retaliation from the angry residents.
Exactly.
Mr.
Meng has donated 100 yuan in real gold and silver to help us build the railway. Even a ruffian like me knows how to respect such a benefactor to the people.
It's a waste that you even went to college. No sense of gratitude at all.
Meng Chen chuckled speechlessly at their words. I wonder what kind of expression these two would have on their faces when they realize that the Mr.
Meng they are praising to the skies is the same person they are mocking now? Will they feel ashamed and want to find a hole to hide in? I hope the hole is okay. Tang Tang tugged at Meng Chen's sleeve. Brother, why don't you skip the people's banquet? Stay with Sweetie a little longer.
This girl was obviously worried that after Meng Chen went to the people's banquet, these two would continue to mock him.
But to Meng Chen, it sounded like these people were not mocking him, but rather groveling at his feet, right? And it was a full 360-degree grovel, the kind that even a seasoned bootlicker would admire. Nowadays, after becoming the world's richest man, bootlickers are everywhere. Meng Chen's days became increasingly plain and boring. Why not go together? Tang Tang should also enjoy the fun, right?
I remember how excited you were when we went to the temple fair that year, Meng Chen teased. Indeed. When they were in junior high school, every lantern festival, this girl would come to Meng Chen's house after her father fell asleep, and they would go to the local lantern festival together. The lonelier a woman is, the more she craves excitement. But the excitement she liked was not the kind centered around herself, but a bystander's perspective, which made her feel warm inside and without the tension of being the main character. Tang Tang smiled brightly at his words. Meng Chen still remembered their past, which made her very happy. Yes. The time spent with brother is the happiest time for sweetie. But to Lu Hao, hearing her call Meng Chen brother so naturally was like a thorn in his side, as he considered Tang Tang off limits. Damn! Excited to go to the temple fair? Lu Hao felt like his head had turned into a vast grassland with 10,000 alpacas running across it. Was he being played? Brother, I'll go in and talk to my father. Tang Tang was somewhat excited, like a primary or secondary school student in the last class before the National Day holiday. For her, Meng Chen's arrival this time can be described as a double happiness. Not only did she see her beloved foster brother, but she could also go to the Wanmen banquet with him to see the excitement. Tang Tang heard that this Wanmen banquet in Feng County is a rare event in a century. As for the legendary Mr. Meng, Tang Tang didn't have much enthusiasm. Just like when she heard the names of Nanhang Ma and Xinchang Ma, besides knowing that they are the richest men in Xia country and very wealthy tycoons, she didn't think Mr. Meng would have any intersection with her. Of course, Tang Tang still respects Mr. Meng for his merit in building railways to benefit the village, thinking that he should be a great figure who cares for the world and the people. Meng Chen nodded slightly. However, he had already decided in his heart, he would extend a helping hand to Tang Tang and rescue her from the current predicament. Whether out of the philanthropic mindset of the world's richest man or the responsibility as a brother, he felt it necessary and capable of helping this little girl. Moreover, Meng Chen also received a reward of 100 yuan through Tang Tang, which is equivalent to a whole billion. And Tang Tang's own ability score is 90, which means with some experience under Mu Rongqianyu's guidance, she can be expected to stand out in the future. Stepping back, Tang Tang is also a beauty with a score of 95, although it may not be obvious now, a little grooming can reveal her hidden beauty. With such a beautiful subordinate, it's not a bad idea to invest a little early. Thinking of this, Meng Chen took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Wang Lingyue. Wang Lingyue replied instantly. Meng Chen, Manager Wang, arrange for an ambulance to come immediately. My friend's father is paralyzed in bed and needs the best treatment. Wang Lingyue, understood. But, Mr. Meng, medical resources in Feng County are limited. Do we need to transfer him to Nanhang or Magic City immediately? Meng Chen, no need, my friend should personally accompany him. Let's transfer him to Nanhang when we leave Feng County. By the way, first bring in a top medical team from across the country. Her father has been bedridden for over a decade, and ordinary doctors may not be able to help. Wang Lingyue, her? Mr. Meg, I'm jealous. Lemon. JPG, but Mr. Meng, rest assured, Lingyue guarantees to complete the task. By the way, could you please send me your location? After sending the location information, Meng Chen put away his phone, with a slight smile on his lips. This special assistant Wan Lingyue is quite handy to use. It's just that her figure is a bit too tempting, making it difficult for Meng Chen to focus on future planning when he is with her. After all, the life planning before obtaining the system is obviously no longer applicable now. Suddenly, Lu Hao and Li Dong walked out of the small house with gloomy faces. Who is this? Lying in bed like a useless person, still having such a bad temper, Li Dong muttered. Lu Hao also snorted angrily, full of hatred towards Tang's father. When he gets his hands on Tang Tang, this despicable person who loves the rich and despises the poor, he will definitely send this father-daughter pair to Jojo. In this materialistic society, there are still worthless creatures who treat money as dirt. It really infuriates this second-generation rich kid. However, due to the noble status of the company's general manager and his pursuit of Tang Tang, he did not speak ill. Feeling the faint disdain in Meng Chen's eyes, Lu Hao raised his head and glared at Meng Chen. What are you looking at? Do you think you are much better than me? Even if you go in, you will not escape being scolded by Tang's father. Meng Chen shrugged, too lazy to deal with the almost breaking point old classmate. After obtaining the system and becoming the world's richest man, his mentality has always been very good. Indeed, any big shot with such wealth, like Nanhang Ma and Xincheng Ma, are approachable, right? Even if they go to the street for a haircut, they would still smile politely at the barber. Who would resort to slapping people at every turn? The pattern is too small. Are you sure you are a normal person? How many normal billionaires would be so uncultured?
It's 2020, even a small general manager like Lu Hao knows to pay attention to status, not to mention Meng Chen, the world's richest man?
It is worth mentioning that Mr.
Meng will not top the Haruan Global Rich list.
He has the ability to become the nominal world's richest man, but Meng Chen feels it is unnecessary, considering there are many who are wealthier than the current world's richest man, Jack Bezos. Since the Rothschild family and the Eastern family of the imperial capital are not interested in fighting for this title, Meng Chen naturally has no interest either.
The feeling of being a behind-the-scenes player is more interesting than being a shiny pawn on the surface, isn't it? Lu Hao watched as Meng Chen ignored him and walked straight into the house, instantly furious. Li Dong looked at Meng Chen's back and sneered, what's with the big bad wolf act? Renting an Armani suit, and thinking you're a second-generation rich kid? Lu Hao was speechless as he looked at this ignorant and fearless little brother, his eyes flashing slightly, without saying anything. Anyway, Li Dong is just a scapegoat. A bit stupid, no big deal. Meng Chen walked into the house and saw Tang Tang sitting by the bed, talking to her paralyzed father.
The small room was quite tidy, with a thick stack of newspapers on the bedside table. Tang's father had gray hair, but his eyes showed no signs of weakness, reminding Meng Chen of the eyes of a lone wolf. When a wolf fails to compete for the position of Wolf King, it will be expelled from the pack and become a lone wolf roaming outside the pack. However, in that moment when Meng Chen saw Tang's father, a flash of light passed through his eyes.
You must be Meng Chen, right? Tang Tang often mentions you to me.
This useless father of mine is incapable of providing a happy growing environment for his daughter. Thanks to you, she has had a happy time in junior high.
Tang's father spoke calmly. Meng Chen narrowed his eyes. Tang uncle is too kind.
When he was young, he had seen Tang's father many times, but had not noticed anything unusual, simply thinking of him as an optimistic and positive paralyzed uncle. Now with more experience, when he saw Tang's father again, he could clearly feel the extraordinary aura emanating from him. Such an aura was unlikely to appear on a middle-aged man who had lived at the bottom of society all his life. It seemed that Tang's father was a man with a story, and quite handsome at that. No wonder widow Zhang from the county always eagerly helped Tang Tang take care of her father. Tang uncle, I have asked a friend at the hospital to apply for medical subsidies for you. An ambulance will come later. I hope you can cooperate with the treatment.
Meng Chen said calmly.
Tang's father hesitated at the words, showing no sign of the usual joy that ordinary patients have when they hear they have a chance for treatment. A meaningful smile played on Meng Chen's lips. Also, there is something I am not sure whether to mention or not. Tang's father looked at the playful smile on Meng Chen's lips and suddenly burst into laughter. Thank you for your kind intentions, Meng nephew.
Tang will not pretend to be polite and waste your precious time.
If you have something to say, feel free to say it. Since Tang Tang calls me brother, I will consider her as a half-sister. I came here today on a whim and saw Tang Tang washing clothes by hand in the cold wind, her little hands turning red from the cold.
Meng Chen paused and looked calmly at Tang's father.
Seeing a hint of guilt and self-blame flash through his calm eyes, he continued, seeing my sister like this, as her elder brother, I cannot bear it. Coincidentally, I plan to do some business in Nanhang, and I am in need of help.
Why don't Tang uncle and Tang Tang come with me to seek development in Nanhang City?
I am not talented, but I know a few friends who are medical students, and I have some confidence in curing Tang uncle's illness. Meng Chen's speech was refined and humble, and deliberately bypassed the concept of almsgiving. Meng Chen personally finds the idea of charity being seen as a condescending act to be very distasteful. Although acts of kindness and almsgiving may seem similar in behavior, the impact they have is vastly different.
Have you not seen how certain online popular charity check-in activities in impoverished villages have been ruined by so-called well-meaning people?
These good-hearted individuals drive luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, with their trunks filled with snacks, as if feeding animals, and they scatter various snacks along the way when passing through a poor village.
Of course, Meng Chen is not against charitable acts.
It's just that during a visit to a village, when a 10-year-old child from the impoverished village clung to him, crying and begging for money, he couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. If children are like this, what about adults? But before the so-called good-hearted people arrived, this was a normal and hard-working village. The 6 bright red words self-respect, self-love, self-improvement on the village wall seemed somewhat glaringly out of place.
Meng Chen believes that without external help, the villagers in impoverished villages would not starve to death.
Perhaps they could lead a self-sufficient life that is still enjoyable, and accepting external alms may come at too heavy a price.
As for whether this makes one a saint,
Meng Chen has never considered himself a good person, let alone a saint. He can also be selfish and ruthless at times. It's just as the old saying goes, when poor, be self-sufficient, when prosperous, help others. Meng Chen's perspective and scope have clearly expanded with the increase in wealth, that's all.
Tang father showed no surprise in his eyes upon hearing this.
After seeing Meng Chen's attire and demeanor, he had already gained a new level of respect for the young man he once knew. Although he didn't know what extraordinary experiences Meng Chen had, Tang father had already formed a judgment about Meng Chen's current status and position.
Moreover, as a middle-aged man who had weathered many storms and was now bedridden, seeing Meng Chen's eyes full of enthusiasm was also somewhat touching for Tang father.
After chatting for a while, Tang father raised his only movable left arm and took the initiative to shake Meng Chen's hand, saying, "Then, Meng Xian nephew, I will rely on you. In the future, my daughter and I will rely on you for a meal." It wasn't that Tang father was pretending to be noble, he had his own difficulties. Besides, if Meng Chen could cure him, he would earn money for Meng Chen that was 100 times more than the medical expenses. After all, he was not an insignificant person, he was just trapped in Feng County after falling from grace. Of course, what truly trapped him was not the physical paralysis.
"Brother, have you met Mr. Meng?"
Tang suddenly asked.
Meng Chen's lips curled slightly, and he reached out to ruffle Tang's hair, saying, "Why do you think so? Have you heard any rumors?"
Tang shook her head. "No, it's just a girl's intuition. After all, you and Mr. Meng are both so amazing, and you are both from Feng County.
I feel like you should become friends."
"Sweetie, Dad is going to rest now.
You and Meng Xian nephew should set off early for the people's banquet. Listen to your elder brother at the banquet, okay?" Tang father interrupted Tang's speculation and gave instructions.
Tang pouted, "I know, Dad." But at the thought of being able to play with Meng Chen again after 7 years, she quickly cheered up and naturally took Meng Chen's hand, running towards the outside world, just like in middle school. Meng Chen looked a bit helpless, feeling somewhat out of place. But he didn't want to dampen the little one's enthusiasm, so he could only let her be. Watching the two of them leave, half running and half pulling each other, Tang father's eyes revealed a kind and self-reproachful smile. He owed this daughter too much. At her age, she should have been freely enjoying her youth in the sunshine, not staying by his bedside. The only moving left hand struggled to pick up the newspaper on the bedside table.
"Mr.
Tang longingly glanced at the bright sunshine outside the window, then quickly averted his gaze. His agile fingers flipped through the newspaper quickly until his eyes locked onto a news report. Third World Daily, 12th of X month, 12 a.m., the heads of the Lighthouse Bank, Hanruowai Bank, Huachi Bank, Datong Bank, Manhwa Bank, and a group of accompanying personnel arrived in Nanhang City to meet Mr.
Meng. Mr. Tang's finger landed on Hanruowai Bank, with flashes of hatred and fear in his eyes.
Behind Hanruowai is the Rothschild family, and the Freemasonry Consortium's whereabouts are unknown, only the all-seeing eye is everywhere.
Perhaps this is also the reason for Mr.
Meng's appearance, he is a man of great righteousness,
and Xia country needs Mr. Meng. However, although Mr. Tang suspected that Meng Chen might be Mr.
Meng, he did not delve deeper into the thought. Or rather, he dared not.
Mr. Tang's attitude towards Mr. Meng was astonishingly consistent with the central bank.
That is, if Mr. Meng proclaims his name to the world, it is worthy of awe and praise, and before that, any investigation and speculation about Mr.
Meng is disrespectful.
Outside the door, when Lu Hao and his lackey Li Dong saw Tang running out holding Meng Chen's hand, they were so angry that their noses were crooked.
Goodness!
He had pursued Tang diligently for 8 years, never even holding her little hand, and now she was affectionately holding Meng Chen's hand. Seeing Tang's excited look, Mr.
Tang must have agreed to let Tang go to the people's banquet with Meng Chen. This is unfair. Does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? Lu Hao was not accepting it.
He felt he could still salvage the situation.
Tang, why don't you ride in my Porsche? Meng rode a bicycle here, it can't carry passengers.
Lu Hao said with a smile on his face. At this point, it was no longer a matter of a beauty's partner, but a matter of a rich second-generation's dignity. Lu Hao had always been the one to steal other people's girlfriends. How could he be intercepted by another man,
even if Meng Chen was wearing Armani?
It seemed that his family had also become wealthy, which would still make him lose face.
Meng Chen rubbed his stubbled chin and joked, "Sweetie, I think Lao Ban has a point. Why don't you ride in the Porsche? Why squeeze on this broken bicycle with me?"
Who would have thought that Tang would shake her head like a rattle drum? No, brother, your driving skills are so good, one seat is enough, I'll just sit in your lap. Besides, when we were studying, didn't you always carry me on your bicycle? Did your driving skills deteriorate? Tang blinked her big eyes. Lu Hao was almost in tears. He reached out to touch the steering wheel, feeling that the Porsche was suddenly not as appealing. Why did the beauties who sat in the passenger seat, even the one with the highest looks, fall short of Tang Tang's true beauty.
So, was the Porsche not as good as the bicycle? Or was it him? Lu Hao was caught in self-doubt. In the doubtful eyes of Lu Hao and Li Dong, Meng Chen lifted Tang Tang onto the seat of the bicycle.
Little one, don't underestimate your brother's driving skills.
When we hit the road later, don't scream in fear. Ha, brother, are you bragging again?
Tang Tang turned around and made a face at Meng Chen.
Don't be disrespectful. Meng Chen raised his finger and lightly flicked Tang Tang's smooth forehead.
Tang Tang cried out in pain, defiantly raised her snow-white chin, revealing a neck as graceful as a swan's.
Brother bullies me, I'm not going to be nice to you. However,
when Meng Chen stepped on the pedal, sat on the small half of the seat, embraced Tang Tang, and set sail for the feast of the people, Tang Tang let out a melodious laughter like wind chimes.
Lu Hao and Li Dong watched this scene dumbfounded. In this society full of material desires, how many girls would refuse to ride in a Porsche and choose to squeeze on a bicycle?
Lu Hao was sure there were still some, but the proportion was very small.
Did Meng Chen step on dog poop before leaving the house?
Even with such a small proportion, he managed to run into one, which was truly unbelievable.
Li Dong, a ruffian, couldn't believe his eyes.
For someone who frequented hair salons and bars all year round, the scene before him was truly eye-opening. Although his dark worldview was shattered and rebuilt, it didn't seem like a bad thing.
Dongzi, do you think it's outrageous that as a Porsche owner, my girlfriend was stolen by someone riding a bicycle? Have I become that pathetic?
No, Boss Lu. Although you are 2 levels below that Meng guy, you are still considered handsome on the street.
It feels like a dream. I've only heard of women who would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Is this the magic of the 80-20 rule? Get lost. Meng is just slightly more handsome than me, right? It seems like it's not my problem. Could it be that Tang Tang can't tell that this is a Porsche?
Boss Lu, that's impossible. I feel like Tang Tang is quite discerning. She should be able to recognize even the Porsche logo.
Nowadays, girls don't read much.
You're right. Let's forget about it. Let's go to the Feast of the People and cozy up to Director Wang. I heard she's a rare beauty. Although I dare not have any thoughts about Director Wang, knowing her would greatly benefit my business.
Boss Lu was absolutely right.
Meng Chen rode with Tang Tang on the small roads of the county town. With the fragrance of warmth and softness in his arms, the sounds of birds and familiar street scenes of the county town, he felt like he had returned to his high school days in an instant.
However, this happiness did not last long.
It was shattered by the alarm sound in his mind.
Warning! Unidentified malicious foreign data has been detected penetrating the host's phone, with a danger level of 9.
The system has automatically intercepted it to ensure the absolute safety of the host's personal information and recommends that the host take punitive measures immediately.
Meng Chen's face immediately darkened.
What was bound to happen had finally arrived. Faced with Mr. Meng's wealth that could rival a country, even with the explicit prohibition from the central bank of Xia country, foreign organizations could not suppress their inner greed and were willing to take risks.
This was self-destruction.
Suddenly, the sky changed dramatically. The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed like a silver snake in the sky, thunder rumbled like ancient war drums, and strong winds blew, making pedestrians on the street hurry their steps.
What an unpredictable turn of events.
Brother, this damn weather is so bad.
Why did it suddenly change at this time? Let's find a place to shelter from the rain.
Tang Tang leaned against Meng Chen, looking somewhat fearful at the suddenly dark sky. However, Meng Chen did not stop riding or change direction. Instead, he reassured her, before the rain falls, we should be able to reach the venue of the Feast of the People, on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, in the Lighthouse Country. Lighthouse Investigation Bureau Headquarters, in the office. Deputy Director, this is a handwritten letter from Han Ruowei, the president of the Han Ruowei Bank. A special agent handed over an encrypted envelope with a strange symbol on it, 5 broken arrows. The moment the deputy director saw this symbol, he trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Since he could remember, wherever his gaze fell, it was always shrouded under this symbol. During his school days, he could know all the answers in advance the day before the exam. After leaving school, he smoothly entered the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau. After successfully joining the bureau, anyone who hindered his career would either die or be injured in various car accidents. Moreover, as long as he casually showed up for work, he would have good luck and achieve huge feats that other agents could not imagine.
The deputy director once thought he was the chosen one.
Until the night before he became the deputy director, he received a thick encrypted envelope containing various secret photos from his birth hospital to the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau, as well as proof of assistance from a certain family. The letter made no demands, only at the end, it instructed him to read the Bible more and wait quietly for the Father's mission. And it was signed by an ancient family, the Rothschilds. The deputy director suppressed the turmoil in his heart, took the letter, and waved for the agents to leave. A few minutes later, the deputy director, after reading the letter, sat paralyzed in his chair, to investigate Mr. Meng's personal information, that is the most mysterious existence in the eastern Xia country, the target that Xia country's National Security Bureau focuses on protecting. These bastards are playing with fire. They are after my life. Damn it! Despicable. But he knew better. Openly defying the family's orders would likely end in punishment from the family, and seeking death would probably become a luxury. Besides, he had an 8-year-old daughter. With a mix of madness and despair in his eyes, he clenched his fists and calmly tore the letter into pieces, stuffing them into his mouth to eat bit by bit. All personnel of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau are to immediately enter Level 1 alert status, notify all standby agents, and assemble at headquarters urgently. In addition, arrest all world-class hackers on record globally and bring them to headquarters. Finally, issue a wartime requisition order to all major supercomputer-owning organizations. The deputy director commanded sternly into a specially made phone. The communication officer on the other end was somewhat shocked. The Lighthouse Investigation Bureau had not been on Level 1 alert for many years. Was something big enough to threaten the national security of the Lighthouse country about to happen again? And to bring all the world-class hackers to the Lighthouse country? Although the Lighthouse country was the world's security guardian and global law enforcement was routine, could they be so reckless? And to requisition supercomputers? Had the Lighthouse country already made up its mind to completely eliminate a certain international hacker organization at all costs? Otherwise, the communication officer couldn't imagine what could warrant such a massive mobilization. After the deputy director repeated the order, the communication officer dared to believe that all of this was real. Unfortunately, at that moment, the director of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau happened to be away on a mission to Geo Island and could not be reached. With the situation urgent, the communication officer, authorized by the deputy director, immediately relayed this order to every agent's phone in the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau. In an instant, the entire underground world of the Lighthouse country, and even the global underground world, was shocked. The Lighthouse Investigation Bureau, as the most important intelligence agency in the Lighthouse country, and with the Lighthouse country being the only superpower in the world, the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau could be said to be the most feared tiger in the global underground world. This time, the tiger of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau suddenly moved. How could it not make the underground world tremble? Imperial capital of Xia country, headquarters of the National Security Bureau, courtyard pavilion. An imposing old man was playing chess with a young one-eyed woman. The courtyard was heavily guarded, with patrol teams armed and marching in step. Old director, according to reliable sources, the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau has already been gathering information technology resources. I have reported to the National Square Department, but I feel that the group of madmen in the Lighthouse country does not seem to be ready for war, the one-eyed woman said, rubbing the black pieces. The old man placed a white piece on the board. How do you know? If there is a real war, how could you still have the leisure to play chess with me? Otherwise, let's make a bet. If I win, I will go check Mr. Meng's personal information at the Xia Country Bank. The one-eyed woman spoke confidently and with a touch of heroism, exuding the boldness of a woman from the Jianghu. She is the eldest daughter of the Baiming family in the imperial capital, Baiming Ziyuan. In the midst of banter, she showed no restraint that ordinary women would have in front of powerful figures. The stern old man shook his head and sighed lightly. The head of the Baiming family raised you as a boy since you were young. Although you have acquired skills, you also lost an eye and picked up the bad habits of drinking and gambling. Mr. Meng's affairs are far-reaching and not something we can be curious about. Hearing this, Baiming Ziyuan touched her eye patch and said, like mother, like daughter. Why do you bring this up, old man? It's so disheartening, not at all like the style of the Xia Country Security Bureau. The stern old man smiled slightly, about to say something more. Suddenly, a specially made phone next to the chessboard rang urgently. The stern old man's face changed drastically as he picked up the phone and glanced at it, then looked at Baiming Ziyuan with a wry smile. You jinx, what you say comes true. The Lighthouse Investigation Bureau has indeed set their sights on Mr. Meng. Oh, how many agents have they sent to infiltrate our territory? Let me take people to eliminate them and let them know whose territory Xia country is. When it comes to secret infiltration, it's best to take ruthless measures. In the remaining eye of Baiming Ziyuan, a bloodthirsty fervor flashed. Obviously, she detested the actions of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau's global law enforcement. In other places, she may not have a say, but in Xia country, as long as agents from the Lighthouse country dare to infiltrate, Baiming Ziyuan will make them disappear. And precisely because it is a secret infiltration, it cannot be made public. Even if agents are lost, the lighthouse country, which has suffered losses, can only swallow its pride and cannot escalate the matter to a diplomatic level. For a warrior like Bai Ming Ziyuan, she is well aware of who Xia country's biggest enemies are. For her, eliminating each enemy is an extreme pleasure. Moreover, in recent years, although there have been no major international wars, the underground world is full of constant struggles, especially between the Xia Country Security Bureau and the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau. As the top two intelligence agencies in the world, there are constant friction, both overt and covert. When carrying out missions in other countries, casualties are inevitable. The blood and bones of comrades pile up, breeding hatred, making Bai Ming Ziyuan more hostile towards the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau than the average Xia Country citizen.
It's not your concern, it's electronic infiltration.
The Lighthouse Investigation Bureau has been recruiting skilled hackers globally these days, and now they are cooperating with a supercomputer to attack Mr. Meng's personal information protection network. The stern old man waved his hand. Seeing the stern old man's indifferent attitude, Bai Ming Ziyuan's tone became somewhat urgent.
She placed her hands on the chessboard and said, "Director, are you getting senile? That's Mr. Meng we're talking about."
Although I am just a martial artist and don't understand finance, I have heard from Dongfang teaching that Mr.
Meng's information security is extremely important. Forget it. I will immediately arrange for people to set up an information defense network. You just continue playing here. Seeing Bai Ming Ziyuan getting up to leave, the stern old man hurriedly stopped her.
If it were someone else speaking to him like this, he would have probably lost his temper long ago. However, Bai Ming Ziyuan was the successor he had chosen, and her straightforward nature suited him. He wasn't angry, this little girl, always so impulsive.
You understand the reason, don't you? Do you think I don't understand? Bai Ming Ziyuan rolled her eyes. She really didn't understand. Why did the old director always like to say half and leave half, intentionally torturing her? If she didn't have the authority to know something, why bring it up at all? Actually, it's not a problem to tell you. Do you think our security bureau is secretly protecting Mr. Meng? The dignified elder picked up a white chess piece and placed it on the chessboard unhurriedly. The North Ming paper kite was momentarily stunned. Isn't it so?
This order came from above. It is said that Mr. Meng has deep cooperation with the central bank, a super figure who can influence the rise and fall of the Xia country's economy. Old director, I am dull and don't quite understand what you are saying. North Ming paper kite sat back on the stool, watching the dignified elder play chess alone, and confessed. The dignified elder calmly spoke. We have never been protecting Mr. Meng, but preventing small disturbances from bothering Mr.
Meng.
Since this time the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau is targeting this big tiger and insisting on disturbing Mr.
Meng, why should our Xia National Security Bureau stop them from going to their deaths?
Ah, North Ming paper kite was shocked. According to the old director's words, doesn't Mr.
Meng's power surpass that of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau? Does the government actually allow the existence of such civilian power? Is this reasonable? But if this is true, then North Ming paper kite looks forward to Mr. Meng teaching the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau a lesson. After all, even the Xia National Security Bureau has suffered losses at the hands of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau when sending people on missions abroad. The dignified elder obviously also noticed the surprise on North Ming paper kite's face, and looked deeply at her, saying, "The decision from above is not something we can speculate about." What is the seventh law of the National Security Bureau?
Since he can sit in the position of the director of the National Security Bureau, the dignified elder's loyalty to the country is unquestionable. However, he has seen many storms, so his patriotism for the motherland will not be written on his face like North Ming paper kites. Have awe in your heart, don't have unnecessary curiosity. I understand, old director. North Ming paper kite smiled bitterly. For an intelligence worker, unnecessary curiosity is absolutely fatal, because their missions are special and often involve secrets. And there is no intelligence worker who dares to guarantee that they will not be captured one day while on a mission abroad. Therefore, the more confidential the information, the fewer people know about it and the safer it is. However, North Ming paper kite was thinking whether she should find an opportunity to secretly go to Nanhang and see the legendary Mr.
Meng. After all, she heard that Mr. Meng had appeared openly in places like the Marriott Hotel and Dumpa Pavilion in Nanhang City.
In other words, only in Nanhang City in the world, one has the chance to see the true face of Mr.
Meng. As for photos, currently, no organization dares to sell photos of Mr.
Meng to the public, just as no organization dares to sell the list of members of the Freemasons. These existences that can affect the world order seem to dislike appearing in public. North Ming paper kite looked at the chessboard in front of her filled with black and white chess pieces. Suddenly she remembered what her close friend Dongfang Diqing had said. Pearls falling on a jade plate, all living beings.
Are you a chess piece? Or a player?
In Feng County of Xia Country, a mountain storm is brewing, and dark clouds are surging. Gusts of wind blow through the streets, lifting fallen leaves and plastic bags from the ground, swirling and drifting. Tang Tang sat on the cushion of the 28 Dagong, leaning in the warm embrace of Meng Chen. Brother, the wind on the street is so strong.
Is a typhoon coming? Otherwise, shall we walk?
Meng Chen firmly held the handlebars with his right hand, rubbed Tang Tang's head with his left hand, and gazed at the dark clouds accumulating in the sky. It looks like a heavy rain. Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up, make a dash before the rain falls, and arrive at the banquet venue.
He frowned. Tang Tang tightened the handlebars as instructed.
The 28 Dagong suddenly accelerated, and under the inertia, Tang Tang's slender body leaned back, pressing tightly against Meng Chen's chest. A long-lost sense of security filled her mind. At this moment, she didn't need to think about anything, just lying in her foster brother's arms quietly watching was enough. This feeling of reliance made her feel very at ease. However, Tang Tang did not expect that the first hidden arrow that endangered his sworn brother Meng Chen had already been shot from across the Pacific in the form of information technology.
The arrow pointed to Meng Chen's personal information. Ding! Host's phone detected a hacker attack.
Response plan being generated. Host, please choose from the following 3 options provided by the system. Option 1, evade. The system provides the host with the location of a safe house.
Once the host arrives at the safe house, even the world's strongest hackers cannot access any valid personal information of the host.
Option 2, fight back. The system connects the host to an underground network bounty platform, where the host can post various bounty tasks, including but not limited to reconnaissance, assassination, electronic penetration, and escort. Option 3, negotiate. Host, please briefly describe the terms of negotiation and corresponding compensation.
The system will convey them to the invading party on behalf of the host. The third option was actually negotiation? Negotiation, my ass. Negotiation was impossible. When others had already crossed the line, there was absolutely no reason for negotiation. As for option 1 and option 2, Meng Chen narrowed his eyes.
Option 1 was undoubtedly the safest. Heading to the system's safe house and being under the system's protection was definitely the most foolproof choice.
But Meng Chen would not choose it, because he was not alone.
He had parents, friends, and the obedient and well-behaved sworn sister Tang Tang in his arms.
If he chose to evade, what about his family and friends around him? Would they be implicated? Meng Chen was no longer the poor kid from a few days ago.
After his global assets depreciated by a factor of 1 billion, he now possessed hundreds of thousands of dollars, equivalent to over 2 trillion yuan in the business world.
The forces that dared to target him were not likely to be merciful.
If Meng Chen, this towering giant tree, escaped, then his loved ones and friends might become sacrificial lambs for venting anger.
So Meng Chen would not choose option 1. That left only the second option.
Meng Chen was not unfamiliar with the kind of underground services provided by the system, as he had hired the Black Rose mercenary group a few days ago in Nanhang City. However, this time, what Meng Chen needed to engage in was not physical confrontation but rather a battle of information technology on the internet. It would be a modern battle without gun smoke, and he would not fail.
Activate option 2. Post a bounty of 1 billion yuan on the underground platform.
I want to know who has the guts to spy on my personal information.
Meng Chen's lips curled slightly upwards. Although 1 billion yuan was a lot, it was only equivalent to $1. Before the world changed, $1. It was just the price of a cheap bottle of mineral water. You couldn't even buy a bottle of Farmer's mineral water.
Now, being able to spend it on the underground platform to offer a reward for enemy intelligence information and find the person hiding in the shadows trying to harm him was truly cost-effective. A 10 billion-fold devaluation of prices was indeed satisfying. As for the identity of the hacker attacking him, he did not know at the moment, but the fact that it could make the usually lazy system come alive meant it was no small matter. Offering a huge reward of $1 was undoubtedly necessary. However, since they dared to attack his phone without reason, their intentions were probably not as simple as just wanting to obtain his information. A hint of fierceness flashed in Meng Chen's eyes. It would be best if the other party did not have any dangerous ideas, or else he might have to resort to iron-fisted tactics to set an example. After all, if he could hire the Black Rose mercenary group to protect Su Ningyun, he could naturally use them to eliminate enemies. The Black Rose mercenary group was like a sharp sword, and he was the wielder of that sword. And he did not have just one sword. Understood, host. The system has distributed your bounty task to all global network platforms. The voice of the system in his mind remained respectful and pleasing. Riding on the Mangchen with a 28-inch handlebar, he was exchanging with the system and issuing a reward task, but his feet never stopped. He even chatted casually with Tang Tang in his arms. A man, especially a man who can manage his time well. Both work and life must be grasped, and both must be strong. However, unlike the calm sunny world, in the dark corners, the underground world has already stirred up a huge wave. The legendary Mr. Meng. He first issued a reward task on the underground platform. The task was, Mr. Meng wanted to know who dared to peek into his personal information. The reward amount is $1. That's a whole 10 billion nanos. Mr. Meng played his trump card as soon as he made a move. The entire global underground world was deeply shaken by his generosity. In the underground forums, user activity surged, setting a new record for years. Damn! Is Mr. Meng finally entering the world? Whoever dares to provoke Mr. Meng is asking for trouble. Last time, there was a genius hacker who was curious and tried to peek into the personal information of the arrogant woman of the Dongfang family, and he was caught in just one night. This is just being reckless. Exactly. Anyway, that person's account has never been online again, probably frozen to death. Sigh. The Dongfang family in the imperial capital is powerful, but our Sakura country's Daquan family is not weak either, right? But, Mr. Meng's wealth is probably more than the sum of our two families. That's for sure. Mr. Meng, who is rich enough to rival a country, is not to be underestimated. I reckon only the Freemasonry can be compared to him. Back to the point, who could it be? How dare to disturb Mr. Meng? Isn't it obvious? If I knew, I would have taken the task already. Who wouldn't be tempted by a huge reward of $1? True. Could it be one of the 5 giants of Sakura country? Yeah. What about the Daquan family? Do you have any insider information? After all, the underground network is confidential. Feel free to speak. No one knows if you're human or ghost. Don't talk nonsense. We Sakura country deeply respect Mr. Meng. How could we peek into his personal information? In my opinion, it must be the Lighthouse country. They have a precedent for this kind of thing. Could it be the Freemasonry? That's unlikely, right? If the Freemasonry and Mr. Meng go to war, regardless of who wins, the world economy will regress at least 20 years. Be cautious. Although the underground forum is confidential, the all-seeing eye is everywhere. The Imperial Capital Security Bureau. Biming Ziyuan sat in front of the computer, and the crude interface of the underground forum was displayed on the computer screen. Biming Ziyuan picked up the wine bowl on the table, took a big sip, wiped the wine stains from the corner of her mouth, and a decisive look flashed in her remaining single eye. With her slender hands in tactical gloves, she quickly typed on the keyboard. She took on this reward task. However, after submitting detailed intelligence materials, she did not claim the deserved commission, but instead expressed her wish to be friends with Mr. Meng. As for why she, as a member of the Security Bureau, had an account on the underground forum, the answer was simple: because the previous owner of this account was locked up in prison. And why not ban such underground forums? The reason is also simple. Websites like these underground forums not only have crude interfaces, but their main sites are set up in some small foreign countries, and those within Xia country are just mirror sites. Even if they were all destroyed, it would be easy to build another batch, just like burning wild grass. So as long as the impact is not severe, Biming Ziyuan has no time to deal with it. On the other side, Meng Chen, through the system, read the intelligence data in his mind and learned that the hacker who spied on him was from the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau. This surprised him greatly. Before obtaining the system, he was just an ordinary worker. How could he, with no special skills or virtues, attract the attention of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau agents? Meng Chen really wanted to ask this question. What should he do if he's being targeted by the Lighthouse Nation's FB1? Waiting online. It's urgent. But thinking about responses like "thanks for the invitation, I suggest having a good meal," he dismissed the idea. After all, his miraculous transformation from a worker to the world's richest man in these few days would probably not be believed by anyone if he told them. Why would the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau be probing into his personal information? Meng Chen didn't think he had any connection with the Lighthouse Nation. Although he really wanted to take down the Lighthouse Nation, it was just a passing thought. Actually taking action would require careful planning. Trying to become the world's largest country single-handedly was not an easy task. If he alerted the enemy prematurely, even with the system's assistance, Meng Chen could still face social death. This was something Meng Chen absolutely could not accept. So, what was the reason behind the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau targeting him?
Or rather, knowing that Mr. Meng is as wealthy as a country, what was the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau's motive in probing Mr. Meng?
There are no enemies without reason in this world, especially in the Lighthouse Nation, where capital interests reign supreme. Subconsciously pinching his thin face, Meng Chen rode through the strong wind with a deep gaze, as if trying to see through the invisible mist in front of him. Perhaps these upper-class society intrigues were too difficult for a recent graduate like him.
Ah woo!
Brother is bullying me again, I'm so troubled, Tang Tang pouted in grievance. When she was with Meng Chen, she seemed more like a naive and carefree younger sister rather than a sensible and obedient daughter. Only in front of her brother did she not need to think. Despite the 7-year age gap, in Tang Tang's small enclosed world, her brother and father were the most important people to her, the ones she could trust without defenses.
Ding!
Detected that Tang Tang's affection progress has reached 40 out of 100, random reward of 1,000 yuan for the host.
1,000 yuan? That's a trillion nanos, not bad. Meng Chen smiled slightly. He wasn't surprised at the increase in Tang Tang's affection progress.
They were very close middle school classmates with a strong emotional foundation, even calling each other brother and sister. It had been 7 years since they last met, so their feelings needed time to rekindle. Therefore, he couldn't allow any force to disrupt his current peaceful life, even the world-renowned Lighthouse Investigation Bureau, which would have to pay a sufficient price for offending him. Of course, before that, Meng Chen wanted to know the detailed plan of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau. According to the intelligence provided by the client, the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau had initiated a Level 1 alert, requisitioned several supercomputers, and gathered numerous world-class hackers just to deal with Mr.
Meng.
Unfortunately, Meng Chen had the strong protection of the system. No matter how hard the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau tried, even if they broke through the defenses of the Xia Country Security Bureau, they couldn't breach the system's protective network. With these thoughts in mind, Meng Chen contacted the client through the system in his mind. He was somewhat interested in this client who had refused a 1 yuan reward. After all, 1 yuan was a whole billion nanos, and someone who could refuse such an amount was surely not a simple person. The reward chat interface.
Client, why did you refuse the deserved reward?
The information you provided was very detailed, and its value to me is definitely above 1 yuan.
Mr. Meng, it is my honor to provide information for you. We are on the same path. Talking about rewards is a bit vulgar. May I ask, how do you plan to deal with the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau? If you need help, I can continue to provide it for free. Although we may not necessarily become friends, we at least have a common enemy. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
On the other end,
Binding Z Yuan looked at the 8 big characters on the computer screen and took a deep breath. Mr. Meng's opponent is the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau.
Even the leader of a small country, when targeted by the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau, would be too nervous to sleep. After all, the atrocities of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau are not few.
Binding Z Yuan would love to flatten the Lighthouse country.
But she is well aware of the immense national strength of the Lighthouse country as the world's largest country, which is also the reason why the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau acts so recklessly.
Caught by the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau? Tough luck if you have a problem. If you're caught for no reason, so be it. Even if they don't release you, what can you do?
Except for a few tough major countries, most countries dare not say a word in front of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau. The hard power of the Lighthouse country is there, and if you don't like it, you just have to swallow it. How can the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau be called the global law enforcement guardian? So when Mr. Meng can say an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, it shows such dominance, probably even the leaders of small countries wouldn't dare say such words. After all, it's the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau. Binding Z Yuan just wanted to reply, Mr.
Meng is awesome.
But after sending it, she felt a bit uneasy.
That Mr. Meng is a legendary figure.
Speaking like that might be rude, and it wouldn't be good if it left a bad impression on Mr.
Meng. How should she phrase it?
Binding Z Yuan picked up the half bowl of white wine on the table, took a sip, bit her nails, and replied to Meng Chen, Mr. Meng is brave and righteous, a model of Xia country, a true hero.
I hope Mr.
Meng will give the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau a good beating and vent our Xia country's grievances. After replying, Binding Z Yuan stared at the computer screen, eagerly awaiting a response from the legendary Mr.
Meng.
If the young gentlemen of the imperial capital knew about this scene, they would probably be shocked. After all, Binding Z Yuan is the big sister among the young generation of the imperial capital, highly valued by the National Security Bureau, a prominent figure in the future of Xia country. For the young talents pursuing her, she has always been straightforward.
And being just and hating evil, She often punishes various second generations and is never afraid of offending people. How could such an extraordinary woman be so concerned about a man she has never met? It's truly unbelievable. Ha, is it the elusive Mr. Meng? Then it's fine. Waiting. Each day feels like a year. 10 seconds later. In Bai Ming Ziyuan's expectant gaze, Meng Chen's reply came, Bai Ming Ziyuan looked at the simple and unadorned word, feeling a bit dumbfounded. But she also felt a bit familiar, yes. When dealing with those boring pursuers, she replied in the same way. So does that mean she's a boring pursuer? Bai Ming Ziyuan felt a bit annoyed. Although she admits that she does have some affection for Mr. Meng, who dares to challenge the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau, she is not like her infatuated sister, always fantasizing about being close to Mr. Meng. Last time she claimed to have met Mr. Meng, added him as a WeChat friend. Was it all just a dream? A figure like Mr. Meng, how could she, a college student, ever encounter him? If it were true, it would take several lifetimes of accumulated luck. Lighthouse Investigation Bureau headquarters. The agents erupted into cheers. The network firewall constructed by the Xia Country National Security Bureau in Mr. Meng's phone had been breached by their hackers. The deputy director stood at the central control console, his face filled with joy. Well done, brothers from the 7 continents and 4 oceans, let's take down that yellow-skinned monkey named Meng in one go. However, what he didn't know was that this brief victory was just the beginning of despair. The hackers had clearly discovered that the defensive capabilities of the Xia country's white hat hackers had not been fully utilized. As world-class hackers, naturally, they are aware of the true strength of the white hat hackers in the Xia Kingdom Security Bureau. You see, Xia Kingdom is known as a hacker forbidden land. The technical level of their red and white hat hackers is absolutely terrifying. Even if these hackers have several supercomputers, the ultimate weapon in this electronic penetration warfare, breaking through the firewall set up by the Security Bureau would require a lot of brainstorming. There is no reason why they would succeed so easily. There must be deception involved. However, these hackers were all captured from various parts of the world. Although they are forced to work for the Lighthouse country due to its power, they must be doing so reluctantly. They would never kindly remind the agents. They probably wish for the leader of the Lighthouse country to explode on the spot. On the other hand, when the agents see the hackers distracted, they immediately pull out their guns and point them at their heads, cursing, "You dark crawlers, hurry up and crack this yellow monkey's personal information. If we can catch the Xia Kingdom yellow monkey and get all his wealth, our Lighthouse country will surely be great again. The glory of the Lighthouse country will illuminate every corner of the world." The deputy director is proficient in interrogation psychology and could tell from the hackers' facial expressions that they were surprised. However, the deputy director had his own unique understanding. The reason why the Xia Kingdom Security Bureau did not put all their efforts into defending the firewall must be because they fear the Lighthouse country. Exactly. Which country wouldn't fear the Lighthouse country? They are the world's largest country after all. However, this unique Lighthouse-style arrogance quickly backfired on the deputy director. Just over 10 minutes after breaking through the Security Bureau's firewall, the hackers panicked and shouted, "Oh my God! What kind of firewall is this? How is this possible? Impossible! This firewall is as magnificent as the Great Wall of China. We can't break through it. This is a mysterious power from the east. We are doomed. This is God's oracle, punishing us." Yes, they encountered the firewall set up by the system, and under this kind of dimensional reduction attack, their proud hacking skills were like a child's toy plane, unable to withstand a blow in front of a real aerospace plane. What's going on? Didn't we already break through? The deputy director grabbed a Ya descendant hacker by the collar, lifting him up in the air like a chick. The Ya descendant hacker looked fearfully at the deputy director's bloodshot eyes and tremblingly said, "The Security Bureau's firewall has indeed been breached, but there is still a personal firewall inside. It seems to be built by Mr. Meng personally. The technology is too advanced. We are powerless to move it." Useless. The deputy director snorted. He casually threw the descendant hacker to the ground and walked straight to an elderly white-haired man, bending down to ask, "Professor Albert, how long will it take to break through the final personal firewall?" Break through? The old professor shook his head. "Deputy director, you are overestimating me. Seeing this firewall, I understand the ancient saying from the East, there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens, what it means." The deputy director widened his eyes. The old professor in front of him was a Nobel Prize winner, proficient in electronic information technology, who had single-handedly cracked dozens of computer viruses that ravaged the Lighthouse country. Yet, even such an authoritative figure had no confidence in breaking through. Isn't this firewall too terrifying?
The old professor continued, this firewall is like a heavenly moat, making me realize that the mysterious ancient Eastern country actually hides such profound information technology. I always thought that the lighthouse country was the most advanced country in information technology in the world, but now I realize that I have always been arrogant.
Just like Mr.
Meng appeared several years ago. Who could have imagined that there would be such a wealthy and powerful figure in Xia country?
I am ashamed. In the future, I must go to the east to humbly seek knowledge.
After saying this, the old professor from the lighthouse country waved his hand to refuse the deputy director's retention and left. The deputy director scratched his head vigorously, pounding the table in frustration.
Damn it! He knew it. Mr. Meng was definitely not an easy person to deal with. That group of bastards from the family wanted to drag him into trouble, even wanting his life.
And he had no way out. It was simply unreasonable. However, the deputy director knew he had no choice but to move forward.
Since the family had used resources to push him into this position, it was for this day. If sacrificing him alone could obtain Mr. Meng's personal information, it would definitely be a profitable deal for the family.
Spread the word, forcibly confiscate all supercomputers in the lighthouse country, even if we have to use brute force. We must break through this final firewall.
How can our great lighthouse country lose to a yellow-skinned monkey? The deputy director roared, raising his arms.
The agents waved their fists, their eyes burning with fiery determination, shouting loudly, lighthouse country will prevail.
Defeat the eastern yellow-skinned monkey. We are the great Micronian nation. We are the leaders of modern world civilization. Our lighthouse country will be great again.
At this moment, a messenger suddenly rushed in. Deputy Director, it's bad, all our mainstream portals in the lighthouse country have been hacked. The homepage is filled with red flags with the word Meng. The leader is furious at the palace. In the underground world, ever since Mr. Meng first posted tasks on major bounty platforms, the staggering reward of $1 shocked the entire underground world.
For a moment, Mr.
Meng's appearance, $1 bounty task, who is investigating Mr. Meng, and other related topics became hot words in this dark world. In this chaotic zone, people's desire for huge rewards far exceeded those living in the sunlight world. All underground forums were discussing eagerly when Mr.
Meng's second task would arrive.
And the person who helped Mr.
Meng identify his opponent. What a lucky and fortunate individual. $1. That's a whopping 1 billion nan yuan.
With such a large sum of money, even if the task performer immediately retired from the underground world, they could live a wealthy life in the sunlight world.
Perhaps even for 3 generations. What a pity. If only I knew the inside information, that's a whole $1. I wonder which kid managed to earn it. It's probably an insider. The task requires detailed evidence, so the likelihood of internal personnel turning against us is high. I have to say, Mr. Meng's strategy of sowing discord is brilliant. Yes. After all, when we're out here, it's all about making a few bucks. Mr.
Meng is offering so much, and the underground platform can guarantee the confidentiality of transactions. Betrayal and treachery are all too common.
Exactly.
I think it might be a surveillance intelligence organization like FB1. Ordinary moles may want to turn against us temporarily, but they couldn't complete the task submission so quickly.
Who cares who it is? I didn't get a single penny out of that whole $1. Just be patient.
Someone dared to investigate Mr.
Meng. They really don't know what's good for them. Once Mr.
Meng learns about the intelligence, he'll probably start retaliating, and we in the underground world should be able to get some work.
No wonder there have been more people around recently, all waiting for Mr. Meng's rewards, right? Yes. Wealthy benefactors like Mr. Meng are rare, and when working for Mr. Meng, there's no need to worry about rewards. Of course, what kind of person is Mr. Meng? He wouldn't withhold the meager rewards from the task performers. $1 in Mr. Meng's eyes is probably just a small amount of money.
It's hard to say who that bold person is, daring to investigate Mr.
Meng privately. Don't they know that these hidden big shots are most averse to others investigating their identities? Exactly. Even if you privately track a Western tycoon, you'll end up being thrown into the sea to feed the fish. After all, tycoons are not celebrities, they are powerful and influential. Daring to pry into their personal information, if not discovered, it's fine. Once caught, you probably won't even have a chance to sit in jail. Oh my! Mr. Meng's second task has arrived. The reward is as high as $20. It's outrageous. Let's get to work, brothers.
It's still a multi-person task, comfortable.
Damn it. It's a hacker task. I don't understand computers. I won't get a share of that $20. I don't understand either. I'm in the toilet, about to cry. Mr. Meng's second task has arrived, causing many eager taskers to rub their hands in anticipation, their eyes lighting up. They are scattered all over the world at this moment, but for the same reason. Excited faces, trembling bodies, shouting in their hearts, $20. That's a whopping 200 billion nanyuan. Mr. Meng is indeed generous. This time, the lighthouse country has met its match. That's right. Mr. Meng's second task is targeted at the lighthouse country. This is a prize pool reward task. The task requires taskers to hack into major websites of the lighthouse country, obtain the highest administrator privileges, hang a red flag with the word Meng on their homepage, take down a lighthouse country website, which will be considered completing a task, and the reward platform will distribute rewards based on task completion. Individuals or organizations can participate multiple times until the 200 billion nanyuan prize pool is exhausted, then the task will end. Almost in the instant the task was announced, hackers worldwide are getting restless. Although the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau has captured world-class hackers, the unique identity of hackers means that there are countless powerful hackers hidden in corners around the world. In the sunlight, the identities of these hackers could be a doctor, a passerby, a web writer, or even a well-built fitness coach. Do a big job, earn more money. That's their first thought. However, when it comes to the most feared institution for global hackers, it is undoubtedly the notorious Lighthouse Investigation Bureau. For hackers, once registered with the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau, they may be invited to have tea in the lighthouse country at any time. As for running away, you can't escape your fate. A lone wolf without any support, where can they run to once their true identity is exposed? However, fear breeds anger. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. If the lighthouse country is the most feared country for global hackers, then they also deeply hate the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau and the lighthouse country. From the time of the Great War between the lighthouse country and the Xia country hackers, it's hard to say how many third country hackers disguised as Xia country hackers participated in the attack on the lighthouse country. The righteous have more help, while the unrighteous have less. The various atrocities of the lighthouse country have long aroused public anger. Global hackers dare to be angry but not speak out. And now, with Mr. Meng's reward task issued, they can not only sneakily attack the lighthouse country's network but also share the 200 billion nanyuan prize pool. If not now, then when? Global hackers are going crazy. An unprecedented hacker war, with the lighthouse country as the main battlefield, is officially underway. Anonymous data streams from 7 continents and 4 oceans are infiltrating the lighthouse country's firewall, unleashing chaos on the lighthouse country's network. As one lighthouse country website after another was taken down, dynamic images of red flags with the character Meng replaced the original homepages, with countless bright red flags waving for the first time on the lighthouse country's internet. In the center of the bright red flag was the character Meng in a deep black, exuding dignity and solemnity. It seemed to be declaring to the world that Mr. Meng never feared power. Even if the lighthouse country was the world's largest country, anyone who offended him would pay a bloody price. The situation escalated rapidly in a short period of time. More and more anonymous data streams flooded into the lighthouse country, especially networks with special values such as scientific research and military, becoming the primary targets of attack. Obviously, there were organized groups trying to take advantage of Mr. Meng's momentum to exploit the advanced technology of the lighthouse country and seize valuable assets. In the later stages of the war, almost all lighthouse country websites were covered with red flags. Even though the local hackers of the lighthouse country defended vigorously, they were outnumbered, and while the information technology of the lighthouse country was advanced, resisting the global hackers' attacks was like a pipe dream. The leader of the lighthouse country raged at an emergency press conference, loudly condemning Mr. Meng for not following the rules and warning global hackers to abide by the laws of the lighthouse country. However, faced with sharp questions from lighthouse country journalists, he could only admit with a dark face that there was currently no way to deal with hacker invasions, so they could only shut down some lighthouse country websites. Due to the huge stimulus of a 200 billion nanyuan bounty offered by global hackers, they had all gone mad. Like bloodthirsty sharks, like reckless mad dogs. As for the mysterious Mr. Meng, the lighthouse country had no way to deal with him because Mr. Meng's network firewall was like an insurmountable barrier, and they had no way of knowing Mr. Meng's true identity. Even though the lighthouse country was the world's largest country, without being able to confirm Mr. Meng's actual location, they could only rely on brute force. Watching the powerless and furious appearance of the leader of the lighthouse country in front of the camera, netizens from Xia country were delighted. Isn't this blonde and blue-eyed old man very arrogant? Always targeting our great Xia country. Never expected this day to come. Mr. Meng is awesome.
The news of the lighthouse country being besieged by global hackers spread back to the domestic country, causing a stir among Xia country netizens.
Is this Mr. Meng? Terrifying. No wonder global banking giants gathered in Nanhang City just to see Mr. Meng. He's too powerful.
With a command from Mr.
Meng, global hackers rise up against the lighthouse country's hegemony. Power to the people. I would call Mr. Meng the strongest man. I can't take it anymore. Mr. Meng is truly amazing. I want to give birth to monkeys for him. Relieved.
The lighthouse country is usually too arrogant, and finally there is a big figure to teach them a lesson. From now on, Mr.
Meng is my idol. I don't support anyone, only Mr. Meng. Let me tell you, I have insider information. Mr. Meng has posted 2 bounty tasks on the underground network. That's all I can say. I'm afraid of being invited by the security bureau for tea. Dangerous upstairs. Any warriors to add to this? It's nothing, Mr. Meng just posted a reward of 200 yuan. By the way, I'm a red hacker, well connected, no problem going to the security bureau for tea. Big shot spotted. Tell us what's going on with Mr. Meng this time. How did he get into a conflict with the lighthouse country?
I dare not. Who dares to call themselves a big shot in front of Mr.
Meng? Not long ago, Mr.
Meng posted an intelligence task on the underground network for the first time, offering a huge sum of money to spy on his organization. Based on the intelligence I have, it is speculated that the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau is secretly investigating Mr.
Meng, but it is unclear who authorized it.
At that time, this intelligence task was instantly accepted by someone, and the task taker probably enjoyed the reward of 1 yuan.
$1? Bow down to the rich man in the front row.
$1 is a whole 10 billion nanos. No wonder they can unravel the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau.
Exactly.
Willing to risk it all, daring to pull down the emperor. If I were a member of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau, with 10 billion nanos in front of me, I would dare to be a mole too.
Why do you all immediately think of a mole? I don't feel like it's the work of a mole.
It should be a third-party organization, like the Western Freemasonry, the Rothschild family, the Eastern and Northern families of the imperial capital of Xia, the Reincarnation Society in the Magic City, and even the 5 major families of the Sakura country, all have this kind of power, right?
Indeed. These organizations all want to befriend Mr. Meng.
Hey, big shots, stop talking about these underworld things.
We ordinary onlookers don't quite understand. Let's continue talking about Mr. Meng's affairs.
Alright, as mentioned earlier, Mr.
Meng released an intelligence mission, and then a task provider provided intelligence. The specific intelligence is unknown, but Mr. Meng soon released a second mission.
That is a reward of 20 pieces, a whole 200 billion nanos, to launch a hacker attack from the underground world on the Lighthouse country's network.
You all know what happened next, Mr.
Meng's name is flying high on the Lighthouse country's network. Now almost every homepage of a Lighthouse country website can see a red flag.
So satisfying. Damn those Western barbarians in the Lighthouse country. Much love for Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng has vented the anger of oppressed people all over the world. Well done. But will Mr. Meng be in danger? After all, that is the Lighthouse country.
The world's only superpower. Mr. Meng has really offended the Lighthouse country this time.
You're wrong. Yeah. What do you mean Mr. Meng offended the Lighthouse country? Clearly it's the Lighthouse country that offended Mr. Meng. Didn't you see the incompetent rage of the Lighthouse country leader at the press conference? What kind of person is Mr. Meng? He comes from a hidden family, rich enough to rival a country. If the Lighthouse country wants to deal with Mr. Mr. Meng should be able to easily handle it. Exactly. If Mr.
Meng was afraid of the Lighthouse country, he wouldn't have issued a second reward mission.
Careful what you say.
The moderators have started deleting comments.
The dog moderators are not treating people.
Brothers, stop cursing.
Look at the news.
Our foreign ministry has also held a press conference, responding to the hacker war issue.
At this moment, a press conference is being urgently held in the imperial capital.
Eastern Mu Chen, the spokesperson for the Xia country, dressed in a neat suit, sat upright on the stage. The audience was filled with reporters from major domestic and foreign news media. Facing the camera, Eastern Mu Chen spoke confidently into the microphone, his voice strong and resolute. Regarding the sudden large-scale cyber attacks suffered by the Lighthouse country, Xia expresses deep concern, hoping that the Lighthouse side will soon realize its own problems and stop the barbaric act of arbitrarily arresting citizens of other countries.
During the question and answer session, a Lighthouse country reporter in the audience asked eagerly, Mr. Eastern, now the name Meng red flag is flying all over the Lighthouse country's network. We have reason to suspect that the mastermind behind this cyber attack is your Mr. Meng from Xia. Does this mean that Xia is also involved in conspiring the cyber attack? Can it be considered that Xia is actively provoking a cyber conflict with the Lighthouse Country? Faced with the aggressive words of the Lighthouse Country reporter, Eastern Muchin smiled calmly. This is simply nonsense. Mr. Meng is a pillar of our Xia country, kind and humble. This foreign journalist friend, without conclusive evidence, baselessly suspecting our Xia country citizens is unacceptable, especially when certain country leaders, without producing evidence, openly and baselessly accuse our Xia country citizen Mr. Meng. It makes Xia feel very regretful and difficult to believe. As for the suspicion that Xia Fong was involved in the hacking attack, it is pure nonsense. In our Xia country, there is an old saying, if you want to accuse someone, you can always find a reason. I advise certain national leaders to show the responsibility of a major country and stop these disruptive behaviors. The Lighthouse Country journalist was left speechless by Dongfang Mukin's straightforward words. It's clear to everyone that there is a relationship between Meng Jihong and Mr. Meng, but this is not sufficient evidence in the international arena. Mr. Meng's missions are carried out in the underground network, where no useful evidence is left behind. Despite the relentless questioning from the Lighthouse Country journalist, they could only sit down with a disgruntled expression after Dongfang Mukin's seamless responses. Dongfang Mukin then directly addressed a series of questions and confidently answered the probing questions from foreign media journalists, showcasing the demeanor of a spokesperson for a major country. As the press conference came to a successful conclusion, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Dongfang Mukin walked from the stage to the rest area and saw Baiming Ziyuan standing by the window drinking alone from a wine jar. Baiming Ziyuan complained with a bitter smile, the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau really doesn't know their place, daring to pry into Mr. Meng's personal information. I suspect Mr. Meng will make a big move next. The Lighthouse Country may be unlucky, but it also affects us Xia Country public servants who have to clean up the mess. Don't you find this passionate? Baiming Ziyuan took a big sip from the wine jar, and the wine dripped down his fair chin. A real man should be like Mr. Meng. Even when facing the world's #1 country, he should be brave enough to stand up. We are too cautious. I am actually looking forward to Mr. Meng taking action against the Lighthouse Country again. Dongfang Mukin shrugged. Indeed, it's passionate. And the strength of the hidden aristocratic families is undeniable. I hope our Xia country can take a big step forward with Mr. Meng's help. I dream of seeing Xia country surpass the Lighthouse Country and become the world's #1 country one day. It may take some time, but that day will come. Baiming Ziyuan wiped the wine stain from his mouth. I have confidence in our Xia country and in Mr. Meng. He gives me the impression of a low-key and powerful extraordinary man. Although we have not met, in our brief exchange, I can already feel the lofty ambitions in his heart. Dongfang Mukin smiled slightly, about to respond. Suddenly, a notification sound came from Baiming Ziyuan's personal phone in his pocket. Baiming Ziyuan took out his personal phone apologetically and glanced at Dongfang Mukin. His slender fingers unlocked the screen, revealing a new message on WeChat, labeled as Princess Qin. Ziyuan, my father said that Meng Chen has been under siege by the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau. Is he okay? Meng Chen? Could it be Mr. Meng's name? Yes. Given the past intelligence capabilities, it is not surprising to know Mr. Meng's real name. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Baiming Ziyuan's mouth. Shun. The character for universe. A simple yet profound name, quite to her liking. Princess Qin, don't worry, Mr. Meng is fine. Remember, this is our Xia country's territory. The Lighthouse Investigation Bureau can only use some online attack methods, all of which Mr. Meng has defended against. Baiming Ziyuan replied to the message. As for who this Princess Qin is, that would have to be traced back to the mortal realm in the Magic City. However, strictly speaking, the mortal realm is not an organization of Xia country but one of the largest international organizations globally. Originating from the end of the Tang dynasty, the mortal realm has a history of 1,000 years and has grown into a towering tree that covers the entire Asia-Pacific region over the long years. If the shadow of the Freemasonry Consortium covers the entire Seagull continent and North Magnesium continent, with its symbol of the all-seeing eye omnipresent, then the passage to the afterlife is the ancient emperor of the underground world in the Asia-Pacific region. However, the passage to the afterlife does not manipulate Western politics behind the scenes like the Freemasonry Consortium. Instead, it lurks in the shadows, like a towering shadow beast, silently overlooking the vicissitudes of the times. It is worth mentioning that the passage to the afterlife is extremely strict and committed, and the first rule is not to exist in the sunlight.
This is also the fundamental reason why the passage to the afterlife, despite its dominance in the Asia-Pacific region, rarely conflicts with various national authorities. Princess Qin is the only daughter of the current master of the passage to the afterlife, and she is privately referred to as Your Highness by Baiming Ziyuan.
Soon, Baiming Ziyuan received a new message. Princess Qin, Mengchen is fine, that's good. Ziyuan, you don't know.
These days when my father called me back from Nanhang, he has been urging me to study, and also wants me to manage the pawn shop. It's really exhausting.
Baiming Ziyuan smiled knowingly at this. Mr.
Meng's appearance in Nanhang City has caused a great stir in the global financial world.
According to the information held by the Quanan Bureau, Nanhang City is currently very deep.
People from all walks of life, with various hidden agendas, have flocked to Nanhang City from all over the world. Although the passage to the afterlife is esteemed as the emperor of the underground world, but in such a complex situation, it dare not guarantee Princess Qin's safety absolutely, so urgently calling her back to the magic capital is also reasonable.
Baiming Ziyuan, Nanhang City is very chaotic now.
Princess Qin, just focus on learning how to manage the passage to the afterlife with your father. After all, you are not young anymore, and without siblings, sooner or later you will have to take over the passage to the afterlife.
Princess Qin, alright. Ziyuan, I'll tell you secretly, actually I don't want to inherit the family business at all.
I have lived in the pawnshop since I was a child, and under my father's request, I majored in archaeology in college. Now I really get a headache when I see old objects. What I want to do most now is to start a business with Mengchen.
Oh, Baiming Ziyuan was somewhat amused and exasperated.
Although she knew that Princess Qin was kept in the dark by her father and was not aware of the lofty position of the passage to the afterlife in the underground world, but hearing this still felt somewhat unacceptable. After all, that is the position of the heir to the passage to the afterlife. Compared to most princes in other countries, the status is much nobler. And how many wealthy and influential tycoons in the world want to secure a position there to increase their influence in the underground world? Princess Qin actually said she doesn't want to inherit the position of the master.
Baiming Ziyuan replied with a message.
If Princess Qin really wants to go to Nanhang City, it's better to discuss directly with your father. After all, if you follow Mr.
Meng for training, at least your personal safety is guaranteed.
Princess Qin, okay, let's stop here. My father is here. Ziyuan, if you have time, remember to come to the magic capital to find me to play. 20 years of friendship is enough. On the other side of authority.
In an elegant study,
a slow and steady knock on the door was heard. Suning Yun hurriedly put down her phone. Father, please come in. Listening to the rhythm of the knocking, she knew it must be her father. The nanny wouldn't knock like that. At this moment, Su Lingyun had already removed the ugly makeup from her face, revealing her delicate and beautiful face. She sat at the old pearwood desk, with an open scroll of bamboo slips ancient book beside her. The text on it was in seal script. However, Su Lingyun, a graduate of archaeology, obviously had no difficulty in reading, and she gently read the bamboo slips ancient book. The door of the study was slowly pushed open, and a middle-aged father with a square face and thick eyebrows, dressed in a blue shirt, walked in, looking at his daughter pretending to read with effort. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, but he didn't reveal it. For the precious daughter left by his deceased wife, he held her in his hands for fear of dropping her, and kept her in his mouth for fear of melting. He never forced her to do anything from childhood to adulthood. Otherwise, with her noble status, she would not be able to grow up happily and normally.
Chiner, are you still angry with me as your father?
It's a bit chaotic outside now. I'll let you go out to play after a while.
The Lord of the Afterlife spoke gently.
If the people of the underworld saw the indulgent smile on the face of the underworld emperor, they would probably be shocked.
Who doesn't know the Lord of the Afterlife's ruthless methods under the shadow? Countless underground forces are defeated by the Lord of the Afterlife every year. Suiyun shook her head. No.
Daughter knows that father is always looking out for me, but daughter wants to stay with Mengchen.
Mengchen? The Lord of the Afterlife pondered for a moment, looking into Su Ningyun's eyes. How much do you know about him? How much do you know about our afterlife sect?
Su Ningyun scratched her head. He should be the legendary Mr.
Meng. As for our afterlife sect, isn't it just an old pawnshop? Isn't it really her fault?
Just imagine growing up in a metropolis like the Magic City, where classmates are picked up and dropped off by cars since childhood, coupled with the deliberate low-key of the Lord of the Afterlife. Su Ningyun never felt that she was special. As for the title of Your Highness, she just thought it was a joke among friends.
After all, wasn't Zhou Biluo also a Your Highness?
Moreover, in a certain news report, there was a wife who only found out that her husband was a billionaire after 20 years of marriage. This shows that as long as the Lord of the Afterlife deliberately conceals it, it is normal for Soo-Yoon, a well-behaved daughter, not to discover the truth of the afterlife sect.
And Soo-Yoon's life from childhood to adulthood was actually quite ordinary. Of course, that's just the ordinary life of a local in the Magic City.
Looking at his daughter's innocent appearance, the Lord of the Afterlife smiled lightly. As long as he, as a father, is still alive, his daughter will have the capital of innocence. As for the future, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. After all, Soo-Yoon was born to him and his wife, and her talent was actually extraordinary. She had been taught by famous teachers since childhood. Although she seemed silly now, it was just because she refused to study seriously. And this was also the result of the deliberate indulgence of the Lord of the Afterlife. He owed Soo-Yoon's mother too much. If possible, he hoped that his daughter's life would be like a blank sheet of paper, with an everlasting childlike innocence, untouched by the shadows of the underworld.
Of course, that's not very likely. Daughter, you still know too little about Mr.
Meng. You've only heard a little gossip. You don't know the real events at all. But since you are already preparing to take over the Afterlife sect, I will accompany you to talk about the legendary figure of Mr.
Meng.
The Lord of the Afterlife smiled and shook his head.
How could Meng Chen be Mr. Meng?
In the eyes of a shadowy emperor like him, Meng Chen was at best just a junior from the hidden Meng family. He should be a decoy to cover up the whereabouts of the real Mr.
Meng.
Soo-Yoon quickly put down the ancient bamboo book in her hand and smiled like a crescent moon. Okay, father, I know you are the most knowledgeable. Please tell me about the deeds of Mr.
Meng. She loved listening to stories the most.
It was 1,000 times more interesting than memorizing books. The Lord of the Afterlife lit a stick of dragon's blood incense. This precious incense, more valuable than gold, was the secretion of the ambergris whale in the ocean, and it was casually lit, with white smoke curling around the beams, revealing the low-key luxury of the Afterlife sect.
Just now, Mr.
Meng was spied on by the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau, and he issued a reward for intelligence tasks on the underground platform. The Lord of the Afterlife smiled meaningfully, because in his view, Mr.
Meng's actions were quite meaningful. Otherwise, why not use the intelligence system of the hidden family, but instead use the underground platform?
Perhaps it was to announce his return to the underworld? And he could also shake the mountain and scare the tiger.
After all, those Western families led by the Rothschilds have been quite restless recently. Maybe there is a warning in this.
My father told me about this.
I just asked Sister Ziyuan, and she said Mr. Meng has blocked everything. It's amazing.
Soo-Yoon cheered with joy.
Sister Ziyuan? That's the eldest daughter of the Biming family in the imperial capital, right?
The Lord of the Passage of Life smiled imperceptibly. As two equally ancient existences, the Passage of Life and the Biming family naturally had intricate connections. After all, at the top level of Xia country, unless there are major changes, those forces have always been there.
The girl from the Biming family is right.
Relying solely on the hackers from the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau to target Mr. Meng is simply a fantasy, but they have also discovered something. The strength of the network defense organization behind Mr.
Meng is truly terrifying, acknowledged the Lord of the Passage of Life.
He then looked at Soo-Yoon. Daughter, do you know why the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau, knowing the odds are slim, still recklessly investigates Mr.
Meng?
The Lord of the Passage of Life was intentionally testing this naive daughter. After all, she was not young anymore, and sooner or later, the entire Passage of Life would be handed over to her control. He just hoped this time would come later, as no father wants his daughter to lose her innocence and become a deeply scheming teenage empress. However, this question left Soo-Yoon puzzled. Even without a chance of winning, do they still want to fight a losing battle? Are the members of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau all like the warriors in TV shows? Soo-Yoon played with her clothes, furrowing her brows in thought.
Warriors?
The Lord of the Passage of Life chuckled dumbfoundedly. He didn't expect his daughter to hit the mark. Could it be that the correct answer was reached through the wrong method? Just like her mother, her intuition was terrifyingly sharp. Calling the deputy director of the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau a warrior is not entirely unreasonable. He was originally a spy for the Rothschild family, and this move was a desperate move. Of course, sacrificing an upper-level piece to understand Mr. Meng's network defense strength is a completely worthwhile endeavor for profit-driven Western capitalist families. However, Mr. Meng is not someone to be trifled with. Just now, the Lighthouse country suffered as a consequence, the Lord of the Passage of Life said calmly. Soo-Yoon's eyes lit up as she waved her small fists. Has Mr.
Meng finally taken action?
Father, stop keeping me in suspense.
How did Mr. Meng teach those bad foreigners from the Lighthouse country a lesson?
The Lord of the Passage of Life smiled slightly.
It seemed that his daughter also had a bit of a violent streak in her bones. That was fine by him. As the future empress of the underground world, she indeed needed a strong hand. Although her current abilities were lacking, her talent was there, and it was only a matter of time before she improved. Mr. Meng issued a 20 billion nano-yuan hacker bounty, rallying hackers worldwide to attack the Lighthouse country's network, launching the largest hacker war in history, which left the entire Lighthouse country's hackers in disarray. Now, all networks in the Lighthouse country are flying the flag of Mr. Meng. When I first heard about Mr. Meng's deeds, a youthful fervor surged in my heart. Rumors in the streets say that Mr. Meng is not yet 30 years old, and now it seems likely true, the Lord of the Passage of Life sighed. He had not admired many people in his life, but Mr. Meng was the only one who both impressed and earned his respect. As the underground world's emperor, he knew far more than ordinary intelligence agencies. However, these things didn't need to be mentioned to his daughter for now. Because they had delved too deep, it would be difficult for him to explain the sources of his information. 20 billion nano-yuan? That's $20, right? That's a lot of money. Su Lingyun exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Father, you really know a lot. The head of the afterlife coughed. This is all told to me by your Uncle Baiming. I have nothing to do, so I like to chat with others. Uncle Baiming? Naturally refers to the patriarch of the Baiming clan, the father of Baiming Ziyuan and Baiming Yin. Of course, in the eyes of the head of the afterlife, he is the one who often inexplicably takes the blame. Let's talk about Meng Chen. Shiner, do you really think he is Mr. Meng? Think back on the 6 months you worked with him, and then think about the deeds of Mr. Meng I mentioned earlier. Do you still think Meng Chen is Mr. Meng? Of course. I don't deny that the kid is indeed a young talent, but he is still far from the level of Mr. Meng. The head of the afterlife said decisively. He didn't know much about Mr. Meng, but he had a comprehensive understanding of Meng Chen's information. After comparing and analyzing Meng Chen's life experiences of more than 20 years, he concluded that Meng Chen was just an ordinary person. However, Meng Chen might have been lucky to have some connection with the extraordinary Mr. Meng, and it was even possible that Meng Chen's family ancestors were a branch of the hidden prestigious Meng family. Meng Chen could never be Mr. Meng. This, he was 100% sure. Su Ningyun hesitated. Should it be? Although she had a strong intuition that Meng Chen was Mr. Meng, her father's words had never been wrong, and she still believed in them. The head of the afterlife asked, during the 6 months you worked with him, did Meng Chen ever admit that he was Mr. Meng? Su Ningyun recalled and shook her head. No. It seems that she was thinking too much. However, Su Ningyun felt that Meng Chen not being Mr. Meng was better, so she wouldn't have the pressure of being with a tiger as a companion, and she could go play with him. Father, can I go play with Meng Chen? Su Ningyun grabbed the arm of the head of the afterlife and weakly coaxed her father. However, the head of the afterlife waved his hand. No, the situation in Nanhang City is complicated, with hidden currents, and something big may be brewing. You can't go anywhere during this time, just stay by my side and learn how to manage the afterlife. And Meng Chen is not suitable for you, you know? There is a big gap between you and him. Su Ningyun pouted. I know, you must be saying that our family is too poor to afford new things again. Father, I know I'm not good enough for him, I won't have any delusions. The head of the afterlife was stunned. It seemed that he had indeed said that. He didn't want his daughter to become a willful and capricious girl, so she had been raised in poverty from childhood. Of course, when it came to food and drink, he definitely provided the best for his daughter. This could be seen from the burning agarwood. What is agarwood? It is a precious fragrance that is only added in a tiny amount to luxury perfumes. In just a short time, it had already burned the equivalent of dozens of bottles of Chanel's agarwood. How understatedly luxurious is this? Moreover, this was not just any agarwood, but the agarwood produced by the king of sperm whales from the depths of the Pacific Ocean. In ancient times, this was a tribute, only the emperor and empress could use it, with a gentle fragrance that was rich but not cloying, with the effects of calming the mind, beauty, and skin care. However, Su Ningyun was tragic when it came to entertainment. Every day, it was all about studying. Studying. Still studying. Sometimes, Su Ningyun felt like her head was going to explode from all the studying, but as an obedient daughter, she wouldn't refuse her father's strict demands to study. After all, studying more could help distinguish right from wrong. It's just that she often liked to skip classes. The head of the afterlife had originally wanted to tell his daughter the truth about the afterlife. But looking at the innocent smile on her daughter's face, he hesitated. Shiner, you don't have to be too self-deprecating. Although our family is a bit poor, after all, we are locals in the Magic City. Su Ningyun's sense of inferiority was intentionally cultivated by the Lord of the Afterlife.
After all, he had instilled in his daughter the concept of their family being very poor since she was young, so it was normal for her to feel inferior.
However, the Lord of the Afterlife didn't see it as a problem, believing that once Su Ningyun understood the immense power and wealth of the afterlife, her feelings of inferiority would naturally dissipate. This wasn't a major issue.
Moreover, feelings of inferiority could be beneficial in many ways, such as getting Su Ningyun used to loneliness, so that when she reached the pinnacle of power and became isolated, she would be accustomed to the coldness at the top of the world. In a way, the Lord of the Afterlife was also putting in a lot of effort.
So, does that mean I can still hang out with Meng Chengij?
Lingyu said Meng Chengij is starting a company, and I want to work for him. Su Ningyun's eyes lit up. When she worked with Meng Chen before, she didn't feel much, just thinking he was handsome. But after leaving Meng Chen and returning to the city, she realized the saying absence makes the heart grow fonder. Although she was back in the city, her heart remained in Nanhang City. How could she focus on studying in this state? Work? The Lord of the Afterlife looked at his excited daughter with a complex expression. Had he pushed the poverty narrative too far, leading his daughter to not want to inherit the position of the Lord of the Afterlife and instead go work elsewhere? Even though he hadn't revealed the true underground identity of the afterlife, on the surface, it was a pawnshop worth tens of millions. Continuing the family business was better than working, right? But after some thought, he agreed, working is not out of the question, but you must focus on your studies.
Meng Chen may not be a Mr.
Meng, but he's now a billionaire with billions in savings. I guess that Meng guy is still a member of the Meng family. With Mr. Meng as his backing, his future success is almost guaranteed. Without a university degree, even if you want to work for him, he probably won't hire you if you don't work hard in your studies. The Lord of the Afterlife was cunning. He was willing to go to great lengths to ensure his daughter studied well and inherited the family business. He might even have a talk with Meng Chen in the future. Since Meng Chen came from a hidden aristocratic family, he should understand the significance of the Lord of the Afterlife and wouldn't be ungrateful. The Lord of the Afterlife felt a bit sour. They say daughters are their father's little cotton jackets. Now that the little cotton jacket had grown up and had feelings for a man, he felt uneasy and even wanted to educate Meng Chen a bit. Even though Meng Chen came from a hidden aristocratic family, the Lord of the Afterlife wasn't afraid. After all, the Su family of the Afterlife was also considered a hidden aristocratic family. Father, I understand. Su Ningyun's eyes burned with determination. It's said that when a boy falls for a girl, he becomes diligent. The same goes for girls. Only by striving to become a better version of herself could Su Ningyun muster the courage to confess to Meng Chen. Otherwise, her feelings of inferiority might silence her love. Seeing this, the Lord of the Afterlife smiled and said, I'll use my connections to invite professors from the University of the City of Magic to our home. You must study hard this time and not run away like last time. Should he also invite professors from Qingbei and Western University's home? The Lord of the Afterlife thought it was necessary. If his daughter wanted to study, no matter the cost, he was willing to do it. Even if he had to resort to coercion, he would bring the best professors in the world home. And indeed, the Lord of the Afterlife had the power to do so. Hee, don't expose my secrets. Su Ningyun chuckled and scratched the back of her head. She could successfully sneak away because her father tacitly allowed it, and she was well aware of that. Otherwise, her father wouldn't know her exact location in Nanhang City. Su Ningyun suddenly remembered the Black Rose mercenary group. She heard their leader say that the Black Rose mercenary group was sent by brother Meng Chen to protect himself. Meng Chen treats her so well, could it be that he likes her? But, thinking of Meng Chen's humble and kind nature, seeming to be a gentleman to every woman, she felt a bit insecure. And the women around him are all so outstanding. It seems that if she doesn't work harder, she might not be able to keep up with his pace. Su Ningyun felt that she definitely couldn't accept such an outcome. Brother Meng Chen, I will quietly work hard, and then amaze everyone. You must wait for me, please. Su Ningyun silently prayed in her heart. Foam County. The People's Banquet was being held under the densely packed tents in front. The sky was filled with rolling thunderclouds, and the piercing cold wind carried icy raindrops hitting the tent cloth, creating a dense drumming sound. However, the unfriendly weather did not dampen the enthusiasm in the hearts of the Foam County residents. Mr. Meng donated 100 billion naru to repair the railway. Their gratitude towards Mr. Meng was like the waters of the Yellow River, endless and unstoppable. How could it be scattered by this cold wind and rain? Everyone, work harder. This table is a bit dirty, let's clean it again. Come and help, take down this big table. This fried noodles are not that good. Let old Chin Head fry the next batch, he's been doing it for 7 or 8 years.
You go help with selecting the vegetables. Where are the bowls? Table 0302 still needs 10 more rice bowls. All used up. Old Lee has gone to the land of fish and rice. The restaurant owner there said we can borrow for free. He's a good person too. That's right. All the restaurants in the county are providing utensils and tables for free. Mr. Meng is really winning the hearts of the people. Yes. After all, Mr. Meng donated 100 billion. I'm willing to call Mr. Meng the god of our hometown. Did you hear? The leader of the lighthouse country accused Mr. Meng of launching a hacker war. Shameless. Fellow villagers. How could Mr. Meng do such a thing? The leader of the lighthouse country is unreliable. His words cannot be trusted. Exactly. How dare the lighthouse country slander Mr. Meng? From now on, I won't sell any goods from the lighthouse country in my store. Quick, watch the top headlines video. The spokesperson from the eastern pasture of the Xia country has spoken. So domineering. Speaking with the air of a great power. Thumbs up and share. I watched it too. It's going viral on Douyin. I've already shared it with the neighborhood group. Mr. Meng is really amazing. He's the pride of Feng County, appearing in such a major international event. Envious. Mr. Meng is definitely going to be in the history books now. This is truly leaving a mark in history. I admit I'm a bit jealous, but I'm proud that Mr. Meng is from Feng County. Mr. Meng is awesome. Unstoppable. However, amidst the resounding cheers of Mr. Meng is awesome, no one noticed that a man with a slightly wet back was riding a bicycle, holding a slender young woman, entering the people's banquet tent. Who could have imagined? The stormy seas of the lighthouse country's internet, the banner of Meng's name covering the sky. And Mr. Meng, who strategized and won on the other side of the Pacific, was hidden in such a small county. Damn this ghostly weather, it actually got me wet. Meng Chen patted the rainwater off his coat, picked up Tang Tang from the cushion, and then pushed the bicycle into the tent area, which was the venue for the people's banquet. Looking closely at this tent area, you would find that it was made up of hundreds of rain shelters of various sizes connected together. Although it didn't look very neat, it added a bit of the bustling atmosphere of the market, giving a festive feeling like the new year. Meng Chen looked at the busy villagers, listened to them shouting Mr. Meng is awesome, and couldn't help but smile. These villagers were too enthusiastic, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Tang Tang's eyes were filled with worry as she pointed to Meng Chen's wet back and said, "Brother, you'll catch a cold if your clothes get wet. It's all because of covering me up, otherwise your clothes wouldn't be so wet." Meng Chen had gotten caught in the rain just before reaching the Wanmin feast tent. In order to keep Tang Tang dry, he had opened his coat and shielded her in his arms like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Fortunately, the rain didn't last long, so Meng Chen only got slightly wet. "It's okay, I'm strong. A little rain won't hurt me. Don't you remember how we used to take baths in heavy rain before?" Meng Chen took off his coat, wiped the water off his head, and said nonchalantly, getting wet in the rain was nothing to him. Besides, he knew that getting wet was unavoidable while riding in the rain. It was better for one of them to get wet than both. After all, Tang Tang called him brother, so there was no need for her to get wet too. She looked fragile, and catching a cold would be troublesome. Moreover, there were a few sets of Armani men's clothing in Wang Lingyue's car, so he could easily change into dry clothes if needed. Tang Tang remembered the rainy day from years ago and blushed as she looked at Meng Chen's increasingly robust and masculine figure. Having a brother by her side was wonderful. She hoped that Meng Chen would accompany her every day and night in the future, then she would be the happiest girl in the world. Tang Tang thought to herself. Ding! Tang Tang's affection level has increased. Current affection progress is 50 out of 100, random reward, 1 Porsche 911 Turbo for the host. Porsche key has been placed in the host's outer coat pocket. Oh, this time the random reward was a car? Meng Chen was surprised. It was rare for the system to change things up, although the Porsche 911 wasn't a very expensive car, probably around 2 million Nan yuan. But wouldn't it be cool to get a sports car for free? Not every girl triggered a system reward when reaching an affection level of 50/100, so this was a pure random reward. Besides, Meng Chen didn't like driving very expensive cars personally. They were too flashy and didn't match his low-key personality. With his current wealth, he didn't need luxury cars to show off. Of course, he wouldn't mind buying a few Rolls-Royces or Bugatti Veyrons for his collection, but he would need to get an estate in the center of Nanhang City first. He had already asked Wang Lingyue to discuss this with the city officials. However, he and Wang Lingyue would have to go back to Nanhang City to see the specific situation. Holding the extra car key in his pocket, Meng Chen missed Nanhang City a little. After spending 4 years in university and another 6 months after graduation, he had been in Nanhang City for a long time.
it was like a second home to him. However, Meng Chen knew that he would be busy saying goodbye to relatives and friends in the next few days. After all, now that his parents had moved to Nanhang City, he might not return to Feng County in the future. Uncle, second uncle, fourth aunt. It wouldn't be appropriate to leave without saying a word. He wondered how Miss Morong and Little Fan of North Ming were doing, and whether the female CEO of the pharmaceutical company, Wei Yulan, had successfully completed the Phase 4 clinical trial of her targeted new drug. Tang Tang, stay here and don't move. I'll go change into dry clothes. Meng Chen told Tang Tang as he saw Wang Lingyue approaching not far away. Tang Tang chuckled, brother, you're taking advantage of me again. Are you going to buy more oranges? Don't worry, I won't run around. Do you want to eat oranges? I'll buy a bag later. I only need 2, the rest are all yours. Meng Chen smiled slightly. Perhaps it was because of that familiar yet unfamiliar feeling that he always subconsciously teased Tang Tang, the middle school classmate who called him brother. To be honest, raising a well-behaved little sister, isn't it more enjoyable than spending a lot of money on exotic flowers and plants? Meng Chen reached out and pinched Tang Tang's delicate face. Forget it, you look so fresh and lively, you don't need extra vitamin C, just soak some orange peels in water and drink it. Watching Meng Chen's graceful figure as he turned around, Tang Tang rolled her eyes in annoyance. 7 years apart. Brother is still as mischievous and reliable as ever. But it feels like as long as she's with her brother, all worries disappear. On the other side, Meng Chen has already secretly met with Wang Lingyue. After witnessing the enthusiastic cheers of the villagers, Meng Chen now has no intention of revealing his identity. People fear fame as pigs fear fattening. Meng Chen finds it quite enjoyable to be an unknown figure. He doesn't want to be treated like a giant panda on display. Just the thought of others scrutinizing him makes Meng Chen shudder. Anyway, he is financially independent and doesn't need to make money through fame, nor does he want to become an internet celebrity. So, even when he goes to Wang Lingyue's place to get clothes, he must do it quietly. Because it's public knowledge that Wang Lingyue accompanied Mr. Meng to Feng County. If Meng Chen gets too close to Wang Lingyue, the villagers might start to suspect something. Especially the gossiping aunties on the street. They are really good at spreading rumors. Meng Chen would rather cause chaos in the stock market of Lighthouse Country than become the focus of gossip among the street aunties. They maintain a distance from each other. Meng Chen watches Wang Lingyue interact with the residents of Feng County elegantly and politely, silently nodding in approval. Wang Lingyue, the president of Nanhang Bank, is indeed approachable and nice. Inadvertently, his gaze falls on her tight purple suit today, especially her twisting perky buttocks. He feels a bit parched. This enchantress. She looks good in anything. Her certified 98-point supermodel figure is not exaggerated. She indeed has the capital to captivate others. Finally, they arrive at the garage, with no one around. Wang Lingyue leans against the Maserati, showcasing her perfect S-shaped body curve, her captivating eyes and tender tongue playfully brushing her lips. There's a teasing hint. Good brother, would you like to experience the feeling of driving in the rain? My driving skills are excellent. Wang Lingyue takes Meng Chen's wet coat with a seductive smile. Obviously, this woman has excellent hearing. She heard all the banter between Meng Chen and Tang Tang just now. Meng Chen glares at her fiercely. President Wang, please speak human language. How is the task I entrusted to you going? This girl is good at everything. She's just too good at flirting. If you keep her around all the time, you'll end up malnourished sooner or later.